Yi Yan lay on the ground in utter despair, watching the horde of zombies draw ever closer to him. 30 seconds. At most 30 seconds, and he would be swallowed by the tide of corpses. Both of Yi Yan's legs had been neatly severed below the knees, the cuts unnervingly clean. Fresh blood gushed ceaselessly from the wounds, trickling across the floor to form a small crimson stream. His severed legs had been placed by the murderer within arm's reach, a silent, cruel mockery of his weakness. Because of massive blood loss, strength had drained from Yi Yan's arms. He could no longer push himself up to watch the approaching zombies whose decaying flesh kept sloughing from their bodies. He could only lie there powerlessly on the stench-laden, blood-soaked ground, staring up at the bleak, apocalyptic sky. Zhang Tianshu. The moment Yi Yan recalled that man's vile face, he wished he could tear him apart limb from limb. Yet he had no power. He was not even a one-star evolver, possessed neither abilities nor a profession. How could he possibly stand against Zhang Tianshu? This was the apocalypse. If you lacked strength, you were nothing but meat on the chopping block. If you were not cruel to others, others would be cruel to you. Only at the brink of death did Yi Yan come to understand this truth in his bones. The howls of the zombies drawn by his blood grew clearer and clearer, while sensation faded from his half a body, turning numb and distant. After struggling to survive for 2 years in the apocalypse, was he still destined to end up as food for zombies? Suddenly, Yi Yan's eyes snapped open. Where were the zombies? Where was the stench of blood? A ceiling. Game sounds. A dorm room. Yi Yan kicked out with both legs. His legs were still there. He had been reborn. Beneath him was the dormitory's cramped yet soft bed, the air tainted with cigarette smoke. The first thing Yi Yan did after rebirth was not to calculate how long remained before the apocalypse began, but to think with seething hatred of one man. Zhang Tianshu, in this life, I will make you taste what it means to have your legs hacked off and fed to zombies. I will let you experience the agony of losing those who matter most. Hatred and icy cruelty filled Yi Yan's eyes. 2 years of torment in the apocalypse had already transformed him from a once gentle, refined youth into someone cold and twisted. If you are not cruel to others, others will be cruel to you. Yi Yan took out his phone. April 1st, 2025, April Fool's Day, 11:30 in the morning. Only half an hour remained before that world-shaking joke fate was about to play on humanity. With the advent of the apocalypse, the world's magnetic field would shift, and humans, animals, and plants would all begin to mutate. At the very instant the apocalypse erupted, 80% of humanity would indiscriminately mutate into zombies, while the evolution and mutation of animals and plants would occur almost simultaneously. Zombies would evolve, gaining powers ever more formidable and horrifying, with humans as their favorite food. Mutated animals already born with feral instincts would become even more savage and brutal, hunting everywhere in pursuit of evolution. Danger would lurk in every corner of the world. The threats humanity faced would not only be the ceaselessly evolving zombies, but also mutated beasts that had gained intelligence, as well as the scarcity of food and shelter. Most terrifying of all would be the people whose hearts grew vile and selfish under the shadow of Doomsday. Yet the world left humanity one final sliver of hope: the traitors who appeared without warning across the globe at the very moment the apocalypse began. Just as no one knew why the apocalypse would come, no one could explain the appearance of the traitors. Those who encountered a traitor could exchange the magic crystals harvested from zombies and mutated animals for evolution agents, weapons, special professions, cards, and more. This was the path for humanity to evolve and grow stronger, the reliance that allowed humans to stand against zombies and mutated life forms. In his previous life at that base, which had brought him endless nightmares, Yi Yan had heard that there was a traitor active near his school. Many people, after witnessing the failures of those who went before them, learned the secrets of the traitors, successfully completed trades, and survived the terrifying initial wave of mutations when the apocalypse first erupted. What he had to do now was go to the library immediately. Seeing Yi Yan about to leave, his roommate casually asked, "Where are you going?" In his previous life, these two roommates had turned into zombies the very moment the apocalypse erupted, and Yi Yan had fled the dormitory in a panic. His rebirth would not alter the fact that the two of them would become zombies, so the very moment Yi Yan saw them, he had already given up on them in his heart. The only response his roommate received was the sound of the door closing. In his eyes there was nothing but the library. Choosing the shortest route, he would reach the library by cutting through the gymnasium. Yi Yan ignored everything around him. People greeted him along the way, yet he brushed past without a word, leaving many feeling offended by his aloofness. Inside the gymnasium, some students were playing baseball. A baseball flew toward him from afar, and Yi Yan's heart tightened as he instinctively dodged it in an instant. The people present watched Yi Yan with schadenfreude. Was this Yi Yan out of his mind today, daring to walk straight through the gym? Yi Yan had survived 2 years in the apocalypse. Though he was not an evolver, he had fought many zombies and faced death numerous times. His combat strength was considerable, clearly on a different level from the college students before him. If this had been Yi Yan from 2 years ago, he would certainly have been hit directly by that baseball. Watching the arrogant Li Fuyo striding toward him, Yi Yan's brows furrowed slightly. This was no time to waste on trash like him. In his previous life, the junior girl Li Fuyo fancied had liked Yi Yan instead, which was how this arrogant rich second generation came to know of Yi Yan. From then on, whenever Li Fuyo saw Yi Yan, he would embarrass him in public. Thus the former Yi Yan had always gone out of his way to avoid the gymnasium, because Li Fuyo from the sports department was often there. Everyone in the gymnasium turned their attention toward this side, sensing that there would be a spectacle today. That baseball earlier had been deliberately aimed at Yi Yan by Li Fuyo. Yi Yan glanced at Li Fuyo and his group, then simply turned around to leave. Li Fuyo burst into loud laughter. "Haha, running away the moment you see me. Are you really that afraid of me? One of Li Fuyo's lackeys rushed forward and blocked Yi Yan's path. Our boss is talking to you. Are you deaf? Yi Yan halted and looked at the baseball bat in the man's hand. It appeared heavy, of it would feel wonderfully satisfying when used to smash zombies. One swing, one corpse. Without saying a word, Yi Yan reached out and snatched the bat from the man's hands, leaving everyone present utterly dumbfounded. Snatching the bat. What was happening? The lackey was even more shocked. When had this frail-looking Yi Yan become so strong? Li Fuyo walked over frowning and looked at Yi Yan with disdain. Hey, did you not hear me talking to you? What do you mean by stealing his bat? Yi Yan's expression remained impassive as he fixed Li Fuyo with a direct stare that made the latter's heart prickle with unease. To beat the dog, Yi Yan replied. As soon as the words left his mouth, the bat swung down and smashed into Li Fuyo's legs. The bat's weight combined with the tremendous force behind it drove Li Fuyo to his knees with a scream of agony. Everyone stared at Yi Yan in disbelief. What was going on? In a law-abiding society under clear skies, Yi Yan had actually attacked someone. And with such ruthless force too, against none other than the wealthy and influential Li Fuyo. Sweat beaded on Li Fuyo's forehead as his muffled groans and hoarse screams cast a dark shadow over the hearts of those nearby. Was this Yi Yan truly so vicious? Something was clearly very wrong with Li Fuyo's condition. Seeing that he was in serious trouble, the people present hurriedly crowded around him. Were they dealing with a madman? He had actually shattered someone's legs. This was a crime. Did he no longer care about his own life? Yi Yan knew time was running out. Ignoring the growing commotion behind him, he immediately sprinted toward the library. Since he could not stop the arrival of the apocalypse, he would instead use the advantage of rebirth to become stronger. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky above, and Yi Yan knew. The apocalypse had arrived. Yi Yan quickened his pace. The library was right ahead. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks as the white light that had summoned him countless times in his previous life flared within his mind. He jerked his gaze down to his chest, where a purple magatama gleamed brightly, hanging in plain sight. The purple jade pendant was something Yi Yan picked up during his escape at the time of the last world's end in his previous life. It emanated an alluring glow in the darkness, and even in his frantic flight, Yi Yan inexplicably gathered it up. Afterward, Yi Yan joined a concentration camp, where he led a life devoid of light and hope. When he first encountered the camp, it masqueraded as a sanctuary for survivors, drawing in many of them. Once there, the survivors soon realized that most could only toil away as laborers doing menial tasks without any of the promised enhancements. Those with bad luck would be taken out as bait to attract zombies. During the onslaught of the zombie horde, these survivors who had only received basic training were thrown into the front lines as cannon fodder, while the evolved ones cowardly attacked from the back until the wave retreated. It was a miracle that Yi Yan could survive 2 years in the concentration camp. During that time, while being mercilessly exploited and confined, he often felt a powerful allure drawing him from afar. Sometimes Yi Yan was even convinced that as long as he could break free, he would immediately find the source of that signal. The signal would sometimes move, while at other times it would remain fixed. At times it was intense, at other times faint. In his previous life, while enduring torment and exploitation in the concentration camp, the overwhelming pull became even more agonizing. What exactly is this? Why does no one else feel this? Could it be that strange jade pendant? Yet now, after being reborn, Yi Yan had not picked up the purple jade pendant, but it was glaringly hanging around his neck. Could it be that his rebirth is related to the jade pendant? Without time for further thought, Yi Yan dashed towards that white point. He needed to know what lay at that spot. The people around him were gradually turning into zombies, the unique moans of the undead faintly occupying the space. There weren't many who ventured to the library now, but there were still some. 2 zombies not far from Yi Yan immediately charged towards him, emitting a strong stench of decay, moving at a slow. Yi Yan swung his baseball bat with precision, taking down one zombie with each strike with no unnecessary movements. The heavy bat smashed the heads of the 2 zombies, splattering black blood and rotting flesh all over him. With the experience from his past life, Yi Yan found it quite easy to deal with these first-level zombies. To truly eliminate them, he needed to destroy their brains. Though Yi Yan was eager to follow that allure, he still collected the magical crystals from the 2 zombies into his pocket. These were like currency in the apocalypse. Yi Yan rushed into the library where zombies were swarming around him. Before they could get too close, he had already smashed their heads, collecting the magical crystals into his pocket. Once inside the library, a wave of bloody stench hit him. The scene within was truly horrific. Just moments ago, people were seated in a row reading, and now they were lunging at him, reeking of decay. Blood splattered everywhere, and severed limbs lay strewn across the floor. The cacophony of screams, cries for help, wails, and biting sounds melded together, announcing to all that the apocalypse had come and everything had changed. The zombies were slow but not sluggish. Those who fled in panic were quickly surrounded by even more zombies, and in an instant they were left in tatters. Just as one person nearly escaping the library was scratched by a zombie's claw, their smile vanished, replaced by fear. Transformation. Yi Yan stood at the door, stunned for 2 seconds, gazing at this familiar, yet unfamiliar scene, watching helpless humans struggle under the jaws of the zombies, a sense of powerlessness suddenly rising from his heart. This is the apocalypse, a cruel apocalypse. If you are not strong, you will be devoured by the ever-present danger. This time I will not become the fish on the chopping block. Determination, indifference, and hatred flashed in Yi Yan's eyes. He must find the concentration camp, take revenge, and rescue his parents. In this life, he would become the one who dominates others. Yi Yan no longer hesitated, gripping the baseball bat tightly, charging directly towards the staircase in the middle of the first floor. He sensed clearly that the white light was on the fourth floor. That should be the picture album room of the library. Many people who had escaped to the door were filled with terror as they saw Yi Yan walk in, looking at him as if he were a fool. Is this person an idiot? Everyone else is desperately running out, yet he comes in. They did not realize that at this moment, no matter where it was filled with zombies, and there was not a single safe place. Yi Yan's target was the staircase, and he unhesitatingly smashed the heads of all the zombies blocking his way. Black blood and rotten flesh stuck to him, leaving no clean spot on his body, filled with the stench of slaughter. The people in the library soon noticed this scene, astonished as they looked at Yi Yan. Even those who had just thought he was a fool for walking into the library were stunned. Who is that? How dare he fight the zombies? Aren't zombies supposed to be untouchable? Isn't it said that they eat? How is he not afraid at all? Why is there no expression of fear on his face? Does he really think that wielding a baseball bat means This is too abnormal. Yi Yan didn't care about the others, directly killing his way to the staircase. Many seemed to see hope, excitedly shouting to Yi Yan, "Classmate! Classmate, help me! Help! Come save me!" A girl not far from Yi Yan bravely rushed through the zombies to stand in front of him, tightly grabbing onto him. Everyone looked at the girl with jealousy and hatred. Why not me? Yi Yan frowned and pushed the girl away, his baseball bat fiercely smashing against a zombie behind her. The girl, who had been dazed, looked gratefully at Yi Yan. "Thank you. I knew you would save me." Yi Yan glanced at her expressionless. The girl's expression froze in shock. What is going on? Didn't he just save me? Yi Yan strode up the staircase, fiercely striking and smashing the zombies in front of him, forcibly creating a bloody path. If there is even a hint of retreat or hesitation in front of zombies, one would be surrounded in an instant and become their food. The girl, who had just been abandoned by Yi Yan, was immediately engulfed by the zombies that were drawn to her. The students witnessed this scene and angrily stared at Yi Yan. He has the strength, why doesn't he save anyone? We are all the same kind, oh why does he ignore those in need? They never considered that if they had this strength today, would they drag along so many burdens? They would have shaken off these people faster than Yi Yan. However, the ones needing help now are them, and the one with strength is Yi Yan. Yi Yan completely ignored the furious accusations, heading straight for the staircase. As for the magic crystals, he would come back for them later. The closer he got to the picture album room, the clearer the white light in Yi Yan's mind became, and the more intense the excitement in his heart grew. Finally, after smashing the heads of 2 zombies and getting covered in the foul black blood of the undead, Yi Yan forcefully pushed open the door to the picture album room. A figure cloaked in black robes obscuring their shape and face appeared before Yi Yan. Yi Yan's pupils constricted sharply. A traitor. Yi Yan never expected that the energy fluctuations he had sensed all along were actually from the traitor. As the only hope for humanity's survival in the apocalypse, a traitor that people would fight over at any time, he surprisingly managed to sense one. If in his previous life he had not been imprisoned in a concentration camp with his ability to sense the traitor, would he have already become a powerful figure? The art gallery was empty, it was filled with zombies, and entering recklessly would be akin to seeking one's own death with no escape route. In the sudden outbreak of the apocalypse, almost no one would think of counterattacking the zombies. Yi Yan suppressed the shock and excitement within him, closed the door, and one by one dealt with the few zombies that rushed in upon hearing the noise, ignoring the black blood splattered on his face. The figure before him, dressed in black and exuding an air of mystery, was the traitor. The hope for humanity's survival, it was the resources that everyone fiercely competed for after understanding the rules of the apocalypse. Wherever there was a traitor, a great battle would ensue. Humans could exchange the magic crystals from zombies and mutated beasts at the traitor for evolution agents, profession, skills, items, and more. With these items, humanity could gradually become stronger, able to survive in the brutal apocalypse, resist zombies and powerful mutated life forms, and step into another realm, nearly becoming a different species. For ordinary humans and evolved beings were worlds apart. Traders are classified from level 1 to 9, with higher levels containing rarer items requiring higher grade and greater quantities of magic crystals for exchange. The trader would automatically determine if the person coming to trade had enough magic crystals, with the minimum standard being the lowest magic crystal price of the items the trader possessed. If the visitor did not have the minimum quantity of magic crystals, the trader would ignore them. If they met the minimum standard, they would enter a trading time of 10 minutes. During the trading time, no one could see the specific situation and no one could attack the person initiating the trade. Upon completion of the trade, or when the trading time expired, the initiator could choose between 2 options: exit the trading time on the spot or be teleported. If choosing to teleport, the trader would randomly transport the initiator to a relatively safe area within a 1-kilometer radius. If it was a team, at most only 10 people could enter the trading time. The treasures a trader possesses are limited. Once a person exchanges for them, they are gone. Therefore, when encountering high-level traders, major forces often engage in bloody struggles, as good items are usually scarce. Whoever exchanges first gets them. Moreover, as a bug-like existence in the apocalypse, zombies and mutated beasts absolutely will not attack the trader, and Yi Yan could actually sense the presence of the trader. This was his trump card to dominate in this life. With this thought, the hatred in Yi Yan's eyes intensified. He had this ability in his previous life. If he had not trusted the concentration camp and been deceived into it, would he have had to endure such suffering? In this life, he would make the concentration camp pay back double. Yi Yan had only a little more than 10 magic crystals on him, and he had not extracted most of the magic crystals from the zombies he had just killed in the library. Firstly, he was eager to know what that attraction was, and secondly, there were simply too many zombies in the library. If he bent down to pick up magic crystals, the likelihood of being surrounded by zombies would be exceedingly high. Ian walked directly towards the trader dressed entirely in black, standing with his back to him by the window. In his previous life, Ian had never seen the trader. He had only heard that the trader wore a black robe and did not have a human face. Upon reaching the back of the trader, it was evident that the trader did not react. It seemed that the minimum priced item on the trader exceeded the 10 magic crystals Ian possessed. Ian was about to head out immediately, continuing to slay zombies and gather magic crystals. He must quickly become an evolved being and evolve at the fastest speed. Hastily walking to the door of the art room, before he could even touch the doorknob, the door was suddenly pulled open from the outside. A person rushed and slammed the door shut, and a face filled with fear, yet determination, appeared before Ian. Ian's heart suddenly constricted. When Yuan Nin, upon seeing that familiar face, his heart, which had been tense since his rebirth, relaxed for an instant. The girl had no clean spot on her body, especially her hands, which were smeared with the filthy blood of zombies. Anyone unaware would think she had killed the zombies with her bare hands. When Yuan Nin shook the magic crystals wrapped in her clothes onto the ground, looking at Yi Yin with anticipation. However, the wariness and calculations in her eyes could not deceive Yi Yin. I just saw you kill a zombie and dig out this thing from its brain, so I knew it would be useful to you. Later, when you didn't dig it out, I helped you. Yi Yin finally showed the first smile since his rebirth, as if seeing an old friend. When Yuan Nin was somewhat bewildered by Yi Yan's attitude and gaze. He was not at all like how he treated that girl on the first. She did not hide her intentions, and earnestly yet confidently said, I saw that you dared to kill zombies. Can you take? No. Can I follow you? I'm not afraid. I can help you dig out that thing from the zombie's forehead. I definitely won't hold you back. Yi Yin asked with interest, how did you get up here by yourself? When Yuan Nin quickly replied, I discovered that zombies can't see people, as long as we don't make loud noises they want come. Other people were shouting loudly, and most of the zombies were drawn away. I quietly followed the path of the zombies you killed to find you, and also dug out this thing that seems useful to you. After all, you're the only one brave enough to kill zombies. Yi Yin smiled, inwardly impressed by Wen Yuan Nin as she had noticed this so quickly. Yi Yin counted the magic crystals on the ground. There were more than 20. Together with the ones he had, there were a total of 31 magic crystals. Yi Yin picked up all the magic crystals and walked up to the trader again, but the trader still showed no reaction. In his previous life, Yi Yin had heard that some traders roamed while others stayed in one place. Sometimes you might think they are just standing there, but after a few days you find that the trader has vanished. In any case, during Yi Yan's 2 years, the trader remained a mysterious presence. No one knew when he would appear or where. All one could do was take the magic crystals and risk danger to trade with the trader. Wen Yuan Nin then realized the trader's presence and felt a sudden chill in her heart. This person has been here all along. How did she not notice at all before? Moreover, this person's attire is really strange. Wen Yuan Nin slowly walked in front of the trader, just about to reach out to tap him, when Yi Yin quickly stopped her. Seeing Yi Yan's warning expression, Wen Yuan Nin stuck out her tongue. When she saw Yi Yin kill zombies downstairs, she found him terrifying yet worth utilizing. After her interaction with Yi Yin just now, the rejection and indifference she had imagined did not appear. Although Yi Yin seemed very indifferent, she sensed his unusual emotions faintly. Wen Yuan Nin was not beautiful, had a poor figure, and was the most ordinary presence in the crowd. Her only advantage was her keen perception. She had a very high emotional intelligence. Being exceptionally sensitive to people's emotions, disguises, and attitudes, Wen Yuan Nin felt that the cold-blooded Yi Yin would definitely help her and would not make things difficult for her. Wen Yuan Nin walked to the side of the trader, wanting to see the face of this mysterious person. Wen Yuan Nin's scream was abruptly cut off as soon as she made a sound. The moment Yi Yin saw her terrified expression, he quickly covered her mouth, and at the same time, he witnessed a scene he would never forget. The black robe wrapped the trader tightly from head to toe, leaving only an extraordinarily eerie face exposed. The trader's face bore no features identifiable as human, no eyes, nose, or eyebrows, devoid of human skin, with a lifeless visage formed by 2 smooth azure jade hooks connected at the ends, emitting a faint glow, presenting a complete bagua shape. Such a bizarre and horrifying scene left Yi Yin utterly astonished. What shocked him even more was that the jade hooks on the trader's face were identical to his own purple jade hook in every way except for color and size. Could this be the reason he could sense the trader? The jade hook, the trader, the apocalypse. They seemed to form a line in the darkness. Yi Yin warned in a hushed tone near Wen Yuan Nin's ear, don't make a sound, it will attract zombies. Wen Yuan Nin stared in horror at the trader's face and nodded. As soon as Yi Yin released his hand, he sprang away. This isn't human, right? What is happening with his face? Yi Yin suppressed his shock. He had heard the trader looked strange, but never imagined it would be this eerie. However, the most crucial thing at the moment was to gather enough magic crystals and initiate the trade. Yi Yan's eyes gleamed with determination as he replied to Wen Yuan Nin's question, I need to go out and kill zombies now. You stay here and wait for me. He didn't want Wen Yuan Nin to be in danger. He owed her too much from his previous life. Upon hearing this, Wen Yuan Nin thought Yi Yin intended to leave her behind as a burden and hurriedly exclaimed, I'll go with you. I can help you dig out things from the zombies' heads. After saying this, Wen Yuan Nin glanced at the nearly lifeless trader, feeling that staying with this terrifying entity was far too chilling. Yi Yin looked at Wen Yuan Nin, his usually cold and murderous eyes displaying a rare sincerity. I won't abandon you. You hide here, stay close to this person. This person is humanity's last hope. With him, humanity can grow stronger. Once I gather enough magic crystals, I will return. You stay here and don't go anywhere. After finishing his words, Yi Yan tightened his grip on the baseball bat and stepped out the door. Yi Yan's ordinary silhouette was filled with determination and belief, making him appear extraordinarily tall. In this chaotic apocalypse, Wen Yuan surprisingly felt a sense of security. As the door opened and closed, the sounds of biting and screaming from outside seeped in and then faded away, leaving only a faint vague sound that violently recounted the cruelty of the apocalypse. How clever was Wen Yuan? How skilled was she at observing humanity? She could see that Yi Yan wasn't deceiving her and genuinely wanted to protect her. Originally planning to use Yi Yan, Wen Yuan's heart instantly softened. Moreover, the thing on the zombies' heads was called a magic crystal. He claimed that this terrifying, mysterious person was humanity's only hope. He was going out to kill zombies and gather magic crystals. Could it be that magic crystals were the things that could make one stronger? Wen Yuan was astounded. How could this person know all this? It felt as if he knew the apocalypse was coming. As Yi Yan stepped outside, a few nearby zombies were immediately attracted. Instead of fleeing, Yi Yan charged forward, delivering a swift and precise blow to one zombie's head with the bat. The zombie's head exploded instantly, black blood and brain matter splattering as the headless body collapsed heavily. The remaining zombies, oblivious to fear, only knew to lunge towards the source of the sound, one after another being unhesitatingly dispatched by Yi Yan. He did not want to attract the zombies to the sketch room, as Wen Yuan was inside. It did not matter if the traitor was discovered, humanity would eventually learn of the traitor's role and embark on the path of evolution. The current zombies were all first-level zombies lacking eyesight with their sense of smell and hearing diminished, yet they were exceptionally sensitive to the scent of blood. Without making a significant commotion or spilling blood, they would not easily draw the attention of zombies. Yi Yan struck fiercely at the heads of several zombies consumed by hunger, delivering precise blows, without any deviation or extraneous movements. The survivors on the fourth floor were astonished to see Yi Yan daring to kill zombies while they were in a frantic escape. Who was that person? How could he dare to confront the zombies alone? Did he not understand how terrifying zombies were? Was he not afraid at all? As if to prove a point to those filled with doubts, Yi Yan continued to kill the zombies that approached fearlessly, his hands never ceased. Hearing the commotion from the fighting, the few zombies on the fourth floor gradually gathered towards this side. Although there were not many zombies, Yi Yan still had to be cautious not to be harmed by them. Several times, Yi Yan narrowly dodged one zombie's claws after another, retaliating with his heavy baseball bat to smash the zombies' heads. This body was not the one Yi Yan had trained for 2 years in the apocalypse, and after just a short while his arms began to ache, and however the belief in survival and becoming stronger continued to support Yi Yan, allowing him to unleash incredible. The fourth floor of the library contained some newspapers and journals, and typically there were not many people there, making the number of zombies relatively scarce compared to the lower floors. Yi Yan had only killed about 30 zombies, and there were almost no traces of zombies left on the fourth floor. With fewer zombies on the fourth floor, coupled with the noise from below, where more zombies and humans were present, the sounds attracted the zombies away from the fourth floor, making the few here far less terrifying than those on the lower levels. Before long, Yi Yan's body was covered in black blood, and an astonishing number of zombie corpses lay around him. Yi Yan's entire being radiated an aura of slaughter and cold-bloodedness, leaving the survivors who only knew how to flee feeling utterly horrified. This person was not human. Daring to kill zombies was one thing, but to have single-handedly killed so many without fear of infection was astonishing. Could it be that he suffered no injuries while slaying so many zombies? After all, just a slight scratch from a zombie's claw could lead to infection. Yi Yan stood there covered in filthy blood, making it impossible to discern his original appearance or the state of his clothing, let alone whether he had any injuries. Those with a warped mindset, having witnessed the hellish scene around them, displayed madness in their eyes. Call him reckless. Oh, what's the use in killing so many zombies? If he gets scratched by one, he'll be doomed. Exactly. Isn't it foolish to run away? Right? Keep your distance from him. Who knows when he might turn into a zombie? These people were dissatisfied, upset that they lacked the courage to resist the zombies and could only flee, while that person displayed no fear at all and dared to confront and kill so many zombies. Previously, when they were on the stairs, they had pleaded for his help, hoping he would lead them, yet he seemed to disregard them completely. What does it matter that he dares to kill zombies? He can't possibly come away unscathed after killing so many. He must have been infected. A few people watched Yi Yan, who was still relentlessly slaughtering zombies in the distance, with a gleeful malice in their eyes. In the apocalypse, even the smallest incident or thrill could transform a person's heart, revealing their darkest side. What do you think he's doing, digging out the crystal from the center of the zombie's forehead? Oi. I don't know, he must be crazy. Forget him. Let's get into the sketch room first. Wen Yuan held the magic crystal tightly against his chest, covering it securely with his clothing. In front of him stood a dozen greedy individuals, both men and women, staring at the object he was desperately protecting. A woman gazed intently at the magic crystal wrapped in clothing, her eyes revealing primal greed. What she is holding, among them a tall and muscular man licked his lips. It was already lunchtime, and he was famished, especially in this special period where it was uncertain if there would be food in the future. We're all classmates. It's not right for you to hoard food all to yourself. It should be shared among everyone. Wen Yuan felt a chill as he looked at the group before him, who showed no concealment of their intentions. Is this what the apocalypse has come to? Have people changed so quickly? Wen Yuan forced himself to appear calm. This is someone else's property. The man impatiently replied, "At this point, do you still care whose it is? There are zombies everywhere. That person might have been eaten by them already. It's better to distribute these items to the survivors and let them serve their purpose well." With that, the man stepped directly in front of Wen Yuan, Nan reaching out to snatch it away. Wen Yuan Nan's pupils contracted as he staggered backward, staring incredulously at the man. How long had the apocalypse been happening? Has such blatant robbery become so logical so quickly? Seeing the indifference and greed in the eyes of those around him, Wen Yuan Nan vaguely understood that perhaps the most terrifying thing in the apocalypse isn't the zombies. Just as the man was warning and continuously approaching, Wen Yuan Nan, forcefully tugging at the clothing that wrapped the magic crystal, the door of the drawing room was suddenly pushed open. Were the zombies from the fourth floor almost all dead? Could it be the zombies from downstairs? The crowd was horrified, and fear made them forget about the food in Wen Yuan Nan's hands. Yi Yan stood at the door covered in black blood, looking at these uninvited guests with a chilling gaze. Everyone was stunned, and they had all seen Yi Yan before, and just moments ago they were cursing him for being infected by zombies. However, seeing Yi Yan up close with the battle scars on him was a completely different shock compared to watching him from a distance as he killed the zombies. He was drenched in filth, his clothes completely soaked in the black blood of zombies, obscuring their original color. His hair was plastered to his forehead, wet with either sweat or blood. His clothes even had bits of rotten zombie flesh stuck to them, and he exuded a stench similar to that of a zombie. The baseball bat in his hand was covered in black blood, hinting at the fierce battle its owner had just fought. His face was also smeared with grime, making it impossible to see his features except for his piercing cold eyes. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene, as Yi Yan appeared before them like a god of death. Seeing Wen Yuan Nan backed into a corner, a murderous intent surged in Yi Yan's eyes. He did not utter a word, but walked towards Wen Yuan Nan with purposeful strides. The previously aggressive man staggered backward, his eyes filled with fear. This person had the audacity to kill so many zombies, which was already terrifying enough. Seeing him now, who would dare to approach? Yi Yan yanked the magic crystal wrapped in clothing from Wen Yuan Nan's chest, ignoring the terrified gazes around him, and walked toward the traitor with a lingering aura of bloodlust. Only then did the crowd notice the traitor, and they were utterly shocked. Who is this person? How did we not notice him earlier? Yi Yan approached the traitor, a spark igniting within him. An array of white light enveloped his surroundings. Surrounded by pure white with only himself and the traitor present, it felt as though he had entered a different world. Yi Yan struggled to contain his excitement as he gazed at the semi-transparent rows of items within the white light. White battle knives, immunity potions, firearms, food, and more nearly filled the entire light screen, with the most valuable item being a bottle of one-star evolution potion. As he glanced down, he was astonished to see that the price of the one-star evolution potion was only 60 one-star magic crystals. What was going on here? In his past life, although Yi Yan had never interacted with the traders or entered the trading time, the price of the one-star evolution potion was no secret. The standardized price for evolution potions among all traders was something that would never change. Yi Yan had heard that the price of a one-star evolution potion was 100 first-level magic crystals. Why was it now only 60 magic crystals? Looking further, aside from the one-star potion, two other items caught Yi Yan's eye: a unique white-level battle knife and 2 bottles of zombie virus immunity potion priced at 45 and 40 respectively. This was different from what Yi Yan had heard in his previous life. A white weapon would cost at least 70 magic crystals. Judging by the appearance of this white battle knife, it was certainly not the lowest grade. To think it only required 45 first-level magic crystals. And the immunity potions, Yi Yan had heard that in the first-level trading circles, immunity potions were worth 70 first-level magic crystals. Why were they all so much cheaper? This was utterly illogical. Unable to find an answer, Yi Yan quickly exchanged 60 magic crystals for a bottle of one-star evolution potion, leaving him with only 6 magic crystals. Holding the potion in his hand, Yi Yan's hand trembled slightly. The one-star evolution potion he had longed for in his past life was now in his grasp on the very first day of the apocalypse. Upon injecting the one-star evolution potion, Yi Yan immediately felt an incredible transformation within his body. His understanding of his own physique completely overturned. An unprecedented surge of power erupted from the deepest part of his being, washing away the fatigue from his recent battles against zombies, filling him with strength, speed, reaction, vision, and physical strength. All enhancements related to his body had risen to a new level. The one-star evolution was complete. In this moment, Yi Yan had truly become a one-star evolver, all within less than half a day of the apocalypse. At this moment, most people in the world were likely still unaware of the existence of Trader's Right. Even if they knew, they certainly wouldn't be aware of the trader's secrets. Yi Yan immediately exited the trading time, the white light screen dissipating, revealing the scene of the illustrated room before him. He had not forgotten that those people seemed to be planning something against Wen Yuan Nan. To those within the illustrated room, Yi Yan had suddenly vanished, and after a minute of confusion among the crowd, he had suddenly reappeared. The moment Yi Yan appeared, all eyes were shocked and fearful. What was happening? How did he disappear? How did he come back so suddenly? What was even more concerning for everyone was the murderous and cold gaze Yi Yan now possessed. Lu Peng looked at Yi Yan and couldn't help but exclaim. Wasn't this the Yi Yan who had been targeted by his own boss Li Fuyo? How could this be possible? He actually dared to kill zombies. He was actively seeking out the zombies to kill. This is simply unbelievable. Just now Yi Yan's face was covered in black blood, making it hard to see his features. Now Lu Peng took a closer look, and it was indeed that weakling Yi Yan. How dare he fight zombies? He had suddenly vanished from sight earlier, leaving everyone terrified, and now he reappeared in such a miraculous way. The apocalypse has come, and all sorts of strange occurrences are happening. Lu Peng thought of this and couldn't help but feel this Yi Yin had always been the target of their ridicule, and whenever they encountered him at school, he would always take a detour. Now he was so arrogant, daring to look at Lu Peng with that kind of gaze. He had just taken the food that was almost within his grasp. Lu Peng didn't care how many zombies Yi Yin had killed. No matter what happened, Yi Yin had always been someone he looked down upon. If even this weakling can kill zombies, it means that zombies are not as fearsome as they seem, and this Yi Yin must be no match for someone from the sports department like himself. Once he dealt with Yi Yin and took his food, he could go out while killing zombies. If someone as useless as Yi Yin can kill zombies during peacetime, Lu Peng, who hung around with Li Fuyo, naturally couldn't stand Yi Yin. It was perfectly normal for him and his gang of brothers to find trouble with Yi Yin and set traps for him. They were rich and powerful, and Yi Yin never dared to resist them, or even if he did, it was futile. If someone as useless as Yi Yin could kill zombies, it gave Lu Peng the courage to do the same. Thinking of this, the fear and shock on Lu Peng's face instantly vanished without a trace. Since the other party was Yi Yin, who had never dared to resist him, everything would be easy. A mocking expression instantly replaced Lu Peng's face. Afraid of this weakling Yi Yin? Not a chance. While everyone else was still immersed in the shock of Yi Yan's disappearance and reappearance, Lu Peng's arrogant voice rang out, "Yi Yin, the apocalypse is here, and you don't recognize your grandpa?" Everyone looked at Lu Peng with shocked expressions. Is this person out of his mind? Although Lu Peng was also considered a prominent figure in school during peacetime, and everyone had heard of him, knowing he was from the sports department and very capable. However, the person in front of him, covered in zombie blood with a terrifying gaze, was clearly someone he could not provoke. This person actually dared to kill zombies. As for Lu Peng, the one who ran the fastest upon seeing a zombie was him. Yi Yin's gaze toward Lu Peng turned even. Yi Yin hadn't remembered who this person was until he heard those words. Then he recalled that this person was often seen following Li Fuyo, flaunting his power. In his previous life, Li Fuyo and his group had always targeted Yi Yin. Even though he was from a different department and they had no interactions, they always managed to find trouble for him. Once these troubles had caused Yi Yin considerable distress during peacetime, but after the apocalypse occurred and he faced inhumane treatment in the camps, he felt that Li Fuyo's tactics were merely child's play. Since this person appeared before him, Yi Yin had no qualms about teaching him a lesson. The one who had been pressuring Wen Yuan in just now was also him. Yi Yin cracked a smile that held no trace of warmth. Do you know what has changed the most since the apocalypse began? Lu Peng was momentarily taken aback, and then anger appeared on his face. I asked you a question. Do you dare to ignore me? The people around looked at this scene with a strange expression. Lu Peng is not someone lacking intelligence. Why is he suddenly so impulsively seeking trouble with this seemingly... Lu Peng was driven mad by Yi Yin at this moment, his gaze towards him resembling that of a predator looking at a weak animal. When did Yi Yin dare to look at him with such an expression? Lu Peng turned to the people behind him, his face filled with anger and arrogance. You may not know him, but you must have heard of him, right? The infamous Yi Yin. The Yi Yin who is constantly suppressed by Li Fuyo from the sports department. He actually dares to steal Li Fuyo's woman. Oh, everyone must have heard about the aftermath, right? Being targeted by Li Fuyo yet not daring to say a word. Huh, you all fear such a person. The crowd immediately turned to Yi Yin with shocked and inquisitive gazes. Is he the one who offended Li Fuyo? Wow, it really is him. I recognize his face. It's just that his face is so dirty, I didn't notice it earlier. Oh, so it's him. No wonder Lu Peng dares to provoke him. Lu Peng has always been friends with Li Fuyo and has bullied Yi Yin numerous times. TCH, I thought he was someone impressive. He can kill zombies, and so can we. Listening to the discussions of the crowd, Lu Peng smugly turned to Yi Yin. Don't think that just because your face is smeared with zombie blood, I won't recognize you. Hand over the food from earlier. It's a waste to leave it to a person like you. Wen Yuan, Nan was momentarily stunned upon hearing Yi Yan's true name. Yi Yin himself is not famous, but Li Fuyo's notoriety and targeting have made many in the school aware of Yi Yan's name. Wen Yuan Nan's gaze towards Yi Yin became even more complicated. This person's actions and courage in killing zombies could not possibly match the rumors of him being bullied by Li Fuyo and others. It doesn't add up at all. The discussions of the others were not over. Hey, he just killed so many zombies, he must have been infected. Exactly. Killing zombies among a horde, only a madman would do such a thing. It's impossible for him to have come out unscathed. He should hand over the food and get lost. We can wait until he turns into a zombie and then kill him. This way we can find out how difficult it is to kill zombies. With so many of us, we wouldn't be afraid if he turned into a zombie. It would be a perfect opportunity for an experiment. Listening to the crowd's conversation, Lu Peng's twisted smile grew even more pronounced. Indeed, the weak are merely prey for the strong in the apocalypse. The apocalypse only serves to further lower the status of the weak. Wen Yuan Nan's face turned even paler hearing the crowd's talk. She was not afraid that Yi Yin would truly be infected by zombies. She was worried that Yi Yin would not be able to fight against these people. Compared to these greedy individuals, Wen Yuan Nan had a better impression of Yi Yin. Although Yi Yin had the courage to kill zombies, zombies lack intelligence. The people in front of her were clearly not good ones, as the arrival of the apocalypse had stripped humanity of its conscience. If they banded together against Yi Yin, no matter how strong Yi Yin was, he would not be their match. Just as everyone was looking at Yi Yin with ill intent, Yi Yan's cold voice echoed. In the apocalypse, the most significant change is that human lives are no longer valued. As Yi Yan's icy words reached Lu Peng's ears, a shiver ran down his spine. In an instant, a heavy baseball bat wielded with the fierce might of a Tier 1 evolver came crashing down without any warning. Lu Peng's head exploded in a shower of blood and brain matter splattering those around him. Lu Peng's headless body fell heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Everyone present stared in shock at the horrific scene and at Yi Yan's expressionless face. What is going on? He killed someone in an instant without even blinking, without a word. Even more terrifying was the fact that everyone in attendance was focused solely on Yi Yan, and Lu Peng completely oblivious to how Yi Yan had struck. In just the blink of an eye, feeling a gust of wind, Lu Peng's head had vanished from its original position, reduced to mere filth on the ground and on the others. Such speed is absolutely beyond that of an ordinary person. Everyone looked at Yi Yan with terror in their eyes, and those who couldn't bear it began to tremble. What kind of person had they provoked? Those who had just been chatting idly, who had said they would kill Yi Yan after he turned into a zombie, could only slap themselves in regret. Is this person someone they can afford to mess with? Looking at Yi Yan's calm demeanor, completely unfazed, they realized just how foolish they were. Regardless of whether they dared to kill a zombie, Yi Yan was not afraid of them at all. He struck down with no hesitation. Could they really provoke such a person? Perhaps in a couple of days they would fully understand that human life in this apocalypse is truly worthless, that anyone could kill for a bag of cookies or a bottle of mineral water. Only then would they dare to kill without hesitation like Yi Yan. Even if they had the courage to kill now, were they really a match for Yi Yan? They completely failed to see his movements when he killed Lu Peng. They had no reaction at all. Lu Peng, who was the tallest and most muscular among them, had been instantaneously killed by Yi Yan, who looked seemingly weak and delicate. What were they even thinking? At the same time, many began to doubt. After Yi Yan had approached that mysterious person, he had suddenly disappeared, only to reappear a minute later, leaving everyone puzzled. The power and speed Yi Yan had just demonstrated were clearly beyond what an ordinary person could achieve. Could it be related to that mysterious person? It is one thing to casually blow apart a person's head, but another entirely to do the same to a zombie. For reasons unknown, the flesh of the zombies began to rot and fester in large patches, decaying flesh continuously falling off. Their teeth and fingernails had become extremely sharp, yet their bodies were clearly not as sturdy as humans, making their heads easier to crush. Yi Yan had just shattered Lu Peng's head with a single strike, something that was evidently not achievable by an ordinary person. Without even glancing at Lu Peng's corpse and severed head on the ground, Yi Yan stared intently at the crowd, a cold, humorless smile creeping across his face. Who just said they would wait until I turned into a corpse before killing me? Everyone inhaled sharply in response. Who would dare to speak now? It would be courting death. The crowd fell silent, tense with fear that Yi Yan might turn his attention to them next. Meanwhile, Wen Yuan was still in shock. She knew Yi Yan was formidable and showed no hesitation in killing zombies, but she never expected he would so easily kill one of his own kind. Wen Yuan's delicate features were etched with shock and bewilderment. Is this the apocalypse? She was not foolish as she could guess what Lu Peng had been about to do. If Yi Yan had not returned in time, who knew what she might have become? But does that justify killing at will? Is this the apocalypse? Have the old rules truly vanished? Yi Yan noticed the complicated expression on Wen Yuan's face and smiled bitterly inwardly. This was, after all, the Wen Yuan of the apocalypse's opening days. Nothing like the smooth, worldly, ruthless Wen Yuan Yi Yan had seen in the concentration camp in his past life. Yi Yan tossed the clothes he had just used to wrap the magic crystal onto the stunned Wen Yuan, and without showing any emotion said, "We're going out to kill zombies." Wen Yuan caught the garment instinctively and immediately fell into step with Yi Yan. The world had changed. To survive, one must cling to people like Yi Yan or become as formidable as he. The people who stood frozen nearby watched the two about to leave, their faces revealing much. It was already fortunate that Yi Yan had not pressed them about what they had said earlier. But now that Yi Yan was leaving, on what basis could they venture out of the library? None of them dared kill zombies. Staying here without food was a dead end. After hesitating, one of them finally called after Yi Yan as he walked out. "Can you take us with you?" Everyone fixed the halted Yi Yan with anxious, expectant eyes. Yi Yan turned slowly, a playful smile on his face, but his words chilled them. "I will not take with me anyone who just said that." A chill ran through them as they realized there was no hope in following this strong man. With that, Yi Yan led Wen Yuan out of the illustration room without a moment's hesitation. What he needed to do now was clear the library of zombies and then go to the trader to trade for supplies. Wen Yuan followed behind him, having recovered from her earlier shock. Whether it was that strangely featured mysterious man, the function of the magic crystal, Yi Yan's sudden vanishing and reappearing, or the source of his great power, Yi Yan would sooner or later give her the answers. For now, she only needed to stay by Yi Yan's side. Only by remaining close to the powerful could one hope to survive in this abrupt and terrifying apocalypse. As soon as they stepped out of the illustration room, Wen Yuan's calmed heart was struck by fresh astonishment. The entire four-story library had not a single zombie. The scattered zombie corpses on the fourth floor proved that there had once been many if someone had slain them. That person, needless to say, had to be Yi Yan. Wen Yuan had until now never seen anyone else dare to kill zombies. She stared dumbfounded at the field of corpses and stammered this. "We're all killed by you." Yi Yan, leading her toward the safety passage, replied casually. "There were never many zombies on the fourth floor. Many were drawn down by noises from the lower levels. We're heading to where the zombies are more numerous. The areas below are where the zombies gather." Yi Yin, who had been about to say more, suddenly stopped and strode to the window, staring at a spot in the town with brightened expression. A traitor. A traitor. One whose energy signature is even stronger than the traitor upstairs. Yi Yin distinctly sensed that the traitor outside the school possessed far rarer items than the one currently upstairs. Despite the distance, the outer traitor emitted an astonishingly potent energy fluctuation. Wen Yuanan, seeing Yi Yan's agitated expression, rushed to the window, but saw nothing. A traitor? You mean that terrifying figure just now? Wen Yuanan asked, puzzled. Earlier, Yi Yin had told her that the mysterious man was humanity's last hope. Upon returning, he had barely approached the mysterious man when he vanished, only to reappear moments later with his demon crystal gone and his lethal strike against Yu Peng, revealing power far beyond human limits. She could well surmise that this traitor was the source of Yi Yan's extraordinary strength. Yi Yan had no intention of concealing it, and Wen Yuanan was someone he would unfailingly protect, keeping her close at all times. Suppressing his inner excitement, Yi Yan withdrew his gaze from the outside world, the black-robed figure in the illustration room. That was the traitor. Trading with him required only one thing: demon crystals harvested from zombies. And what one could obtain in exchange defied all prior human understanding. Wen Yuanan instinctively held her breath. What? Yi Yan smiled faintly. Evolution serums, color-tiered weapons, zombie virus immunity agents, profession, skills, food, and more. All were essentials and coveted prizes for human survival in the days ahead. Wen Yuanan stood utterly. Evolution serum, color-tiered weapons, professions and skills. This shouldn't even exist. These were things straight out of television dramas and novels. Was this the secret behind Yi Yan's power? What had he already acquired from the traitor? I am now a level 1 evolved human, Yi Yan stated calmly, as if answering the unspoken question trembling on Wen Yuanan's lips. Wen Yuanan found herself utterly speechless. How did Yi Yan know the traitor's purpose? The traitor must have appeared alongside the inexplicable apocalypse. And how long had the cataclysm even lasted? How could he possibly know everything? Profession, skills, evolution serums. How did he know to trade demon crystals? She herself had drawn near the traitor, yet received none of this knowledge. Yi Yan seemed to have known it all in advance. Yi Yan watched Wen Yuanan struggle to absorb it all, his eyes turning cold and resolute. If you wish to stay by my side, your first trial is to slay zombies yourself and earn the demon crystal needed for a level 1 evolution serum. I do not carry dead weight. At those words, Wen Yuanan finally snapped out of her shock. Slaying zombies. This was a confrontation inevitable and unavoidable. Without the courage to face zombies herself, relying solely on Yi Yan's protection, she would perish in this apocalypse, and Yi Yan could never shield her forever. To Yi Yan's surprise, no fear or retreat surfaced, only tension flickering with anticipation in Wen Yuanan's eyes. Now that was beginning to resemble the Wen Yuanan of her former life. Yi Yan retrieved a fire axe from the emergency stairwell and handed it to Wen Yuanan. Aim for the head. Follow me. Wen Yuanan gripped the heavy axe tightly and nodded, tense, yet resolute. This was the step she had to take. The world had already shattered, and she held no power to reshape it. Without resolve, survival itself was impossible. There were almost no zombies in the safe passage, as it was a place seldom traversed by anyone, as students typically used the central staircase or took the elevator to the library. The two reached the entrance on the 3rd floor, hearing agonizing screams and faint cries for help from within. Wen Yuanan instinctively glanced at Yi Yan, and indeed, Yi Yan's face bore no expression, let alone any. At that moment, a series of chaotic footsteps grew closer, and the door was suddenly pushed open with 5 individuals rushing in, all disheveled and smeared with the black blood of the zombies. As soon as they entered, they slammed the door shut, ignoring their 2 companions still 5 meters away from the door, entangled. The 2 could only watch in despair as the door closed. The sounds of biting and screams echoed just on the other side, jarring everyone's sensitive nerves. The 5 immediately noticed Yi Yan and Wen Yuanan. Upon entering, they were startled, but did not make a sound, holding their breath as they listened to the sounds of their companions being devoured by the zombies. Indeed, the current zombies lacked intelligence and vision. After finishing off the 2 individuals, they slowly walked away without any noise. The 5 finally sighed in relief, sitting down on the ground to calm their racing hearts. Yi Yan turned and left, intending to clear the zombies on the 2nd floor as well. He did not wish to be entangled with too many people. At that moment, one person suddenly spoke up. Yi Yan. Yi Yan turned to look at the speaker, someone vaguely familiar, likely a classmate from his past life, though he could not recall their name. Su Songshu looked at Yi Yan in shock, taking in his appearance. There was not a single clean spot on Yi Yan. He was covered in dried zombie blood, looking like he had rolled in a pile of zombies. Su Songshu gazed at this usually unremarkable classmate, and though he did not know why Yi Yan looked so disheveled, having 2 more people in their group meant a higher chance of survival, unlike those 2 who had been deliberately left behind as cannon fodder. Su Songshu immediately broke into a smile, albeit filled with ulterior motives. Yan, what are you doing in the library? Come with us. It's better to have more people, especially now that everything has changed. The others also stared intently at the 2, thinking the same as Su Songshu. In the apocalypse, aside from their own lives, the lives of others were worthless. Who wouldn't want 2 more people that could be used as pawns to save their own lives? Upon hearing this, Yi Yan's smile turned into one devoid of warmth, filled instead with endless mockery, as he replied, coldly, join you, so you can treat us like you did those 2 earlier, using us as cannon fodder at a critical moment to ensure your escape. Wen Yuanan gasped in shock. She had thought these people had simply given up on the 2, never considering that aspect. Not just Su Songshu, but everyone else turned pale, feeling extremely guilty and awkward. One person stepped forward, arrogantly pointing at Yi Yan and saying, "You have no evidence. How dare you accuse us?" Yi Yan smiled again, looking at the speaker with a proud and disdainful expression. "I said it casually, but your expressions just now have already betrayed you. And put your hand down, or I will only say this once." Upon hearing this, the faces of the five shifted comically, a surge of anger rising within them. The speaker not only did not lower his hand, but stepped closer, pointing at Yi Yan's nose and cursing, "You dare mess with us? What's wrong with wanting you to be cannon fodder? He'll throw you out right now to feed." Before the man could finish, he felt a dark shadow appear before him and suddenly found himself unable to make a sound, staring in terror at Yi Yan, who was now so close, confused about what had just happened. Everyone was stunned by the scene before them. Yi Yan had single-handedly grasped the man's throat, lifting him effortlessly. For when Yuan Nan, who had already witnessed Yi Yan's monstrous strength, the scene before her was no longer shocking. However, the other five individuals were far from unfazed. The man, being held by the throat and lifted into the air, desperately clawed at Yi Yan's hand, but found it as unyielding as iron, remaining completely immovable and remarkably firm. The man kicked his legs frantically in the air, his eyes filled with terror as he looked at Yi Yan. At that moment, he regretted his foolishness in stepping forward like a fool. Wasn't he asking for it by getting hit now? The other four stared blankly at the scene, completely unsure of how to react. Is Yi Yan even human? Could he be a martial arts master? How could he lift a man clearly more robust than himself? Even someone more muscular than the man could not effortlessly lift him into the air with one hand. They had actually considered making this person their cannon fodder. It was sheer suicide. It would be a miracle if he didn't throw them out to Yi Yan looked at the terrified man, who was now beginning to suffocate, with a smile that was not quite a smile. "So what were you just about to say? That you wanted to throw me out to feed the zombies?" The man shook his head in pain. Already being lifted by the throat, he was now growing increasingly oxygen deprived. The others held their breath, watching the scene unfold, too afraid to speak, fearing that any sign of existence might draw their. Yi Yan appeared slightly troubled, pondering for a moment before saying, "If you lie, I won't let you go. I might as well let you suffocate." The man's face was already turning purple, and upon hearing Yi Yan's words, he nodded in a daze. Then he saw Yi Yan's satisfied expression and felt a strange sensation in his heart. Strange as it was, Yi Yan indeed let him down. The man sat on the ground, gasping the foul air around him, feeling an indescribable happiness. However, the good times were short-lived. No, the good times lasted barely 3 seconds before he felt that same immense strength suddenly grab his clothing and pull him backward against his will. The others watched in fear as the scene unfolded, not uttering a single word. The man struggled desperately, but it was. He cursed Yi Yan in his heart, wishing he could slap his face and stomp it underfoot. But he was the weak one. He was powerless. He heard the sound of the door behind him being kicked open. Such a noise would surely attract a horde of zombies. Moments later, he was thrown into the 3rd floor of the library, which he had barely managed to escape from 10 minutes prior, far from the safe exit. Until his dying moments, he wondered just how strong that person was able to throw him over 10 meters away with a single toss. The other four listened to the man's screams, feeling a chill run down their spines. He had merely mentioned throwing Yi Yan out to feed the zombies, and before he could finish, Yi Yan had actually done it. What astonished them even more was Yi Yan's power that exceeded their understanding. Could an ordinary person really lift a man by the throat with one hand? Could one throw a person 10 meters away in a single throw? This was beyond human capability. What on earth was going on? The four looked at Yi Yan, their eyes filled not just with fear, but also curiosity. Ordinary people could not do such things. Who exactly was Yi Yan? The most shocked person was Su Songshu, who initially harbored ill intentions towards Yi Yan and his companion. Yi Yan was his classmate. Until yesterday, they had been attending classes in the same classroom. Although Su Songshu was not very familiar with Yi Yan and seldom spoke to him, there was no doubt that Yi Yan was just an ordinary university student. He had even been bullied and oppressed by the rich second-generation group at school. How could he transform into this way overnight? There was completely no trace of his former self. Previously, Yi Yan was an ordinary university student, well-behaved and never caused trouble, never seeking to make his presence felt, and even a bit reclusive. But today, Su Songshu actually saw Yi Yan with a chilling smile on his face, someone who could kill casually. This was completely inconsistent with the Yi Yan he remembered. It was as if he had become a different person. Although it was the apocalypse where people undergo significant changes, no one could have changed as quickly and drastically as Yi Yan. Su Songshu was sweating profusely. He had just harbored malicious thoughts towards Yi Yan. However, luckily, he hadn't acted impulsively like that idiot who was thrown out to feed the zombies, offending Yi Yan. Perhaps he could still rely on their relationship as classmates to leave this place with Yi Yan. Despite Yi Yan's drastic changes, it was unlikely he would not recognize him or disregard their camaraderie as classmates. Yuan Nan silently mourned for the man being contested by the zombies for a second, then turned to Yi Yan, his eyes filled with submission. Yi Yan didn't even give a glance to the four of them, who were still in shock, and directly walked downstairs, with Yuan Nan immediately following suit. Su Songshu finally snapped back to reality and hurriedly shouted, "Yi Yan, take me with you." Yi Yan impatiently turned his head back. It was this person again. He had already called out to him twice. Wasn't it annoying? Besides, why should he take him? Was he an idiot? The moment Su Songshu saw Yi Yan's impatient and even somewhat irritable expression, his heart sank, but he still mustered the courage to say, "We are classmates after all. You are so powerful, let me follow you." The other three were taken aback. This person was actually Yi Yan's classmate, who was so incredibly strong. They should have been more enthusiastic towards him earlier. However, looking at Yi Yan's expression, it seemed he didn't regard this classmate as anything important. Yi Yan smiled a somewhat speechless smile. Well, regardless of whether we are classmates or not, anyone who is useless is just a burden to me. Even if we are classmates, we are not close enough for me to take you out. You were the first one to try to recruit me, right? And what was your name again? Su Songsha's face changed colors with Yi Yan's words, turning from pale to flushed. He claimed to be Yi Yan's classmate, yet Yi Yan asked for his name. This was a blatant slap in the face in front of everyone. The other three could hardly contain their laughter upon hearing this. After all, Yi Yan had a poor impression of all of them, and they had no hope of having the formidable Yi Yan take them out. At this moment, suddenly someone stepped forward to connect with Yi Yan, claiming to be his classmate, instantly sparking hope of leaving. Meanwhile, the rest of them could only shiver in the corner, not daring to act recklessly. Could they tolerate this? As the apocalypse descended, this kind of mentality of not wanting to see others do well became even more insane. A flicker of barely perceptible hatred flashed in Su Songsha's eyes, but he still forced a smile and said, "What I meant by asking you to join us was definitely not what you think. I was just worried about my classmates." Upon hearing Su Songsha's words, Yi Yan completely lost interest in continuing the conversation, coldly turning away. "Stop wasting your breath. I don't see you as a classmate, just a deadweight." Su Songsha's hatred could no longer be suppressed. His face twisted and fury erupted in his eyes. Fortunately, Yi Yan turned away and didn't see it. However, he still spoke in a flattering and appeasing tone, saying, "It's fine, I'll just follow behind you. I won't cause you any trouble." The three of them watched this bizarre scene unfold, immediately finding amusement in it, and quickly followed Su Songshu. In a situation where their lives were constantly threatened, watching others suffer misfortune was a form of amusement, whether it was Su Songshu, who was in a precarious position, or the cold-blooded Yi Yan. Yi Yan furrowed his brows, just about to turn back and warn the others not to follow him, when Wen Yuan tugged at Yi Yan's sleeve. "Let them follow behind, and whether they can escape depends on themselves. You don't need to protect them, just let them come along." The four behind heard Wen Yuan speak for them, but instead of feeling grateful, they looked at her figure with dissatisfaction. Why should it be like this? They were the burdens in Yi Yan's eyes, but this woman was not. How could she be better than them? Was it just to be kept as a tool for venting desires? Yi Yan sneered inwardly, but then heard a loud noise coming from the first floor. The echoing sound in the stairwell was terrifying. The four people quickly retreated, looking ahead in panic. The chaotic sounds immediately informed them of what was happening. The survivors on the first floor, in order to escape the zombies' pursuit, had fled into the safe passage, and since there were many of them, the noise they made was significant, causing the horde of zombies to relentlessly follow them into the safe passage. Su Songshu's expression changed drastically, and he spoke fiercely. "These idiots. If they want to die, they should do it quickly. How could they run in here?" The others also harbored resentment towards the ones who had led the zombies into the safe passage. "Damn it. If you're going..." At that moment, they were in the safe passage on the second floor, where there were more zombies than on the third and fourth floors, making it impossible. Meanwhile, those who had not yet been caught by zombies were desperately running up, with at least 20 zombies in pursuit. Yi Yan made a hand gesture, and Wen Yuan obediently retreated, standing at the entrance of the safe passage on the second floor. The people who escaped from the first floor saw Yi Yan standing motionless in the stairwell, and were astonished, then immediately yelled, "Get out of the way. Don't you see the zombies?" That person pushed Yi Yan desperately. Being chased by zombies had already driven him insane. How could this person still dare to block his way? In the next moment, he was shocked. Is this even a human? He stood utterly still like a statue. The man had already missed the best opportunity to escape, and those behind him were overwhelmed by zombies. The zombies grabbed him, and in the next second, he couldn't even make a sound before being torn apart and devoured. Su Songshu and the others saw Yi Yan blocking the stairway, and curiosity made them stop. Would Yi Yan, who was so formidable at fighting, still be impressive against the zombies? But even if Yi Yan was powerful, there were more than 20 frenzied zombies in front of him. Was he overconfident? He was standing there alone, ready to confront the zombies in a fight to the death. They were quite pleased at the thought of seeing Yi Yan overwhelmed by 20 zombies. Just thinking about it felt gratifying. Su Songshu's eyes sparkled with a mad light. I didn't expect your death to come so quickly." This sentence was merely a quiet murmur from Su Songshu, but it was heard clearly by Yi Yan, who had already become a Full-Star Evolver with enhanced hearing. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Yi Yan's mouth as he turned back to mock Su Songshu. "After dealing with these zombies, it would be your turn." Su Songshu realized that as soon as he uttered that phrase, Yi Yan turned to look at him, and suddenly his hair stood on end. Cold sweat broke out, and his heart raced. Did he hear me? Indeed, the strength Yi Yan had displayed earlier was no longer that of a human, so it wasn't surprising that he could hear. Where could he escape to? In this safe passage, he didn't even dare enter the library. Outside were hordes of zombies, and anywhere he went would mean death. The roar of the zombies pulled Su Songshu back to his senses. He burst into laughter, his voice unrestrained. "Ha ha, do you still want to kill me? Let's deal with the zombies in front of you first. Ha! You really think you're that impressive, standing foolishly on this?" The other three were also poised for action, waiting for the moment when Yi Yan would be torn apart by the zombies, at which point they would desperately flee upstairs. After all, watching the pretentious Yi Yan become a meal for zombies was exhilarating to think about. 20 zombies surged into this cramped space. If it were the Yi Yan from 2 years ago, he would have only been able to run away. However, for Yi Yan, who is now a 1-star evolver, these 20 zombies were merely a gift of magic crystals. Two zombies stretched out their claws, but before they could get close to Yi Yin, their heads were smashed by the heavy baseball bat wielded with the domineering strength of a one-star revolver. It was all too easy. Effortless. The four watched in shock as this was their first time witnessing a human kill zombies, and the astonishment in their hearts was unimaginable. Just a second ago they had thought Yi Yin would be overwhelmed by the zombies. The reality slapped their faces hard. Yi Yin was not overwhelmed, but instead casually dispatched two zombies with a single motion. It took less than a second. Oh, everything happened in an instant. This couldn't possibly be human, could it? Was there some kind of were zombies really that easy to deal with? Don't tell them they've never encountered zombies. The four, poised to see Yi Yin get overwhelmed, stood there dumbfounded. The subsequent scene completely shattered their worldview. Yi Yin took down zombies with a single swing, only targeting their heads without a hint of unnecessary movement, as their heads burst open, rotten flesh and black blood splattering everywhere. In no time, more than half of the zombies were dead, their bodies piling up on the stairs, while the remaining half rushed forward. The scene before them had exceeded their understanding. Yi Yin, seemingly tireless, moved at incredible speed, and with tremendous force, killing zombies, as if they were mere ants, as if he had killed countless zombies before. This had already surpassed human limits. An ordinary person could never achieve this, let alone have the capability to kill zombies with such precision. As Yi Yin, just facing the terrifying creatures like zombies was something most people couldn't manage. This was Yi Yan's first time killing zombies as a one-star revolver. The feeling was incredibly effortless. Just moments ago, he was an ordinary person gasping for breath after killing a few zombies, with his hands aching after taking down a few more. But now he felt absolutely nothing. He only perceived these zombies as weak, utterly incapable of posing any threat to him. A one-star revolver had already transcended the capabilities of ordinary humans. Whether it was endurance or speed, every functional aspect of the body had risen to a new level, clearly delineating the boundary between ordinary people and evolvers. This was the evolver Yi Yin had never had the chance to become in his previous life. Yet this time, within less than 2 hours of the apocalypse, he had become a one-star evolver. Standing in the stairwell, Wen Yuan gazed obsessively at Yi Yan's back. This was not just an obsession with Yi Yin himself, but also with the tremendous power Yi Yin possessed. Was this the power gained after becoming an evolver with the one-star evolution agent exchanged from the traitor? While watching Yi Yin battle ahead, Wen Yuan suddenly felt a powerful kick to her waist, and her body uncontrollably fell forward down the stairs. In an instant, she was confronted with the hideously grotesque zombies, and she could see the remnants of flesh and blood on their teeth. Behind her, Su Songshu shouted viciously, "Die! I can't feed you to the zombies, so let this woman die in your place." The madness in Su Songshu's eyes was unmistakable. The apocalypse had erupted without warning. This world was already different. Just moments ago, Yi Yin had killed without hesitation, not even blinking an eye. Once Yi Yin dealt with the zombies, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. He might as well kill that woman who seemed so important to him now. Oh, at least he would take someone down with him when he died. The other three watched the sudden scene before them, first in shock, then with expressions of schadenfreude. Yi Yin had not only kept them silent, but also refused to take them along, calling them dead weight. Since they had no hope of surviving, seeing Yi Yin in trouble was the happiest moment for them. As Wen Yuan fell into the zombie pit, their excitement grew even more. Yi Yan's eyes narrowed sharply, and a murderous aura erupted, freezing the expressions of the four who had been reveling in schadenfreude. A strong wave of fear surged from their hearts, nearly knocking them off their feet. What was happening? A murderous aura. How could one person emit such a presence? At the moment Yi Yan's murderous intent surged, he exploded into the full speed of a first-tier evolver, his body leaping with extraordinary agility as he dashed into the horde of zombies headed for Wen Yuan, instantly smashing the head of the zombie that was about to bite her, shielding her behind him. Seeing this, the four quickly snapped back to reality, recovering from the shock of Yi Yan's earlier aura, and they scrambled desperately up the stairs. At this moment, they were not thinking about whether they could escape the library, or if there were zombies upstairs. They just wanted to get as far away from Yi Yin as possible. Wen Yuan, terrified, hid behind Yi Yin, watching as the zombies mindlessly charged at them, their heads exploding one by one at his hands. Just moments ago, she thought she was doomed. The stench of the zombies had never been so intense, and death had never felt so. At that moment, she truly realized what the apocalypse was and what human nature meant. She pitied them and wanted to help, yet they sought to take her life. Looking at Yi Yin, who stood firmly guarding against the zombies, not particularly tall, but resolute, Wen Yuan made a firm decision in her heart. She would follow Yi Yin. No matter what happened in the future, even if it cost her life, she would do it without hesitation. Without Yi Yin, she would have already been torn to pieces and devoured by the zombies. Her life was now Yi Yan's. In this world where human nature had been extinguished, Yi Yin risked his life to save someone he had known for less than half a day. No matter what the reason was, Wen Yuan had already decided in her heart that her life would belong to Yi Yin from now on. Thinking of this, the fear of nearly losing her life faded, replaced by a determination in her eyes. No longer the naivety and innocence she once had. She bent down to dig out the magic crystal from the corpse of a nearby zombie. The remaining zombies were easily dealt with by Yi Yin. He looked towards the stairwell. The four had already disappeared without. He concealed his murderous aura, though it did not dissipate. It was merely waiting for the right moment to erupt. Su Songshu and the others, panting as they reached the 5th floor, were relieved to find that there were almost no zombies there. But they were still shaken and fearful. The murderous aura Yi Yin had suddenly unleashed made them truly feel the grip of death, filled with regret for their previous actions against him. Moreover, the speed he displayed while rescuing Wen Yuan, a speed that no human should possess, left them in shock. Under such extreme conditions, Yin not only reacted immediately, but also rescued Wen Yuan unscathed with a speed beyond reason. As they were amazed by Yi Yan's strength, doubts also crept into their minds who exactly was Yi Yan, or rather what was the source of his extraordinary power. After collecting all the magic crystals, Yi Yan and Wen Yuan made their way to the first floor. Wen Yuan had already composed herself, though she now only knew that Yi Yan had saved her, and she would follow him wholeheartedly from now on. This was not only a matter of repaying a debt, but also her only means of survival. By staying close to Yi Yan, working for him, becoming an evolver, and growing stronger rather than being the dead weight he often referred to. Through the battle, or rather the massacre, just now Yi Yan had experienced firsthand that first-tier zombies were no longer a challenge for him unless faced with a small wave of zombies. At this moment, outside the fire escape door on the first floor of the library was the area with the most zombies in the entire library. Through the heavy fire door, muffled sounds of zombies roaring and chaos could be faintly heard. Many people were still trapped on the first floor, unable to escape. Going out now would mean a bloody battle. Yi Yan was now a first-tier evolver, and with his combat experience from his previous life and extensive knowledge of dealing with zombies coupled with the large number of people outside attracting the zombies' attention, he had no problem going out to deal with them. At that moment, the zombies outside in Yi Yan's eyes were nothing more than fat, juicy magic crystals. He still needed to go to the traders upstairs to exchange for weapons and a first-tier evolution serum for Wen Yuan. And the more magic crystals, the better. Only magic crystals could make him stronger. In a world like the apocalypse, being strong was never enough. At that moment, a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. Hee zombies. In this life, whether they were zombies or from concentration camps, they would all become his underlings. Yi Yan's expression was eager, completely devoid of fear at the thought of facing a horde of zombies. When we go out to kill zombies, you stay behind me and try to find opportunities to strike. Don't make a move unless you're completely certain. Wen Yuan nodded firmly. Even if Yi Yan had not said so, she had already decided to try killing zombies. Who could guarantee that a situation like the earlier one wouldn't happen again? Who could say for sure that Yi Yan would always be there to save her? Following Yi Yan, the only thing she could do for him now was to strive not to become a burden. Because of her soft heart, she had nearly lost her life, yet the usually calm Yi Yan still saved her. This was why Wen Yuan was determined to follow Yi Yan. Yi Yan pushed the door open, and the scene outside immediately came into view. The first floor was filled with the most zombies in the library. At a glance, there were at least over 100 zombies. At this time, these zombies were surging towards the area with the loudest sounds, while many others wandered around, making those students who wanted to escape on their own extremely wary and hesitant. Many students calmed down and realized that these zombies were only sensitive to sound. If they didn't make loud noises, they would harm. Those who discovered this remained silent, not sharing this information with anyone else. Because those who didn't know would still shout and attract the zombies, giving them a chance to escape. Just as many people were despairingly surrounded by zombies waiting for an opportunity to escape, a discordant and eerie sound broke the silence, as if something soft and squishy had been broken. They saw a man covered in blood, his face and clothing unrecognizable, wielding a baseball bat, taking down one zombie after another. It was as if these terrifying zombies posed no threat to him at all. Everyone on the first floor was stunned, completely ignoring Wen Yuan behind him. Yi Yan's effortless way of killing zombies was simply unbelievable in their eyes. Once bitten or scratched by a zombie, one would be infected. Countless people had already become zombie food since the apocalypse began. In such a situation, someone actually dared to confront the zombies. Someone actually dared to kill zombies. Who was this person? One person looked at the baseball bat in Yi Yan's hand and recalled something, lowering his voice, but filled with excitement, saying, "He is the one who rushed in earlier." Among those present, they had only seen two people kill zombies. One was the person who had rushed into the library with a baseball bat, ignoring others' pleas for help. The person before them, although covered in dark blood and unrecognizable, held the baseball bat and displayed the courage to kill zombies, undoubtedly the same person. Everyone inhaled sharply. Earlier they had seen Yi Yan rush upstairs and had all called him a fool in their hearts. With such strength, how could he go looking for death upstairs? The zombies above were no less than those on the first floor. Escaping from the upper floors would undoubtedly be more difficult than from the first floor. In their minds, Yi Yan had already been a dead man, yet he now returned to the first floor in such a shocking manner, killing zombies with ease. How could they not be astonished? Seeing Yi Yan covered in blood with not a single clean spot on him, they could only guess at the battles he had fought. Just thinking about it sent shivers down their spines. One misstep, and it wasn't just being eaten by zombies, it would mean transforming into one. What was the difference between that and being dead? Yet Yi Yan not only returned safely from upstairs, but was also full of energy while killing zombies. They were completely exhausted just from escaping the zombies. Yi Yan seemed oblivious to the multitude of zombies on the first floor recklessly exploding their heads, while the petite girl behind him remained alert to her surroundings, crouching to dig for the crystals within the zombies' heads. This girl was not unfamiliar to the people present. After Yi Yan rushed upstairs, she had followed him, and many had similarly called. How was she really that eager to cling to someone's thigh? Did it really require such desperation? Following him would only lead to a quicker death. Yet now the situation clearly showed that this girl had successfully latched onto his thigh. Everyone felt regret. If they had known, they too would have shamelessly followed. Although whether following him would guarantee they wouldn't be eaten by zombies was another matter. Yi Yan had already killed more than 20 zombies, but showed no discomfort, as if even warming up was unnecessary. At this moment, killing zombies was also effortless for him, unless 5 or 6 zombies surged at once, which would make him cautious. Wen Yuan was closely watching her surroundings while picking up magic crystals prepared for any zombies that might approach from. At that moment, attracted by the noise of Yi Yan's battle, more zombies were drawn over, and 5 zombies surged towards them, causing Yi Yan to tighten his grip on the baseball bat. Yi Yan swiftly struck first, shattering the skull of the closest zombie, while the others behind it surged forward. Unexpectedly, Wen Yuan, who had been quietly mining magic crystals in the back, suddenly stood up, gripping her fire axe tightly, and swung it forcefully at the shoulder of a nearby zombie. The axe sank deep into the zombie's shoulder, slowing its movements, yet it did not kill it, as the brain remained unharmed. Wen Yuan's palms were sweaty, her heart racing. Due to her nervousness, she missed the zombie's head, and wielding the axe against the zombie was an entirely unfamiliar experience. Seeing that she had missed Wen Yuan shed her earlier hesitation, having already swung the axe, everything felt different. She immediately retrieved the axe from the rotting flesh, and with greater force aimed for the zombie's head. The zombie's decayed flesh was soft, allowing Wen Yuan, who lacked great strength, to easily pull the axe free and finally slay the zombie. As the zombie fell, Wen Yuan looked over at Yi Yan with a hint of pride. Yi Yan, without turning, continued to kill the zombies in front of him, his voice coolly remarking, "You still have 59 magic crystals to go." Wen Yuan's expression darkened. Can't he say something nice? It's my first successful kill. However, with her first experience, she had crossed a threshold. She was now able to face zombies and kill them. What once seemed an untouchable, terrifying figure had become a target she could hunt. Moreover, the magic crystals on their heads could be exchanged with traders for items that would make her stronger. Wen Yuan temporarily set aside her work of mining magic crystals and killed 2 more zombies, soon feeling breathless from exertion. Hearing her gasping from behind, Yi Yan, still focused on his task, said, with a faint smile, "I think you're better suited for collecting." Wen Yuan glared at the zombie before her. "Once I become a 1-star evolver, these weak zombies will be no problem." She could tell from Yi Yan's demeanor. He killed zombies without even breaking a sweat. This was the difference between a 1-star evolver and an ordinary person. Nevertheless, she had at least earned 3 magic crystals. Wen Yuan realized her stamina was limited, so she began to mine magic crystals again, only standing up to kill a zombie, when one that Yi Yan had intentionally overlooked approached her. Thinking about it, she had killed 7 zombies. She was keenly aware of the stakes regarding her 1-star evolution agent. Meanwhile, most of the zombies on the first floor were drawn to Yi Yan, allowing those hiding in corners waiting to escape to seize the opportunity and dash out of the library. Yet as they burst from the library, the thrill of life was quickly dampened. Outside, countless zombies roamed. However, in the relatively open area, the chances of escaping to a place with fewer zombies and more humans were much greater than waiting to die in the library. Still, some believed it was better to stay inside the library. The zombies outside were numerous, but at least there were people inside to look at that killing machine inside. He seems intent on wiping out every zombie in the library. You'd think someone as powerful as him could easily kill a few zombies and leave, so why is he so intent on killing so many? What was the purpose of mining the crystals from the zombies' heads? Those still in the library, missing their chance to escape, watched as Yi Yan dispatched zombies, as if slicing vegetables, filling their minds with questions. This guy's strength is simply unbelievable, completely beyond the realm of humans. And what about that girl? What is she doing mining the crystals from the zombies' heads? While everyone was shocked and scrambling to survive, Yi Yan had already taken care of half the zombies on the first floor. The zombies were decreasing at a visible rate, leaving the survivors who had been at a disadvantage utterly astounded. Can a person really achieve what he has? Can we also kill zombies? A burly man, clearly someone who exercised regularly, finally mustered the courage to stand after witnessing Yi Yan's rampage against the zombies. His name was Gong Li. When the apocalypse began, he had been in the library flirting, only to find the beautiful girl beside him suddenly transformed into a zombie. He had fled in panic. He had been hiding in this corner ever since. Seeing Yi Yan kill zombies so effortlessly and noting the dwindling numbers on the first floor, Gong Li made up his mind. He grabbed a stool and smashed it down onto a zombie's head that was about to approach Yi Yan, instantly shattering its skull. Gong Li stared at the fallen zombie in disbelief. Did I really just kill a zombie? Can zombies really be killed? He had never considered this before. Just as he was lost in thought, another zombie lunged at him. He reacted, quickly dodging aside, causing the zombie to clumsily tumble to the ground. At that moment, he realized that these zombies were not as terrifying as he had imagined. Moreover, their intelligence was extremely low. They simply moved toward noise. Gong Li's confidence soared. He turned around and swung the stool again, instantly killing the fallen zombie. He glanced at Yi Yan in the distance, contemplating, and then skillfully began to extract the crystal from the zombie's forehead. The others, who had been trembling with fear, now looked at the once timid man in their midst who had just gone out and killed 2 zombies with expressions of surprise. Should we also try to kill a zombie? They have done it. We can too. At that moment, thanks to Yi Yan's rapid clearing, the numerous zombies on the first floor had dwindled significantly. This was undoubtedly a golden opportunity for those attempting to kill zombies for the first time. While Yi Yan continued to slay zombies, he also noticed the actions of these individuals. He smiled, inwardly surprised to find himself as a role model, motivating those who had never killed a zombie to take action. Wen Yuan also noticed this scene, feeling a surge of emotion in her heart. Indeed, humans would unite in critical moments, encouraging and helping one another. Many people attempted to kill zombies for the first time, some hesitating. However, with so few zombies around, there was no fear of being attacked by multiple zombies, allowing small groups to take down a single zombie together. Those who succeeded, having crossed the first hurdle, found that killing zombies was not so difficult. Zombies were not so terrifying nor so fierce. Zombies were merely piles of rotting flesh and mud, far less resilient than humans. The only things to watch out for were not getting bitten or scratched by their claws. Among those who bravely killed zombies, a few got carried away and were scratched by a zombie's claws. They were immediately tied up by the others to prevent any sudden mutations. Before long, the numerous zombies that had once crowded the first floor had nearly vanished. Yi, seeing that these people had finally found the courage to kill zombies, chose not to eliminate the last few, allowing them to practice. He went to mine the magic crystals from the zombies' heads, as Wen Yuan could not manage the work alone after killing dozens of zombies. Just then a roar erupted from Wen Yuan's direction. Yi looked up to see a burly male student arguing with Wen Yuan. Gong Li, looking displeased, exclaimed, "Why should it be said that you killed these zombies? Did these zombies have names written on their heads? Who could tell which body belonged to which killer among the countless corpses scattered?" A woman approached and disdainfully glanced at Wen Yuan's chest, puffing out her own proudly. "Exactly why should it be claimed that these zombies were all killed by you? There were so many people on this floor just now, or anyone could have killed zombies. Why didn't they come forward to claim these crystals as theirs? The crystals on the ground belong to whoever finds them, you understand." Wen Yuan, having faced a series of challenges today, was no longer the pushover she once was. Moreover, with Yi just 3 meters away, what did she have to fear? Furthermore, this woman had actually looked at her chest with such disdain. How outrageous. Wen Yuan shot her a fierce glare and retorted, "Who killed them? Did you not see who killed them? Just the few zombies you managed to kill could be counted on one hand. If it weren't for us, would you have dared to kill zombies? And now you have the audacity to come and steal our magic crystals. Shameless." Wen Yuan's voice was loud. In the now zombie-free library, only a handful of people remained, all of whom heard her words. Gong Li immediately felt humiliated and reached out to grab Wen Yuan's hair. "You damn woman. You're asking for it." Just as his hand was about to touch Wen Yuan's hair, he felt a chill in his wrist as a cold hand grasped it. Yi looked at him with icy eyes. His grip seemed gentle, yet Gong Li found himself unable to move, caught in a vice he could neither escape nor withdraw from. What incredible strength. Gong Li was confident in his physical fitness, thinking no ordinary person could match him. However, this seemingly frail boy had him firmly in his grasp with one hand. No wonder he was so terrifying in killing zombies. It turned out he had such immense strength. Yi released Gong Li's hand, who sheepishly pulled it back. Wen Yuan's confidence surged as she continued, "Now you know who killed the zombies, right?" Gong Li shot a glance at Wen Yuan, his eyes filled with reluctance, yet he remained silent. Initially, he had thought that this zombie-slaying maniac would never turn his aggression toward humans. That is why he had the audacity to come over and mine some crystals from the zombies' heads, even though he had no idea what they were for. Clearly, he had misjudged. Upon meeting Yi's gaze, he understood that any further movement or any words that displeased him would result in his immediate demise. The others witnessing the scene gathered around. They were eager to learn what the magic crystals on the zombies' heads were for. These two had been mining them after killing zombies, clearly hiding something. Suddenly, the woman who had earlier looked so proudly at her chest gasped in shock. Wen Yuan felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. How come Yin seems to have acquaintances everywhere? This woman had just spoken to him rudely and looked at her chest with an unpleasant gaze. It was simply unbearable. Just because she had a big chest, did she think she was something special? Although this woman's demeanor was somewhat irritating, she was still pretty enough to turn heads while walking down the street. Wen Yuan felt even more displeased. He was the one who could always follow Yin, so where did this person come from? Yin, however, seemed to have no impression of the woman. After sizing her up for a while, he finally seemed to understand and exclaimed, "Oh, it's you." The woman suppressed her anger and forced a smile. "Yin, was it you who just killed the zombies? When did you become so powerful?" If it were any other time, if any guy dared to look at her like that with such an attitude, she would have exploded by now. Zhou Xiang was at least a well-known beauty in her department. When had she ever been looked at like this by the boys in school? Moreover, her relationship with Yin was not just that of ordinary schoolmates. Yin had definitely done this on purpose. He made her look embarrassed in front of so many people, clearly holding a grudge for what happened with Li Fuyo. At that time, the wealthy Li Fuyo pursued Zhou Xiang, and she was overjoyed, thinking she had snagged a rich guy, strolling in and out with him, feeling quite proud. Little did she know Li Fuyo actually had a legitimate girlfriend over at the nearby art university. Moreover, his girlfriend was from a well-matched family, and their families had both approved of the relationship. Li Fuyo was merely toying with Zhou Xiang because he found her somewhat attractive. He just wanted to have some fun. To her surprise, the girl was so proactive that after a few encounters, she had become rather compliant, taking advantage of the fact that his girlfriend wasn't at the same school, and he started to feel quite smug. But the truth always comes to light. It was normal for the situation to be exposed. Li Fuyo's legitimate girlfriend was wealthy and influential, a well-bred young lady who simply threw a wad of cash to some thugs outside the school, and they came knocking. Zhou Xiang regretted it immensely. She thought she had caught a rich guy, but instead she had been turned into a mistress. The style of the thugs was unpredictable. The thug leader insisted that Zhou Xiang promise never to seek out Li Fuyo again. However, no matter how much she assured him, he didn't believe her, making the situation quite perplexing. Thus, Zhou Xiang thought of a rather obscure senior from her major. This senior was quite reclusive and seldom interacted with others, so the people in her department had all heard of him. The senior was usually so low-key that mentioning his name shouldn't be a big deal. So with tears in her eyes, Zhou Xiang said, I really don't like Li Fuyo. I like our senior. Yi Yan. Alright, so it's Yi Yan. Since you said you wouldn't pursue Li Fuyo anymore, he'll let you off. However, since you like Yi Yan, being with Li Fuyo means you're putting a hat on him. The thug threw his cigarette on the ground as if he were about to do something significant and stood up. Let's go. We need to meet him. After saying this, a group of thugs left Zhou Xiang with only their bold backs. As for what happened next, it was said that Yi Yan from a certain department provoked the wealthy Li Fuyo and was severely beaten by the thugs summoned from outside the school. The reason was that Yi Yan had taken Li Fuyo's favorite junior. From then on, Yi Yan became notorious, even overshadowing Zhou Xiang's affair as a mistress. Afterward, Zhou Xiang even added Yi Yan on QQ, but she never spoke a word to him. In her eyes, she had already humbled herself to a small character. That alone was her greatest consolation. What more could she ask for? After hearing about this incident, Li Fuyo found it amusing, and without giving an explanation, often sought trouble with Yi Yan for a bit of entertainment during a dull period. Tormenting the weak was also a form of amusement. And now it was evident that Yi Yan still bore grudges from the past, and was deliberately making things difficult for her. In this apocalypse, who still remembers those trivial matters? One person scratched his head and finally realized Yi Yan. That's the Yi Yan. The crowd was dumbfounded. Which Yi Yan? The one who provoked Li Fuyo? What? The crowd stared at Yi Yan in disbelief, unable to comprehend that this ruthless killer of zombies was actually the Yi Yan who had been bullied in rumors. They simply couldn't connect the two images. When Yuan rolled his eyes in annoyance. What's wrong? Is there a problem? The crowd fell silent as they contemplated the scene before them. Although it was rumored that Yi Yan was the one being bullied, clearly that was not the case now. He was single-handedly killing dozens of zombies without even breaking a sweat. Could it really be that simple? At least in this apocalypse, Yi Yan was definitely not ordinary. For an average person to kill so many zombies non-stop would undoubtedly lead to exhaustion. Facing terrifying zombies requires immense psychological resilience. Yet Yi Yan didn't seem tired at all. He must have some secret. Could it be the crystals they've been collecting from the zombies' head? On the other hand, Zhou Xiang's mind was elsewhere. Because Yi Yan had directly ignored her. He hadn't answered her. It's all these fools' fault for suddenly interrupting. How could Zhou Xiang be overlooked by a man? Huh. A scholarly man wearing glasses had a shattered left lens resembling a spider web, looking quite disheveled. However, he was now more eager to know what the crystals on the zombies' heads were useful for. If he were told that Yi Yan was originally this powerful, he wouldn't believe it. This completely transcended the capabilities of an ordinary person. The bespectacled man excitedly pushed up his glasses. What is this crystal? What do you use it for? The others immediately looked at the bespectacled man with admiration, surprised that he could directly ask such a question. Yi Yan frowned as all eyes turned to him. Under normal circumstances, Yi Yan wouldn't mind sharing information about the magic crystals and the traders with others. However, at the moment, there were only 2 bottles of 1-star evolution agents at the trader on the 4th floor. He had already exchanged one, leaving only 1 bottle which he had mentally reserved for Wen Yuan. If these people found out and went to exchange the evolution agent, leading Wen Yuan, who wasn't an evolved, to seek another trader outside the school, it would be a huge problem. The items a trader has are limited. The trader in the catalog room only had 2 bottles of 1-star evolution agents and 1 white weapon. The rest were food, daily necessities, and a few immunity agents. If he revealed this, they'd have to wait for Wen Yuan to become an evolved, and they wouldn't know if they would venture out to look for another trader. Seeing Yi Yan hesitating to speak, the bespectacled man grew anxious and said with some frustration, come on, just say something. At a time like this, what good could be hidden? Why should only he know? We want to live too. The bespectacled man was usually just a bookworm who couldn't read the room and didn't know what to say to whom. His words resonated with those around him. Even if they were a bit smarter than him when it came to the harsh environment and life, they couldn't remain calm. Now, with zombies everywhere, surviving was their minimum requirement. This powerful person in front of them, who had been collecting these crystals, clearly knew something. What he knew might help them survive and become strong like him. A dozen people were excited. Gong Li said indignantly, we're all in the same boat. What's wrong with living a little longer? Just tell us what these crystals are for. The others echoed yes. Hurry up and tell us. We want to live too. Too selfish. We should take their crystals. Zhou Xiang secretly laughed at this situation. Just a moment ago, she wanted to cling to this kid's thigh, but unexpectedly, he was so ungrateful that he provoked everyone's anger. Zhou Xiang put on a righteous expression. We are all in the same boat. What's so hard to say? They not only wanted to survive, but on a deeper level, they also wanted to be as impressive as Yi Yan. Seeing Yi Yan's prowess in killing zombies, how could they not be moved? If they also had Yi Yan's strength, what would they have to fear from Yi Yan? As they spoke, they began to push and shove, thinking that with their numbers, Yi Yan wouldn't dare act against them, and they started crowding toward him. When Yuan witnessed the dark side of human nature once again, Yi Yan hesitated briefly, but had not yet rejected them when they began to pressure him, morally blackmailing him. Hurry up and tell us. Why are you hiding it? Your life matters, but ours doesn't. What exactly is the use of this? Speak up. Shameless. Wanting to take all the benefits for yourself? Yi Yan smirked sarcastically as he looked at the faces filled with excitement, despair, greed, and outrage. He recalled that in his past life, when he was powerless and enslaved, he was always in such a state. Now, seeing others like this, he found it unexpectedly amusing. As Yi Yan remained silent, they took it as an invitation to press further. The first few men, including Gong Li, were about to crash into Yi Yan under the crowd's pushes. Then in the next moment, the two men at the front, including Gong Li, were smashed away by the incredibly fast Yi Yan, flying 10 meters away with a scream before crashing to the ground. Gong Li felt a surge of metallic sweetness in his mouth and regretted provoking this man immensely. The others were stunned, not expecting Yi Yan to actually take action. The completely emotionless, bespectacled man was even more agitated. What right do you have to hit people? You're just someone who has been bullied, and now that you've gained some advantage, you're actually bullying others. Others, as if receiving a signal, began to test the boundaries of death. Yeah, with your ability, why didn't you resist Li Fuyo and those rich kids before? Now that you have some skills, you just know how to bully us. If you don't speak today, we won't leave. If you beat us to death, then so be. After all, there are zombies outside. Yes, let's see this beast through to the end. We're all going to die anyway. Only Wen Yuan could see just how heavy Yi Yan's killing intent was at this moment. These people knew that if they asked Yi Yan about the function of the crystal here and learned his powerful secret, they would have a great chance of surviving in this apocalypse. Thus, they selectively forgot Yi Yan's bloodthirsty demeanor while killing the zombies earlier. Their previous words caused Yi Yan's expression to darken. Yi Yan directly seized the neck of the bespectacled man in front of him, who was the loudest and most obnoxious. The noise he made instantly ceased as Yi Yan tightened his grip. The others also stopped, stunned for 2 seconds at the accident involving their leader. How dare he kill in front of so many people? Let him go. Are you even human? In this apocalypse, instead of dealing with the zombies, you turn on your own kind. Exactly. Why don't you tell us your powerful secret? It's the end of the world, and you want to kill your own kind. Yi Yan seemed to ignore their words, tightening his grip on the bespectacled man's neck. The man's eyes bulged, his legs weakly kicked in the air, and his mind was too exhausted to think about the zombie crystal. Wen Yuan then stared blankly at the scene before her. She was not surprised that Yi Yan wanted to kill, but rather at the faces. Indeed, once the apocalypse began, the evil and ugly sides of humanity revealed themselves uncontrollably while they still spoke pretty words. If they truly cared about the bespectacled man, why didn't they directly step in to help? Were they not all standing right there? They only wanted to know what they desired while not wanting Yi Yan to harm them, pretending to be noble and indignant while speaking. With a sudden effort, Yi Yan heard a crack as the bespectacled man's head tilted and his legs stopped kicking. With the sound of breaking bones, all other noises fell silent. At that moment, the library was the quietest it had been since the outbreak of the apocalypse, so quiet that the howls of zombies outside became distinctly audible. At this moment, these people realized that Yi Yan was utterly unafraid of killing. Looking at the frightened crowd, Yi Yan coldly said, "This is my ability. Did you see clearly?" No one spoke. Their hearts were filled with a profound sense of helplessness. This was the apocalypse. Without strength, one could only be at the mercy of others regarding life and death. All that civilization once stood for had collapsed with the arrival of the apocalypse. Morality, rules, humanity, law, constraint had completely vanished in the apocalypse. If one wanted to survive, it all depended on whose fists were harder. They were insane to have dared to provoke this person earlier. Yi Yan kicked the bespectacled man's corpse aside. I had already decided not to easily harm humans. After all, we are. However, in just a short time since the apocalypse began, I have already killed 3 people. I held back from you all because I didn't want to kill so many at once, otherwise it would seem too unfriendly. Yet you insisted on testing my limits. Are you happy now? Wen Yuan then watched from the side, inexplicably feeling it. In this brief time since the apocalypse began, she had already witnessed too much ugliness and now felt no sympathy for. If people were really going to die, who would say such things? Although they were very eager for power, they still needed to stay alive to enjoy. And this Yi Yan before them was not someone they could fool. Just look at the fate of the bespectacled man to know that. Yi Yan felt as if time and space had intersected when he saw no one daring to speak. In his past life in the concentration camp, his role was just like those who dared not speak or look up. In this life, less than half a day into the apocalypse, he had already become someone to be feared, an obstacle that others could not. This feeling of being above, able to easily decide others' lives and deaths, was truly delightful. From now on, he would continue this way. He no longer wanted to survive in hiding, nor to be a weakling. Yi Yan walked over to those who had been scratched by the zombies and were tied up by the crowd, not looking back. Aren't you leaving? Do you want me to drag out everyone who spoke just now one by one? The crowd shuddered, ready to run, feeling as if they had been numb for too long, and now their legs felt heavy. Yi Yan suddenly recalled something and said, "Before you leave, hand over the magic crystals." Magic crystals? So this crystal is called a magic crystal. Was this name invented by Yi Yan himself? It's quite laughable. A group of people had been clamoring here for so long, and in the end, they only learned the name of the crystal. Upon hearing Yi Yan's words, Zhou Xiang shivered and immediately said to someone next to her, "Quick, the magic crystals." The person dazed handed over the 2 magic crystals he had on him to Zhou Xiang, as he simply didn't want to give them to Yi. Thus, under the enthusiastic leadership of Zhou Xiang, all the magic crystals on everyone were gathered, and Zhou Xiang naturally approached to hand them over to Yi Yan, not forgetting to throw him a flirtatious glance, her big eyes sparkling. Wen Yuan Nan looked at the scene beside her and immediately felt like slapping Zhou Xiang. Yi Yan merely accepted the magic crystals without even looking at Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang's heart sank. This person truly held a grudge over past events. This is not good to survive now. She disregarded whether Yi Yan bore her any ill will and desperately tried to act normal, saying, "Senior, let me follow you. There are so many zombies outside, it's so dangerous." Only then did Yi Yan take another look at Zhou Xiang. In his previous life during the civilized era, this woman had caused him a lot of trouble, making his life a constant source of unhappiness. However, after the outbreak of the apocalypse, he realized that those little worries were nothing but trivialities. Matters of life and death were the real issues. In the 2 years of darkness and endless suffering during the apocalypse, the obstacles that had once seemed insurmountable and the people he couldn't let go of gradually faded from his thoughts. Now that he had been reborn, even though he had only experienced 2 years of the apocalypse, he did not recall Zhou Xiang at the first glance. Now that he thought of it, Yi Yan couldn't help but feel a bit self-deprecating. Once he too had been lost in the vast sea of humanity, troubled by trivial matters, enduring the gaze and speculation of others and considering others' opinions. That kind of life felt so distant. However, even though Yi Yan had forgotten about the past, it did not mean he had forgiven, no matter when those who have stabbed you in the back are unforgivable. Thus a malicious glint appeared in Yi Yan's eyes. What was Zhou Xiang's smile instantly froze on her face. When Yuan Nan could only applaud from the side. This woman had clearly caused Yi Yan such suffering, yet now she dared to cling to him. How dare she look down on my small chest? Huh, but why does that line sound so familiar? The others who were about to escape watched the scene, naturally reveling in her misfortune. This woman had clearly been cursing Yi Yan with them just moments ago, yet now she pretended as if she had said nothing and shamelessly tried to cling to him. If she couldn't live, well, she certainly couldn't stand to see others living better than her. This is the common psychological mindset of people in the apocalypse. Perhaps to watch the show, or perhaps because they felt that Yi Yan had turned his firepower onto Zhou Xiang, everyone slowed their pace waiting for the next act. After all, Zhou Xiang was originally quite picky in the academy, looking down on others. There were many who couldn't stand her. Zhou Xiang had never felt this embarrassed before. With her looks, she could get good treatment from any man. The number of men pursuing her was countless. Even the rich second generation in school Li Fuyo had once fallen at her feet. In her life, apart from that one encounter with some thugs, she had never faced a setback in front of men. As the most famous beauty in school with the surrounding people still there, how could Yi Yan speak to her like this? Where was her dignity? The pampered Zhou Xiang, who was usually pursued by men, immediately couldn't hold back to swallow this humiliation. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? Do you really think you're so impressive now that everyone is seeking you out? You were just someone bullied by Li Fuyo. You were just someone beaten by thugs on the streets. Zhou Xiang only knew that she had never been humiliated like this in her life. She had merely mentioned Yi Yan's name, and he actually held a grudge to this day. Is he even a man? Having vented all this, she felt no satisfaction and was about to curse again when Yi Yan had already thrown a punch that landed heavily on her throat. Zhou Xiang could not withstand such force, staggering back a few steps and falling awkwardly onto the ground. Her neck and throat burned painfully, feeling as if fire were raging inside, unable to articulate a word and desperately only managing to produce some unpleasant sounds. She shakily stood up, furious and aggrieved. She was clearly a woman, clearly beautiful. Why was Yi Yan completely unresponsive to her? He had even rendered her unable to speak. She wanted to fight him. The others watching her curse at Yi Yan looked at her as if she had gone mad. Even at this time, she still cared about her dignity and dared to curse at Yi Yan. Previously, they had failed to see the situation clearly. However, after Yi Yan simply injured Gong Li and the others and calmly killed the bespectacled man, they recognized reality and no longer dared to pull any tricks. And Zhou Xiang, because she couldn't maintain her composure, was cursing Yi Yan like a madwoman. Oh, wasn't that foolish? Wasn't that? Did she think what time it was now? Was it the time for carefree romance? Please, this is the apocalypse. Yi Yan's fists are so hard, yet she dared to curse him for her own dignity. This was simply a fool without any brains. After Zhou Xiang was knocked down by Yi Yan, she felt even more insulted. Not to mention being scolded, being hit was something she had absolutely never experienced. Yi Yan deserved to die. How dare he hit her? Zhou Xiang had completely lost the ability to think. She only knew that Yi Yan would not let her live in peace. She staggered towards Yi Yan, her hair disheveled, like a madwoman, making incomprehensible noises. At that moment, she only saw Yi Yan suddenly sway, and then her knee received a heavy blow, sending a dull pain through her, causing her to kneel on the ground. Yi Yan's cold voice came through. Li Fuyo, that kind of scum has already been dealt with by me, just like how I am treating you now. Everyone present was momentarily stunned. Did Yi Yan just break Li Fuyo's leg? What was going on? However, with Yi Yan's prowess, he wouldn't lie about something so trivial, would he? He simply didn't seem like the type. Seeing how he looked when he killed someone, it was clear that he could definitely commit such an act. Moreover, we are in the apocalypse now. If killing someone is no big deal. Hasn't Yi Yan already killed a few? Besides, money and status have lost all significance in this apocalypse. Zhou Xiang endured the excruciating pain and tried to stand, only to realize that she couldn't move at all. Her legs were broken. She wanted to scream. She wanted to curse this man in front of her. She wanted to drag him down to hell with her. But Yi Yan had rendered her speechless. She was on the brink of insanity. She wouldn't let Yi Yan off even if she became a ghost. Yi Yan looked at Zhou Xiang, who was desperate to stand, but found herself utterly helpless. He recalled Li Fuyo from earlier and seemed to finally understand why Le Zhong enjoyed breaking others' legs. Because he had died that way in his previous life, helplessly waiting for death while watching the zombies draw closer. At the moment of his rebirth, Yi Yan vowed that in this life, he would become a strong man, strong enough that no one could harm him. In his previous life, he would definitely find those who owed him debts and settle scores with them. And the woman in front of him, who was now going insane, yet unable to speak, seemed to owe Yi Yan as well. Initially, Yi Yan didn't want to bring this up, But whether it was Li Fuyo Lu Peng from before or Zhou Xiang now they all kept mentioning. Alright, since they were in school, many people must know about this incident. Yi Yan decided that if someone provoked him with this matter again in the future, he wouldn't tolerate it like he did today. The woman before him had either instigated this incident in his previous life or was arrogant in front of him now, and that had become Yi Yan's reason to teach her a lesson. Yi Yan looked at the woman before him as one would look at an ant. This feeling was fantastic. It felt good to have the lives and deaths of others in his grasp. Others realized that Zhou Xiang had angered Yi Yan today, and staying here might provoke that killing god again, so they quietly. Yi Yan coldly regarded Zhou Xiang, who now bore no trace of beauty, her face wet with tears, and snot yet unable to produce a sound. This is a grudge from before the apocalypse. I originally didn't want to hold you accountable, but now that you have closed your foul mouth, consider it a lesson for you. Wen Yuan looked at Yi Yan, then at the nearly crazy Zhou Xiang, and once again realized that this was indeed the apocalypse. People could be killed at will, as long as someone annoys you. However, this time, Wen Yuan felt no discomfort at all. Following Yi Yan, she seemed to adapt to the apocalypse at a speed faster than ordinary people. After saying that, Yi Yan tossed Zhou Xiang aside, leaving her to fend for herself, ignoring her plight. At that moment, the three previously tied-up individuals let out strange cries. Upon closer inspection, the three had indeed begun to transform into zombies. Their skin was turning gray at a visible rate and gradually rotting, emitting a putrid stench. The magic crystals on the heads of the three began to reveal themselves. Seeing this, Wen Yuan dashed forward like lightning, swinging her axe to kill the three bound zombies. She then quickly dug out the magic crystals. Yi Yan watched her with a smile, and when Yuan, blushing with embarrassment, said, I already have 10 magic crystals. The bound zombies on the ground were free magic crystals. Why wait for Yi Yan to kill them? Yi Yan said, let's go upstairs, we have over 100 magic crystals now. Upon hearing this, Wen Yuan excitedly followed Yi Yan, saying, can I disappear with you this time? This was her first encounter with a trader since hearing about their function. Earlier, when Yi Yan vanished during a trade, she wanted to try it too. She also wanted to know how the trade was completed and what the evolution agents looked like. Yi Yan smiled, already knowing the answer in his heart. Depends on my mood. Wen Yuan stuck out her tongue silently, thinking, yes, you're amazing, you call the shots. In fact, the zombies on the second and third floors had already been attracted down when Yi Yan was slaughtering zombies on the first. With very few zombies left on the second and third floors and no danger, the two didn't take the fire escape this time and simply cleared the zombies they encountered along the way. Wen Yuan saw countless severed limbs and broken arms, not a single complete corpse, deepening her understanding of the apocalypse. As for Yi Yan, he had become immune to these scenes and was no longer phased. By the time they reached the fourth floor, they had nearly 200 magic crystals. However, before they could push open the door, they heard voices coming from inside, which were quite noisy, indicating that there were quite a few people. The previous occupants here numbered no more than a dozen. Could it be that more people had escaped inside? Wen Yuan immediately grew worried. With so many people, it was inevitable that someone would discover the secret of the traitor, and Yi Yan's previous behavior clearly indicated he didn't want others to know about the traitor. Sure enough, upon seeing Yi Yan, he looked somewhat displeased. Yi Yan stepped forward and forcefully pushed the door open, startling everyone inside. They realized from the sounds that the zombies outside were few, but in this situation, who would let their guard down? Everyone was on edge, and when they met Yi Yan's powerful strike, their souls nearly fled from their bodies. In an instant, someone cursed loudly. Who the hell is that? Are you blind? Damn it, can't you be quieter when opening? What if you attract zombies? As everyone recognized that it was Yi Yan, their voices dropped considerably, but the complaints, can't you be quieter? Clearly most of the people inside recognized Yi Yan, even with his body covered in dried blood. Yi Yan coldly scanned the crowd, and those who had been in the drawing room earlier lowered their heads awkwardly after meeting. At that moment, half of the people in the drawing room were gathered by the window where the traitor was located. Clearly before Yi Yan, and when Yuan arrived, they had been discussing the traitor. Yi Yan strode towards the traitor, completely ignoring everyone in the room, appearing disinterested. When Yuan followed closely behind, vigilantly observing those around her. She noticed that nearly everyone looking at Yi Yan was filled with jealousy, discontent, and indignation. Sure enough, before they reached the traitor, a man blocked Yi Yan's path and spoke with a displeased tone. Do you know who this person? There were over 30 people present, all of whom should be survivors from the library. Many of them had witnessed Yi Yan killing zombies. How could they not know him? These individuals had seen the zombies from the second and third floors being attracted to the first floor by Yi Yan and had rushed up to the higher floors, with some even reaching the drawing room on the fourth floor. In the drawing room, some had previously seen Yi Yan disappear at the traitor's place, then suddenly reappear, and upon reappearing, his strength had surpassed that of ordinary people. Meanwhile, those who had just entered the drawing room were discussing zombies, how to escape, and Yi Yan. Then they discovered the motionless traitor in the drawing room and learned about the miraculous events that had transpired with Yi Yan from the words of those already present. We've been hiding here all along, and we definitely saw Yi Yan disappear. In less than a minute, he reappeared, then killed. His power has become immense. It simply doesn't resemble what a human should possess. Even in this strange apocalypse, anything seemed possible. Looking at this bizarre-looking person who ignored everyone, their suspicion toward Yi Yan deepened. A person wouldn't look like this. He was no longer of this world. Could a person disappear for a while and still exist? Where did he go for that minute he vanished? After he appeared, his suddenly increased strength. Could it be related to that minute he disappeared? His vanishing must be connected to this mysterious person before them. I think he dares to kill zombies because he has confidence and trump cards. Why don't we go find Yi Yan and ask him clearly, where outside is there a zombie? Who's going? Then should we try to communicate with this person? That's obvious. They had already tried countless methods, but he showed no reaction. No one dared to touch him. What a strange being. As the crowd fervently debated, the person in question returned. Upon arrival, without saying a word, he walked directly toward the mysterious person. Wasn't this evidence enough? The crowd exchanged glances, and finally one person stepped forward. After hearing the man's words and observing the expressions of those around him, Yi Yan had a rough idea of what was going on and smiled. I know, so what? The crowd was excited. He indeed knew. The man urged, what is he? Yi Yan raised an eyebrow. Why should I tell you? The crowd was instantly discontent. One person said, we know your strength is definitely related to this person. Now that we're in this situation, we should join forces against the zombies. You should tell us. This person felt hypocritical as he spoke. Unexpectedly, Yi Yan looked at him and then said, that makes sense. The crowd rejoiced and turned in unison to look at Yi Yan. When Yuanon, standing nearby, felt something was off, curious and puzzled as she watched Yi Yan. This was not his usual style. However, they heard Yi Yan slowly say, this person is called the traitor. We can exchange various weapons and food with him, but what a traitor has is limited. For example, a traitor might only have 2 bottles of water and 5 loaves of bread, but once exchanged, there's no more. At that moment, 2 people closest to the traitor suddenly rushed toward him, one of them grabbing the traitor's arm. Others immediately glared with fiery eyes. They were about to rush over to snatch it. These 2, so shameless. But had they been near the traitor, they too would choose to rush over for the advantage. The traitor's arm was suddenly swung violently, breaking free from the man's grip, and then struck towards his head. The man's head instantly detached from his neck, blood spraying everywhere. His skull rolled on the ground, while the traitor instantly returned to his original state, as if nothing had happened, not a drop of blood. Everyone was shocked by the scene before them. The man who rushed up with the one whose head had just fallen was the closest to the scene, and he was so frightened that he fell to the ground, now crawling backward in terror as he looked at the traitor, his legs trembling. What is going on? Why did the mysterious person suddenly kill someone? And if they weren't mistaken, the mysterious person, just with a wave of his hand, without any weapon, the man's head was knocked off. What kind of power is this? Earlier, no matter how curious they were, they hadn't dared to approach this person called the traitor by Yi Yan because his appearance was simply too strange, and now, in this dangerous apocalyptic world, no one dared to act rashly. However, upon hearing that food could be exchanged from this traitor, they all lost their sanity. Not to mention the 2 who rushed up first. Everyone present, upon hearing the words food, almost lost their minds and were about to, because the apocalypse began at noon, and now it was nearly 6 in the afternoon. It was already time to eat. Not to mention that according to their usual schedules, they should already be hungry. Even if the apocalypse had erupted with continuous fleeing, avoiding zombies, and being frightened, the physical exhaustion had far surpassed usual levels, and now they were even hungrier. Yet now even survival was difficult, and the outside was filled with zombies. Although everyone was hungry and thinking of food, they didn't dare to go out in search of it. Many were suffering from hunger, and now hearing about the thing they most wanted, which was available from that mysterious person, how could they not go mad? To survive now, they needed not just to navigate through the gaps of the zombies, but also food. But looking at the corpse before them, the head, without an owner, everyone gasped in horror. If the person who had just approached the traitor had been themselves, then that corpse would have been theirs. Everyone was alarmed and filled with dread. Just a moment ago, they had all wanted to rush forward to scramble for food. Many realized and glared angrily at Yi Yan. It must be this person who is harming them. Everyone's eyes were red, filled with anger at being deceived. What are you doing? You said there was food there. How could that person be dead? I saw that you never intended to tell us the secrets of this mysterious... What are your intentions? What kind of creature is this person? Seeing the traitor stand still like a dead man after killing the man, they felt emboldened to curse. However, although they were dissatisfied with Yi Yan, they still dared not act against him. Most of them had seen Yi Yan's bloodthirsty demeanor when killing zombies, and they wouldn't confront him unless absolutely necessary. Even if there was to be a conflict, the one to take the lead certainly wouldn't be themselves. Wen Yuan smiled bitterly to himself, knowing that Yi Yan would not easily reveal anything. But Yi Yan hadn't lied earlier. He just hadn't mentioned the most crucial information. That is, the food and other items at the traitor's place were not the most valuable. The most valuable were the weapons and evolutionary agents that exceeded people's understanding, existing only in novels and television. However, Wen Yuan hadn't expected that most people present had already guessed that this traitor must be related to Yi Yan. Yi Yan feigned innocence. I hadn't finished speaking when you all rushed up. Is it my fault? Everyone realized that Yi Yan indeed hadn't finished speaking. It was their own fault for losing their composure upon hearing the word food, and with the 2 nearest to the traitor leading the frenzy, it had quickly descended into chaos. So the man who had first asked Yi Yan said unhappily, then continued speaking. Yi Yan looked deeply at the man, then turned to the traitor by the window, and said lightly, is this how one should ask for help? The man's expression changed immediately. Others looked unhappy, clearly eager to learn about the traitor and the food. Some appeared to be watching a show. The man looked awkward, but he knew that only Yi Yan and the 2 of them knew the traitor's secret. Moreover, this traitor not only had secrets to make people stronger, but could also provide food. If it were someone else, perhaps he could resolve it with force. However, Yi Yan before him was not that kind of person. Because he had seen Yi Yan's manner when killing zombies, the impression was deep, and he dared not confront him directly, let alone resolve matters with force. So the man forced a smile. Well, I'm not asking this question just for myself, though everyone wants to know, right? Can you tell us? Wen Yuanin thought at least you have some sense daring to show a face to Yi Yin just now. Yi Yin, seeing that the man was not particularly trying to act strange, continued, but if you want to trade with the trader, it's not just about one. Since it's called a trade, you naturally need to bring something to the table. Everyone listened intently to Yi Yan's words, their muscles and nerves taut. This was the method to trade with the trader. If they understood it, they could obtain food. Perhaps they could even gain formidable power. Moreover, Yi Yin had previously mentioned that the items on the trader were limited. This meant that once Yi Yin finished explaining, everything would become clear, and everyone here would be enemies. The item you need to bring is the magic crystals from the heads of zombies. Everyone gasped in shock. Magic crystals. The crystals on the heads of zombies are actually called magic crystals. What Yi Yin and the others had been digging after killing the zombies were indeed magic crystals. As soon as Yi Yin said this, the expressions of everyone present changed dramatically. A very obvious change. If earlier they looked at Yi Yin with jealousy and caution, now their eyes were filled with greed. Previously they knew Yi Yin was strong and powerful, and they didn't dare to easily oppose him. If today it were an ordinary person, someone not posing any threat who knew about the trader and the things they wanted to know, would they have approached cautiously to inquire? They would probably have directly resorted to intimidation. Yet now trading with the trader required the magic crystals from the heads of zombies, and not a single person among them had a magic crystal. And Yi Yin, from the moment he entered the library, had started killing zombies, consistently digging for magic crystals. Initially they were wary of Yi Yin due to his strength, but now, because of food and the potential to become powerful, they had forgotten all of that. Greed in their eyes was impossible to hide. And everyone, after hearing Yi Yan's words, suddenly noticed the bundle that Wen Yuanin held in her hand just behind him. It was a coat whose owner was unknown, stained with zombie blood so filthy that a foul odor emanated from it. However, that coat, wrapped into a bundle, surely contained the magic crystals that the two had collected along the way. Wen Yuanin was startled by this change and looked at Yi Yin in fear. Yi Yin, without needing to say anything, had naturally seen the change in the crowd, but he maintained a calm demeanor, as if everything was already part of his plan, showing no fear despite the 30 or so enemies before him. Seeing Yi Yan's expression, Wen Yuanin felt a bit reassured. After all, in just a few hours of interaction, she had already gained a deep understanding of Yi Yan's abilities. As long as Yi Yan was there, he would definitely be able to resolve things. Whether she was kicked into a horde of zombies or someone was trying to snatch her magic crystals, Yi Yan could handle it. Moreover, Wen Yuanin suddenly recalled that Yi Yin was now a one-star evolver, and the people before her, though numerous, were all ordinary. Although Wen Yuanin herself had never used evolutionary agents, and was not an evolver, having been around Yi Yin for so long, she understood very well the difference between a one-star evolver and an ordinary person. They were entirely different categories. Yi Yin could handle 30 zombies without difficulty, let alone 30 ordinary people. The man who had always spoken on behalf of the group to Yi Yin showed even greater greed in his eyes. He had completely forgotten that just now he had recalled Yi Yan's feats and was filled with caution towards him. Now he only wanted to snatch the magic crystals from Yi Yin and the girl beside him to trade for food. However, whether it was due to the lingering fear from the man who had just been killed by the trader, or thinking Yi Yin was a fool who couldn't see their greed, he finally bit the bullet and asked then, just now, why did the trader kill that man? How can we avoid being attacked by the trader? Yi Yin smiled as if he completely didn't see the greed in their eyes, having no idea what they were thinking or what they were planning to do next, and said that's because that man did not have enough magic crystals, so when he approached the trader, it did not trigger a trade. If you forcefully touch the trader trying to change his state, the trader will not hesitate to strike, and anyone would be killed in a... The last bit of their trepidation completely vanished. In the face of power, of food, of survival, they chose to forget the shock and fear that Yi Yin had previously instilled in them. They needed magic crystals. They wanted to trade with the trader. This is the apocalypse. Only thinking of themselves. Only striving to survive. Only striving to become stronger. Even knowing the disparity in strength, they wanted to take a shot at it. Otherwise, stuck in the library without food, they would eventually... They might as well risk it now, who knows what could happen. The crowd exchanged glances with each other, their eyes gleaming with cruelty. 3 men suddenly jumped out from behind, rushing straight towards Wen Yuanin, targeting the coat, in her hand the magic crystals inside. Others, seeing the imminent battle, seized the opportunity and surged forward. 30-plus people charged almost simultaneously towards Yi Yin and Wen Yuanin at the front. The small art room was instantly thrown into chaos, filled with screams and shouts. As soon as the 3 men charged out, a deep, inscrutable smile appeared on Yi Yan's face, and cold words reached the ears of those in front. Humans are indeed the most greedy beings, so greedy that they can even forget their fears. The first few people, upon hearing Yi Yan's words, felt an instant paralysis of their bodies. A murderous aura enveloped them completely, and in that moment they realized the difference between Yi Yin and themselves. They had no chance to understand what this difference truly was. This was the distinction between a one-star evolver and an ordinary. What was initially just a baseball bat meant for smashing zombie brains suddenly struck a human's head and exploded it. As this scene unfolded before the first few people, they hesitated, and their fear of Yi Yin surged back to their hearts. For they witnessed Yi Yin smashing a person's head, reminding them once again that Yi Yan's strength was far beyond that of an... They were about to retreat, panic in their eyes. But it was already too late. With so many people before him, Yi Yin advanced rather than retreated the baseball bat, either exploding heads directly or striking vital points. In an instant, the scene turned blood-soaked. An ordinary person with a baseball bat striking someone's vital point with full force would be enough to incapacitate them, let alone when the blow was delivered by Yi Yan, a one-star evolver. The heavy baseball bat combined with Yi Yan's terrifying power as a one-star evolver struck at vital points, claiming lives instantly. In just a moment before the others could rush up, Yi Yan had already ended this struggle. The scene before everyone was far too eye-catching. Fear forced them to halt their steps. They understood that moving forward, but they did not know that even if they regretted it now and stopped, it would still mean death. Yi Yan's unflinching demeanor and his decisive clean actions made everyone acutely aware of the insurmountable gap in strength between him and them. Everyone stopped staring blankly at the five who had died in an instant filled with fear and regret. Is this not human? If it were, how could he remain unperturbed in the face of 30 people attacking and instantaneously kill 5 in such a situation? Isn't this too powerful? His speed, his decisiveness, his movements, his mindset. None of these are things an ordinary person could possess, nor are they things a person who has just experienced the apocalypse should have. However, everyone's thoughts only lingered for a moment as they realized that although they had stopped, Yi Yan had not. They saw Yi Yan approaching with a cold smile, wearing an inscrutable expression. The crowd that had just been shouting to rush forward and grab the magic crystals were now retreating in fear, eyes glued to Yi Yan, terrified that he would choose them as his next target. Yi Yan held a bloodied baseball bat, now stained not only with zombie blood, but also with human blood. Fear filled everyone's hearts. They had just clearly recognized Yi Yan's strength and understood that he would show no mercy with no hesitation, or yet they had gone mad thinking they could snatch something from this person. One man trembled and spoke, "Sorry, we were wrong, we just..." As he spoke, Yi Yan turned to him, and he instantly became stammering, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Yi Yan's gaze was far too chilling, as if he were looking at a dead person. Sure enough, before the man could finish, Yi Yan smashed his head in with a single blow. Everyone held their breath, afraid to utter another word, fearing they would hasten their own demise. Yi Yan gazed at the crowd, their faces filled with despair, terror, and regret, and for a moment, he felt quite satisfied. He relished being such a fearsome presence. The lives and deaths of these people were entirely in his hands, dependent solely on his whims. Indeed, in this lifetime, it was his turn to reign supreme. As Yi Yan thought of this, a warm smile appeared on his face, but to everyone else this smile resembled that of a sinister reaper, sending shivers down their spines. "I didn't want to kill you, but you insisted on making a move first." Yi Yan paused, suddenly feeling bored. "Forget it, I just want to kill you. Do I need a reason?" After saying that, one person lunged at Yi Yan like a madman. But before he could reach within a meter of Yi Yan, his brain was smashed in by the baseball bat. I must say, Yi Yan exploding a person's head was as effortless as exploding a zombie's head. Many people, upon hearing Yi Yan's death sentence, rushed forward one by one, as if seeking death, saving Yi Yan the trouble of killing them one by one. The cries of people in despair, fighting desperately and facing death, were truly tragic. Wen Yuan Nan felt some physiological discomfort from the side, while Yi Yan had long since grown accustomed to such sounds. Yi Yan effortlessly dealt with over 30 people, transforming the drawing room into a bloodbath, a scene of utter chaos. Yi Yan muttered to himself, "Fortunately, there are no level 2 zombies around, otherwise this blood would inevitably attract them." Wen Yuan Nan, hearing this, immediately suppressed his discomfort and asked nervously and curiously, "Level 2 zombies? Do zombies evolve too?" Yi Yan replied casually, "If humans can evolve, zombies can certainly evolve. Not just zombies, but plants and animals, also mutated. At the moment, most people turn into zombies. They will evolve, and they will evolve faster and more powerfully than humans." Wen Yuan Nan's eyes widened in shock. Yi Yan's gaze even revealed a rare hint of concern. "This apocalypse is far more dangerous and brutal than you can imagine." Finally, seemingly to explain to Wen Yuan Nan why he had to kill all these people, Yi Yan said, "The moment they rudely blocked my path, the moment they looked at me with ill intent, their fate was already sealed. Remember, in the apocalypse, never leave anyone who harbors ill will towards you alive." After saying this, Yi Yan recalled the person he had accidentally spared, and the murderous intent that had faded from his eyes flickered back for an instant. Wen Yuan Nan realized that Yi Yan was intentionally explaining this to him, warming his heart. Yi Yan, who was capable of killing without blinking, was willing to explain such trivial matters to him. Now, after half a day's time, Wen Yuan Nan had fully adapted to the apocalypse. If she had possessed power earlier, she would have killed all those people too. This is the apocalypse. A life is worth little, especially the lives of those who pose a threat to you. Wen Yuan Nan replied, "I understand." Now in the drawing room, only Yi Yan, Wen Yuan Nan, and the trader remained. Wen Yuan Nan excitedly approached the trader, looking forward to Yi Yan taking her into the trading time soon. Even though she had only earned 10 magic crystals, she still wanted to see what trading time was like and what items were available. As she reached the trader, Wen Yuan Nan hadn't finished speaking when she felt a flash around her, and her eyes were nearly unable. When her eyes adjusted, she was astonished to find herself seemingly in an alternate space surrounded by semi-transparent light walls where she could vaguely see scenes of the outside world. What left her speechless was the gigantic light screen directly in front of her. The screen displayed various items, clearly labeling their names, functions, and required magic crystals. This is trading time. Once Wen Yuan Nan had enough time to look around and come back to her senses, she excitedly looked at Yi Yan beside her, her eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you." Yi Yan smiled. "Hurry up, trading time is only 10 minutes. In the bottom right corner of the screen was the total number of magic crystals the two possessed. 214. Wen Yuan Nan saw that there was only one bottle of 1-star evolution agent left and began to feel anxious. Yi Yan had mentioned that the items available from one trader were limited. With only one bottle of one-star evolution agent left, she didn't know when she would next encounter a trader. If someone discovered the trader's secret and came here to exchange for evolution agents, she would not know when she would become. Although she only had 10 magic crystals now and a one-star evolution agent cost 100 magic crystals. Wait. How did she remember that after killing a zombie, Yi Yan said she was still short 59 magic crystals? This led her to believe that a one-star evolution agent only required 60 magic crystals. Wen Yuan was taken aback and then asked Yi Yan, who was selecting items, does a one-star evolution agent require 100 magic crystals? Yi Yan casually replied 60. Wen Yuan was even more puzzled. Could it be that the trader prices things differently based on who is asking? Yi Yan was momentarily stunned, then realized. The price of a one-star evolution agent was indeed 100. In the apocalyptic past, that was the fixed price. Now when Yuan's words further confirmed that a one-star evolution agent indeed required 100 magic crystals, but Yi Yan was different. Yi Yan, feeling excited, glanced at the light screen and grabbed Wen Yuan's wrist. What did you say the price of a one-star evolution? Wen Yuan quickly answered curiously, 100. What I saw was 100 magic crystals. Yi Yan smiled. Indeed, this purple hook jade was very special. Not only could it allow him to sense the trader, but it also enabled him to exchange items with the trader at a significantly lower price. Moreover, the hook jade on the trader's face was identical to his own in every detail except for color and size. Indeed, there must be some connection between the two, or else he wouldn't be able to exchange items at such a low price. If this apocalypse were a game, then I am simply cheating. Wen Yuan, seeing Yi Yan's unusual demeanor, curiously asked, is it possible that we see different prices? Yi Yan smiled, but did not respond, instead looking at the items above. Remaining magic crystals, 214. One-star evolution agent, only one left, priced at 60. 3 bottles of immunity potions that can immunize against zombie viruses. Unless you are torn apart by zombies, they can no longer harm you. Price 40 magic crystals. A white battle knife. Price 45. A white-grade weapon. It is much stronger than the baseball bat Yi Yan currently holds. A handgun priced at 40. Now the one-star evolution agent and the white battle knife are necessities. Next, he will choose between the immunity potions and the handgun. Yi Yan chose an item: a bottle of one-star evolution agent, a white battle knife, and 2 bottles of immunity potions. He spent 185 magic crystals and had 29 left. He couldn't buy anything but some food. Wen Yuan looked at the items in Yi Yan's hands and the remaining number of magic crystals displayed on the light screen in shock. What's going on? A bottle of one-star evolution agent costs 100. 2 bottles of immunity potions cost 140, which completely exceeds their total number of magic crystals. And there's also a white battle knife. And he has 29 magic crystals left. Is he mocking my math skills? Seeing that Wen Yuan was about to ask him, Yi Yan quickly stuffed the one-star evolution agent into her hand to silence her. Let's evolve now. Oh, it's safer in here. Wen Yuan stared blankly at the evolution agent in her hand, feeling slightly confused. Is this for me? Is this a one-star evolution agent? Is this meant to make me an evolved being? However, Wen Yuan wouldn't ask Yi Yan why he was giving her the evolution agent now. Since he had already given it to her, why be polite? At worst, she could just give herself to him later. Wen Yuan immediately took the evolution agent, completely forgetting her previous questions. With a mix of nervous anticipation, she injected the evolution agent into her body. In an instant, she felt a powerful force rising from deep within her body, flooding her entire being and completely cleansing her from the inside out. Wen Yuan stood still, stunned, experiencing the earth-shattering changes happening within her body, as if she couldn't believe. Is this evolution? Is this the effect of the evolution agent? It completely changes a person's physique, unleashes one's limits, and enhances every aspect of a person. It almost transforms someone from one species into another. It's so terrifying. This is evolution. Wen Yuan had many more questions in her heart. Why did the apocalypse happen? How did the traders appear? What is the connection between the traders and the apocalypse? What is the principle behind the evolution agent? Why do the traders have such peculiar abilities? None of this could be answered by Yi Yan, but all of it has happened. The terrifying and despairing apocalypse, the miraculous and extraordinary traders, and evolution all happened. As long as she survives, she will eventually know the answers. And now the most important thing is to survive, to live on with Yi Yan. After evolving, Wen Yuan gained power, becoming different from ordinary people and from the countless others still fleeing. She finally saw hope. She had become an evolved being, and when facing zombies, she was no longer the same as before. No matter what the truth of the apocalypse is, regardless of the reasons behind this cruel reality, now all she needs to do is survive and repay the man who gave her hope. While Wen Yuan was lost and thought Yi Yan had already taken her out of the transaction time. Yi Yan looked at Wen Yuan still in shock and daze and couldn't help but smiled and gently nudged her. Hey, daydreaming in the apocalypse can get you killed. Wen Yuan came to her senses and smiled foolishly. Thank you, I didn't even earn enough for a bottle of evolution. Yi Yan chuckled. Don't overthink it, I just worry that keeping an ordinary person around will slow me down and cause me trouble. As for the magic crystals, after you become an evolved being, you'll be my free labor. You'll earn back plenty of magic crystals later. Wen Yuan listened to Yi Yan's nonsense without interrupting. After he finished, she asked, what are we doing next? The zombies in the library have almost been cleared out. Yi Yan glanced at Wen Yuan and said, since the zombies in the library have been cleared out, why don't we stay here? Since there are no zombies left, this place is very safe. Wen Yuan Nen immediately replied eagerly, what are you kidding? What am I afraid of zombies for now? Now zombies in my eyes are just magic crystals. If I kill them, I can exchange them for weapons. After saying that, Wen Yuan Nen greedily glanced at the white battle knife in Yi Yan's hand. This battle knife emits a white light, clearly another unique item produced by the traitor, something that doesn't exist in this world. It goes without saying that it must be incredibly powerful. Wen Yuan Nan had just become a one-star evolved being and hadn't even killed a single zombie, as she felt like she had all this energy pinned up inside her, which was particularly uncomfortable. She absolutely would not comply with staying in a safe place right now. Yi Yan looked at the darkening sky outside and said solemnly, I can sense that there's a traitor in town and his aura is even stronger than the current traitor. Upon hearing this, Wen Yuan Nan was somewhat shocked and excited, sensing a traitor. You can sense traitors. Yi Yan wasn't afraid to tell Wen Yuan Nan this. After all, she could be said to have completely submitted to him now. Yi Yan replied, yes. I sensed this traitor when the apocalypse began. Wen Yuan Nan had always felt that Yi Yan was not simple. He didn't seem afraid of the apocalypse at all, nor did he fear zombies. He knew how to deal with zombies, was aware of the existence of traitors, and knew how to trade with them. This feeling was as if Yi Yan had anticipated the apocalypse would happen and was already mentally prepared for it. However, now that Yi Yan directly said he could sense traitors, it completely left Wen Yuan Nan in disbelief. Seeing Yi Yan's demeanor, he seemed unwilling to elaborate on this, so she didn't ask further. In any case, she knew that Yi Yan was the man who saved her in a dangerous moment and made her an evolved being. She just needed to follow him and do tasks for him. As for these matters, she would listen attentively when Yi Yan wanted to talk about them. Yi Yan looked out the window, unsure of what was happening in town. There likely were more zombies than in the school. Let's first go to the convenience store at the school to get some food and prepare for the next few days. After all, exchanging magic crystals for food might seem like a good deal for others, but for us it would be a waste. Actually, both of them were already very hungry. After becoming one-star evolved beings, their physical strength and energy had multiplied, and so did their energy consumption. Having killed so many zombies in the afternoon and done so much exercise, it would be strange if they weren't hungry. Upon hearing this, Wen Yuan Nan felt even hungrier and immediately walked outside. Then let's go. Which convenience store are we going to? Yi Yan, watching Wen Yuan Nan, who was full of energy after becoming a one-star evolved being, smiled secretly. Let's go to the convenience store downstairs in the teaching building. It was smaller, so there should be fewer zombies. Just be careful, keep quiet, so we don't attract a large number of zombies from the teaching building. At this time, the sky was getting a bit dark. It was dusk. The two walked confidently to the entrance of the library, as almost all the zombies inside had been cleared out by Yi Yan. Standing on the steps outside the library, they looked down at the empty space and the playground beside it, where a few scattered zombies roamed along with severed limbs and pools of blood. At this moment, Wen Yuan Nan, who thought she had adapted to this apocalypse, couldn't help but feel her eyes redden. If she hadn't met Yi Yan at the very beginning of the apocalypse and actively sought him out, she might have been among those severed limbs. This is the cruel apocalypse. Ordinary people, without any means, unable to find a place to hide or lacking the courage to resist, can only become food for zombies, losing their lives right as the apocalypse begins. Yi Yan looked at this horrifying scene and felt an unusual familiarity along with a sense of melancholy. Had he really returned to the very beginning of the apocalypse? Was this a chance given to him by heaven? Thinking of his parents whose whereabouts were still unknown, Yi Yan's usually calm emotions became somewhat tense. In his previous life, he hadn't found his parents right at the beginning of the apocalypse. Instead, he had followed a group of survivors to find the then rescue organization and mistakenly entered a concentration camp. And his parents had also inadvertently ended up in that concentration camp a month later. Perhaps the only good thing Yi Yan experienced after the apocalypse in his previous life was meeting his parents in that concentration, though the final outcome. Forget it. No need to mention it. In this life, Yi Yan would not let any of this happen. He would definitely find his parents and take revenge on the concentration camp. However, Yi Yan knew that at this time in his previous life his parents were out traveling. Even if he rushed home, his parents wouldn't be there. Based on what he heard from his parents after meeting them in his previous life, they had been fleeing ever since the apocalypse began, having no fixed place to stay, always on the run. Furthermore, the place his parents were traveling to was far from Yi Yan's school. Does this mean he could only find his parents in the concentration? Thinking of this, Yi Yan, who had always been confident since his rebirth, felt a bit lost. Wen Yuan noticed that Yi Yan hadn't moved for a while and cautiously asked, Yi Yan, are you thinking about something? Yi Yan took a deep breath, ready to temporarily set aside those worries. Now the most important thing for him was to quickly improve his strength using his advantages, then set off for the place where the concentration camp was in his previous life. With this in mind, Yi Yan didn't respond to Wen Yuan Nan directly walking out. Kill zombies directly if we encounter them, but keep the noise down to avoid attracting too many zombies. Yi Yan had already given the baseball bat he had been using to Wen Yuan Nan, and now he held the white battle knife he had just exchanged from the traitor. Weapons from the traitor are classified by color, completely different levels compared to the weapons originally in this world. This white battle knife, needless to say, was naturally dozens of times stronger than an ordinary knife. Just holding it felt different. It seemed sharp and intimidating. It was certainly not comparable to the baseball bat he used before. Wen Yuan Nan showed no signs of retreat now, as she just wanted to quickly test out how strong she had become after evolving through real combat. Meanwhile, at their destination, the convenience store outside the teaching building. Big brother, what about the zombies outside? What else can we do? Are you going to lure them away? No. Then stop whining. There's so much food here you won't starve. If you talk too much and attract zombies, I'll throw you out to feed them. At the beginning of the apocalypse, Li Shuefu and his 3 followers were shopping at a convenience store. His brother Li Fuyo was training at the gym and asked him to buy some water and snacks. At that time, there were only a few people in the store. The moment the apocalypse broke out, he and his 3 followers did not turn into zombies, while the others in the store almost all mutated. In a critical moment, Li Shuefu kicked one of his followers aside to block a zombie for himself, successfully slowing down the other zombies behind. Li Shuefu, along with his 2 followers and 2 other uninfected individuals, rushed into the door behind the counter and locked. This was the break room of the convenience store, a small space with a square table used by the part-time cashiers for meals. The 5 of them were cramped in this small space, and with the terrifying zombies outside, everyone felt extremely frustrated. Hey, I'm hungry. Who's going outside to get some food? Li Shuefu was wealthy, and like his brother, was a notable figure at school. Countless people usually flattered him for various reasons, doing things for him and running errands. This had conditioned him to expect others to do his bidding as a matter of course. But now it was the apocalypse, a life was paramount. Who would dare to take the risk to go outside? Just for your one word. Li Yin and Feng Junwen remained silent. Usually they clung to Li Shuefu for a life. By mingling with these wealthy heirs and officials, their social circles were vastly different, and these connections would prove invaluable once they entered society. Though their status was low among these people, merely acting as sycophants, what society existed now in the apocalypse? What use were those connections now? The most important thing now was to look after their own lives. They had witnessed the fate of that person just earlier. Li Shuefu had mercilessly abandoned him, kicking him aside. That person lost his footing and was instantly grabbed by the zombies behind him. Watching someone who usually hung out with them vanish in an instant was still unbelievable. They had no doubt that if they were standing next to Li Shuefu at that moment, he would do the same. Thus the 2 who usually listened to Li Shuefu fell silent. The other 2 naturally would not speak either. Wang Ting and Xia Xian were a couple, and they were fortunate enough not to have mutated. Upon seeing the door behind the counter, they reacted quickly and rushed in. Just as they were about to lock the door, they noticed Li Shuefu and the others escaping toward them. They hesitated for a moment, waiting until the 3 were safely inside before closing the door. However, Li Shuefu did not thank them. Instead, he kept complaining about how the space was only meant for 3 people and how 5 couldn't possibly fit. This infuriated Wang Ting. However, through the dialogue of the 3, she learned that this person was Li Shuefu, who usually acted arrogant at school, so she chose not to respond. Seeing that the others ignored him, Li Zufa's temper flared up. Hey, I'm talking here. Can't you hear me? Although it was the apocalypse and the situation had changed, Li Zufa's usual arrogance and pressure remained. Li Yin and Feng Junwen had already gotten used to being subordinate to him. Feng Junwen whispered, Li Gu, there are zombies outside. How are we supposed to get out? Li Shuefu arrogantly replied, if I tell you to go out, you have to go out. Understand? I don't care how you get out. Had they not been in a dark little room at that moment, the others would have surely seen the ugly arrogance on Li Zufa's face. Upon hearing this, Feng Junwen finally erupted. If it were peacetime, even in front of 100 people, Li Shuefu would boast at him, and he would smile obediently. But what about now? It was the apocalypse. No one knew what the future held or how the world would develop. Outside were man-eating zombies, and they could lose their lives at any moment. Are money and positions still useful? In peacetime, were positions still valid? He used to fear Li Shuefu, but now society had collapsed. The system has crumbled. Money has become worthless. Who still cares what your identity was before? Ever since he entered, Li Shuefu had been nagging, and Li Yin and Feng Junwen had gotten used to it, only able to listen. Now he actually wants me to risk my life to get him food. Dream on. After figuring it all out, Feng Junwen felt even less afraid and recalled all the difficulties and ridicule Li Shuefu had subjected him to in the past. His anger intensified. Damn you. Do you still think you're a young master? It's the apocalypse now. The money on you is worthless paper. Are you still shouting at me? Damn it, you fool. Li Shuefu was stunned when Feng Junwen spoke. He could never have imagined that one day he would be scolded like this, but this is simply a tremendous humiliation. After regaining his senses, Li Shuefu felt an overwhelming surge of anger. Who was Feng Junwen? Who was Li Shuefu? How dare he speak to me like that? Do you think you're someone? I could crush you with a single finger. After Feng Junwen had said all that, he felt exhilarated. Now that it was the apocalypse, who still cared about your previous stat? On the side, Li Yin was also shocked by Feng Junwen's outburst. In his mind, Li Shuefu was still noble and untouchable. It was only when Feng Junwen spoke those words that he finally cast aside his remaining fear of Li Shuefu. Meanwhile, Wang Ting and Xia Xian had been watching the show. Seeing the high and mighty Li Shuefu finally being challenged brought them immense satisfaction. Earlier, Li Shuefu had taken advantage of the cramped room and dim light to harass Wang Ting more than once. Now seeing Li Shuefu in such a flustered state, Feng Junwen felt his anger dissipate. Kill me. You should see the situation now. Your money and your family background have become completely useless. Want to eat something? Go get it yourself, you fool. Li Shuefu continued to rage for a few more moments, but being ignored like a fool only made him feel humiliated further, so he decided to stop talking, though his resentment remained undiminished. Moreover, more importantly, it was getting darker outside, and it might have already passed 7 o'clock. Li Shuefu was so hungry that he felt weak. So it's the apocalypse. I'll let you know soon that even in the apocalypse you still have to listen to me. This small room was already cramped with only a tiny window, and the electricity had stopped the moment the apocalypse began. Earlier they could still see a bit of light through the small window. Now as dusk fell, the room grew darker, and they could only peek through the window at the situation outside. Outside, zombies wandered in small groups, neither too many nor too few. However, they could vaguely hear noises coming from the near. Listening to those sounds, they knew there must be a significant number of zombies in the teaching building. The atmosphere inside the little room turned somewhat subtle. Apart from Li Shuefu, the other four made small talk. At that moment, Xie Xian, who occasionally stood up to check the situation outside in the cramped space, suddenly shouted, "Someone is killing zombies." Upon hearing this, the other four, though incredulous, reacted with surprise and stood up. They did not notice that while Li Shuefu appeared to stand with them, his hand was already on the door lock. Li Shuefu quickly unlocked the door, making a noise, while the other four were completely captivated by the two figures outside, failing to notice Li Zuf's actions or the unusual sound. The actions of the two outside astounded them. They saw a not-so-muscular boy wielding an extraordinary white long knife, skillfully and effortlessly dispatching zombies. The long knife in his hand was incredibly sharp. With a mere flick, the zombie before him fell down dead. The girl beside him held what looked like a heavy baseball bat, yet she swung it effortlessly, smashing a zombie's head with a single blow, directly obliterating its brain. Their movements were not flashy at all. They were clean and decisive, striking to kill. Zombies in front of them felt like fragile toys. Anyone who encountered them had no chance of survival. They fell down instantly. Moreover, the two were very low-key throughout the encounter. Only the zombies within their combat range were drawn to them. If surrounding zombies began to gather, they would immediately speed up and leave, showing no desire to fight. The zombies outside seemed to be toyed with by them. Feeling movement in this direction, they would chase after it, only to find nothing. The zombies that were fortunate enough to encounter these two thought they had found a meal, only to be swiftly dealt with. If these first-level zombies had intelligence, they would undoubtedly exclaim how they had encountered masters today. Even more bizarre was that with each zombie they killed, the two would try to remove the crystals from their heads. The four inside were completely stunned, unable to believe that someone could kill zombies so effortlessly. Were these two? Isn't that person Yi Yan? Li Yin said uncertainly. Yi Yan was naturally someone very familiar to Li Yin and Fang Junwen. Because their former leader Li Zuf's brother Li Fuyo had always targeted Yi Yan, they had naturally participated in it as well. Li Yin did not wait for Fang Junwen's response, but heard his scream, "Ah!" The three turned around, only to find they no longer had the chance to see Fang Junwen. Li Shuefu suddenly slammed shut the door that had opened. He didn't know when, grinning viciously, I know with the apocalypse here, money doesn't matter, status doesn't matter. What matters? Of course fists matter. Whoever is ruthless is the boss, don't you think? The others looked at Li Shuefu in shock and terror. He had just opened the door, and while everyone's attention was on the two outside, he forcefully pushed Fang Junwen out. The zombies outside heard the screams and the sound of the door closing, instantly converging on Fang Junwen. Yi Yan and Wen Yuanan, who were about to reach the convenience store entrance, heard the previously quiet store suddenly filled with the sounds of closing doors and screams. Wen Yuanan said solemnly, "There are people." Yi Yan and Wen Yuanan stood at the entrance of the convenience store, witnessing 5 or 6 zombies fighting over food. The person being torn apart by the zombies was left with only half of their body, yet it seemed as if they were not completely dead, with a few fingers still twitching. Wen Yuanan had just experienced her first battle as an evolved being and felt quite good, fully realizing the gap between evolved beings and ordinary people. She had killed many zombies and was no longer surprised by such a brutal and disgusting scene. Having felt the power and terror of being evolved, her determination to repay Yi Yan became even more resolute. If it weren't for Yi Yan, she wouldn't have become an evolved being so quickly, and her survival would have been uncertain. Her desire to become stronger was now more urgent. Just moments ago, she watched Yi Yan wielding the white battle knife obtained from the trader, killing zombies as if chopping vegetables, and naturally, she wanted a weapon like that. The only way to achieve this was to follow Yi Yan and kill more zombies. As they traveled, they discreetly took down about 6. Sometimes, due to the approaching zombies, they didn't even have time to dig for magic crystals. Now that Wen Yuanan had already advanced to a combatant, it was inconvenient to carry clothing for the magic crystals. They could only awkwardly strap them around their waist, and during combat, they had to be careful not to lose their clothes as they were filled with magic crystals. After this journey of killing zombies, they had almost 100 magic crystals. As they approached the convenience store, they instinctively circled it to clear away the wandering zombies before standing at the entrance, witnessing the earlier scene. Wen Yuanan shot a meaningful glance at Yi Yan, who showed no reaction and maintained a calm expression. Then the two entered and swiftly killed the 6 zombies that were feasting on the corpse. These 6 zombies were the only ones left in the convenience store. Most of the zombies inside had long wandered outside. Perhaps some of those they had just killed had come from the convenience store. In the lounge of the convenience store, just a door away from Yi Yan and Wen Yuanan, the 3 who were originally ready to scold Li Shuefu fell silent upon hearing the commotion outside. Li Shuefu, who had intended to say something, also fell into stunned silence upon hearing the sounds of slaughter outside. Wasn't this behavior beyond the capabilities of zombies? Someone dared to kill zombies. Li Shuefu had been too focused on dealing with Fang Junwen to notice what the others were discussing, and naturally, he had no idea that 2 people were outside killing zombies, one of whom was a familiar face. To risk one's life to kill zombies for food. Though the person outside showed commendable courage, they must be a fool. With good luck, they might manage to kill 1 zombie. But there are certainly more than 1 or 2 zombies outside. When he pushed Fang Junwen, he had roughly seen 4 or 5, daring to seek death by killing zombies. Must be starving mad. A fool. At that moment, Li Shuefu, having avenged himself, felt exhilarated. During times of peace, he relied on his family's influence and wealth to act without restraint within legal bounds. Now that the apocalypse had arrived, everything had changed. As Feng Junwen said, law, order, and morality had all collapsed. He could truly do as he wished. Now one could kill without bearing consequences unless someone else's fist was stronger. The apocalypse. It's not so bad after all. As long as he maintained this decisiveness and ruthlessness, he could thrive, even in the apocalypse. The other three were momentarily stunned. In just a short time, the shock they experienced was overwhelming. Firstly, seeing Yi Yin and Wen Yuan and effortlessly killing zombies outside made it hard to believe that the apocalypse had just begun. People shouldn't be able to do this. Secondly, the person they had just been talking to was suddenly killed by someone nearby. This is the apocalypse. Both incidents illustrated that in the apocalypse, to survive, one must either be powerful or ruthless. And those who have nothing can protect nothing, including their own lives. That was how Feng Junwen perished. Although the group felt dissatisfaction towards Li Shuefu, they also sympathized with the subordinates who had been killed by him and the recently deceased Feng Junwen. However, in the apocalypse, being able to protect oneself was the greatest fortune. Who would think of defending the two? If they had strength and could speak, perhaps they could do something for the two. But they were nothing and found themselves in such an apocalypse, so all they could do was guard against Li Shuefu. The three of them knew that the people outside were Yi Yin and that girl, and after the series of events that transpired today, they vaguely understood that perhaps the most terrifying aspect of the apocalypse was not the zombies but people. Moreover, they had no idea what situation Yi Yin and that girl were in. If they were like Li Shuefu, then going out would be even. While they might be able to prevent Li Shuefu from stabbing them in the back with some precautions, facing two terrifyingly powerful individuals like Yi Yin, they decided it was better to hold back. Thus they chose not to rush out for help, but to wait inside. Li Shuefu quietly listened to the strange noises outside, even lowering his breathing. At this moment, Wen Yuan Nen noticed the tightly shut door behind the cash register and exchanged a glance with Yi Yin, who nodded lightly, without further comment. Close the door, it's getting dark, and we will spend the night here in the convenience store, Yi Yin said. Wen Yuan Nen glanced at the lounge door and obediently went to close the convenience store's door. The convenience store's door was a typical pair of glass doors found in small supermarkets. After closing, Wen Yuan Nen wedged a broomstick in the door handle so that it couldn't be opened from the outside, especially not by the mindless first-level zombies. Looking through the glass door, they could see several zombies wandering not far away with no sign of human presence. By this time, survivors should have found places to hide. The two found 2 large travel bags, and Yi Yin instructed, pack more food to fill our stomachs and a few more bottles of water. Carrying this weight might have felt heavy to Wen Yuan Nen 2 hours ago, but for her now, as an evolved being, it was nothing, so Yi Yin unhesitatingly urged her to fill the travel bag. Wen Yuan Nen nodded, stuffing several bags of biscuits inside, and then couldn't hold back any longer, tearing open a bag and stuffing her mouth. She felt like she was starving. As an evolved being, she needed more energy than ordinary people, and after an afternoon of killing zombies and digging for magic crystals, she had already been starving. After packing a little food, Yi Yin was also too hungry to bear and began to eat. The 4 inside held their breath for a long time, hearing the two's muddled conversation and the sound of the door closing. Now they heard the sound of food packaging. Li Shuefu couldn't hold back anymore and anxiously whispered, "What's going on? Are there no zombies outside?" Xia Xin, upon hearing the sounds from outside, swallowed hard. It should be those two who dealt with the zombies outside. Hearing this, Li Shuefu found it hard to believe. Just a moment ago, he had wondered who was so fearless as to dare to kill zombies. Now the outside had completely quieted down. The dragging footsteps of the zombies that had tormented him all afternoon were gone, replaced by the sounds of humans devouring food. The sound of tearing open packaging. At this moment, the already starving Li Shuefu couldn't think of anything else and pushed the door open. Yi Yin and Wen Yuan Nan, who were sitting on the ground and devouring their food, had already sensed that there were people inside. Now that someone came out, they were not surprised at all and continued to eat. They were simply too hungry after a day of killing zombies and feeling exhausted. At this moment, they sat on the floor and ate without restraint. Upon seeing Yi Yin, Li Shuefu was momentarily stunned, then said nothing, rushing to the nearest row of shelves to guzzle a bottle of mineral water. Then he tore open a packet of sausage, consuming it at nearly 1 piece per mouthful. The 3 who followed him out had originally wanted to say something, but upon seeing food and water, they also disregarded everything and began to gorge. After Yi Yin and Wen Yuan Nan had eaten their fill, the others still seemed very hungry, not stopping even for a moment. The two exchanged a glance and silently continued to pack food into their bags. Wen Yuan Nan initially thought this place was theirs, that they had cleared the zombies, so the others shouldn't eat the food here, at least not without their consent. However, seeing Yi Yan's reaction, she held back her feelings. Having experienced an entire afternoon, Wen Yuan Nan had a deep understanding of the apocalypse's cruelty and the terrifying nature of humanity. At this moment, all she cared about was her and Yi Yan's safety and whether they had enough to eat, not thinking of anyone else. Though Li Shuefu was eating nonstop, his mind was racing. Yi Yan, how could he be here? Was it him who was killing zombies just now? How could this weakling do that? This weakling was used to being bullied, and now that the apocalypse had come, he would likely be even more pathetic. Since the start of the apocalypse, Li Shuefu had already killed 2 people, feeling quite powerful. He was now a killer. Why would he fear this weakling? Even if he dared to kill zombies, so what? I dare to kill people too. After Li Shuefu was full, he leisurely opened a box of milk, inserted a straw, leaned against the shelf, and discontentedly watched Yi Yin and Wen Yuan and packing their bags. He looked around the convenience store which he had previously thought small, with limited items. But now it seemed like a trove of treasures. This entire room full of supplies would be enough for him to eat for half a year. Looking at Yi Yin and the others, they actually dared to pack his things into their travel bags. If they took his food, what would he eat? Even if they couldn't pack much in the apocalypse, food and water were so precious. What they packed would be enough for him to survive a few days. However, Yi Yin now seemed different. Li Shuefu was not as arrogant as usual. Instead, he drank milk in a sarcastic tone, saying, "I ask you, Yi Yin, how did you end up here? Did the zombies really not eat you?" Thanks to the earlier memories of Li Fuyo Lupeng and Zhou Xiang, he finally recalled who this irritating person was. Before Yi Yin could respond, Wen Yuan Nan spoke up first. "Of course the zombies couldn't eat us, don't you see who we are?" Her tone carried a hint of disdain. Wen Yuan Nan was no longer easily sympathetic towards others, and this person clearly lacked awareness. Speaking to Yi Yin in such a manner, she naturally felt no need to hold back. Moreover, now that she was an evolved being, a sense of superiority naturally arose within her, leading her to speak those words. As Li Shuefu finished speaking, he caught a glimpse of a shadow darting past the corner of his eye. In the next moment, a tremendous force he could not resist struck his side. Li Shuefu let out a cry of anguish, falling awkwardly to the ground. In the next instant, he was horrified to discover that he couldn't get up. The pain in his waist intensified after the immense force had vanished. Li Shuefu grimaced in pain, unable to believe that a single person could possess such terrifying strength and speed. He glared at Yi Yin, masking a deep-seated fear he was desperately trying to conceal. The other three, upon witnessing this scene, instinctively stopped eating and stared in terror at Yi Yin, who had appeared beside Li Shuefu without them noticing. Just moments ago, they had only seen a fleeting shadow, and now Yi Yin was right next to Li Shuefu. They knew Yi Yin was fearless when it came to killing zombies, but seeing him up close revealed just how frightening his strength truly was. It completely exceeded human limits. Even the legendary special forces or secret agents could not possess such uncanny speed that seemed to belong only in TV dramas or novels. Wen Yuan had originally planned to deal with this person herself, but unexpectedly Yi Yin acted in an instant. While feeling thankful, she had nowhere to vent her earlier anger. She stood up and walked up to the almost incapacitated Li Shuefu, fire flashing in her beautiful eyes. "What did you just say?" Li Shuefu looked at Wen Yuan with resentment, never expecting things to escalate to this degree. If it were any other time, if Yi Yin hadn't come to help this woman, wouldn't he have been able to toy with someone like her at will? When did this Yi Yin become so terrifying? How did he appear beside me just now? How could a single kick render me unable? Yi Yin looked at Li Shuefu, a hint of mockery in his eyes while he spoke to Wen Yuan. "Didn't you hear what he just said?" After saying this, Yi Yin grabbed the collar of Li Zuf's neck and lifted him up. "You know, I absolutely despise it when others touch." Upon hearing this, Wen Yuan's face flushed red. Was he talking about me? Does Yi Yin see me as his possession? Li Shuefu was drenched in cold sweat. When did this weakling Yi Yin become so strong, effortlessly lifting him? Li Shuefu tried hard to maintain his composure, but the fear of Yi Yin and death spread through his heart, like creeping vines wrapping around his entire body. "What are you talking about? Is yours? I have never touched your things." Yi Yin looked at the crumbs of biscuit left at the corner of Li Zuf's mouth and sneered, "The zombies around here and inside this convenience store were all cleared out by me, so naturally everything in here is mine. You not only touched my belongings, but also wasted my things." After saying this, Yi Yin calmly walked towards the spot where Wen Yuan had been sitting, still holding Li Shuefu. That area still had some milk remnants. Then Yi Yin tossed Li Shuefu right where the milk was expressionless and said, "Lick it." At this, the food in the hands of the other three felt as hot as fire. They instinctively wanted to throw it away, but instead carefully placed it back on the shelves. Li Shuefu was violently thrown to the ground, completely humiliated. After hearing Yi Yan's flat tone, his expression became even more dramatic. "What? Am I supposed to lick the milk off the ground? Who does he think I am? He actually wants me to lick it off the floor." Wen Yuan, witnessing this scene and seeing Li Shuefu's face contorted as if he had eaten something bitter, felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. He is trampling on his dignity. Li Zuf's mind was spiraling. He looked at the milk stain on the ground, finally exploding with rage, his eyes bloodshot, glaring fiercely at Yi Yin. "What the hell are you? How dare you ask me to lick something off the ground? You're a nobody who has been bullied by me. Damn it. I'd rather die than lick it." Yi Yin narrowed his eyes. He had already decided that anyone who brought up the past would not be treated lightly. And since Li Shuefu had begun, he wouldn't stop. Now that the apocalypse has arrived, even the lowest of the low can dominate. Let me tell you, in my eyes, you will always be that person we bullied, too weak to fight back. Do you remember what my brother and I used to call you? Yi Yin, just like before, lifted Li Shuefu effortlessly with one hand. In his grip, Li Shuefu was as powerless as a chip. Li Zuf's waist had suffered a severe injury, causing excruciating pain. Any movement made his whole body scream in agony. Yi Yan's sudden lift silenced him, making him break into a cold sweat from the pain. And in the next instant, Yi Yan's fist, carrying a terrifying gust of wind, slammed into his abdomen. Li Shuefu gasped sharply, then doubled over, clutching his stomach, letting out a loud wail. Yi Yin said, "Remember this, your life is in my hands now. Oh, I can do whatever I want. Also, that brother of yours, before the apocalypse began, I broke his legs. After the apocalypse happened, he should have been cast aside by those around him, becoming food for zombies." Li Shuefu was so pained, he couldn't even speak, only able to listen to Yi Yan's words. The others were even more shocked upon hearing this. To say that Yi Yin and Li Shuefu were acting recklessly now was due to the apocalypse changing everything. You can kill, rape, or rob, and no one can restrain you with the law. But Yi Yan claimed he broke Li Fuya's legs before the apocalypse. If that were true, then he was far too terrifying. In times of peace, he dared to break the legs of someone from a wealthy family. Li Shuefu desperately suppressed the pain, gritting his teeth, as he said, "You're just bragging. You dare to hit my brother before the apocalypse happened and break his legs? Huh, you're just talking nonsense." After Li Shuefu finished speaking, Yi Yan delivered another punch, mercilessly striking his abdomen with full force. Li Zufa's face turned even paler, seemingly unable to endure Yi Yan's punches any longer. He let out a scream, his stomach turning violently, vomiting everything he had just eaten. Yi Yan pointed at the baseball bat propped up at the door, covered in dark blood. "That's your brother's baseball bat." "Oh no, wait, it should belong to one of his companions. Believe it or not, since you wasted my things and didn't want to clean up, I can only make you vomit what you've eaten." Li Shuefu, using all his strength, glanced at the bat on the door. His eyes suddenly widened. That was indeed his brother. This baseball bat was a limited edition produced by a famous foreign sports brand, and the handle was engraved with Li Fuya's English name. Although the bat was now in a sorry state, the golden letters at the bottom still faintly shone. Even though Yi Yan claimed it wasn't Li Fuya's, he knew that his brother, wanting to show off, often lent the bat to his underlings. The three who had been silent all along were also shocked to see Li Zufa's astonished expression. Could it be that this was truly Li Fuya's baseball bat? Did Yi Yan really cripple Li Fuya before the apocalypse began? Li Zufa's shock gradually transformed into rage as he roared at Yi Yan, "Beast, I will kill you." While he spoke, he flailed his arms like a child engaged in a playful scuffle, impotently grasping at Yi Yan. Yi Yan struck Li Shuefu's abdomen again, mercilessly delivering a powerful punch. The sound of the punch landing on his abdomen made everyone wince. Li Zufa's face grew even paler. He vomited uncontrollably, drenched in sweat, unable to even scream. Yi Yan looked at Li Shuefu, who could no longer shout, and smiled. "Weren't you saying you'd rather die than lick? Now here's your last chance. Will you lick it or not?" The power of a first-tier revolver is beyond what ordinary people can imagine. Yi Yan had not held back any strength in his punches to Li Shuefu's abdomen, and at this moment Li Shuefu was so overwhelmed that he couldn't utter a word. He felt that living was worse than death, his mind on the verge of losing its ability to think, his ears ringing with a buzzing sound. Yi Yan delivered another fierce punch to the nearly unconscious Li Zufa's abdomen, bringing him back from the brink of unconsciousness. Wow! Li Shuefu had completely emptied his stomach, and now he was vomiting nothing but some unknown liquid. The area was a mess from Li Zufa's vomit. Yi Yan frowned, seeing that he had completely lost his reaction. He casually walked to the convenience store's entrance and opened the door. "Aren't you fond of being handled? Let's see how it feels to be handled by a zombie." After saying this, Yi Yan threw Li Shuefu with great force, sending him flying 10 meters away. The sound was like a heavy object falling, instantly attracting the surrounding zombies. Yi Yan leisurely propped the door closed with the baseball bat, then stood before the glass door, watching as Li Shuefu was torn apart and devoured by the frenzied, hungry zombies. The zombies' gnawing brought Li Shuefu back to some awareness. The earlier beatings and the final throw had left him too weak to make a sound. In his final moments, he cursed Yi Yan fiercely in his heart. "Yi Yan, you bastard. I will not let you off, even as a ghost." When Yu Anon, seeing Yi Yan throw Li Shuefu out, turned to find something. She found a bag in the convenience store's break area containing a few changes of clothes, probably left by a student who had worked part. It was still April, and the weather was relatively cold, but when Yuan Nan and Yi Yan, now evolved, could hardly feel the chill. This is the difference between an evolved person and an ordinary person. When Yuan Nan took out the clothes, changing out of her bloodstained garments and donning a man's hoodie before handing the jacket and pants to Yi Yan. Yi Yan glanced at the jacket, thinking to himself, "Does this mean I'm supposed to go bare underneath?" When Yuan Nan then realized that Yi Yan, having killed too many zombies compared to her, had his clothes soaked in dark blood, making it impossible for him to wear them. When Yuan Nan quickly said, "I'll give you my hoodie and my inner clothes are clean. I don't feel cold anyway." Yi Yan smiled and shook his head, accepting the jacket, while looking at the three who were shivering and trying to minimize their presence. The three noticed Yi Yan's gaze, and their legs went weak. "Is he going to make us vomit out all the food too?" The three of them had just witnessed Yi Yan's methods. If it were them, they would have had no chance to resist, just like Li Shuefu. All of them were simultaneously in shock. Why was Yi Yan's power so immense? He did not appear strong. How could he lift Li Shuefu with one hand, while using such great force to strike him with the other? Just before, when he opened the door, it seemed like a casual toss, and Li Shuefu was thrown so far. What incredible strength must that require? At this moment, seeing Yi Yan cast a scrutinizing glance at them, the group immediately panicked. If they had known, they shouldn't have. Now, not only would they be beaten out, but they might also be thrown out to feed the zombies. Yi Yan glanced at the two boys, and then asked Li Yan, "What are you wearing underneath?" Li Yan and Xia Xian quickly looked up, realizing Yi Yan was asking Li Yan. Li Yan hurriedly unzipped his jacket, revealing the clothes underneath, and nervously said, "It's just a long-sleeved shirt." Yi Yan took a look and said, "Take it off, consider it payment for the food you ate." Upon hearing this, the three felt a wave of relief. Li Yan, without a word, stripped off his shirt on the spot, handed it to Yi Yan, and then put on his jacket. He had originally been hanging around with the Li brothers, always afraid that Yi Yan would recognize him, trembling with fear. Seeing that Yi Yan seemed not to remember him and had no intention of hitting him, he immediately felt at ease. After changing into clean clothes, Yi Yan felt much more comfortable. He looked at the three who were being cautious. "This is my territory. Although I do not have the kindness to take you, and you may rest here for now. However, food must be approved by me, or when Yuan Nan, do not cause trouble, or you'll be thrown out to feed the zombies." The three quickly nodded and huddled in a corner. At this moment, the sky outside had completely darkened. Yi Yan and Wen Yuan packed their travel backpacks and chose a spot to prepare for sleep. For Yi Yan, today was a day filled with busyness and exhaustion, yet it was extraordinarily meaningful. He had returned to just before the apocalypse, and at the first opportunity, he found a traitor and swiftly became an evolved being. Moreover, shortly after the apocalypse began, he encountered his benefactor from his previous life, Wen Yuan. In his past life, Wen Yuan died for him. In this lifetime, as soon as he met Wen Yuan, he swore to protect her. He would ensure she lived a life entirely different from her past. In today's dramatic scenes, each time encountering an acquaintance, everyone deliberately provoked him, bringing up that one thing. To be fair, Yi Yan's character in his previous life was indeed more timid and fearful. Thus, after the apocalypse in his previous life, he chose to safely follow the main group only to ultimately fall into the... In his past life, Yi Yan, like countless others he encountered today, did not dare to face zombies he didn't believing them to be. It was only when he reached the concentration camp, enslaved, trained, and forced to fight zombies with an ordinary body that he graduated. In the concentration camp, he witnessed things far more brutal and malicious than what transpired today. In the 2 years of the apocalypse, although he did not become an evolved being, he fought countless times against zombies with an ordinary body, and his ruthlessness and combat experience were definitely not inferior to those of evolved beings. The inhuman torment in the concentration camp, the unfulfilled promises, the despair of being trampled underfoot, and the unwillingness to always be inferior to evolved beings all significantly altered Yi Yan's temperament. Especially that final incident. After experiencing the first day of the apocalypse, Yi Yan, who was just closing his eyes and sinking into memories, suddenly jolted awake. The others in the convenience store were not in deep sleep either. Hearing Yi Yan's movement, they jumped up thinking there was an enemy or a zombie, half of their souls scared away. Wen Yuan also thought something was wrong. She looked around warily, and upon finding no issues, turned her gaze to Yi Yan. The other three looked at him with pity, wanting to know what had happened. Outside, it was completely dark without a hint of light. Yi Yan glared fiercely at the three, signaling them to move aside. However, it was too dark. The three couldn't see Yi Yan glaring at them, only sensing a faint killing intent. Yi Yan spoke, "Go hide in the back, don't make any noise." The three quickly pulled each other along and moved to the other side of the convenience store. Wen Yuan then asked, "What's going on?" Evolved beings have vision different from ordinary humans. Although they couldn't see as clearly as during the day in the dark, it was still not too bad. Yi Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he restrained his enthusiasm and said, "The off-campus traitor is coming toward..." Wen Yuan gasped softly, her mood immediately turning excited. "Are we going?" Yi Yan replied, "Not going would be foolish." Now both of them were evolved beings. They were entirely different from ordinary humans. In the post-apocalyptic world, few discovered the secret of traitors, and evolved beings were even rarer. Two teamed-up one-star evolved beings could crush everything. And right now, most zombies had yet to evolve, remaining at the first. Today, the two had already personally experienced that first-level zombies were simply too weak for first-level evolved beings. Unless a swarm of zombies rushed in or the evolved beings were careless, it was very difficult for unintelligent first-level zombies to kill a one-star evolved being. Yi Yan said excitedly in a low voice, "Grab your things or we might not come back here. I can sense the traitor is getting closer. I can now sense his exact position. He is approaching the river across from the school street." Upon hearing this, Wen Yuan didn't bother to talk. She directly picked up 2 travel backpacks, tossed one to Yi Yan, and went to grab the baseball bat stuck at the door. The three at the back were tense upon seeing Wen Yuan actually open the door. Seeing the backpacks on Yi Yan and Wen Yuan made them surprised. "Where are you going?" Xia Xian stepped forward, summoning his courage to ask anxiously, "Where are you going so late?" Yi Yan and Wen Yuan ignored him and walked out. Xia Xian was dumbfounded until Wang Ting pulled him back. Although they did not dare to eat anything with Yi Yan around, if Yi Yan was here, they wouldn't fear how many zombies came at them, because he was there. But now that Yi Yan was gone, the long night was endless and zombies wouldn't rest. They hurriedly made their way, witnessing zombies kill zombies, but they kept their voices low. Even though the off-campus traitor tempted them at every turn, trading required magic crystals. Currently, they only had 100 magic crystals on them. Yi Yan sensed that this traitor's aura was significantly denser than that of the traitor at the library. There might be some good stuff. The more magic crystals, the better, otherwise they could only watch with envy. The two killed zombies along the way, hardly exchanging words. Yet Yi Yan's mind was filled with countless thoughts. The off-campus traitor was evidently stronger than the traitor from the library. Perhaps he only had slightly more one-star evolution agents or more weapons. Why did Yi Yan feel this traitor was so much stronger than the previous one? Thinking of this, Yi Yan's heart suddenly jolted. Could it be related to their profession? If there were professions, it would make sense. In his previous life at the concentration camp, Yi Yan had heard that although traitors were classified by levels, there was still a significant gap between traitors of the same level. The biggest difference between traitors of different levels was the level of evolution agents they possessed. Ordinary traitors typically have evolution agents, while those with 1-star evolution agents are first-level traitors, and those with 2-star evolution agents are second-level traitors, and so on. Yet there also exists a huge disparity between traitors of the same level. This disparity is whether they possess a profession. A profession is a type of supernatural ability. Having a profession means possessing systematic capabilities along with many powerful skills. It is not like evolution agents that only enhance physical qualities. A profession directly grants supernatural. The power gap between an ordinary 1-star evolved being and a 1-star evolved being with a profession is vast. because having a profession means possessing diverse combat methods and special abilities. Besides professions, there are many other unique things. If a trader possesses a profession along with other special items, that would truly be a rare encounter. In his rebirth, Yi Yin discovered the ability of the purple hooked jade on him, allowing him to sense traitors. Now he felt this traitor was evidently extraordinary. Could it be something to look forward to? The two tried their best to kill zombies quietly, with only the occasional zombie roar and the sounds of blades striking flesh and baseball bats hitting skulls echoing around them. After becoming evolved beings, their vision greatly improved. In the darkness, without a single light, they could accurately strike zombies' heads. Both had tightly strapped small bags around their waists specifically for collecting magic crystals. They each carried a large travel backpack filled with items and water, which was quite heavy and large. For ordinary people, a typical man would struggle under the weight of this backpack, not to mention running and killing zombies all. However, for Yi Yin and Wen Yuanan, who had become evolved beings, it had no impact at all. They fought their way to the school gate, acquiring about 60 magic crystals. Standing at the school gate, they gazed at the world outside. There were more zombies than at the school, and the road had clearly witnessed a car accident, with cars piled up in a spectacular sight, not seen in peaceful times. Zombies wandered on the roads and by the riverside, numbering twice as many as those at the school. Looking at the bloodstains and human bones on the ground was enough to prove how many had died in the town. Yi Yin couldn't help but worry. With so many zombies in the town and so many people devoured, how many had perished in the ancient town, which was a scenic spot? In this situation, the conditions in the town were evidently much worse than those in the school. He couldn't tell how many people had. Yi Yin didn't have time to think further and quickly led Wen Yuanan toward the traitor. This time he told Wen Yuanan not to kill zombies and not to linger in battles, because he had an ominous premonition. By the riverside, a shadow, unlike the sluggish zombies around, was slowly approaching Yi Yin, its face exuding an eerie glow akin to jade. The two felt elated and quickened their pace. At that moment, a gust of wind brushed against Yi Yan's cheek. He was startled and abruptly pushed Wen Yuanan away. Wen Yuanan fell onto the nearby grass, instantly steadying herself with the reaction speed of an evolved being. She focused her gaze and noticed a strange figure that was not the traitor had appeared. The sky was as dark as ink, with the moon occasionally obscured by clouds, making the already despairing and terrifying first night of the apocalypse even more desolate. Yi Yin cautiously observed the level 2 zombie before him, which appeared almost indistinguishable from an ordinary person, his heart filled with dread. The apocalypse had only occurred for less than 12 hours, and yet level 2 zombies had already emerged. This indicated just how many people had died in the small town. How many zombies were there? The fact that zombies could successfully evolve in such a short time was alarming. The speed was terrifying. Level 2 zombies surpassed level 1 zombies, exhibiting a hint of intelligence comparable to that of a 5-year-old child. Level 2 zombies were classified as such because their bodies had undergone evolution. Compared to level 1 zombies, whose decaying flesh fell apart at a touch, level 2 zombies had much sturdier bodies, no longer covered in rotting flesh, but rather resembling muscle tissue. If level 1 zombies could be taken down by Yi Yin with a baseball bat, then level 2 zombies were foes that Yi Yin needed weapons produced by traitors to combat. Some level 2 zombies even exhibited extraordinary evolution in certain parts of their bodies or attributes. The one before Yi Yin was such a case. It was charging towards Yi Yin with a terrifying speed. Even with Yi Yan's evolved eyesight, he could barely catch a glimpse of the faint yellow magic crystal flashing atop the zombie's head in the dark. Yi Yin was greatly alarmed. Since the apocalypse began, an unprecedented sense of crisis surged in his heart. He suddenly unleashed the utmost speed of a level 1 evolver, pushing off with his left foot, narrowly dodging the rapidly approaching level 2 zombie. Just now he had almost seen the level 2 zombie's fingertip brush past his eyes. It was only a centimeter away from blind. This level 2 zombie clearly had undergone a super evolution in speed. Otherwise, an ordinary level 2 zombie would not possess such terrifying speed. Beside him, Wen Yuanan was shocked upon witnessing the speed of the level 2 zombie. The gap between level 2 and level 1 zombies was staggering. She felt as if even if she and Yi Yin teamed up, they would not be able to defeat this level 2 zombie. Meanwhile, Yi Yin, having dodged to the side, was not at all prepared to confront the level 2 zombie, urgently shouted to Wen Yuanan, "Run!" To the traitor. At that moment, the two of them were by the river across from the school street, with the traitor less than 50 meters ahead. 50 meters may not seem far, but under the pursuit of this terrifyingly fast level 2 zombie, that distance felt. Upon hearing this, Wen Yuanan immediately sprinted without hesitation. She was about 5 meters ahead of Yi Yin, clearly seeing how the terrifying zombie was approaching, and understood just how frightening an enemy was that even Yi Yin was not prepared to face directly. And Yi Yin was far superior to her. If she hesitated, she would only be holding him back. Sure enough, she heard the sound of Yi Yin sprinting behind her, but it was accompanied by another sound. That was the sound of the level 2 zombie chasing after them. Wen Yuanan looked back and saw Yi Yin just 2 meters behind her, with the level 2 zombie visibly closing the gap, about to touch Yi Yan's back. And they were still 20 meters away from the traitor. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Wen Yuanan initially thought that after becoming an evolver, her speed would be unparalleled. Seeing the level 2 zombie, which had undergone terrifying evolution in speed, she realized that she was still far from enough. She needed to become even stronger. Yi Yin, seeing the level 2 zombie was about to catch up, drew out the white battle knife produced by the traitor and said to Wen Yuanan in front of him, "You go to the traitor first. As soon as I arrive, immediately enter trading time." After saying that, Yi Yan swiftly removed the shoulder bag from his waist and took off his backpack, both filled with magic crystals, throwing them towards Wen Yuan Nan. Wen Yuan Nan caught them, casting a worried glance at Yi Yan before quickly rushing toward the traitor, who was only a few meters. And just as the zombie's claws were about to tear through his skin from behind, Yi Yan suddenly stopped and turned around, swinging the white battle knife with a resounding strike, blocking the zombie's sharp claws. Bang! It was as if sparks flew from the collision between the battle knife and the zombie's hand. Simultaneously, due to the zombie's incredible speed, the force of Yi Yan's powerful attack sent it flying 10 meters away. Yi Yan was also thrown back by the recoil, landing at the traitor's feet. He actually arrived half a second faster than Wen Yuan Nan. He felt a tightness in his chest and coughed out some blood, but he disregarded it and immediately got back up. Yi Yan cursed inwardly, "Damn it. I just gave all the magic crystals on me to Wen Yuan Nan, and in this situation, if I accidentally hinder the traitor, it would be certain death." The zombie, seeing its prey so close yet resisting it, and escaping so far, immediately became furious, letting out a roar as it pushed off the ground and charged towards Yi Yan even faster than before. Wen Yuan Nan immediately activated the trade, ready to enter trading time with Yi Yan. At this moment, the terrifyingly fast level 2 zombie instantly closed in on the two of them. Its claws reached forward, ready to tear the flesh from the two humans in the next millisecond. It could sense that these two were clearly different from the people it had eaten before. Eating one of them would likely be equivalent to consuming 10, no, 100 of those others. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings of the two transformed into the unique, white, translucent state of trading time. The level 2 zombie pounced at nothing. Not understanding the reason, it angrily roared outside, attracting a number of level. Wen Yuan Nan collapsed onto the ground. In that moment, she felt death was so close to her. If it hadn't been for entering trading time in time, she couldn't even imagine what would have happened. Even Yi Yan could only avoid the lethal claws of the level 2 zombie. It was indeed terrifying. At that moment, Wen Yuan Nan smelled a strong scent of blood. This blood smell was the hallmark of the apocalypse. After the apocalypse began, this smell was always present in her nostrils. But Wen Yuan Nan immediately got up and pulled Yi Yan, who was standing there. She saw that Yi Yan's back was a bloody mess. The clean clothes he had just found were now tattered, and the remaining fabric was mixed with his flesh and blood, a truly gruesome sight. Wen Yuan Nan took a deep breath, her eyes immediately reddening. She recalled the details from just now. Yi Yan had been half a step behind her the whole time. At this moment, Yi Yan's face was pale. The recoil from the impact had shaken his internal organs, causing him to spit blood. A moment earlier, the claws of the level 2 zombie had snagged his back precisely as he entered trading time. Had he not entered trading time in time, his back would have bled profusely, possibly having his flesh torn away. His bones were visible. Wen Yuan Nan was about to say something when she heard Yi Yan emit an unusual sound. She was alarmed. If Yi Yan fell, what would she do? "Yi Yan, are you okay? Can you rest for a bit?" Wen Yuan Nan said anxiously, her voice trembling with emotion. However, Yi Yan interrupted her, his voice excited, which was inconsistent with his pale face. "A profession. Profession." Wen Yuan Nan looked towards the light screen. At the very top of the screen, there was a purple glow with the words written above: main profession, lightning mage. Profession, mage. Am I entering a game world? Wen Yuan Nan looked at the listed price for the lightning mage below. I can't afford that. What should I do? Seeing Yi Yan's reaction, she naturally understood that this lightning mage profession was a precious find. The fact that even the usually calm Yi Yan was so excited was extraordinary. But 300 was too expensive. They only had a little over 180 magic crystals now. Yi Yan was now utterly shocked. Seeing the profession made him extremely excited. He even felt that the painful scratch on his back was worth it. Not to mention, mage was the rarest among the 3 major professions. Furthermore, it was a lightning mage with explosive damage. More importantly, the lightning mage profession only required 160 magic crystals. Yi Yan's hand unconsciously brushed over the purple jade pendant hidden beneath his clothing. He knew that the purple jade pendant would give him a discount at the trader, but he never expected the discount to be so irregular. The main profession, originally valued at 300 magic crystals, was now only selling for 160 for him. Without further ado, Yi Yan directly purchased it. The purple light on the screen began to move slowly, detaching from the screen and hovering before Yi Yan. As if aware of Yi Yan's wishes, the purple light settled on his forehead, gradually merging with him. Wen Yuan Nan was completely bewildered. What is happening? Wasn't it supposed to be 300 magic crystals? How did you buy it? How do we still have over 20 magic crystals left? Wen Yuan Nan suddenly recalled, wasn't it the same last time? Yi Yan was indeed not simple. Even the trader intricately linked to this apocalypse was so unusual with Yi Yan. However, since Yi Yan didn't say anything, she wouldn't ask. In any case, she just needed to stay by Yi Yan's side. As for the rest, she would naturally know when he was ready to share. As the purple light gradually merged into Yi Yan's body, he felt a powerful and domineering force surging within him. Simultaneously, a faint, thunderous power began to emerge within him. It flowed through his body. Wen Yuan Nan, watching from the side, also found it unbelievable. At the moment the purple light fully entered Yi Yan's body, she felt that Yi Yan had changed entirely. His aura had become much more powerful, exuding an atmosphere that was inviolable. This spine-chilling feeling vanished the instant Yi Yan opened his eyes. She saw that the moment Yi Yan opened his eyes, a sharp purple light flashed within them. The pressure and power it radiated, even if only for an instant, left Wen Yuan Nan feeling alarmed. This is what a profession is. It completely enhances a person's power. As a level 1 evolver herself, Wen Yuan felt weaker than Yi Yan because he had experienced 2 years of the apocalypse. In terms of combat experience and psychological resilience against the apocalypse, he was 100 times stronger than her. And now with the powerful profession of lightning mage, Yi Yan's strength had significantly increased, leaving Wen Yuan also a level 1 evolver far behind. At this moment, Yi Yan had no time to worry about the bleeding wound on his back. Having obtained a profession, he was in such excitement that he even ignored the pain. The first day of the apocalypse wasn't even over yet. It wasn't even midnight, and he had not only become an evolver, but also at this moment Yi Yan had become a level 1 thunder mage, possessing his first skill, Lightning Strike. Lightning Strike is a single target attack skill that can unleash a bolt of lightning upon the target with astonishing lethality. Even the thick-skinned, evolved ones would temporarily lose their ability to move and feel completely numb after receiving this attack. Ordinary people and level 1 zombies would die from just one hit. To acquire another skill, one must become familiar with their profession and master their skills. Only after advancing to level 2 will a second skill be unlocked. The mage profession has a total of 4 ranks: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and super rank. Each rank is further divided into 3 levels. Even if one ultimately becomes a super rank level 3 thunder mage, they will only have 12 skills. Moreover, every thunder mage possesses the same skills. In such circumstances, to enhance one's strength, while keeping one's methods unknown to outsiders, one can only exchange for special skills that match their profession from traders. These special skills can cost the price of 2 or 3 common skills, equivalent to buying a primary profession. However, to become stronger and upgrade one's profession more quickly, one must exchange for special skills from traders. Since these are special skills, their power and rarity are naturally remarkable. Many would not give up on such special skills simply because of their high price. Because if a mage's skills are upgraded step by step with a little inquiry and investigation, everyone will eventually know that a mage's inherent skills are quite limited. Special skills often come with more diverse methods, their lethality and power far surpassing ordinary skills, leaving opponents unaware of one's hidden cards. However, the trader before Yi Yan did not possess any special skills. Instead, there were 2 items that made Yi Yan's eyes gleam with desire. Special profession, junior craftsman profession. Space crystal. Yi Yan finally understood why he sensed such potent fluctuations from this trader. In the apocalyptic world that Yi Yan had already developed for 2 years, these 2 items would cause a massive uproar if taken. Special profession. A profession for crafting weapons. Space crystal. A mysterious space that can store items. The junior craftsman profession requires 300 magic crystals, while the space crystal requires 500 magic crystals. In Yi Yan's eyes, it was one thing, but for Wen Yuan it was a whole different story. Wen Yuan also noticed the uniqueness of various evolution agents, medicines, and food, as well as the special profession and space crystal. What shocked her speechless was that the junior craftsman profession required 500 magic crystals, while the space crystal surprisingly required 1,000 magic crystals. This is far too expensive. Looking at Yi Yan's expression, he seemed to be drooling over these 2 items. He can't actually. Yi Yan wiped his drool aside and murmured, as if to himself, it seems that I need to clean up some zombies next. Wen Yuan thought to herself, didn't you buy something before due to lack of magic crystals? It seems these 2 items are indeed very costly. Yi Yan sat down and checked the time. There were only 5 minutes left until the trading time ended. He took the backpack from Wen Yuan and rummaged through it. Wen Yuan asked, what are you looking for? Something to bandage the... Wen Yuan pointed at the light screen. Aren't there powerful healing potions on that? Yi Yan shot her a glance. Look at how expensive those things are. If you want to buy, you can't waste like this. Unexpectedly, Wen Yuan was about to exchange for that medicine in the next second. Seeing her stubbornness, Yi Yan hurriedly stopped her. All right, I'll buy it. Wen Yuan recalled Yi Yan's strange prices for magic crystals and hesitated to stop her. Shouldn't buying through Yi Yan be a bit cheaper? Indeed, the healing potion priced at 20 magic crystals per bottle, in Wen Yuan's eyes, was bought by Yi Yan, and he still had over 10 magic crystals left. After purchasing the Thunder Mage profession, he originally had only 20 magic crystals left. Now Wen Yuan finally confirmed that Yi Yan bought items from the trader at a much cheaper price than ordinary people for some unknown reason. Seeing Yi Yan's expression of not preparing to say anything, she chose not to ask. Sitting behind Yi Yan, she carefully removed the tattered pieces of clothing stuck to the flesh before starting to disinfect and apply medicine. Yi Yan remained completely silent, as if he felt no pain at all. Wen Yuan looked at the grotesque wound, seeing Yi Yan endure in silence, and said with concern, you don't have to hold it in. Why would you feel embarrassed in front of me? Just let it out. Unexpectedly, Yi Yan, who should have been gritting his teeth to remain silent, let out a light chuckle, sounding completely unfazed, who said, I was holding it in. This little injury isn't enough to make me scream. Wen Yuan was astonished and patted Yi Yan's shoulder. What kind of person have you transformed into? Is this not painful at all? Yi Yan smiled, but in his heart he recalled unpleasant memories. Indeed, compared to the torment he suffered in his previous life, within that force this pain was nothing. Wen Yuan carefully applied the medicine from behind. Due to the extensive range of the wound, she struggled for a moment. Therefore, Yi Yan simply closed his eyes and began to explore the new things he had acquired. Yi Yan not only obtained a brand new profession, but also the mental power developed after acquiring his profession for the first time. Mental power, an essential component for using professional skills. If one has a profession and skills, being able to release skills infinitely would have no meaning, right? Wasn't it true that mages always had a mana bar when playing games? The moment Yi Yan acquired his profession, his mental power was unlocked. Although Yi Yan's current mental power was quite weak, estimating Yi Yan could use lightning strike at most 3 times before completely exhausting his mental power and being unable to use any professional skills thereafter. The strength of mental power would make a person stronger overall. If there is too great a disparity in mental power between opposing sides, the side with stronger mental power can directly emit mental pressure, causing the other side to lose their will to fight. Feeling fear. For professionals, the strength of mental power is especially crucial. The amount of mental power indicates how many times you can release skills and whether you can unleash extremely high consumption terrifying skills. Those with strong mental power also possess greater endurance. Mental power can only be cultivated by oneself. A few rare pieces of equipment can accelerate the cultivation of mental power, increase the mental power limit, and allow for quicker recovery of consumed mental power. Such equipment was extremely precious during Yi Yan's previous life in the apocalypse. The vast majority of people had only heard of it, but never seen it. Cultivating mental power involves deeply entering a meditative state, feeling the mental power within oneself, and continuously refining it, transforming it from little to much, from diluted to concentrated. The cultivation of mental power is an extremely slow process, so anything that can speed up mental power cultivation is highly sought after. With a profession and developed mental power, one does not need to sleep. Sleeping is equivalent to cultivating mental power. Focusing without interruption for 1 hour of mental power cultivation is almost equal to 2 hours of deep sleep. During mental power cultivation, people generally release some mental power around them to monitor their surroundings at all times. As soon as something feels off, they wake up immediately. Thus, in the apocalypse, those with professions do not need to sleep. The time spent sleeping is used for cultivating mental power, resulting in higher rest efficiency and heightened alertness. In his previous life, Yi Yan was not even an evolved one and learned about professions and mental power solely from others. Now, although Wen Yuan Nan was applying medicine to him from behind, he was eager to feel the mental power within him and try out the sensation of cultivating mental power. Perhaps due to Wen Yuan Nan's gentle movements, Yi Yan instantly entered a mental realm. He could see his mental power sprouting, albeit weak and sparse. Yi Yan immediately began refining it, allowing it to circulate within his body, compressing and releasing it. This round took only 3 minutes. Yi Yan noticed little change in his mental power, confirming that this process indeed requires time. Exiting the mental realm, he found his wounds had been bandaged. The trader's medicine truly was exceptional. His pain had reduced significantly. Upon checking, there was less than a minute left for the trading time. If Yi Yan did not actively exit during this time, the trader would forcibly end the trading session. Wen Yuan Nan, seeing Yi Yan seemingly asleep, peered through the translucent hazy light screen to look outside. She saw that the roar of the level 2 zombies had attracted many level 1 zombies, densely packed, almost 100 of them, and they were about to form a small tide of corpses. The level 2 zombies, realizing the bizarre disappearance of the twos, began searching nearby. The level 2 zombies were now about 200 meters from the trader. Even though there were no level 2 zombies outside at the moment, facing the siege of 100 level 1 zombies with no one around to disperse the firepower, and with Yi Yan already injured, escaping would be exceedingly difficult. For the two to escape from 100 level 1 zombies that only knew how to charge forward without any wisdom was nearly impossible. Recalling their previous battles, they were always amidst scattered zombies in open spaces or had others attracting fire. Now the roar of the level 2 zombies had congregated the level 1 zombies, and the terrain around them was narrow beside a river and in the grass. With the terrifying speed of the level 2 zombies covering the short distance of 200 meters would not take a moment. Wen Yuan then looked at the situation outside with some panic. Yi Yan, what should we do? We are surrounded by zombies. Yi Yan stood up, glancing at the remaining 30 seconds on the timer, remaining unfazed. Wen Yuan then thought, could it be that Yi Yan has another way out? Indeed, no matter what happened today, he had always brought me through. Could it be that he possesses a trump card? A person who could trade for items at a cheaper price with the trader should have such capabilities, right? Yi Yan smiled mysteriously and walked to the light screen. Wen Yuan then curiously approached, thinking Yi Yan was about to buy something that would help them navigate through this perilous situation. However, what she saw was only the countdown on the light screen. In the next second, this man unexpectedly grabbed her hand. Hey, although I have decided to repay you with myself, I haven't confessed yet. You can't be so casual. In the next moment, when Yuan Nan felt a wave of dizziness, a gust of wind brushing past her ears, and a sense of weightlessness engulfed her. In just a few seconds, this feeling dissipated. She slowly opened her eyes, only to find herself in a dim classroom surrounded by dozens of bewildered faces. What is going on? Wen Yuan Nan had countless questions for Yi Yan. For instance, why were they here? Just a moment ago, they were by the riverside outside the school, trading with a dealer, surrounded by level 1 zombies, with a vigilant level 2 zombie lurking nearby. How could they have arrived here in an instant? However, these questions were clearly beyond Yi Yan's ability to answer at the moment, because a group of students in the classroom was looking at them with terrified eyes. Yi Yan surveyed the surroundings, and after confirming that there was no danger, finally sighed in relief. In his current state, it was impossible for him to escape from the encirclement of zombies they had just faced. Even if he hadn't been injured with him, and Wen Yuan Nan being only level 1 evolver's victory would have been impossible against the small horde of level 1 zombies outside. The horde of zombies was different from the scattered zombies. There were many zombies in the school earlier. The two had killed nearly 100 of them just moving from the library to the convenience store, and that was only a small portion. However, those were aimless level 1 zombies wandering outside. By the time they heard the commotion and tried to gather, the two had already distanced themselves from that place. That was why Yi Yin and Wen Yuan had been able to kill so many zombies in the school. A horde, however, was a group of zombies that gathered for a certain reason, sometimes spontaneously, and no one knew why, moving together in a direction while clearing away any obstacles in their path. Thus, a horde was a terrifying thing in the apocalypse. Yi Yin could only hope that the level 1 zombies outside had dispersed, otherwise he didn't know if a horde would truly form. If a horde erupted in this small town, even he would be powerless. As for how he and Wen Yuan ended up in this classroom, it was due to the dealer's ability. Yi Yin discovered this function of the dealer the first time he traded with them, although he had heard of it in his past life. When initiating a trade, if one wanted to exit the trading time, the dealer would present two options. One was to choose to exit the trading time at the original location. This was the method Yi Yin had chosen during his 2 previous visits to the school library. The second option was to choose random teleportation. The teleportation range was a circle with a radius of 1 kilometer centered on the dealer. The destination for teleportation was a randomly selected, relatively safe location within that range. This time, although it was Wen Yuan who initiated the trade, she had never tried to exit the trading time, so she was unaware of these 2 options. As the apocalypse progressed, everyone knew that after a trade some would scramble for entry. Yet sometimes just because you got in it didn't mean you were lucky. Because outside, a group of greedy people would be waiting for you to emerge, ready to snatch what you had just exchanged. This setting by the dealer was likely intended to prevent such situations from becoming rampant. At this moment, this classroom was relatively safe, but in a way it was not fortunate either. Because there were simply too many people inside. Yi Yin saw nearly 20 students, 2 of whom were older, likely teachers from the school. Currently, many students were staring blankly at the 2 who appeared out of nowhere, and some were desperately covering their mouths, fearing that loud noises would attract the numerous zombies in the building. At this moment, one of the female teachers asked tremulously, "Who are you? How did you get in?" Wen Yuan awkwardly smiled and said, "It's nothing, you'll know later." Although she also didn't know why she was here. Yi Yin ignored everyone and walked to the door of the classroom. They had blocked the entrance with the podium, so the zombies outside couldn't generally get in, but if the people inside tried to go out, it would make a lot of noise. The only way out was to climb through the window. The windows connecting to the corridor were relatively high, so jumping down would surely create noise in the empty corridor, attracting zombies. However, since it was possible to get out, it wasn't a problem. Attracting some zombies was fine, as Yi Yin was currently short on magic crystals. He just needed to rest for the night. His wounds were actually quite serious. However, the recovery speed of an evolver was vastly different from that of an ordinary person, especially since Yi Yin had used a powerful healing potion provided by the dealer, which originally cost 20 magic crystals. How could it not be amazing? Yi Yin estimated that after resting for 1 night, his wounds would heal significantly. Fortunately, he had exchanged for 2 bottles of immunity potions from the dealer at the library earlier, and both he and Wen Yuan had used them, which prevented him from being infected by the zombie virus. Yi Yin walked to a corner of the classroom and sat down. Seeing this, Wen Yuan also walked over. The others didn't dare to speak because the appearance of the 2 was too strange. In the classroom, someone had brought a flashlight that emitted just enough light to illuminate the room without being too glaring. Yi Yin couldn't help but smile. Soon they would realize how wasteful their current behavior was. 2 years into the apocalypse, humanity had no light source, and at night, they could only rely on fire. Or find a few flashlights and batteries in the already abandoned supermarkets. Wen Yuan took out a bottle of water from her backpack and kindly offered it to Yi Yin, saying, "Finish this bottle and throw it away." Yi Yin took it and drank the remaining half of the water in one go. The others, seeing that the 2 were carrying large backpacks, had already guessed what was inside. At this moment, upon seeing the 2 take out water, the eyes of the crowd were fixated on them. They had food. At that moment, the older male teacher approached, bending slightly and cautiously, saying, "Could you share some food and drink with us? We haven't had a drop to drink for an entire afternoon and night." Yi Yin glanced at the teacher and replied expressionlessly, "If I give you food, what will I eat?" The teacher was taken aback, then awkwardly smiled, his wrinkles appearing even older under the flashlight. He realized that Yi Yin would not easily share his food with them. After all, this was not a peaceful time, it was the apocalypse. Having one meal didn't guarantee the next who would be so calm. Some students, feeling their empty, aching stomachs after hearing Yi Yan's dismissive words, couldn't help but voice their dissatisfaction. "Aren't we still classmates? Is this how it is? You won't even share food with us?" One person took the lead in speaking out, and others began to criticize as well. "Exactly. We're all from the same school. How can you just watch us suffer? How selfish can you be?" People like this reveal their ugly faces in times of disaster. With such large backpacks, they can't even spare a sip of water. Selfish. These students clearly were used to being self-centered, now believing it was a given that others should help them. Yi Yin listened, expressionlessly sneering before closing his eyes. Now he had learned to cultivate his spiritual power. Practicing for an hour was equivalent to 2 hours of deep sleep. Moreover, cultivating spiritual power was something that could not be skipped daily. Although the training was slow, it was about gradual accumulation. If one didn't practice, they would never improve. At this moment, Yi Yin prepared to rest here for the night and practice his spiritual power. Upon seeing Yi Yin close his eyes, Wen Yuan also decided to ignore those people and closed her eyes to prepare for sleep. However, the students, realizing they not only didn't get food, but were also being ignored, became furious and were not going to let it go. "Hey, why aren't you talking? Why do you get to have food?" "Exactly. Shouldn't we help each other at a time like this?" "That's too much. If that's the case, get out of here. This is our place, right? We set this up so the zombies can't get." If you're not willing to share your food, then don't stay here. The earlier male teacher tried to mediate, saying everyone stop talking. For some reason, he felt that Yi Yan was not simple. The aura emanating from Yi Yan made even him a man over 50. It was a mature, feeling a sense of fearlessness. It was as if a person after experiencing many things had seen through everything and was detached from it. Yet the students at this point were starving and enraged, and how could they stop? The food was just a short distance away in the bags. Why couldn't they eat it? You're right. If you want to stay safe in here, then hand over your food. Otherwise, we have no choice but to kick you out. Right? Hand over your stuff. If you don't, we'll throw you out. Yi Yan slowly opened his eyes, coldly staring at the people. At that moment, a cool voice spoke up. Forget it. If they don't want to give, don't force them. Everyone is trying to survive. If he doesn't give it. Yi Yan looked at the speaker, a girl who was very beautiful, so beautiful that he felt she looked familiar. It should be noted that Yi Yan, having experienced 2 years of the apocalypse in his past life, did not have a deep impression of people from peaceful times. All the boys immediately turned their gaze to the girl who spoke. The girl was Lu Wan, the campus beauty of this university, and almost no one did not recognize her. Her beauty appeared even more delicate under the dim light, and many boys' eyes revealed a fiery light. One girl saw that it was Lu Wan speaking, and immediately took the opportunity to make her uncomfortable. Lu, the great beauty, it's easy for you to say. You think it's still the past where you could just go to the cafeteria for a meal. Now it's the apocalypse. Things that aren't available can only be snatched. Lu Wan immediately glared at the girl who spoke sarcastically, her beautiful face filled with anger. Although this campus beauty was beautiful, her temper was not very good. It wasn't the spoiled temper of a rich girl, but rather a very explosive bad temper. However, Lu Wan did not dare to explode right now. Why? Because being trapped in this classroom for an entire afternoon and night in this lawless apocalypse, she noticed that several boys had been looking at her with unusual eyes. It felt as if they were eager to try. If it weren't for her cousin Ji Wenyu being present, and there were 2 somewhat authoritative teachers around, she might have already been in a different situation. Thus it was better to keep a low profile now, although she couldn't help but speak up when she heard them say they wanted to kick someone out. If you keep hoarding your food, don't blame us for being rude. We have over 20 people here, and we'll give you one last chance. If you don't hand over the food, we'll snatch it. When people are driven to madness by hunger, they can do anything. It was only the first day of the apocalypse. How could these people crumble so easily? How would they survive in the days to come? When Yuan, Nan continued to sit calmly, coldly observing the people before her. Today she had witnessed far too many. Possessing a treasure is a crime. As long as you have food or something they desire, they will come to provoke you. It must be said she had gained a lot of insight today. Yi Yan, standing nearby, had seen too many such people and was already quite annoyed. He glanced at Lu Wan, admiring her for maintaining such an attitude in an apocalyptic environment. However, the greedy people before him were entirely different. Upon seeing Yi Yan rise, those who had revealed their sinister faces believed that Yi Yan was afraid of them and was finally going to. A group of people wore smug smiles, already calculating how they would divide the food to get more for themselves. The girl who had just spoken thought they would soon be able to eat, taunting him. Sooner or later you have to give us some. What were you being stubborn about? Just hurry up and bring out the food. Stop dragging this out. If you keep talking, we'll throw you out. Come on. I'm starving. After confirming that Yi Yan would hand over the food, their words became even more unpleasant. Greed glimmered in everyone's eyes, and even the 2 teachers couldn't help but swallow nervously. Except for Lu Wan and Ji Wenyu, who still maintained their composure, everyone else was restless. The 2 of them at least understood Yi Yan's expression. He was definitely not going to share the food. Yi Yan smiled and looked at them, saying, my food will only be shared with those who can help me kill zombies. If you can do that, I will. Everyone was taken aback for a second, then burst into laughter. They didn't dare laugh too loudly for fear of attracting zombies. Huh? Did I hear that wrong? Kill zombies. You're killing me with laughter. Huh? Is this person out of their mind? He actually said to kill zombies. I think he's gone crazy from fear of zombies. With him like this, he could kill zombies. He must have lost his mind saying such. The girl who had just quarreled with Lu Wan and spoke rudely to Yi Yan, named Zhou Qingyang, laughed so hard she could hardly catch her breath, thinking about the food that would soon be theirs. Even happier. Kill zombies. With you like that, you probably don't even have the strength to run when you see a zombie. After enough mockery, the focus returned to the food. Hey, are you going to hand over the food or not? If you don't, you can't stay here. Outside there are zombies you're afraid of. Upon hearing this, everyone laughed at Yi Yan. Yi Yan showed no reaction and calmly said, so you can't kill zombies. Well then, let's go. The last sentence was directed when Yuan had been sitting on the ground watching these fools perform. Hearing Yi Yan's words, he quickly stood up, lifted the 2 large bags beside him, and handed one to Yi Yan. Upon seeing the 2 large bags, everyone's eyes widened. Yi Yan and his companion ignored them and walked towards the window. Everyone stared at the 2 bags filled with food. How could they let them go easily? Several men immediately blocked Yi Yan's way, their faces unfriendly, looking at him with disdain. With nearly 20 boys, how could they be afraid of just one person? One of them, more anxious, revealed a frenzied greed in his eyes and directly moved to snatch Yi Yan's bag. Before the boy was even half a meter away from Yi Yan, he kicked out, sending the boy flying like a kite, with a broken string crashing into 2 other boys behind him. The boy felt as if a heavy stone had smashed into his chest. The force was something he could not withstand. Blood spurted from the boy's mouth. He never expected that this seemingly ordinary person could be so terrifying. At the same moment as Yi Yan launched his attack, Wen Yuan also encountered a situation. 2 boys saw Wen Yuan as a weak girl, easier to deal with than Yi Yan, and charged at her to snatch her bag. Wen Yuan, impatient, threw the bag to the ground, punched one of the boys in the temple, and kicked the other boy directly in the groin. Both boys screamed and fell to the ground. In a way, they were worse off than the boy Yin had dealt with. The three fell almost simultaneously, leaving many people stunned. Wen Yuan seemed to be talking to herself, but her voice was loud enough for everyone in the classroom to hear him, so used to killing zombies that I instinctively went for the head. Upon hearing this, everyone froze in place, not daring to move. As long as they weren't blind, they could see from Yi Yan's previous move that he was no ordinary person. To be able to kick someone to the point of spitting blood and flying far away. And that petite girl beside him was also a master. With just 2 moves, she neatly took down 2 boys, without holding back. Each strike aimed for a fatal blow, showing no sign of the gentleness typically associated with girls. The boy who reportedly got hit in the temple while she was used to fighting zombies was now lying on the ground motionless, not knowing. Could it be that they truly dared to kill zombies? Seeing the swift and extraordinary techniques of Yi Yan and his companion, even though they couldn't believe they dared to kill zombies, they would no longer provoke them. Wen Yuan looked at the unconscious boy on the ground, and once again acted cool. Fortunately, I didn't use my full strength. If I had aimed to crush his skull like I do with zombies, he would be dead by now. Several people felt a chill run down their spines. Meanwhile, Yi Yan, who was silent and expressionless, made them even more afraid. It was a kind of intimidation from a strong person. No wonder they could obtain so much food. It was because they were formidable. No wonder they had ignored the ruckus earlier. In their eyes, those people were nothing but trash. Thinking back to the way the two had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, it must have been extraordinary. They regretted being blinded by everyone immediately regretted. Had they known, they would have flattered the two earlier. Perhaps if they had pleased them, they might have Now with the situation having developed to this point, it was already good that they had not been killed. Lu Wan and Ji Wenyu, who had been at the back, saw the skills of Yi Yan and his companion, and were surprised, though it was expected. They knew the two were not ordinary, but they hadn't expected them to be this strong. Their power had surpassed the limits of humanity. How could such formidable individuals exist in their small school? It must be some change that occurred after the apocalypse that made them so incredibly powerful. Lu Wan looked at Yi Yan's shadowed profile, and suddenly felt a surge of impulse. What if I stick with him? Wen Yuan picked up the backpack on the ground, and followed Yi Yan forward. They reached the window, and Yi Yan climbed up, opened the window, and leaped out, his movements completely exceeding human limits. The male teacher immediately reacted and rushed to the window, shouting, "Students, it's best not to go out. There are many zombies outside, it's dangerous." Yi Yan gave no reply, turning his back to the crowd, and jumped out, landing in the corridor with a thud. Wen Yuan followed closely behind, leaping onto the high windowsill with a posture that left everyone dumbfounded, then jumped. Are they even human? Haha, what fools going out to deliver themselves to death. There are so many zombies outside. Do they think zombies are as easy to deal with as we are? They are truly arrogant. Just wait to see them be devoured by zombies. Sigh. What a waste of those 2 large bags. Once Yi Yan and the others jumped out, only then did they dare to speak. As soon as food was mentioned, everyone became even angrier, but they couldn't do anything to Yi Yan and his companion, so a flurry of sarcastic remarks and vicious curses erupted. Zhou Qingyang's face turned pale with anger. Humph, I'll just watch from the window and see how he gets eaten by zombies. Watching the two take away the large bags, how could she not be furious? She had been hungry all day. Does he really think he's invincible? What a fool. If he gets caught by a zombie, I'll open the window and laugh at him. Driven by a desire for revenge against their enemy and curiosity, nearly half the people ran to the windows, and every windowsill was filled with onlookers. In the quiet, empty corridor, zombies wandered in small groups. Upon hearing the sound of Yi Yan and Wen Yuan landing, the zombies turned towards them as if they had received a command, quickening their pace towards the two. Everyone inside the classroom opened the windows and, seeing this scene, cheered happily. Ha! Fools! This is what you get for acting tough. Zombies are coming. Let's see what you do now. Malicious glee and smugness immediately poured from the windows. Lu Wan pulled Ji Wenyu and went to the windows to watch. The corridor was dimly lit, illuminated only by the faint light spilling from the classroom and the sporadic moonlight. 2 dark figures stood silently in the center of the corridor, showing no intention of dodging, as if poised to strike. From the perspective of those in the classroom, however, it was a different story. Haha, now you're scared silly. Can't even run, can you? If only you had handed over the food, you could have barely hidden here for a night. Just for that little bit of food, now you've become zombie food. How foolish can you be? Huh. The people speaking had already forgotten that with the strength Yi Yan and Wen Yuan had just displayed, refusing to give them food and insisting on occupying this place meant they could only swallow their anger. At this time, the zombies had already approached the two. Each of them carried a large travel bag, yet their movements were unaffected, executing their actions with precision and decisiveness. One of the smaller dark figures swung a stick cleanly and ruthlessly, smashing it into the head of the zombie in front. To those in the classroom, the black mass representing the zombies had instantly burst apart, like a splash of water scattered. The other taller figure, having pulled out a knife that glinted white even in the darkness, was dispatching zombies at an astonishing speed, completely dominating them. The terrifying zombies stood no chance before the two, falling one after another like fragile beings. How could this be? They were just ordinary students. Students from the same school. How could they not fear zombies and even possess the strength? It was absolutely impossible for anyone to resist zombies, let alone directly kill them. But these two accomplished it, and they did so effortlessly. Within 2 minutes, the 20 or so zombies lured over in the corridor were all exterminated. During this period, the classroom was silent as a grave. The only sounds were the clashing of knives, the thumping of sticks, the splintering of skulls, and the thud of zombies hitting the ground. Each of these sounds proclaimed to everyone the true nature of those they had just mocked and provoked, and how foolish they themselves were. After Yi Yan and his companion eliminated all the zombies in this level of the corridor, they began to dig for magic crystals. The small people who were previously feeling triumphant above have now fallen silent. At this moment, they felt a sharp pain in their faces. This person is truly impressive. They are on an entirely different... They could only hide in this classroom which resembled a prison, while Yi Yan and his companion moved freely simply because their strength was formidable, rendering them unafraid of zombies. If only they had known. They would not have coveted those supplies earlier. Could they afford the food of these two? If they hadn't provoked them earlier, perhaps they could have relied on their abilities to escape from here. Everyone felt intense regret. Meanwhile, Lu Wan, who had never shown hostility towards Yi Yan and Wen Yuan, felt a glimmer of hope in her heart. She and Ji Wenyu had not offended that man. Oh, would he help her? Upon seeing Yi Yan and his companion finish off all the zombies on this floor, but not leave immediately, instead crouching down to do something with the corpses, the people inside began to discuss in hushed tones. They cleared the zombies on this floor. What should we do? If we follow them, we won't have to worry about being eaten by zombies. Do you think he will take us with him now? Have you forgotten what you just said? You said it yourself. All right, no more arguing. How about we go out now and follow behind him? Is that possible? If we don't go out now, we don't know when the next chance will come. Do you want to be trapped here for the rest of your lives? Exactly. We haven't eaten anything since noon. Even if zombies can't get in here, we will starve to death sooner or later. Okay, it's decided. Most of the boys moved to the door and began to remove the podium that had blocked their way. At this moment, they were not afraid of making loud noises after all the zombies on this floor had been cleared. As for whether the other zombies would be attracted by the noise, they couldn't care less. Right now, all they wanted was to cling to the leg of that person outside. At this moment, Yi Yan and his companion, who had reached the staircase, heard the commotion. Wen Yuan frowned in discontent. What are they doing? Isn't it better to stay quietly in their coffins? Making such a noise at this hour will surely attract zombies. Yi Yan, however, was not annoyed. Instead, he smiled. Perfect. Let the zombies come, or we'll kill them. To become stronger, we need more magic crystals. Upon hearing this, Wen Yuan immediately agreed. All right. Yi Yan listened to the dragging footsteps of the zombies below, looking at Wen Yuan with a smile. Can you handle it? I haven't rested all day. Wen Yuan's voice showed no signs of fatigue. As long as I think about being able to trade for things with the magic crystals, I don't feel tired at all. Yi Yan laughed heartily. Good. At this moment, a flurry of footsteps came from behind. The two exchanged knowing smiles, both aware of what the others were thinking. Following Yi Yan now might just allow them to escape this deadlock. Staying in a classroom without water or food would lead to death sooner or later. The two couldn't care less. Their eyes were only on the magic crystals. They charged down the stairs, plunging straight into the zombie horde, and began to slaughter. There were numerous zombies in the teaching building. Some zombies, hearing the commotion above, began to move upward. However, more zombies wandered randomly, searching for prey. Many zombies even aimlessly wandered into classrooms that were left open, unable to find an exit, and going in circles. The zombies here were no different from those roaming on the playground, scattered and aimless, posing little threat to the two. However, the terrain in the teaching building was not as spacious as the playground, somewhat limiting their movement. Even so, this did not hinder their assault in the slightest. Every time they killed a zombie, they swiftly pocketed the magic crystals into their bags at their waists. They did not stop for a moment. Like an unstoppable whirlwind, they were killing machines. The 20 or so students who came out behind them upon hearing the commotion from the zombies cautiously hid to the side, afraid. Watching the two fight with such reckless abandon, they felt even more terrified. These two actually charged straight into the zombie horde to kill zombies. The responses of the level 1 zombies were sluggish, completely unable to keep pace with the speed of the two who would attack. These unevolved zombies, lacking intelligence, had greatly diminished sight, hearing, and smell. In the dark, they were completely unaware of the direction of their opponents, merely being toyed with by the two. The ease with which they killed zombies made those students who had previously spoken arrogantly to them feel deep regret. How reckless had they been before? How dare they speak to the two like that? For Yi Yan and his companion, who were level 1 evolved beings, dealing with these scattered level 1 zombies was incredibly easy. Although the two had fought almost all day without resting for long, and felt somewhat fatigued, they had collected over 60. However, this was still far from Yi Yan's goal. At this moment, neither of them knew where they were in the teaching building. All they knew was to kill zombies and charge forward. Both Yi Yan and Wen Yuan, whose bodies had just been cleaned earlier in the afternoon, were now once again covered in the black. If the students, trembling in the shadows, could see the scene on the two, they would only be more terrified. As they witnessed the overwhelming strength of the two, they also realized that something dramatic must have happened to them. Otherwise, an ordinary person would not be able to become so terrifyingly strong. They were completely like characters from novels or TV shows. There must be some secret behind their strength, and this secret would make them stronger. If it were daytime, one would certainly see that wherever Yi Yan and his companion went, it would be a scene of carnage. And all of it was the black blood of zombies. It splattered across the corridors and walls of the teaching building. On the stairs, black blood even formed small streams flowing down slowly. The corpses of zombies lined the path, with some places even piled into small hills. The two, completely unaware of fatigue, seemed determined to clear out all the zombies in the teaching building. Little did they know it was this vast amount of terrifying black zombie blood that was attracting an unexpected visitor. Suddenly, while in the midst of their slaughter, Yi Yan felt a strong sense of crisis. He swiftly decapitated the zombie in front of him, and turned around, positioning his white battle knife in front of him. Clang! It sounded like metal colliding. Upon seeing the dark yellow magic crystal atop the creature's head, Yin was taken aback. Another level 2 zombie. Although when Yuan Nan was an evolved being, her reaction was not as quick as Yan's, as she didn't realize the danger before the level 2 zombie reached. However, the moment one person faced off against one zombie, she understood that it was indeed another level 2 zombie. But her movements did not pause for an instant, because there were still many level 1 zombies around. If Yin were to fight the level 2 zombie, and those level 1s intervened, it would be troublesome. Thus, she made the wisest decision, swiftly and decisively clearing the surrounding level 1 zombies to prevent them from interfering with Yin. A few seconds after the level 2 zombie appeared, the 20 or so students who had been observing finally noticed the presence of the level 2 zombie. What the hell? What is that thing? When did it appear? It scared me. What the hell? It doesn't seem like a zombie. No way. That clearly isn't human. It must be a zombie. But it seems different from other zombies. It looks very powerful. Yes, it is unlike any other zombie. Look at the crystal on its head. Its color is different from the other zombies. After the level 2 zombie appeared, Lu Wan anxiously watched Yi Yin, a deep worry etched on her beautiful face. Could he still be as unstoppable as before? One of the level 2 zombie's arms was firmly stuck to Yi Yan's white back. Yi Yin showed no signs of relaxation, continuing to exert strength. Yet he could not budge the zombie's arm. The blade of the white battle knife was clearly aimed at its arm. Suddenly, Yi Yin realized this zombie's super evolution was probably in its arm. The white battle knife struck the zombie's arm, but felt like it had hit a hard iron block. Without any way to strike effectively, he quickly retreated a few steps. Previously outside the school, he had encountered a level 2 zombie which had undergone a significant speed evolution, and he had only been able to run for his life. But now he was not only a level 1 evolved being, but also a professional. Against the level 2 zombie before him, he had an 80% confidence in taking it down. Although when Yuan Nan had been tirelessly clearing level 1 zombies, she had been keeping an eye on the situation here. Seeing Yi Yan's powerful white battle knife strike the zombie's arm without causing any damage left her shocked. It seemed that this was yet another level 2 zombie that had undergone special evolution as Yi Yan had described. Yi Yan looked at the level 2 zombie before him and realized that their current method of slaughtering level 1 zombies was somewhat dangerous, because within just a few hours they had encountered 2 level 2 zombies in a row. This indicated that both in the town and the school, evolved zombies had begun to appear, and their numbers might far exceed their imagination. Level 2 zombies are different from level 1. Some level 2 zombies have undergone special evolution in certain areas, and their hearing, sight, and smell have all improved significantly. Especially their sense of smell. The strong scent of blood is most likely to attract level 2 zombies. It was precisely the massive amount of zombies that he and Wen Yuan Nan had killed that attracted this level 2 zombie. However, at this moment, Yi Yin was not afraid. Just right, he wanted to test whether he could overpower a level 2 zombie after becoming a lightning mage. The 20 or so students hiding in the shadows, witnessing Yi Yan's invincible white battle knife surprisingly failing against this special zombie, realized how formidable this creature was. Even the dullest among them understood that this zombie was not simple. Some of them felt a surge of excitement in their hearts. After all, watching someone else face misfortune in the apocalypse, especially someone who had previously overshadowed them, was a wonderful experience. At this moment, many were internally praying, hoping that this suddenly emerged zombie could eliminate Yi Yin, forgetting that they were still relying on Yi Yin to lead them out. With the vision of a level 1 evolved being, Yi Yin saw that the level 2 zombie before him had arms that emitted a black glow exuding a metallic quality. The level 2 zombie charged forward, its speed far surpassing that of a level 1 zombie, even if it was not as quick as the one outside the school. Yi Yin did not back down, striking fiercely with his white battle knife. The battle knife collided with the zombie's iron-like arm, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. Unable to sever the arm of this zombie, Yi Yin had already realized the power of this iron limb and could only retreat, conserving his strength. The level 2 zombie had developed some intelligence. It was well aware that its advantage lay in its exceptionally evolved arms. Therefore, in every encounter it used its arms to block the white battle knife that instilled a deep sense of crisis in it. After several exchanges, neither side gained the upper hand. Yi Yin understood that to defeat this level 2 zombie, he had to exploit its weaknesses. And its weaknesses were all the areas besides its arms. However, this level 2 zombie was quite troublesome. Every time Yi Yan's battle knife came slashing down, it would block with its arm. Yi Yan was a 1-star evolver, while the zombie before him was a level 2 zombie with a specially evolved arm. The strength of a level 2 zombie was already greater than that of a 1-star evolver, and Yi Yan bore several wounds on his back. After several rounds, his wounds were torn open painfully, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead as he gradually found it hard to withstand this zombie. Seeing Yi Yin, who had previously killed zombies with ease and never encountered obstacles, being constrained and slowly worn down by this level 2 zombie, many students couldn't help but revel in schadenfreude. He's no match for that zombie. I thought he was so powerful and invincible. But what now? Lu Wan interjected, unable to stay silent. Don't forget, if he dies, we won't survive either. Many people fell silent, but their gazes towards Yi Yin revealed their true thoughts. The level 1 zombies in the teaching building seemed endless as a few more crawled out. These level 1 zombies had only come over upon hearing the commotion from the fight between Yi Yin and the level 2 zombie. Fortunately, Wen Yuan Nan was continuously clearing them out, otherwise these level 1 zombies would have been perfect troublemakers. The level 2 zombie noticed the injuries on the human in front of it because it caught a whiff of the delicious scent of human blood. This scent undoubtedly made the level 2 zombie even more frenzied. It charged forward fiercely. This human was exhausted and injured, making it the perfect moment. However, when it was just 1 meter away from the human, it suddenly felt a numbness throughout its body, rendering it unable to move. Before it, the human displayed a triumphant smile, lightning strike. Yi Yan activated his lightning mage profession skill. Thunder struck from the ground. The thunder roared down upon the level 2 zombie. The lightning illuminated the dark corridor for an instant. Seeing Yi Yan's lightning skill, the more than 20 students, dazed and confused, were able to clearly see the scene before them through that brief flash of light. Black blood flowed on the ground, and the white walls of the corridor, even the ceiling, were splattered with the zombies' black blood. The ground was littered with the corpses of zombies. After the lightning, the surroundings returned to darkness, and they no longer dared to make any sound. The lightning strike had temporarily incapacitated the level 2 zombie. The once tough flesh now bore numerous cracks, and black blood slowly oozed out. It felt an overwhelming sense of numbness and pain throughout its body. Before the level 2 zombie could react, Yi Yan charged forward, swinging his knife towards the zombie's neck. Although the level 2 zombie was caught off guard by Yi Yan's professional skill, its super-evolved iron arm had surprisingly regained some sensation in a short time. At the critical moment, it collided with the battle knife, causing its angle to shift. The battle knife did not sever the zombie's head as Yi Yan had anticipated, but it nonetheless left a deep wound on its neck, causing black blood to gush out. The level 2 zombie let out a painful, furious roar. Yi Yan did not pause for a second, and once again the battle knife struck from an unexpected angle, aiming for the level 2 zombie's head. Its iron arm regained a bit of sensation once more while the numbness throughout its body began to dissipate. However, the lightning did not merely induce numbness, it rendered the enemy temporarily immobile. The lethality of the lightning was also astonishing. The entire body of the level 2 zombie was struck by the lightning, and except for its exceptionally hard arms, the rest of its body was torn apart, with black blood streaming out. It desperately used its iron arm to block Yi Yan's strike once more. However, this time its proud iron arm was actually marked with a long white scar from the battle knife. Seeing the zombie in such a poor condition after taking a lightning strike, Yi Yan stopped hesitating and unleashed another. The lightning briefly illuminated the area, and the students saw the zombie throw its head back in a mournful scream, its body oozing repulsive black blood, and the knife wound on its neck was particularly horrific. When everything returned to darkness, all sounds abruptly ceased. The level 2 zombie was struck by lightning once again, rendering its entire body immobile. Even its impressively defensive iron arm was unable to move. Yi Yan swiftly severed the level 2 zombie's head, concluding this battle. In the darkness, the shadow representing the level 2 zombie fell heavily. Wen Yuan, then seeing that the level 2 zombie was finally defeated, continued to clear out the surrounding level 1 zombies. Yi Yan sat down on the ground, fatigue washing over him. Having unleashed lightning twice in quick succession had nearly drained his mental energy. If he forced himself to cast lightning one more time, he would likely faint immediately. Mental exhaustion was a terrifying thing. Yi Yan sat on the ground, entering his mental world, feeling the meager amount of mental energy remaining. Now any bit of recovery was welcomed. The number of level 1 zombies around had sharply decreased, posing no threat to Wen Yuan Nan. However, they needed to leave this place quickly. There was no telling if any level 2 zombies remained in the school, drawn in by the horrific scent of blood coming after them. As Yi Yan concentrated on his mental energy, he was astonished to find that his mental energy was gradually recovering. According to logic, after a battle, one who expends too much mental energy not only needs to recover through training, but also requires time. Yet at this moment he could feel that his mental energy was slowly recovering. Compared to normal circumstances, the speed was remarkably faster. Could it be the purple jade pendant again? Thinking of this, Yi Yan loosened his collar and discovered that the usually dull purple jade pendant was now emitting a faint glow. I really found a treasure. Yi Yan stood up, realizing he couldn't linger here any longer. Wen Yuan, and seeing that Yi Yan had finally defeated the level 2 zombie, breathed a sigh of relief, continuously slaying zombies, while also finding time to collect magic crystals. Earlier, the level 1 zombies, attracted by the noise of the battle, were simply too many, and she had dared not collect magic crystals. Now that the battle was over and the area quieted down, the zombies finally stopped gathering. First, she was afraid that while digging for magic crystals, those zombies would find an opening and rush towards Yi Yan. Second, there was the risk that if she crouched down, she would be overwhelmed by the endless zombies. Yi Yan approached, starting to dig up the magic crystals he missed earlier. Hurry and dig up the magic crystals, we need to leave now. Wen Yuan Nan nodded, killed a few nearby zombies, and began to dig. At this moment, the students who had been hiding and watching Yi Yan fight let out exclamations. Yi Yan sensed something was wrong and quickly looked down. He saw that the zombies in the school were gradually converging towards this side. Yi Yan's earlier profession skill, lightning strike, not only had great power, but also produced an extraordinarily loud sound. Imagine the sound produced when lightning strikes within a few hundred meters of you. At that moment, the teaching building had been nearly cleared of zombies by Wen Yuan Nan and Yi Yan, which was why no zombies had gathered. However, the zombies in the school not far from this teaching building, upon hearing the two massive thunderclaps, began to surge over. At this point, a small zombie tide was clearly forming. Yi Yan's expression was serious. Let's go now. They ran to the nearest classroom, which was on the second floor. From here, jumping down would not injure them given their 1-star evolver strength, and they could escape towards the route with fewer zombies. None of the students had ever witnessed so many zombies moving in one direction. They were all petrified. If this level of zombie tide formed the classroom where they had originally hidden, would not be able to stop these zombies. Seeing Yi Yan and Wen Yuan enter the classroom, they naturally hurriedly followed them inside. When they saw the two intending to jump out the window, the students surged forward, their faces filled with fear and despair. Take us with you. You have to ensure we won't get hurt when we jump. Right? You are so powerful, protect us as we jump. The zombies below were all attracted by you. You must save us. Wen Yuan had already jumped down first, looking for an escape route below. Yi Yan was about to jump when suddenly a student grabbed his arm. You can't leave us behind. Yi Yan shook off his hand and coldly said, get lost. After saying that, he jumped down. Seeing the two most powerful individuals abandon them to flee, despair surged in everyone's hearts, and they began shouting angrily by the window. The two below paid them no mind, choosing a direction with the fewest zombies and fleeing. At this moment, in the security room at the school entrance, 5 security guards in uniforms were trembling in a corner, afraid to make a sound. They feared that any noise would attract. Earlier, they had heard the chaotic footsteps of zombies gathering from outside the school, moving towards the interior. Previously, they had occasionally complained about being too hungry, but now they dared not utter a word. As the footsteps gradually thinned out, one guard stood up and looked towards the school. The scene before him left him in shock, unable to close his mouth. He saw hordes of zombies slowly moving towards the first teaching building. Since the apocalypse began, this was the first time he had seen so many zombies, scaring him to the point of nearly wetting himself. Old Five, what do you see? A burly middle-aged man asked. The person called Old Five couldn't take his eyes off the distance, stuttering, zombies, too many zombies. We know there are many zombies. With all those footsteps earlier, it was bound to be a lot. Another person curiously leaned, and then his expression changed drastically. No way. You all come and see. The 5 of them quickly gathered around. The scene before them deeply shocked all 5. These zombies, devoid of intelligence, were spontaneously gathering in one direction. No, there must be a reason for this. I understand. It's because of that huge noise earlier. After the noise, the zombies' footsteps increased. The 5 security guards looked outside the security room. The school entrance, which had previously been wandering with a few zombies, was now nearly devoid of zombies. Instantly, their faces lit up with joy. Boss, an opportunity has come. Let's run. Yes, let's find something to eat first. Since those zombies are all running towards that teaching building, once they pass, we can head to the school supermarket. The first night of the apocalypse is the most terrifying night. Most of the survivors, after barely enduring the first night of the apocalypse, are certainly unable to sleep soundly, because they have experienced the most horrifying day of their lives so far. Why do I say so far? Because every day that follows could bring even more despairing and fearful events. On the first day of the apocalypse, witnessing their loved ones turning into zombies, or seeing their beloved being torn apart by zombies, or in a moment of danger being the one to push them out. Inhuman acts appeared in this world with the apocalypse. Burning, killing, and violating. In the future, these will not get better, but only become more severe. On that first day, those who survived barely managed to rest. Hungry and thirsty, they worried that the wandering zombies would discover them at any moment. Finding a hidden place to hide only to be suddenly confronted by a zombie. People could not sleep and could only think incessantly, why did it suddenly become like this? What on earth has happened to this world? Why has everything changed so drastically? The social order has collapsed, and the law has become a mere piece of paper, as there is no one left to enforce it. Thus, various acts that were once illegal are now ignored. To some extent, a mindless, decaying first-level zombie is a bit more lovable than those who have lost their humanity and morality. At this time, Yi Yan and Wen Yuan are hiding in a restroom. This is the teaching building of a school, just 2 buildings away from the one surrounded and packed with zombies. However, there are very few zombies here. Compared to the sleepless first night of the apocalypse that ordinary people experience, the survivors in Yi Yan's school are having an even harder time. Because outside, a small zombie wave is breaking out. The zombies that were originally wandering in the school have gathered towards the number 1 teaching building. The roars of the zombies pierce the sky, causing those hiding in various parts of the school to be on edge, completely unable to relax. At this moment, in one of the stalls in the boys' restroom, Wen Yuan is dressing Yi Yan's wounds. Even without any light source, she can clearly see the situation around. Seeing Yi Yan's wounds that were beginning to heal but were torn open again due to the recent battle, blood staining her entire shirt and back, her eyes quietly reddened. After applying the healing potion from the trader, Wen Yuan carefully bandaged the wound and said, "It's done. Are you hungry?" Yi Yan turned around. Wen Yuan began rummaging through her backpack and finally found something she thought a bottle of 8 treasure kanji. She also took out a piece of bread to nibble on. I must say the consumption of an evolved person is indeed large. After some movement, the consumption is even greater. This gave Wen Yuan the opportunity to ask, "How did we get over there today?" Yi Yan replied, "That's the function of the trader. After a transaction ends, you can choose to exit on the spot or be randomly teleported. However, the teleportation range can only be within 1 kilometer. As they chatted, Yi Yan shared about the trader, their professions, and so on. Wen Yuan excitedly said, "I just saw you fighting that 2nd-level zombie. It was so cool." A flash of lightning struck and killed that zombie. Yi Yan smiled. Although the attack power of a lightning mage can be considered the strongest among all professions, it certainly makes quite a noise. Listen to the commotion outside. It seems that in this stage where first-level zombies are rampant, we cannot use lightning carelessly. Wen Yuannan said, but the profession is really powerful. That second-level zombie clearly has speed and strength that surpasses yours, yet once you use your professional skill it falls into a disadvantage. Oh, I want a profession too. But today at the trader's place, there was only this one mage profession, and the other was some craftsman profession. What is that profession? When Yi Yan heard the name craftsman, her eyes lit up with excitement. Professions include not only 3 main professions, but also special professions. This junior craftsman profession is a special one. Simply put, it can create weapons, which is extremely useful. When Yuan Nan was stunned, it's actually for making weapons. How impressive. Thinking of this, Yi Yan opened the small stall door. Get some good rest. Tomorrow will be another fierce battle. We need to collect magic crystals. There are still many things I want from the trader. When Yuan Nan nodded, and Yi Yan moved to a stall next to hers. It was already midnight. Fortunately, the restroom was equipped with toilets, allowing them to sit and rest. Yi Yan closed her eyes and directly entered her spiritual world, beginning to cultivate her spiritual power. Indeed, her spiritual power had already recovered by 1/10. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had the energy to chat with Wen Yuan Nan. Although it's only 1/10, the cultivation and recovery of spiritual power are very slow. Yi Yan hadn't done anything, yet she had surprisingly recovered 1/10 in such a short time. Perhaps it is also because her current spiritual power is inherently low. Recalling today's battle, she was fortunate to have used 2 bolts of lightning to deal with that second-level zombie. Otherwise, if she had to use lightning once more, she might have fainted right there with no strength left to escape. Yi Yan began to cultivate her spiritual power, continuously compressing and purifying it. After several attempts, she found that her spiritual power had recovered a bit more and had become even denser. She could also feel that the purple hooked jade pressed against her chest was emitting a warm temperature, as if a warm current was flowing from the jade into her body, helping her refine her spiritual power. Why did she not feel this sensation when she tried to cultivate her spiritual power at the trader's place earlier? Could it be that the near exhaustion of her spiritual power triggered this function of the jade? Yi Yan did not think too much and once again immersed herself in the spiritual world, continuously cultivating her spiritual power. The second day of the apocalypse arrived as promised. After the panic caused by last night's zombie wave, everyone is now utterly exhausted, hungry, thirsty, and fatigued. Outside, it has already returned to tranquility. The zombie wave has retreated and zombies are wandering around the school in small groups. In the school administration building, a black stout man with a blue tiger tattoo on his arm and a thick scar on his forehead is sitting with his legs wide apart on a leather sofa in an unknown office. On the floor in front of him sit several college-aged girls, all desperately covering their disheveled clothes in front of their chest. Just moments ago, several men in the next room forcibly tore open their clothes under the pretense of inspection, shamelessly groping them, claiming it was for inspection. Some girls resisted, frantically kicking and hitting those men, but none were spared from being knocked unconscious. And after losing consciousness, the consequences were even worse. Having fainted and unable to resist, the men directly forced the half-dead girls in front of so many others. Blood and filth flowed everywhere, making anyone who saw it want to vomit. Looking at the scene of such beastly behavior before their eyes, the other girls dared not resist any longer and could only allow them to inspect. Afterward, they picked the girls sitting on the floor and brought them to this room. Standing beside the scarred man are 2 men looking very respectful, clearly his subordinates. Big Zhang, these girls are the freshest ones. They look like virgins. What do you think? Said the man on the left with a grin. The scarred man, referred to as Big Zhang, scanned them with a lewd gaze and then kicked one of the men beside him fiercely. Am I hitting you? What happened to their clothes? You didn't enjoy them before sending them to me, did you? I see you all want to die. No, Big Zhang. We were just checking to see if they're experienced. The man immediately knelt on the ground in fear. We all know you like the fresh ones. Big Zhang's expression softened slightly upon hearing this, and he waved his hand. Get out, keep an eye on those people. Those who disobey will be killed. But as for women, let's show some mercy. After all, they can be very useful. Haha. The 2 men exchanged knowing glances and withdrew, only to hear screams from inside. They covered their mouths and chuckled, feeling the heat of desire. Hey, how about we get a few more? Damn, didn't you see him lose his temper just now? Oh, I was talking about those half-dead ones from before. Anyway, Big Zhang wouldn't want them. Good idea. When they returned to the previous room, the other men greeted them. So how is it? Is Big Zhang satisfied? The man grinned, lewdly satisfied. They're currently being worked on. Huh. This group of men are local hoodlums who often engage in petty theft during peacetime. When the apocalypse occurred, they were smoking and playing cards by the river outside the school, ultimately fleeing into the school administration building, where they encountered quite a few beautiful student girls. These individuals often spend time in police stations during peacetime, and after being released, they are quickly caught again. Now, with the apocalypse occurring, they feel like heroes with no place to showcase their skills, and now they have the perfect opportunity. They brought along controlled knives and easily subdued the students in the administration building. Looking at these beautiful student girls, how could they not have ulterior motives? Especially now that they are in an apocalypse where they bear no legal responsibility. In a world without police, they can do whatever they want. Who can stop them? Is there anyone who can throw them in jail now? After chattering for a while, the men moved towards the few female students who had just been tortured to the point of near death. Wu Wu looked at these beasts with eyes that could consume them. She hated it. Such a living hell is happening before her eyes, and yet she is powerless. Perhaps she would be next. If she had power, she would definitely make these beasts pay with their lives for the girls. She only then realized that despite her skills in taekwondo, she couldn't match up against these men wielding knives. One man unzipping his pants and intending to enjoy himself accidentally caught sight of Wu Wu's hateful gaze and immediately felt weak. He slapped Wu Wu hard across the face, his ugly face spitting foam. Damn whore. You dare look at me again. If it weren't for your looks and the fact that I was going to gift you to Big Zhang, do you think you could still be here hating us? Wu Wu fell to the ground after being hit, her ears ringing. The man then kicked her ruthlessly in the back. Damn. If you use that kind of gaze on me again, I will take you right now. When the sun rose, Yi Yan and the others finally emerged from the restroom. Before leaving, they had counted their gains from yesterday in the restroom stall. 140 first-level magic crystals. 1 second-level magic crystal. Yi Yan smiled when he looked at the second-level magic crystal, which was distinctly different in color from the others. After yesterday's battle, he fully realized one thing: he could now fight second-level zombies. In fact, the gap between second-level and first-level zombies was substantial. They were not even on the same level. Yesterday, Yi Yan was able to defeat a second-level zombie while only expending a bit of mental energy, because he had a well-known white-grade combat knife from a trader in the Narir mage profession. Moreover, he had the invaluable experience from his previous life dealing with zombies. These three factors undoubtedly formed the trump card that allowed Yi Yan to challenge opponents beyond his level. After resting for so long last night, both of them had fully recovered their spirits. Yi Yan had been cultivating his mental energy all night, equivalent to sleeping twice as long as when Yuan Nan. Through that night, his mental energy had recovered about half, and the wounds on his back had mostly healed. Because the bodies of evolved beings were already different from ordinary people, injuries that were quite severe for regular folks could heal quickly for them. Plus, he had used healing medicine, so his recovery was even faster. The two of them never imagined that one day breakfast would actually be solved in the restroom. Upon exiting, they encountered more than a dozen dispersed zombies, which they easily dispatched. However, under the sunlight, when they looked at each other's colors, they couldn't help but chuckle. This was a bit too terrifying. Both of them were covered in dried black blood, their hair matted with it, and their clothes were completely unrecognizable. They entered a classroom and found that the water dispenser still had more than half a bucket of water. They quickly washed themselves off to avoid feeling uncomfortable and emitting the stench of zombies. Although the zombie tide had dispersed, the influence of yesterday's tide meant that there were evidently more zombies around the teaching building than in other areas. After killing some zombies, they noticed a considerable gathering of zombies approaching, so they left the vicinity of the teaching building and headed elsewhere. The zombies around the school gate were relatively sparse, with the security room on the right and the administration building on the left. In the school administration building, there were usually very few people. Generally, there were only a few staff members in the offices and a limited number of students coming to handle affairs. The number of zombies here should not be too many. The two of them immediately decided to start clearing out the zombies from this location, waiting for the zombies around the teaching building to disperse a bit before engaging them. At this moment in the administration building, the three girls who had been sent to Big Zhang's room yesterday were lying on the cold floor. Last night, after Big Zhang had his way with them, he called a few of his underlings to enjoy themselves as well. Now the girls lay on the floor like corpses. If it weren't for their eyes being open, anyone who saw them in this state would surely... At this moment, the girls' eyes expressed numbness and despair. They were completely naked and felt nothing, lying there without a care to cover themselves. They wished they could tear these men apart. Yet they were powerless. Big Zhang glanced disdainfully at the girls on the floor. Why haven't you moved them over yet? They're an eyesore here. Saying that, he kicked one of the girls. The girl's pale body shuddered, but showed no response. Also bring me 2 new ones. These girls are too fragile. One of the underlings chuckled. That's because, Big Zhang, you're too powerful. Moreover, these girls had no experience. How could they withstand you? Big Zhang grinned widely, taking big bites of the meal. This meal was delivered by the cafeteria to the teachers and staff at 11:30 yesterday. However, lunch had not yet begun when the apocalypse struck. Many offices still had intact meals. The group lifted the 3 girls as if they were dead pigs and unceremoniously tossed them into another room alongside the other girls they had tormented yesterday. In this room, students under the control of this gang were confined. There were both boys and girls, and aside from those who had already been tortured to the brink of death, there were more than 20 others. However, these 20 or so did not dare to resist or condemn the beastly actions of these men, because they were armed with weapons, with knives, while these students had nothing and certainly could not fight against those who frequently ended up in the police station. Wu Wu closed her eyes, not wanting to see this scene. The thought of these people's disgusting actions made her want to kill. She knew that the next batch to be sent over could very well be herself. A look of determination appeared in her eyes. As long as the black fat man was doing something disgusting and was unarmed, she was confident she could subdue him. Then she could take the opportunity to kill him. Wu Wu had practiced taekwondo since childhood, achieving black belt status, and her family was a taekwondo family running a taekwondo school in a big city. As long as he dared to do that to her. As long as she had the opportunity. After they dumped the people inside, a boy among the students suddenly stood up and pointed at the boy next to him, saying, I saw him secretly eating chocolate just now. The boy looked terrified at the one pointing him out. He couldn't believe it, as he had clearly shared the chocolate with this person, asking him not to say anything. The person who stood up was Su Songshu, who had escaped from Yi Yan's grasp. The thugs, hearing this, immediately walked over with interest, looking at the terrified, trembling boy. A man pulled out a small knife, crouched down, and lifted the boy's chin with the tip of the knife. Hey, is what he said true? The boy had to look at the thug whose foul breath hit him, and he slowly began to speak. Yes. The thug grinned wickedly, handed over The boy shaking took out the already softened chocolate from his pocket and placed it in the thug's hand. The thug stood up, put away the knife, and the boy let out a long sigh of relief, but the next second he heard the utterly despairing words drag him out and feed him to the zombies. Make him unaware. The man immediately began to shout, clutching the thug's leg in agony. I was wrong. I was wrong. I will never hide food again. Please spare me. The thug kicked the boy away, and the others immediately dragged the screaming boy out. The boy's screams echoed from the end of the corridor, making the students present feel a chill. The thug threw the chocolate in his hand at Su Songshu's feet. Well done, this is your reward. Su Songshu immediately picked up the chocolate happily, and the thug was very satisfied with his fawning behavior. The thug pointed at the other students and said, you help me keep an eye on these people. If they make any moves, tell me immediately. I want to see if they dare to pull such small tricks. Su Songshu was even more excited. Yes, big brother. The thug nodded in satisfaction and then turned his gaze. The girls knew what they were planning to do and all lowered their heads, deeply trembling in fear of being seen by them and taken to. The leading thug recalled Wu Wu from yesterday. He had a deep impression of this girl, having dealt with her harshly yesterday. Since she had some looks today, she would definitely be one. The thug pointed at Wu Wu and said maliciously, you, just you, stand up and wait by the door. Wu Wu looked and saw that it was indeed her. She took a deep breath, thinking about what she had to do, and suddenly felt less afraid. But as soon as she stood up and walked to the door, she heard Su Songshu's exclamation, big brother. Big brother. Look. The thug was startled and ruthlessly kicked Su Songshu. Su Songshu didn't mind, and after steadying himself pointed at the two people below. Big brother. It's them. This is the person I told you about before. He has super abilities. He dares to kill zombies. I saw him kill over 20 zombies with my own eyes. He's not human. He must have some secret. Hurry and tell Big Jean to catch him. The thug sneered dismissively. What super ability? I think you've been scared silly by the zombies. When Su Songshu was caught by this gang after fleeing to the administration building, he had mentioned Yi Yin, but no one believed him. With the apocalypse just having occurred, the most terrifying thing in everyone's eyes was the zombies. Who would believe that someone dared to kill zombies? Dealing with zombies was akin to seeking death. Recalling the various insults and disdain Yi Yin had shown him, Su Songshu's anger flared up again. Seeing his nemesis, he almost lost his sanity. He didn't care about anything else and directly pulled the leading thug over. Look, they are killing zombies. The thug was about to explode with rage, but when he caught a glimpse of the scene below, he was too shocked to even get angry. He stared in disbelief at the two below as if he had seen a ghost. Seeing this scene, the other thugs also guessed what was happening and immediately surrounded them. Everyone fell silent. Some of the bolder students also stood up slowly to see what they were looking at. They saw a man and a woman both carrying large bags. One wielded a stick while the other held a cleaver, ruthlessly slaughtering zombies below. Even though there weren't many zombies downstairs, the two of them showed no fear in their actions, even chasing after the zombies to kill. What on earth is going on? There are actually people who dare to kill zombies. Moreover, judging by their movements and techniques, they were extraordinary. Ordinary people could never accomplish this. Perhaps they really had some secret, as Su Songshu had said. The apocalypse had occurred. Any extraordinary event that happened next would not be surprising. Originally standing at the door and watched by two people, Wu Wu found herself alone as everyone had run to the window. They believed these students wouldn't dare to run as there were still scattered zombies in the administration building and countless zombies outside. Moreover, they had successfully intimidated these students. Seeing an opportunity arise, Wu Wu didn't hesitate at all and directly bolted out the door. She desperately ran downstairs. Even if she were to be eaten by zombies today, she no longer wanted to stay in that hellish place. Hearing the door slam, the thugs suddenly woke up. One of them immediately panicked and rushed to chase after her. Someone ran away. The leading thug stopped him. You fool. Is a woman more important, or is it more important to tell Big Jean about this? In her frantic escape, Wu Wu collided with a girl as she dashed down the stairs. Clearly a girl, yet there was no softness at all when she bumped into her chest. Seeing a living person, Wu Wu immediately panicked and urged, don't go up. The people up there are beasts. Yi Yin furrowed his brows as he looked at the woman before him. Beasts. In the apocalypse, there are plenty of beasts. Even those who were once civilized can turn into beasts. Wen Yuan instantly recognized the girl standing in front of him. Her fame in the school was on par with Lu Wan. Although Wu Wu was not as tall as Lu Wan, she was still a stunning beauty. Walking down the street, she drew everyone's attention, and her strong aura made the boys who harbored thoughts about her keep their distance. Wu Wu was not only a proud beauty, but also came from a Taekwondo family. Her skills in Taekwondo were exceptional, and she was the president of the school's Taekwondo association. Having been at school for so long, although Wen Yuan had no chance to get to know Wu Wu, he had seen her many times on the road and had heard numerous stories about her, forming a general impression of her in his mind. At this moment, Wu Wu's panicked expression and disheveled appearance were completely out of character for her. Wen Yuan looked to Yi Yin for answers, but Yi Yin had no intention of acknowledging Wu Wu and was about to head upstairs to clear out the zombies. Seeing that these two ignored her and did not heed her warning made Wu Wu even more anxious. She had already seen that hell on earth, and if this girl went up, she would definitely face a brutal fate. Wu Wu urgently grabbed Wen Yuan's arm. Classmate, I'm telling the truth. There are a group of outsiders above, and they have defiled countless girls. I just escaped from there. Are you still going up? Upon hearing Wu Wu's words, Wen Yuan's eyes widened. At that moment, she noticed the red marks on Wu Wu's face and the swelling, suggesting she had been beaten by those people. Wen Yuan's heart was filled with rage. In other matters, she could remain calm. However, the forced defilement of girls making them wish for death made her feel disgusted and furious. When Yuan looked at Yi Yan, who was usually indifferent to others' affairs, and was surprisingly enraged. Yi Yan's face was dark and the coldness in his eyes suggested he was suppressing something. In the 2 years of the previous apocalypse, Yi Yan had witnessed too many similar events. Many of those instances were far more horrifying than what was happening today, because after the apocalypse this world was filled with beasts. In other matters he could remain indifferent and keep himself at a distance. However, there was one thing he absolutely could not forgive: the defilement of women. In the previous lives concentration camp, he had witnessed it firsthand. Yi Yan coldly asked Wu Wu, "Are they upstairs?" Wu Wu looked at the 2 people before her and quickly understood. However, there were many people above those thugs, numbered over a dozen, all armed with blades. How could 1 man and 1 woman possibly be their match? Are you crazy? 2 people, how can you save anyone? There are more than 10 people up there. They are thugs from outside the school, not good people to begin with, and now that the apocalypse has come, they are even more ruthless and capable of anything. Yet Wu Wu's frantic warnings seemed to have no effect. Yi Yan continued up the stairs. Wu Wu hesitated for a moment, then ran up 2 steps to grab the back of Yuan. "Listen to me. You can't go up. The girls." But when Yuan interrupted her with a smile, "Trust us, we will make those people kneel and beg for mercy." After saying that, when Yuan followed Yi Yan upstairs, Wu Wu looked at the 2 disappearing up the stairs in disbelief, muttering, "They must be crazy. They must be crazy." However, after hearing Yuan's words, Wu Wu recalled her own determination. She originally thought that if they brought her to that fat black man, she would fight to the death to take him down. She had escaped, but she remembered the fate of those girls upstairs, tossed aside like dead pigs after being toyed with no. Wu Wu looked at the zombies outside the administrative building. She thought that even if she were eaten by the zombies outside, she would never fall into those people's hands. Those 2 were too foolish. They had no idea what they were about to face. But could she really let those beasts go like this? After all, being eaten by zombies outside was still death. Before dying, she would definitely drag a beast down with her. Wu Wu chased after them, embracing a resolve to die. In the corridor on the 2nd floor, an indescribable, nauseating odor lingered as Yi Yan walked straight ahead without looking sideways. He could vaguely hear some voices. Reaching the door of an office, the raucous sounds came from within. Yi Yan's gaze turned icy, showing no fear as he kicked the door open forcefully. When the door opened, the first thing that caught the eye was the bodies of 5 or 6 girls on the right side of the door. They were not dead-eye after being violated. They had been tossed here like dead pigs. Their faces were filled with numbness, and their bodies bore the marks of the beast's actions. Even upon hearing the door being kicked open, they did not open their eyes. They wished to pretend they were already dead. Inside the room stood a group of outside thugs, numbering over 10, among them a particularly conspicuous fat man with a scar on his face. All the students were quietly crouching on the ground except for one person, Su Songshu. The people in the room were stunned for a second, surprised by the blood on the 2's bodies, then looked at Yi Yan with malicious eyes. When Yuan saw Su Songshu's eyes narrow, and then she suppressed her emotions. Just the thought that these people had to die calmed her down considerably. A thug looked at Yi Yan with disdain. "Oh, it's you." The kid, they said, was quite impressive. Yi Yan did not respond, but stood at the door quietly observing these people. Another person said, "I saw you kill zombies from the window earlier. You are indeed remarkable. But we are not the mindless zombies that charge forward without thought." With that, he pulled out a sharp dagger. "We are living people, and we have weapons." Brother Dezhang heard about Yi Yan's exploits from his underlings. Looking at the long knife in Yi Yan's hand, he felt no fear. "Hee, we were looking for you, yet you came to our door yourself. What did that bitch who escaped just now send you to save her?" At that moment, Wu Wu happened to arrive at the door. Seeing her, Brother Dezhang's eyes lit up. "Bitch, you dare to come back. But since you look decent, if you can entertain me, I might let you live a little longer. But as for you..." Brother Dezhang grinned sinisterly, pulling out a handgun and aiming it at Yi Yan. "Once you tell me your secret, I will make your death a bit more comfortable. As for the little girl beside you, I will treat her specially." The moment Brother Dezhang pulled out the gun, when Yuan's previously confident expression changed. The other students, including Wu Wu behind them, turned ashen. They had no idea that Brother Dezhang actually had a gun. In the room, the students who had previously seen how Yi Yan and the others killed zombies were shocked. Seeing these 2 appeared at the door seemingly to save them, their hearts surged with excitement. Because they had witnessed the strength of these 2. They dared to kill zombies. Anyone who saw their skills would not consider them. However, when Brother Dezhang pulled out the gun, they felt all hope shatter. No matter how strong Yi Yan was, he couldn't possibly compete against a gun. No wonder these thugs dared to target him after witnessing Yi Yan's terrifying strength. It turned out they had guns. Remembering Yi Yan's strength, Su Songshu, who had originally harbored some fear of him, felt a surge of madness in his eyes upon seeing Brother Dezhang draw the gun. "Brother Dezhang, I saw him kill zombies, as if he were chopping vegetables. He is definitely not an ordinary person. He must have a secret." Brother Dezhang laughed at Yi Yan, completely dismissing him. So what if Yi Yan was as formidable as Su Songshu said? He had a gun, why should he be afraid? Now that it was the apocalypse, the gun he had worked hard to obtain was finally coming in handy, without the worry of being caught. The apocalypse is exhilarating. It is simply made for people like him who defy all law and order. Thinking of this, he reminisced about the taste of those girls, a wicked and lewd smile appearing on his face. He wanted to resolve this matter quickly and continue to toy with them. Brother Dezhang looked at Yi Yan. "You're Yi Yan, right? Did you see what I have in my hand? No matter how strong you are, you cannot compare to the gun in my hand. Go bring him to me." Several thugs approached Yi Yin, Wu Wu behind Yi Yin, and the others whispered, "When they come over, you guys run. I know Taekwondo and can hold them off for." She didn't understand why these two were still concerned about others during the apocalypse, provoking this fat black man. As the thugs approached, Brother Dejong stood leisurely by the window inside the room, casually aiming his gun at Yi Yin. Su Songshu, feeling smug, shouted at Yi Yin, "Haha, aren't you supposed to be so strong? Aren't you going to kill me? Look at who is so scared that he doesn't even dare to move now. Huh, so funny, so pathetic. And the foolish girl you saved will soon become Brother Dejong's toy." The light of hope in the students' eyes was completely extinguished. What they would witness next would be just another monotonous scene. The newcomers would be thoroughly dealt with, obediently handing over everything and locked up here. If they defied again, they would be killed. The girls would be kept here available for their beastly desires at any time. They thought they had finally waited for a savior, only to find that nothing could change. Yi Yin, who had been silent, finally spoke up. "Soon I will throw you out of this window, and the surrounding zombies will be drawn to you, allowing these students to see how you are devoured by zombies." Everyone was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Huh, this idiot. Is he dreaming? Throw Brother Dejong. Is he out of his mind? Haha, you are killing me. I know you are strong enough to kill zombies, but did you not see what Brother Dejong is holding?" Brother Dejong, furiously laughing, aimed his gun at Yi Yin. "Kid, if it weren't for me wanting to ask you something, I would have blown you away long ago. Do you think you can still talk back to me here?" Everyone looked at Yi Yin with expressions of disbelief, except for Wen Yuannan. Just as Brother Dejong finished speaking, a thunderous sound suddenly rang in their ears. It deafened them. Thunder. When everything returned to calm, everyone was unaware of what had happened, only knowing that a loud bang had just occurred, making their ears ache. Some people cautiously opened their eyes, afraid of seeing something terrifying. In the room, except for Yi Yin and Wen Yuan, and everyone else was crouched on the ground holding their heads, and there was a smell of burning in the air. The few girls who had been thrown there, without clothes, finally reacted, huddling together on the floor, trembling. Then there was Dejong lying on the ground. His entire body was charred, with skin torn and blood continuously oozing from various parts, leaving him a ghastly mix of black and red. The tattoo on his arm was now unrecognizable, whether it was a tiger or a cat. Dejong lay there pitifully, having peacefully passed away without uttering a single scream, while everyone else remained clueless about what had transpired. Su Songshu, who had been closest to Dejong just moments ago, felt something explosive go off near his ear, causing his head to throb painfully. At this moment, everyone else had recovered, but he felt as if his ears were about to bleed. In the instant Su Songshu dodged away from Dejong, he caught a glimpse of lightning striking down in broad daylight. Everyone stared blankly at Dejong's horrific bloody corpse, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Wasn't Dejong just speaking moments ago? Wasn't he pointing a gun at Yi Yin? How could there have been such a loud bang, and by the time they regained their senses, he was already dead? Everyone unconsciously looked towards Yi Yin at the door. Yi Yin had a blank expression. A girl who was not wearing clothes slowly sat up from the ground, staring dazedly at Dejong's corpse for a few seconds before she began to laugh madly, seemingly genuinely happy, almost like a madwoman. The girl was completely unconcerned about her lack of clothing, laughing uncontrollably, causing those around her to avert their gazes. Once she had laughed enough, she crawled over, grabbing Yi Yin's foot, her eyes filled with excitement. "You killed him, right?" Then she pointed at the stunned thugs, unsure of what to do. "What about them? They should die too. You killed them as well. They should all die. Kill them." As she shouted the last part, the girl began to scream and lose control. Yi Yin, who had always been indifferent towards others, squatted down, holding the frenzied girl, looking into her eyes, and patiently said, "They will all die, don't worry." Hearing this, the girl calmed down and let out a low laugh. "Hee hee, they will all die, that's wonderful." The thugs, having overheard their conversation, were drenched in cold sweat. It was needless to say the person who killed Dejong must be Yi Yin. But he was at the door and Dejong was by the window. How could he have? He was still standing at the door. They had not seen Yi Yin make a move. Moreover, Dejong's death was extremely horrifying, his entire body charred with skin torn and blood flowing, reminiscent of the terrifying sound moments ago, as if he had been struck by lightning. This person's method was too bizarre. It completely exceeded the capabilities of an ordinary person. As Su Songshu had pointed out, he must have obtained some mysterious power. The students, who had initially lost all hope, finally reacted at this moment. Dejong was dead. It was this person named Yi Yin who had killed him. They could finally escape this place. When Dejong had drawn his gun, they had resigned themselves to defeat, believing Yi Yin would, but now they had no idea how Yi Yin had made his move, and Dejong had already died a miserable death. The students looked at Yi Yin with grateful and fervent gazes. Meanwhile, Wu Wu, standing behind Yi Yin, was in disbelief at what was unfolding before her. Dead. Dejong was dead. How could that be? Could this boy really be responsible? What had he done? Wu Wu never expected that this not-so-tall boy would possess such bizarre methods. In an instant, he had killed Dejong. At this moment, she had to admit that she had underestimated this boy named Yi Yin. Wen Yuan remained calm and composed. She knew Yi Yan's capabilities. It must be noted that even though the two of them were now evolved beings, they could not use their bodies to block bullets. If they were hit by a bullet, their fate would probably not be much better than an ordinary person. In such a situation, the only option was to use Yi Yan's professional skill, lightning strike. At this moment, the thugs and Su Songshu were filled with terror. How could they provoke someone who could kill from a distance without needing to get close? Moreover, they had also heard Yi Yan's words, they all had to die. Su Songshu's fear instantly turned to madness as he spotted the gun that Dejong had dropped not far away and rolled over to grab it. At that moment, when Yuan Nan saw Su Songshu's movement and immediately unleashed the speed of a one-star evolved being, reaching the window in just 2 seconds. Su Song-shu saw the gun was right in front of him and murmured frantically, "The gun. Once I get the gun, it's over for you." They all have to die. In the next second, a shadow suddenly appeared, stepping on his outstretched hand that was reaching for the gun. Su Song-shu lay on the ground like a dog, looking up and bursting into mad laughter. "Ha. Now this wretched girl can bully me. Ha. Tell me, what secret do you all have? Even you have changed. I should have kicked you harder in the library, kicked you to a place where he couldn't save you. Stinky woman." Hearing this, Wen Yuan then exerted even more force with her foot, causing Su Song-shu to scream in agony. "Ah, damn it, stinky woman. Just because you were next to Yi Yan, do you think you're so impressive? You probably used some disgusting posture to please him when I wasn't looking." Wen Yuan, then unfazed by his words, swung her baseball bat mercilessly down on Su Song-shu's back. He finally silenced grunting as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Wen Yuan then had not held back at all with that strike. Remembering how this person had kicked her down the stairs yesterday, nearly feeding her to the zombies, fear washed over her. Wen Yuan, Nan, standing tall, kept her foot firmly on Su Song-shu's hand. "What about the people you were with? You scum. Did you push them to the zombies at some point to escape yourself?" Su Song-shu lay there in despair, his hand pinned down, and with a blow to his back he felt as if his organs were shaking with pain. "That wretched girl. She has become one of those with superpowers like Yi Yan. Hee, so what?" Wen Yuan then replied, "So what? Right now I will throw you down, and you, a beast below human, will also taste the experience of being thrown out to feed the zombies." Su Song-shu, who had been resigned to his fate, knew he would undoubtedly die today. But when he heard Wen Yuan Nan was going to throw him to the zombies, his face filled with terror, and he quickly changed his tone. "No, I was wrong. You can kill me however you want. Just don't throw me to the zombies. Please. No." The thought of the zombies' hideous, disgusting, and terrifying faces made him tremble. Yesterday, he had spent the whole day being chased by zombies. To avoid those relentless zombies, he had pushed those around him out time and again. He did not want to die at the mouths of zombies. The thought of his flesh being bitten off piece by piece, unable to die swiftly, while watching the zombies fight over his body, was enough to make him break down. "Please. I don't want to feed the zombies. Just kill me. Just kill me." Wen Yuan then coldly laughed, lifting her foot off his hand and pulling him up. Su Song-shu immediately began to struggle, desperately punching and kicking. Wen Yuan then struck him hard again, nearly knocking him unconscious. She positioned him by the window, pressing his head down. "Look, there are so many zombies below. They were all drawn by the sound from earlier. If you were thrown down, you can save us." Su Song-shu's head was heavy, and he struggled to open his eyes, looking at the gathering zombies below. He had no strength left, yet he feebly muttered, "No. Don't feed me to the zombies." Wen Yuan Nan coldly snorted, "Just yesterday you wanted to feed me to the zombies. How about now? Consider this a repayment." She forcefully yanked Su Song-shu out, sending him tumbling from the second floor, emitting the loudest scream he could muster. The height of the second floor was neither too high nor too low. Jumping down could mean death, but there was also a significant chance of surviving, albeit losing the ability to move. Su Song-shu, who had been beaten to the point of being worse than dead, lost his ability to move and lay half-conscious on the ground, quickly being overwhelmed by the approaching zombies, unable to emit even a single scream. At this moment, Yi Yan walked to the window, stared for 2 seconds, then said, "It seems there isn't enough food for these zombies." After saying that, he tossed De Zhang's already grotesque corpse out. The several girls at the door who were not wearing clothes seemed to have discovered something that delighted them as they pushed through the crowd to run over, watching the scene of zombies eating. Among the students, a few girls who had not yet been violated finally dared to take off a piece of their clothing and drape it over. One girl, covered in dirt and with signs of having been beaten with a swollen corner of her eye, looked at the scene below and said with distress, "The zombies still seem to feel insufficient." Yi Yan replied, "Insufficient? Aren't there still over 10? Just feed them slowly." A few girls clapped. Great. Wen Yuan then looked at these girls who had been tortured to the point of losing their humanity, feeling pained. The filthy events that unfolded in this apocalyptic world were far more brutal than she had imagined. Had she not encountered Yi Yan at the beginning, she might have been subjected to such terrifying experiences somewhere else. The thugs, hearing Yi Yan's words and seeing him at the window, found only Wu Wu at the door. 2 of them gritted their teeth and suddenly charged towards the door. One of them, reaching out to push Wu Wu aside, suddenly felt a chill at the back of his neck. He had no chance to know what it was, for in the next second his head fell to the ground. The other thug was already knocked down by Wu Wu's kick, without Yi Yan needing to intervene. Yi Yan finally scrutinized Wu Wu for 2 seconds. Her skills were not simple, it was obvious she had trained. Her moves were fluid, decisive, powerful, and sharp, indicating she had certainly trained hard. The head rolled to the side of the thug who had just been knocked down by Wu Wu. He had almost met the same fate as this person. All the students stood up. Even though these ruffians still had knives in hand, they were no longer afraid. Because Yi Yan was beside, they had seen clearly how Yi Yan swiftly moved from the window to the door and how he effortlessly decapitated a thug. Perhaps what Su Song-shu, that scoundrel, said was true. Yi Yan had encountered something that transformed his body. Otherwise, an ordinary college student would not be able to do what he did. Yi Yan picked up the dead man's head and body, walked to the window, and threw them out. The thunder just now had attracted many zombies from outside the school. Yi Yan said to Wen Yuanan, "Go check the car parked downstairs for any gasoline." Wen Yuanan, seeing the multitude of zombies below, quickly guessed what Yi Yan intended to do and nodded before heading down. The girls, whose minds were somewhat clouded, gazed at the zombies below, unable to look away, not feeling that this was a frightening. Hurry, we're out of food. Get another one. It's all gone." Feed the zombies. Yi Yan walked over, grabbed a thug, and lifted him into the air, letting his legs flail. The man pleaded for mercy. Don't kill me. I didn't touch them. I swear I didn't touch them. A girl who had been joyfully watching the zombies below suddenly turned her head upon hearing the man's voice. Her expression turned grotesque as if she had seen a sworn enemy, and she spat a mouthful of water on the man's face, then rushed forward to claw at his face, digging at his eyes, shouting incoherently. Only the image of a horrifying and repulsive scene replayed in her mind, with the man's face constantly appearing within it. In a frenzy, the girl gouged out the man's eyes, holding them in her hands before crushing them, yelling at the bloodied, nearly broken man, "You looked at me. You looked at me. I'll dig out your eyes. I'll kill you." The man's screams echoed throughout the administrative building during the girl's outburst, while Yi Yan held him suspended in the air by the window, allowing her to vent her anger. At that moment, the girl charged forward and forcefully pushed the man, and Yi Yan followed her momentum, throwing him down. The girl stood by the window, staring blankly as the zombies tore him apart before she fell to the ground in despair. Everyone silently watched the scene unfold. Those who had not experienced it could never fathom what had happened to this girl to make her change so drastically. Not only this girl, but all the other girls who had been stripped and thrown by the door were also acting crazily and had lost their sanity. Wu Wu looked at the frenzied girl, her eyes reddening. She felt utterly powerless watching those heinous acts unfold. She had almost become like them. Wu Wu glanced at the leading thug by her feet. He was the one who had come into this room to select girls, sending them to the fat, dark man. It was he who had groped every girl under the pretense of inspection. It was he who called others to directly violate girls when they resisted, then tossed them aside. He had previously assaulted Wu Wu, and it was his hand that lingered longest on her chest. Upon seeing the leading thug, Wu Wu recalled the hellish scenes and the feelings of violation and helplessness. The leading thug sensed something was off about Wu Wu's expression and abruptly stood up. "What do you want to do?" He drew a knife from his bag, brandishing it in front of him. Seeing death occur repeatedly before his eyes, his fear of death escalated to its peak. Meanwhile, Wu Wu, witnessing the tragic girls, recalled the events of the past 2 days. She slowly walked towards the leading thug, rage burning in her eyes. The thug realized the situation was dire and waved his dagger. "If I can't handle him, I can't handle you either." However, Wu Wu seemed to not hear him at all, charging straight at him. The thug immediately lunged forward with his dagger aimed at Wu Wu, but surprisingly, she did not dodge as she charged right at him. Wu Wu sidestepped her left leg, delivering a swift kick that narrowly grazed her cheek. The thug collapsed to the ground. He could not comprehend how this girl who had previously been at his mercy possessed such skill. At this moment, he felt a sharp pain in his waist and suddenly could not stand up. The students present were not particularly surprised. Wu Wu was the president of the school's taekwondo club. Oh, she was no mere ornament. Having trained in her family since childhood and participated in numerous competitions, she had won countless medals. Her looks were also exceptional, and years of practicing taekwondo and physical training only added to her allure. How could such a wealthy and beautiful girl not be recognized in school? Everyone knew Wu Wu was incredibly strong. Previously, it was because there were too many thugs all armed that she dared not fight. Now in front of her stood only one thug wielding a small knife. Oh, what was there to fear? Yet upon seeing Wu Wu, they noticed a shallow cut on one side of her cheek that extended for some length. However, Wu Wu clearly did not care about that. She glared at the leading thug on the ground. "Beast. Go to hell and repent." Wu Wu picked up the dagger he had dropped on the ground, and to the astonishment of everyone, ruthlessly killed the howling leading. Seeing an ordinary person, a good person, turned into this, everyone gained a deeper understanding of the horrors of the apocalypse. Yi Yan approached, showing no reaction, and tossed the leading thug's corpse down to feed the zombies. At this point, there were over 100 zombies gathered below, all attracted by Yi Yan's previous thunderous noise. They continued to throw corpses down, causing quite a commotion among the zombie horde, which attracted even more zombies. At this moment, when Yuan returned carrying 2 barrels of gasoline. As she entered, she passed by Wu Wu and noticed her bloodstained clothes, roughly guessing what had happened. When Yuan placed the gasoline at Yi Yan's feet, looking at the few thugs who had not yet been thrown down to feed the zombies, and appeared ashen-faced, "I collected quite a bit of gasoline, or it should be enough." Yi Yan responded casually, "Then it's time." After saying that, Yi Yan and when Yuan began to throw the crying and pleading thugs one after another down to the zombies. Some landed directly on the densely packed zombie group below, without much harm, even crushing a few zombies. They only felt as if they had fallen onto something soft and squishy which emitted a foul stench. However, they had no chance to escape, instantly being overwhelmed by the zombies, their screams barely escaping their lips. Some fell to the ground, legs broken, desperately crawling with their hands, just wanting to distance themselves from the terrifying zombies behind them. When several were thrown down together, the zombies immediately converged towards them, becoming even more concentrated. Yi Yan and Wen Yuan stood by the window, each holding a barrel of oil, pouring it down. Most of it splashed onto the zombies, but they showed no reaction. Yi Yan took out a lighter he had long retrieved from his backpack, ignited it, and threw it down. The zombie horde, which was still feasting on human flesh, immediately erupted in a chorus of howls. The flames quickly spread throughout the zombie horde, thick black smoke billowing up, accompanied by a foul stench, instantly changing the color of the sky. The students hid in the corridor of the administrative building to avoid the acrid black smoke. They had no idea what those zombies were made of that burned so foully. The fire raged for 20 minutes, completely blackening the outer wall of the administrative building. During this time, some zombies, attracted by the commotion, had no idea what was happening and were also caught in the inferno. The flames gradually subsided. Yi Yin instructed Wen Yuannan to distribute a backpack of food to these people, showing sympathy for the girls. Although he was reborn, he could be considered the most knowledgeable person about this apocalypse so far. However, relying solely on his strength, it was impossible to take so many people with him unless he waited until he established his own power and gained that strength. These students had been starving for almost an entire day, enduring inhumane torment, and their bodies could no longer support them. They were so hungry that they immediately began to wolf down the food. Some, however, restrained themselves, only eating half of what was allocated to them. In just this short time, they had fully experienced the horror of the apocalypse. People not only had to face the threats of zombies and other humans, but also the more severe issue of food shortages. Thus, many were eating cautiously, even carefully taking only a little. They had become fearful of hunger. Yi Yin looked at them as if seeing his former self in the concentration camp in his past life, becoming somewhat lost. His goal in this life, having been reborn, was clear: to grow stronger and seek revenge. In just one day, he reached heights that took him 2 years to attain in his previous life. These past 2 days, his heart had been filled with hatred for his parents, had been harmed, he had been torn apart by zombies, and Wen Yuannan had been implicated. All of this had happened just the day before, as if it were right before his eyes. At this moment, looking at these people, he felt deeply moved. In his previous life, he was just like them. But now he lacked the ability to lead so many people onward. They would become stumbling blocks on his path to strength. The members he selected must be useful. Thus, no matter how much he sympathized with them, now he could not take them with him. The fire had completely extinguished, leaving only magic crystals burned from the zombies. Yi Yin approached the window and saw that the ground below was covered with dark blue, first-level magic crystals. There were at least over 100. He immediately called Wen Yuannan and prepared to leave, going down to collect the magic crystals and seek out traders outside the school. Seeing that Yi Yin and his companion were about to leave, the students cast grateful glances at them with a hint of expectation. However, the two chose to ignore the expectation in their eyes. At this moment, the girl who had crushed the eyeballs ran over and grabbed Yi Yin. She had already put on clothes from other boys. Yi Yin, you helped me kill that person, I like you the most. Yi Yin felt pity, but he had no choice. If he took away such a girl, how would he explain it to the others? Yi Yin sympathized with the sorrow of these small figures, just as he hated his own uselessness in his previous life. He steeled his heart and directly told the girl, I'm sorry, you are of no use to me. I cannot take you with me. The girl's expression immediately dimmed, and the others, hearing the anticipated answer, still felt disappointed. However, Yi Yin made an even greater resolution, saying the following, but I can tell you the greatest secret of this apocalypse, which is why I am so strong. Everyone thought their ears were malfunctioning, staring at Yi Yin in shock. The greatest secret. The greatest secret. His power is such a strong secret. When they realized Yi Yin was speaking the truth, their gazes toward him filled with even more gratitude and respect. After these 2 days, they understood very clearly what kind of apocalypse this was. Humanity faced the greatest crisis in history, yet to survive, most people had to turn against each other. This also allowed those with ill intentions to become even more reckless, doing whatever they pleased. Some people who clearly did not need to harm others committed atrocious acts. In peacetime, those who were already bad people became even more unrestrained, thriving in this chaos. To survive, one must grow stronger. This is a dangerous and selfish apocalypse. But Yi Yin actually said he would reveal his powerful secret to them. Wu Wu calmed down at this moment and guessed that this apocalypse was far more complex than she had imagined. As a person trained in martial arts, she had a very accurate understanding of the human body and combat power. After seeing Yi Yan's attack, she clearly understood that it far exceeded the limits of an ordinary person, whether it was his speed or strength. Especially the means he used to kill that black chubby man, which could no longer be explained. Everyone looked at Yi Yin in awe, listening to his words, scared to miss a single word, including those girls whose nerves had been somewhat frayed from torment. After the apocalypse occurred, a large number of mysterious individuals appeared around the world. These mysterious individuals are called traders. They wear black robes revealing only their faces. Their faces are shaped like 2 hooked jewels connected from end to end, resembling nothing human. Traders are humanity's lifeline in the dangerous and brutal apocalypse. At the trader, you can exchange magic crystals from zombie heads for evolution agents, weapons, professions, food, clothing, and more. Evolution agents are the first step for humanity to grow stronger. A bottle of 1-star evolution agent can make a person a 1-star evolver. Evolvers are divided into 9 levels, and each evolution requires the corresponding star-level evolution agent. Both Wen Yuannan and I are evolvers, and I won't elaborate further. Just look at us, and you'll understand the vast difference between ordinary people and evolvers. Therefore, your most urgent task is to kill zombies, obtain magic crystals, and exchange them at the trader for 1-star evolution. Remember one thing when encountering a trader, regardless of how chaotic the situation is, do not attempt to obstruct the trader, including touching him. If you do so, the trader will mercilessly kill you. Just bring magic crystals with you and approach the trader thinking about the trade, and you will enter the trading time. Initiate the trader's transaction by mentally designating up to 10 people, including yourself, who can enter trading. The trading time lasts a maximum of 10 minutes. At that time, you can choose to exit immediately or be randomly teleported to a relatively safe location within a kilometer. The latter option can help you avoid many dangers. To initiate a transaction with the trader, you must have magic crystals worth at least the cheapest item on the trader, otherwise the transaction cannot be triggered. Also, the items on a trader are limited. For example, if a trader has 3 one-star evolution agents once they are exchanged. Regarding my method of killing that black chubby man, it is a profession from the trader. Professions are currently quite rare, but once you have a profession dealing with evolvers of the same level becomes very easy. Finally, zombies are not terrifying. Only with the courage to face them can you kill them from magic crystals. When killing zombies, the most important thing is to destroy their brains. Before injecting the immunity agent, be sure not to let a zombie scratch you, otherwise even a god cannot save you. The price of a 1-star evolution agent is 100 magic crystals, meaning you must kill 100 level 1 zombies to obtain a 1-star evolution agent. That is all I have to say. Everyone worked hard to digest what Yi Yan said. This completely exceeded their realm of understanding. Evolution agents, evolvers, professions, traders. However, the strength displayed by Yi Yan and Wen Yuan left them with no doubt about Yi Yan's words. Wen Yuan then said, "It is the second day of the apocalypse, and only a few people should have discovered the uses of traders. No one would go to kill zombies or collect magic crystals. Now is your best opportunity. You must conquer your fears." The students looked at Yi Yan with admiration and gratitude while their hearts began to race. As long as they obtained magic crystals and found a trader, they could become strong like Yi Yan. They could survive in this ruthless apocalypse. The eyes of those girls also sparkled with excitement. A boy stepped forward filled with respect and gratitude and solemnly said to Yi Yan, "Brother Yi Yan, we are truly very grateful for you sharing the secrets of the trader with us. We don't expect to follow in your footsteps, but I show you vow to survive in this apocalypse and become someone useful to you. When we meet again, I will definitely be your partner." Yi Yan smiled with satisfaction, saying, "All right, Zhou, I will wait for you." Those somewhat frenzied girls also excitedly chimed in, "So will we." Changing the subject, Yi Yan said seriously, "By the way, zombies can also evolve. Yesterday, I killed a level 2 zombie at the school and encountered another outside. Remember, there is a world of difference between level 1 and level 2 zombies. If you have the opportunity to become a 1-star evolver, make sure to flee for your life when encountering a level 2 zombie, unless you are absolutely confident in killing it." Yi Yan was different. He was not only a 1-star evolver, but also a professional. Most importantly, he had the experience of the past 2 years from his previous life. However, these people must undergo certain trials in the apocalypse before they can take risks. Yi Yan said, "Let's leave the administration building immediately. There's so much noise here, a level 2 zombie might arrive soon." Everyone's expressions tightened, but more than that they felt Yi Yan saved them from the thugs, shared food with them, not only rescuing them, but also solving their urgent needs. If giving food was like giving them fish, then Yi Yan telling them about the traders and the greatest secret of this apocalypse was like giving them a fishing rod. Now their fear of this apocalypse had lessened, replaced with a glimmer of hope. After finishing, Yi Yan directly called Wen Yuan and prepared to leave. Those people looked at him deeply from behind, remembering this benefactor. The two walked down the stairs heading to the other side of the administration building to collect the magic crystals left after burning the zombies. At this moment, a sound of footsteps echoed behind them. Wen Yuan looked back and was surprised to see Wu Wu. Yi Yan, however, appeared to have anticipated this, looking at Wu Wu. Wu Wu's face was flushed, feeling somewhat nervous. Earlier she had acted like a fool, desperately trying to stop the two from going up to send them to their deaths, but they turned out to be so strong. Thinking about her previous behavior, Wu Wu felt her face burn. However, after witnessing Yi Yan's strength, how could she not be moved? Moreover, even if she was not an evolver now, she was still much stronger than an average person and would definitely be useful to Yi Yan. Most importantly, Yi Yan's actions today made Wu Wu admire and appreciate him greatly. If it were just her alone, she definitely would not have been able to save these students or defeat even a single thug. In this dangerous and treacherous apocalypse, following a strong person is the wisest choice. Wu Wu looked at Yi Yan saying, "My name is Wu Wu and I want to follow you. Don't worry, I will definitely be useful. I have been learning Taekwondo since I was young and I have never missed a day of training. I will never hold you back." Yi Yan understood her strength just from watching her exchange blows with the leading thug. She was indeed impressive. In terms of consistent daily training, Yi Yan could not compare to her. So Yi Yan readily said, "Then you can join us." Wu Wu's eyes widened in surprise, not expecting Yi Yan to agree so easily. She immediately jumped up in excitement, and Wen Yuan was also happy to welcome another member to their team. The three of them exited, heading directly towards the back of the administration building, and saw Zhou Yu and his group leaving. Fearing that a level 2 zombie might come, the three quickly collected magic crystals and left the vicinity of the administration. Yi Yan decided to first head to the small supermarket to gather some supplies. One of the two large backpacks from earlier had already been distributed, and the other was half-eaten. Now that there was an extra person, it was best to gather supplies while they could. After all, they did not know when unexpected situation. The group made their way, killing zombies as they headed for the small shop near the teaching building. At this moment, Wu Wu was completely different from her former self. Having experienced hell on earth, witnessed evil and cruel acts, and having killed a person without hesitation, she had unknowingly grown up. Now she craved power and desired to be as strong as Yi Yan. Having trained since childhood, she had never missed a day of exercise, her physical fitness far superior to that of an average person. All those years of Taekwondo training were not in vain. She had rich practical experience from various competitions, especially when facing level 1 zombies who lacked any strategy or intelligence. As an ordinary person without evolution, Wu Wu was surprisingly killing zombies at a decent pace. Unlike Wen Yuan, who would pant and struggle after killing two. The more she killed, the braver she became. Her persistent daily training was now paying off. Added to her intense desire, she was even keeping pace with Wen Yuannan in taking down zombies. Yi Yan watched Wu Wu while killing zombies. Seeing her current state and skills, a smile involuntarily appeared on. This Wu Wu was already so strong as an ordinary person. If she became an evolver, she would definitely be a significant. This time they had found a treasure. At this moment in the building next to the teaching building where Yi Yan had earlier triggered a minor zombie tide in a dance studio on the rooftop. The 20 or so students Yi Yan and Wen Yuannan encountered earlier, including Lu Wan and Ji Wenyu along with 2 teachers, were all inside. However, there were 5 more individuals. Astonishingly, they were the 5 security guards from the school gate. At this moment, each of them had an extra backpack filled to the brim with food. The students looked at them eagerly but did not dare to approach. This was because the 5 were holding electric batons and small. To the surprise of Yi Yan and Wen Yuan, the glass door of the convenience store they had cleared of zombies was wide open, revealing several zombies inside. Weren't there 3 people inside before? How could they leave the available food and safe place to run outside? The 3 hurried to the entrance of the convenience store, and at a glance they saw some human bones and torn clothing. Wen Yuannan vaguely remembered the outfits of the 3 individuals and recognized their clothing. Uncertain of what had happened, the glass door remained intact, yet zombies had come in and consumed the 3 individuals. After clearing the zombies, Yi Yan and the others closed the door. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the food in the convenience store had been rummaged through with quite a bit taken away. It was clear that someone had visited, and perhaps the 3 had opened the door for them, leading to their demise. However, it was unclear whether their deaths were caused by humans or zombies. Yi Yan was too indifferent to care. He was not typically a warm-hearted person, nor one to meddle in others' affairs. Today he helped those girls because he had seen too many women suffer from such incidents in his past life, including those who were. Despite being selfish, Yi Yan could not remain calm upon witnessing such occurrences. In the apocalypse, without strength, one was at the bottom and could be bullied by anyone. In the apocalypse, women without strength often faced even worse fates than men. If he had not encountered something that crossed his bottom line, he would not have intervened. In the apocalypse, death and murder were all too common. Each of the 3 carried a bag filled with food and water ready to set. On the way from the administration building to the convenience store, the 3 killed quite a number of zombies. Together with those they had burned to death in the administration building and those killed yesterday, Yi Yan now possessed nearly 400 magic crystals. That was enough to exchange for a junior craftsman profession. Yi Yan could sense that the special first-level trader was still in town, although he was a bit far away and his position had shifted. Previously, if Yi Yan had sensed that this trader was so far from the school, he would never have risked going out. However, he now knew that the trader possessed a special profession and space crystals. No matter the risk, he had to go. Moreover, he was not only a 1-star evolver now, but also a professional. He possessed lightning abilities. With a formidable combat force like Wu Wu joining the team, if she became an evolver, the team's strength would certainly see a significant boost. This reduced Yi Yan's pressure. He was also worried that if he delayed, someone might have already discovered the trader's secret. If the items he wanted were exchanged, it would be too late for him to cry. Thus, the 3 set off immediately. On the way, they encountered zombies and killed them. Just like before, they tried to make as little noise as possible. As soon as zombies showed a tendency to gather, they would leave. During this time, Wu Wu's experience in killing zombies increased rapidly. Though she was powerful in combat, she had previously only trained in Taekwondo and had little experience in killing zombies. Yi Yan had previously told her that to kill a zombie, one must thoroughly destroy its skull. Coupled with her own insights after killing over a dozen zombies, she had now become quite adept at it. Wu Wu was thrilled to hear Yi Yan say they were going out to find the traitor. She couldn't wait to discover what the traitor who possessed miraculous powers as described by Yi Yan was like, and what the evolution agents and professions entailed. Upon reaching outside the school, Wu Wu realized that the number of zombies in the town was double that of the school. The 3 advanced in a tighter formation, killing zombies while having the opportunity to collect magic crystals, and quickly left at the first sign of danger. Once they exited the school gate, Yi Yan clearly sensed the position of the traitor. He was in a market just a street away from the school. Knowing their destination, the 3 no longer killed zombies unless they were right in front of them and could not avoid them. The 3 quickly reached the entrance of the market, and at a glance, the previously cramped market during peaceful times had become a haven for zombies after the apocalypse. The market was always a crowded place, and when the apocalypse occurred, even if only half of the people there turned into zombies, the others had nearly no escape. Thus, the density of zombies in the market was even greater than that on the streets of the town. Yi Yan and Wen Yuannan, being 1-star evolvers who had injected immune agents, were not particularly afraid of these densely packed zombies. However, Wu Wu was still an ordinary person. If she was bitten or grabbed by a zombie, there would be no chance of survival. The immune agent only worked if used before being infected by a zombie. Yi Yan looked at the 2-story supermarket positioned right at the center of the market and could clearly sense that the trader was inside. However, the dense crowd of zombies in front posed a problem. If it was just Yi Yan and Wen Yuannan, then they could afford to get injured. But now among them was Wu Wu, who could not be touched by zombies. Seeing Yi Yan's serious expression, Wu Wu took a deep breath and said, "Yi Yan, don't worry about me. Just go in. Since I've said I won't hold you back, I absolutely won't." Yi Yan looked at Wu Wu and then turned to Wen Yuannan, saying, "When we go in, be sure to protect her." Wen Yuannan wielded a baseball bat, Wu Wu held an axe, and Yi Yan carried a white battle knife. The 3 charged in with Yi Yan in the front, Wen Yuannan behind, and Wu Wu sandwiched in the middle. Yi Yan used his fastest speed to kill as many zombies as possible ahead. Wu Wu swung her axe with all her might, chopping down each zombie that charged at her. She was now experiencing that the density of zombies in the market was unlike that in the school. Here the zombies were thick and the narrow terrain made it easier for them to gather. Moreover, there seemed to be an endless supply of zombies. Gradually, even after a year of training without rest, she felt her arms growing sore and numb from swinging the axe. However, the number of zombies before her showed no signs of diminishing. Wu Wu felt her arms becoming heavier and her movements slowing down. At that moment, a zombie charged at her from the front left and her axe was still stuck in another zombie's skull, leaving her unable to pull it out in time to deal with this one. As the zombie's claws came into view, Yin swiftly turned and struck down, severing the zombie's head, then quickly hacked at the zombie in front of him. Wu Wu suddenly felt a surge of adrenaline, forcing herself to exert maximum strength, pushing herself to her limit, as she had promised not to hold back Yin. At once she felt her arms go numb, no longer feeling heavy, but rather moving mechanically as she continued to chop at the head. As for the zombie's filthy blood, she had not paid any attention to it from the beginning. Meanwhile, Wen Yuan, although under less pressure, saw a continued influx of zombies and anxiously shouted, "Hurry up, the zombies behind are closing in." While killing zombies, Wen Yuan also helped relieve the pressure on Wu Wu in front. Yin heard this and noticed that the zombies around the market were indeed beginning to gather. Having killed for so long, they had not dared to excavate magic crystals, and the number of zombies showed no sign of lessening. Instead, they were gathering even more. After such a long struggle, they had only carved out a bloody path in the market. Victory was in sight as the three were about to reach the steps to enter the supermarket. Yin swung his hands faster. If this dragged on, the three would be surrounded by the horde of zombies. At that point, breaking out would become even more difficult. Hearing Wu Wu's noticeably rapid breathing from behind, Yin said in a deep voice, "We're just a few meters away." Wu Wu gathered her spirit, squeezing out her last bit of strength to keep chopping at the zombies, though her blows were growing weaker. Finally, just as they were about to step onto the stairs and enter the supermarket, two zombies lunged at Wu Wu. At this moment, she had exhausted her strength and could only move her heavy feet, having no energy left to deal with the two zombies. Wen Yuan reacted quickly, smashing a baseball bat against one zombie's head, instantly bursting it open. Without pausing, she swung the bat again, striking the other zombie's head. Meanwhile, Yin, to ensure that Wu Wu wouldn't be scratched by any zombies, quickly lifted her and hurled her into the super. The zombies inside the supermarket were not as numerous as those outside, but there were still a few scattered zombies wandering about. After throwing Wu Wu inside, Yin quickly followed, killing the two zombies that came in response to the noise. Wen Yuan also rushed into the supermarket, swinging her bat at the few zombies that followed. Yin pulled down the roller shutter, and this perilous battle finally came to an end. Even Yin and Wen Yuan both evolvers were now sitting on the ground panting, let alone Wu Wu, who was an ordinary. Wu Wu was now slumped on the ground, unable to move at all after exerting all her strength. She had been thrown into the supermarket by Yin, leaving her sore and without any energy to make a sound. At this moment, Wen Yuan had a glaring wound on her left arm. It was from when she saved Wu Wu and killed those two zombies, getting scratched by another. Yin asked with concern, "Does it hurt?" Upon hearing this, Wu Wu, who had completely lost her strength, immediately sat up and saw the terrifying wound on Wen Yuan's arm. Wen Yuan's face was a bit pale as she shook her head. Yin quickly rummaged through his bag for healing medicine and began to treat Wen Yuan's wound. Wu Wu crawled over, looking both pained and guilty, as she said, "I'm sorry, it's all because of me that you got hurt." Wen Yuan smiled nonchalantly, comforting her, "Not at all. I've already regarded you as my companion, which is why I would act this way towards you. You've done very well. Don't forget you're still an ordinary person. If I hadn't become an evolver facing such a situation earlier, I would have been eaten by zombies long ago. Once you become an evolver, you'll definitely be stronger than me. At that time, it will be your turn to save me." Wu Wu smiled through her tears, then took the medicine from Yian's hand, saying, "Let me apply the medicine. Oh, boys aren't as meticulous as girls." Yian felt that Wu Wu seemed to be implying something, saying, "Hey, I threw you in to prevent you from getting hurt by zombies. If you had any strength to dodge the zombies' attacks, would I have thrown you like that?" Wu Wu and Wen Yuan exchanged smiles, and Wen Yuan felt her heart begin to flutter. "Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful." Wu Wu smiled and said, "I didn't say anything." At this moment, there were still sluggish zombies coming out of the supermarket. Yin dealt with them one by one, and after Wu Wu administered medicine to Wen Yuan and let the two women rest for a while, he went to find the trader on the second floor of the supermarket. Although Wen Yuan was the one who got injured, it was Wu Wu who needed assistance. Due to Wu Wu's ordinary body, she had already reached her limit after the recent battle. Although she had not sustained any injuries, she felt utterly exhausted and powerless. At this moment, Wen Yuan supported Wu Wu, following behind Yin, whispering, "Don't worry, Yin, we'll definitely give you a 1-star evolution agent later." Wu Wu's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation as she asked, "Really? But I just joined you." Wen Yuan quietly replied, "Don't be fooled by Yian's seemingly heartless demeanor. He doesn't care about anyone, but he treats his own people well. Although he did throw you in just now. When I was with him before, he told me that I needed to earn enough magic crystals myself to get a 1-star evolution agent. Yet he immediately exchanged an evolution agent for me. And since you are so capable, he will definitely exchange one for you." Yin listened helplessly to the two women whispering, and after the apocalypse, power and water supply had completely collapsed. It was daytime, and the supermarket was dark, obstructed by rows of shelves. Yin discovered that there were still a dozen zombies on the first floor of the supermarket, while there were none on the second floor. Could it be that the zombies were all attracted to the first floor by the sounds of the earlier fight? With no time to think too much, Yi Yan followed the perception in his mind and found the trader sitting behind a row of shelves. Wen Yuan then quickly walked over with Wu Wu, and before Wu Wu could express her astonishment at the trader's strange appearance, she was led into the trading space by Yi Yan. Wu Wu felt a bright light in front of her. When she opened her eyes, she realized she seemed to have entered another space. She looked around in surprise, almost forgetting her fatigue. In front of her was a huge light screen, while several other areas appeared to be semi-transparent walls faintly revealing scenes from the supermarket. On the light screen, various items that Wu Wu had never even imagined before were displayed. Immunity agents, 1-star, evolution agents, special professions, spatial crystals, pistols. This was the trader. At that moment, the bottom right corner of the screen displayed the number of magic crystals currently held by Yi Yan and the others. 412. Yi Yan quickly spent 300 magic crystals to purchase the special profession junior craftsman. Then he spent 60 magic crystals to exchange for a 1-star evolution agent. Upon seeing that he still had over 50 magic crystals left, Yi Yan exchanged for another immunity agent. This series of actions left Wu Wu utterly confused. Wait a minute, we only have 400 magic crystals, and that special profession costs 500 magic crystals. Yet Yi Yan not only exchanged for the junior craftsman profession, but also for a 1-star evolution agent and an immunity agent. These two items are not cheap. Yi Yan exchanged for that special profession first, and then still had magic crystals left. For 100 magic crystals, can't even get a single profession. What kind of operation is this? Wen Yuan Nan was already very familiar with Yi Yan's methods, and upon seeing Wu Wu's shocked and bewildered expression, he realized that Wu Wu still didn't understand. So Wen Yuan Nan quietly said to Wu Wu, "This is our boss ability, so don't ask. Look, he exchanged a 1-star evolution agent for you." At this moment, Yi Yan was extremely excited. A special profession, and it was a special profession for crafting weapons. It is known that in the apocalypse, as all life evolves, weapons that originally existed in the world gradually become less effective. Only weapons produced by traders categorized by color hold value. Just the white battle knife in Yi Yan's hand originally cost 70 magic crystals from the trader. Imagine that in the late stages of the apocalypse, those well-developed large forces would need to equip every member with at least one white-level weapon to form a team. Isn't this amount of magic crystals huge enough? It could almost create another team of evolved beings. This shows how important and expensive weapons are in the apocalypse. Thus, in the apocalypse, special craftsmen related to weapon manufacturing are talents that every force vies for. And Yi Yan on the second day of the apocalypse has acquired such a special profession capable of sustaining a force. Moreover, encountering a trader who possesses one of the three main professions, a special profession and the rare spatial crystal, is an incredibly low probability event. In Yi Yan's previous life during the apocalypse, there were only a few traders with a special profession, and they could be considered. Yi Yan's encounter with this trader is simply beyond lucky. Seeing Yi Yan, who usually appears calm, but is now extremely excited, both women realized just how rare and precious the junior craftsman profession in Yi Yan's hands is. Yi Yan walked over and handed the 1-star evolution agent and the immunity agent to Wu Wu. After using the 1-star evolution agent, your injuries from the fall should heal up and your stamina will also recover. After using the immunity agent, you won't have to worry about zombies approaching you. Wu Wu carefully received the 2 bottles of agents, her eyes filled with excitement and gratitude. At this moment, she couldn't find the words to express her feelings. She didn't know what to say to repay Yi Yan's kindness. Therefore, she decided to stay by Yi Yan's side without any complaints or regrets. Yi Yan stepped aside, and the light gradually merged into his body. Junior craftsman profession. Yi Yan in his previous life had heard a lot about the 3 main professions and naturally had a deeper understanding of the mage. However, in the apocalypse, there are absolutely no 2 identical special professions. At most, they are somewhat similar in their large applications. Moreover, the upgrades of these special professions differ from those of ordinary professions. They depend on the characteristics of the special profession itself. The junior craftsman profession that Yi Yan learned at this moment has 4 skills: refining technique, homogeneous strengthening technique, forging technique, and enchantment technique. Only when these 4 skills are mastered to a certain level can the junior craftsman profession be upgraded. Each of these skills is something that everyone in the apocalypse covets. The refining technique allows one to extract the materials needed for forging from certain items. The homogeneous strengthening technique enables 2 items with similar properties to be placed together and reinforced around one item, increasing the attributes and skills of the weapon. The forging technique requires a specific weapon blueprint to forge powerful weapons. If there is no blueprint, one can forge various weapons based on the craftsman's understanding of weapons, though they won't be as powerful as those produced from specialized blueprints. The enchantment technique allows one to enhance a weapon's power after receiving certain materials, possibly even adding attributes and skills directly to the weapon. Yi Yan's eyes gleamed with excitement. This junior craftsman profession is sought after even 2 years after the apocalypse. Forging weapons means that as long as you have the blueprints and materials, you can create powerful weapons with minimal cost. Compared to the ready-made weapons held by traders, this is simply a blood profit. At this moment, Yi Yan, who has already mastered these 4 skills, is eager to try. The moment Yi Yan obtained the junior craftsman profession, his mental power increased more than twice as much as before. When acquiring a profession, the base mental power automatically increases. The more professions one has, the greater the mental power. Learning a special profession allows for more mental power than an ordinary profession. In the current apocalypse, 99% of people don't even know what a traitor is, let alone know about professions, special professions, or mental power. Yi Yan was now far ahead of everyone else. He estimated that previously his mental power could be used for 3 lightning. Now Yi Yan could unleash 10 lightning strikes with all his might. Beside him, Wu Wu, with Wen Yuan Nan's help, eagerly injected the 1-star evolution agent and the immunity agent. The moment the evolution agent entered her body, Wu Wu felt as if her body was being baptized. A surge of power awakened within her, and she felt utterly refreshed. Simultaneously, her previous fatigue and pain vanished, leaving her feeling inexplicably relaxed. Wu Wu was incredulous as she experienced the changes within her body. As someone who exercises her body daily, she was very familiar with her physical qualities and functions, and she was acutely aware of the changes in her body. It was precisely because of this that she was utterly shocked. This evolution agent surprisingly did not bring any side effects. It forcibly awakened the deepest potential within the body, enhancing its various functions. It was because she was so aware of her physical condition that Wu Wu understood even more clearly the difference between an evolved being and an ordinary person. This was just a level 1 evolution. What will level 2 and level 3 evolution look like? What kind of existence will those evolved humans be? Now, in a situation where most people don't even know what a traitor is, she became an evolved being because of Yi Yan. In the future, those who first become 2-star and 3-star powerhouses will definitely be from her group. Experiencing the events of yesterday, and then gaining power, Wu Wu became obsessed with strength, further solidifying her determination to be loyal to Yi Yan. If it weren't for Yi Yan, she would probably have been captured and tortured or eaten by zombies. Wu Wu looked at Yi Yan with more determination and resolve. Seeing Wu Wu's expression, Wen Yuan Nan couldn't help but smile. At this moment, Yi Yan, immersed in the joy of gaining a special profession, suddenly felt a jolt in his mind and looked sharply in one direction. Seeing Yi Yan's sudden movement, Wen Yuan Nan and Wu Wu also looked in that direction, although to them, it was merely the wall of a supermarket. Wen Yuan Nan knew that Yi Yan could sense the traitor, and she asked excitedly what happened. Yi Yan stared blankly in that direction. He could sense that there was something good over there. However, after several encounters with traitors, Yi Yan clearly knew that what he sensed at this moment was not a traitor. Could it be that the purple hooked jade not only senses traitors, but also other good things? Yi Yan thought of this and felt even more excited, wanting to take a look immediately. He could sense that the thing was on the mountain across the river. Yi Yan immediately stowed his belongings and said to the 2 girls, "How are you feeling now?" Wen Yuan Nan knew Yi Yan had sensed something. Although her arm was uncomfortable, relying on the powerful recovery ability of an evolver and that strong healing medicine, she was mostly fine, with only her injured arm being a bit unresponsive. She immediately replied, "I'm fine, don't evolvers recover quickly?" Wu Wu didn't know what Yi Yan was planning, but seeing his excited demeanor, she guessed that something good was about to happen. "After I injected the evolution agent, my body completely recovered. Alright, let's exit the trading time here, is that okay?" "No problem." The surrounding light curtain disappeared, and the scene around the supermarket reappeared in their sight. "There is something good on the mountain across. Let's set off from here." Meow. The 3 looked at each other in confusion. "Is there a—" As soon as the cat meowed, the 3 fell silent, and the atmosphere became somewhat eerie. Meow. The sound of the cat's meow was clearer and closer than before. Meow. At the same time, a shadow flashed by, and Wen Yuan Nan was startled, instinctively leaning back, but she still felt a chill on her face as she touched it, and was indeed injured. Yi Yan saw how fast this cat was. He hadn't even reacted in time. Wu Wu looked around warily, but saw nothing. If it weren't for fools, everyone would understand that this cat was not an ordinary cat. In the apocalypse, not only humans mutated and evolved, but various animals and creatures evolved even faster than humans. At this moment, the cat was very likely a mutated cat after the apocalypse. Otherwise, it wouldn't possess such speed. Only now did Yi Yan realize why the second floor was so clean and devoid of zombies. It was killed by this creature. The 3 felt a shadow pass by, and the cat darted towards Yi Yan. Yi Yan's eyes narrowed, and the power of thunder within him subtly erupted. The black cat, in the instant it revealed itself, pounced straight towards Yi Yan's face. With Yi Yan's speed and eyesight as a 1-star evolver, and when activating the power of thunder, his sensitivity and speed increased again, he managed to seize that agile cat in the blink of an eye. However, the cat had just stopped in front of Yi Yan's eyes, one paw already clawing at Yi Yan's face, while the other paw was just a hair's breadth away from poking out Yi Yan's eye. Yi Yan's back was drenched in cold sweat. Only he knew how dangerous it had just been. This cat, though not strong in attack, was incredibly agile. As a 1-star evolver, Yi Yan's speed was already much faster than that of ordinary people. Adding to that his profession as a thunder mage, although he currently only had 1 skill, he already possessed the power of thunder, which could be useful at any time. When using the power of thunder, Yi Yan's speed would increase again. Yet even so, it still couldn't match the speed of this black cat. If it weren't for Yi Yan's combat experience from his previous life and his countless brushes with death, he would have been blinded by this black cat just now. This was the first time he felt fear since his rebirth. But as Yi Yan calmed down and focused his gaze, he was even more surprised. This black cat had no crystal on its head. After the apocalypse began, the vast majority of animals mutated. In the previous life, people called them mutant beasts. These mutant beasts had crystals on their foreheads that resembled those of zombies, and even the colors that classified their levels were identical to the magic crystals of the zombies. Blue, yellow, orange, green, blue, red, purple, white, black. These 9 colors of magic crystals represented the mutation levels from 1 to 9. But this black cat had no crystal of a mutant animal on its head. Yi Yan was greatly shocked. If it wasn't a mutant beast, then it was an exotic beast. Exotic beasts are creatures that originally did not exist in this world and appeared alongside the apocalypse, possibly coming from another dimension. Exotic beasts do not have crystals on their heads, but they possess beast cores within them. Consuming the beast core of an exotic beast grants one certain abilities or characteristics of that beast. Yi Yan never expected to encounter an exotic beast in this supermarket. Fortunately, this exotic beast was not very strong. Its only advantage was its incredible speed. In the 2 years of the last apocalypse, Yi Yan heard that some exotic beasts formed groups and attacked human factions. Any faction that suffered an attack from an exotic beast group met with utter defeat. Exotic beasts lack the classification levels of mutant beasts in this world, but they possess their own abilities and powerful attributes. Moreover, exotic beasts have high intelligence. Although mutant beasts can evolve to high levels and also possess high intelligence, research in Yi Yan's previous life showed that exotic beasts were inherently intelligent creatures. Some terrifying exotic beasts can even destroy entire factions with their powers. During the 2 years of the last apocalypse, just hearing the name of an exotic beast struck fear into people's hearts. However, there are also reports that exotic beasts can be tamed. As long as there is a connection and one's strength surpasses theirs, it is possible to tame an exotic beast and make it one's combat beast. Though such things were considered jokes in the previous life, there was intelligence indicating that a certain powerful individual had indeed been accompanied by a fierce exotic beast. Just now, if Yi Yan hadn't relied on his sharp intuition and his experience dealing with death in his previous life, he would have fallen victim to this exotic beast. The two girls were also startled by what had just happened. They only saw a shadow flash by and couldn't react in time. Then they saw Yi Yan catch the cat that was about to pounce on his face. The two girls were worried upon seeing Yi Yan injured. The two walked over, and Yi Yan was still holding the cat in the same position. At this moment, the cat was hovering above Yi Yan's face, staring intently into his eyes. Those glistening yellow eyes were very anthropomorphic, and Yi Yan could even see the emotions of the black cat from them. At this moment, the black cat looked somewhat stunned as it stared at Yi Yan, its mouth slightly open and completely still, as if in shock, unable to comprehend how this human had caught it. The two girls approached, wanting to see what this super-fast black cat looked like. Upon seeing its expression, they were all astonished and speechless. Wen Yuan stared at the black cat without blinking and stammered this. "Why is this cat so strange?" Wu Wu added, "It seems almost human. It looks very shocked right now." Yi Yan, seeing the expression of the black cat, couldn't help but smile, then looked at the cat with mischief, saying to the two girls, "What do you think? Should I eat this cat or keep it by my side?" The black cat, upon hearing this, immediately snapped out of its shock and struggled in Yi Yan's hand. Meow. The two girls didn't understand. Eating cat meat was too gruesome. Wen Yuan asked in confusion, "Why would you want to eat it?" Yi Yan smiled, looking at the black cat struggling weakly in his hand, pretending not to know that aside from its speed, it had no other merits. "Perhaps eating it would be better. You don't understand. This is an animal called an exotic beast that has no magic crystal on its head, and it doesn't belong to our world. Although they don't have magic crystals on their heads, they do have beast cores inside them. Eating their beast cores can grant a person their abilities or other traits." Upon hearing this, the two girls' eyes lit up. "So, if you eat its beast core, won't you gain its terrifying speed?" Yi Yan looked at the shocked black cat and smiled. "Yes, it only has speed. Nothing else is worth taking. There was originally another possibility, which is to tame the exotic beast and make it your own combat force. But this cat has no combat capability at all. Apart from being fast, it can do nothing. It would be better to kill it and extract its beast core." The black cat was shocked to hear Yi Yan mention exotic beasts. It came from that world, and its kind had not yet invaded this place on a large scale. Logically, no one should know about them, let alone know about their beast cores. Yet this person not only knew about its kind and the beast cores inside it, but also knew that consuming the beast cores could grant one the abilities of exotic beasts. Shock appeared in the black cat's eyes, along with suspicion about Yi Yan's identity. This person, whose aura clearly belonged to this world, knew about its matters. Not simple. Hearing Yi Yan say that apart from speed it had no other merits, the black cat instantly got a bit angry. "You are the weak one. My abilities are incredibly powerful. It's just that my strength is still. Alright. I'm weak for now, but soon you'll know just how strong I am." Hearing Yi Yan say he would kill it and eat its beast core, the black cat was about to cry. It was among the first batch of exotic beasts to arrive in this world. If it met its first human and was killed immediately, it would be laughed at by its kind. "No way. I absolutely cannot die. I surrender." The black cat, which had been struggling desperately in Yi Yan's hand, suddenly stopped and began to nuzzle Yi Yan's hand. Meow. Meow. The two girls instantly had hearts in their eyes. This cat was just too cute when it acted adorable. It was a critical hit. Yi Yan was astonished to see this exotic beast show submission. Although he knew that this exotic beast was not strong right now, he was still excited and shocked. You see, in Yi Yan's previous life, exotic beasts were terrifying existences. And now this exotic beast in his hand was actually nuzzling his hand and meowing at him. Yi Yan, having experienced the last life, knew very well that exotic beasts were definitely not weak. Even if some exotic beasts lacked combat strength, they always possessed some powerful abilities, perhaps prophecy or healing. In short, there are abilities of exotic beasts you would never expect. Yi Yan was overjoyed, holding the black cat in his hand, threatening, "If you don't want to be eaten." Upon hearing this, the black cat immediately became obedient. Meow meow. Is this black cat really a mythical beast? Why does it lack any spirit at all? Only the black cat knows that it is not an offensive mythical beast, and its most powerful ability has yet to mature. Currently, its greatest advantage, speed, has been completely undermined by the person before it. If it does not concede now, once this person kills it and consumes its beast core, it would be a loss that cannot be compensated. Although it was captured and contracted by someone the moment it came from that world, if its kin were to know, they would surely mock it. But this is still better than dying immediately. Moreover, looking at this human in front of it who has only evolved once yet can actually capture it is quite impressive. Yi Yan looked into the eyes of the black cat, its yellow eyes rolling around, not knowing what it was thinking. Is it true that mythical beasts possess intelligence comparable to that of humans? Yi Yan said to the black cat, "All right, you will be my battle beast from now on." The black cat, being exceptionally obedient to avoid having its beast core extracted, could only concede meow. At that moment, the black cat, firmly grasped in Yi Yan's hand, suddenly brightened its yellow eyes and shot out a beam of black light. Yi Yan was taken aback, but when he sensed the black cat had no malicious intent, he allowed it to approach him. The black light surged into Yi Yan's mind, and he instantly felt dizzy, loosening his grip on the cat and clutching his head. Beside him, Wen Yuan Nan and Wu Wu immediately went on guard, but the black cat made no move. After landing, it even ran to Yi Yan's feet, rubbing against them and continuously meowing. However, Yi Yan's mind was in turmoil. It felt as if he acquired another soul, or perhaps a doppelganger. His vision fluctuated uncontrollably between his own and that of the black cat, leaving him with a throbbing headache. At times he could sense the feelings of the black cat. He was certain that this cat was not any less intelligent than a human. Because the black cat was currently worrying about him, it was also its first time signing a contract with a human. In the midst of this transformation, Yi Yan gradually learned some things. This black cat did not lack abilities, rather its abilities were still unripe. Its ability is illusion. Once this illusion matures as the black cat grows, it will undoubtedly become a lethal and invisible weapon. He vaguely sensed that the black cat came from another world, a world entirely different from the one Yi Yan inhabited. Initially, he could have continued to explore, as it seemed there were secrets about why the apocalypse occurred. But the moment he thought about digging deeper, he felt a wave of pain throughout his body. Reluctantly, he gave up, ceasing his exploration and gasping heavily on the ground. He opened his eyes to see two girls and a cat surrounding him. Wen Yuan Nan and Wu Wu both had red-rimmed eyes. Upon seeing Yi Yan wake up, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. If anything were to happen to Yi Yan, they truly wouldn't know where to go. Wen Yuan Nan anxiously asked, "What happened to you? You were rolling on the ground just now. We were so worried." Wu Wu also looked at Yi Yan. "Yeah, we almost killed that cat." Upon hearing this, the black cat innocently meowed softly from the side. Meow. It also did not know that signing a contract would be so painful. It was only told how to sign the contract, just like it was informed that it could destroy things at will and be hostile towards humans. Yi Yan stood up and patted the black cat beside him. Now he could feel the emotions of the black cat, but he could not ascertain what it was thinking like he did just moments ago. Perhaps he would gradually come to know in the future. Earlier, he could switch perspectives with the black cat. Now, when he tried, it felt extremely strenuous. However, after signing the contract, Yi Yan was very certain that as long as a contract was signed, the mythical beast would always obey its master, pledging loyalty and absolutely would not betray or harbor selfishness. As for the other world, he vaguely sensed from the black cat, it was probably the other dimension, that people from his previous life. This black cat of his, though its offensive power is not very strong, possesses extraordinary abilities capable of creating. Currently, the black cat can only ensnare one person in an illusion, and the duration does not exceed half a minute. However, that half minute can completely determine the outcome of life and death. Why didn't the black cat use its illusion on the three of them today? It underestimated them, thinking they were humans of this world. When the black cat found itself captured by Yi Yan after failing to toy with them, it was surprised to discover that its illusion had no effect on this person. At that moment, the black cat sensed a very familiar aura from Yi Yan. That was the aura possessed only by a jewel. This is also the reason why the black cat willingly signed a contract with Yi Yan. Had it not cast an illusion on Yi Yan, it would not have realized he was a jewel wielder. Thus, when it encounters its kin in the future, if they mock it for being tamed by a human so quickly, it can regain some face, because Yi Yan is a jewel wielder. After signing the contract, Yi Yan, while regaining consciousness, sensed something added within him. Soon he realized that it was an increase in his speed. After signing the contract with this mythical beast, Yi Yan gained an enhancement in speed. Although it wasn't as fierce as directly consuming the black cat's beast core, the speed boost was certainly substantial, increasing Yi Yan's speed significantly. Yi Yan, sitting on the ground, couldn't help but marvel at his good fortune. First, he gained a strong companion, who has now also become an evolved being. Next, he obtained the basic craftsman profession, so he wouldn't have to worry about weapons anymore, saving a significant amount of magic crystals. Lastly, he encountered this mythical beast whose power had yet to fully develop. By signing a contract with it, he gained a boost in speed. Reflecting on the hardships of his previous life, Yi Yan truly wanted to throw his head back and laugh. After sitting on the ground for a moment, Yi Yan looked around and said, "It should be past noon now, let's eat here, and then go find what I sensed." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Yan felt something was off. It seemed like something was missing. Oh no, where did the thing I sensed go? It was clearly always present in his mind, but now it has disappeared. Seeing Yi Yan's shocked expression, Wu Wu, who had never seen him like this, worriedly asked, "Yi Yan, what happened again?" Yi Yan felt like crying, but had no tears. "The thing I sensed just disappeared." Wu Wu, having heard about Yi Yan's situation from Wen Yuan, and said, "What should we do now?" Yi Yan took a deep breath. Something that was almost within reach had vanished, causing him great distress. Since it couldn't be obtained now, he decided to refocus on the trader. There was also a spatial crystal, which was something Yi Yan desperately wanted. If he had the spatial crystal, they wouldn't have to carry such large bags around, attracting attention. Many valuable items could be stored in the spatial crystal, which would avoid a lot of trouble. Yi Yan said, "Let's eat first, and after that we can return to school from here. We need to clear out the zombies at school first. There are too many outside, and we don't know how many second-level zombies there are. Once we obtain the spatial crystal from this trader along with the thing I sensed earlier, we can leave this small town." Hearing this, both girls paused in surprise while eating. Leave the small town? Where to? They knew they would eventually leave, but what had the outside world become? Were there even more zombies than here? Were there no more living people? If they left, where would they go? Wu Wu cautiously asked, "Where will we go after leaving here?" Yi Yan calmly replied, "I have a score to settle." They didn't understand the apocalypse had just arrived yesterday. How could there be any lingering hatred from the previous peaceful times that could not be forgotten even now in the apocalypse? Yet looking at Yi Yan's expression, it was indeed somewhat terrifying. Yi Yan continued, "My parents might also be in that place. I hope they are safe when the time comes." Upon hearing this, Wu Wu immediately thought of her own parents. Her parents were far away in Y City, and she was unsure how they were doing, including everyone at the Taekwondo gym. Seeing Wu Wu in silence, Yi Yan asked, "Wu Wu, where are your family?" Wu Wu looked up, suppressing her hope in Y City. Unexpectedly, Yi Yan smiled. "Coincidentally, we're going to pass by there. We can look for your parents then." Wu Wu jumped up in joy, hugging Yi Yan. "I knew you were the best." Wen Yuan, and seeing this, said unhappily, "Why don't you ask me? That's unfair." Wu Wu immediately sat back down next to Wen Yuan, and holding her hand. Yi Yan looked at her with a half smile. "If I remember correctly, your parents went missing when you were born." Wen Yuan Nan's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Yi Yan. "Yi Yan, you must have a crush on me. How could you possibly?" "Of course I knew from my previous life in the concentration camp." Yi Yan pretended to disdainfully look at Wen Yuan, Nan deliberately pausing for 2 seconds on her chest. "What do I have a crush on you for?" Wen Yuan Nan was exasperated. Why did he have to mock her small chest? Wu Wu watched the two, unable to help but chuckle. Who would have thought that in this crisis-laden apocalypse, such a beautiful daily scene could occur? Although Wen Yuan Nan stopped asking about the matter and pretended to be angry with Yi Yan, her heart was in turmoil. She had never told anyone about her family situation at this school. Absolutely not. Yet Yi Yan's earlier expression seemed to imply he already knew. This is too strange. What's even stranger is that previously she did nothing but picked up a magic crystal to meet Yi Yan, and he agreed to let her join, even rushing into a horde of zombies to protect her. If he was just pitying her, then those other girls today deserved more pity. Why didn't Yi Yan take them along? Yi Yan agreed to let Wu Wu join merely because she was highly skilled and very useful. After spending these 2 days together, Wen Yuan Nan was very clear that Yi Yan was not the type to meddle unnecessarily, but why would he take her, a stranger, along and risk everything to save her in a crisis? Now that she thought about it, when she intruded into the painting room, Yi Yan's reaction to seeing her was very unusual. It absolutely wasn't the expression one would have upon seeing a stranger intrude. This is too strange. Could it be? Could it be that Yi Yan has really had a crush on me since the peaceful times? If Yi Yan knew what Wen Yuan Nan was shyly thinking about right now, he would definitely laugh to the point of spitting blood. A crush? Ha, with her flat-chested figure. However, Yi Yan admitted that in his previous life during the time in the concentration camp, he indeed had extraordinary feelings for Wen Yuan Nan, a kind of emotion perhaps more precious than love. If it weren't for Wen Yuan Nan, he wouldn't have survived so long in the concentration camp in his past life. A few people finished eating and prepared to head out. Wu Wu looked at the black cat that was inseparable from Yi Yan and asked, "Yi Yan, what was that black light just now?" Yi Yan shook the black cat hiding in his hoodie and said, "I have signed a contract with this exotic beast, and from now on it will be my battle beast." Wu Wu asked in confusion, "Didn't you say it has no use other than being fast?" Looking at it now, it indeed has no. Upon hearing this, the black cat let out a series of grumbles from the hat to express its dissatisfaction. Yi Yan said mysteriously, "That's just for now, you will know later." Wu Wu nodded. Wen Yuan Nan asked excitedly, "So will it always follow us in the future?" "Yes." "Then let's give it a name." Meow meow meow. Yi Yan suddenly remembered that this little fellow didn't have a name yet. Upon hearing that these foolish humans wanted to name it, the black cat immediately started protesting with meows. But no one paid it any attention. "Let's call it Guai Guai. The rabbit I raised when I was young had this name. Let it inherit this." "What kind of name is Guai Guai? It's so ordinary. It's better to call it Xiao Kuai." Yi Yan looked at the items on the nearby shelf and thought of a good name. "Let's call it Xiao Zongzi." The two girls agreed, feeling that this name was not only creative, but also cute and not common. Thus Xiao Zongzi expressed its dissatisfaction by meowing inside Yi Yan's hat. The group looked down from the window and finally saw how many zombies there were in the entire market. No wonder they took so long to kill through just a few dozen meters. There were still plenty of zombies. The entire market had narrow paths with former stalls on the side. The market was already crowded, and after the apocalypse the people around became zombies, leaving others with nowhere to escape. Thus a large number of zombies gathered here, finding no way out. Wen Yuan Nan looked at the many zombies. The dozens of corpses they had killed upon entering had long been trampled into mush by these zombies, and they could only occasionally see the magic crystals on the ground through the gaps between the zombies. Wen Yuan Nan unwillingly said, "We just killed so many zombies, yet we didn't get a single magic crystal." Wu Wu replied, "There's nothing we can do. There are simply too many zombies. Even now that I have become an evolved one, it is impossible for us to leisurely kill zombies while collecting magic crystals." Wen Yuan then looked at the zombies below and asked, "Can we pour gasoline down to burn the zombies like we did today?" Wu Wu upon hearing this felt it was feasible and looked at Yi Yin for confirmation. Yi Yin shook his head. "There are too many zombies here. Making such a big commotion will only attract more zombies. Moreover, we don't know how many second-tier zombies are lurking in this town. If second-tier zombies come, that would really be a problem." Wu Wu asked, "Then how do we get out now?" Yi Yin replied, "Just like before, fight our way out. Now that you are an evolved one, we don't need to hold back anymore. With the strength of the three of us, it wouldn't be difficult to fight our way. However, we must not be greedy for magic crystals and avoid prolonged battles. The school has few zombies, but there are still enough for us to clean up for a while." The two girls nodded. Indeed, when they entered earlier, Wu Wu was not yet an evolved one and had not injected the immunity serum. Yi Yin and Wen Yuan not only had to deal with the zombies in front of them, but also had to pay close attention to Wu Wu's movements in case she was grabbed or bitten by a zombie. Now that Wu Wu has become an evolved one, their combat power has risen another level, and there is nothing to worry about. They will only suffer minor injuries while getting out of here. The three walked towards the first floor of the supermarket without any concern for the large number of zombies ahead. Wu Wu looked at the bloodstains on Wen Yuannan's face left by Xiao Zongzi and joked, "Xiao Zongzi actually dared to touch you. When we get back to school, he'll spank it." Wen Yuannan laughed and agreed, "Exactly. It's naughty, and it gives me a big gift the moment we meet." Xiao Zongzi hearing this and the hat meowed innocently. Yi Yin following behind casually said, "None of you should talk. Both of your faces have wounds, and you forgot to apply the healing medicine. If you end up with scars, don't blame me for not reminding you." The two girls turned around simultaneously looking at the wound on Yi Yan's face from Xiao Zongzi's scratch. "Don't talk about us. Look at your own face." After saying that, Wu Wu and Wen Yuannan charged directly into the zombie horde without waiting for Yi Yin to retort. Yi Yin felt helpless behind, thinking, "Did I, the boss, end up with two little brothers who are now teaming up against me?" Without the previous worries, the three of them hardly regarded these zombies, especially Yi Yin. After signing a contract with Xiao Zongzi, his speed had greatly increased. Not only his movement speed, but also his striking speed, reaction speed, and the speed at which he wielded his knife were all much faster than before. Killing zombies now served as a test for Yi Yin to see how much faster he had become. He effortlessly weaved through the zombies, striking down with his knife, and wherever he passed, that area of zombies would all fall down together. If someone were to witness this, they would undoubtedly find it hard to believe that the one weaving through the zombies was a human, because that speed was overwhelmingly fast to the eyes of ordinary people. On the other side, although Wen Yuannan and Wu Wu's combat was not as overwhelming as Yi Yan's, it was still extremely fierce. Although Wen Yuannan's arm was injured once he entered combat mode and fought against the zombies, he would forget all distracting factors, focusing solely on the slaughter before him. Now that Wu Wu had become an evolved one, she was like a fish in water. Her enhanced body made her extremely captivated. Once again slashing through zombies, Wu Wu clearly felt it was much easier than before. These first-tier zombies were completely like walking puppets, posing no threat to Wu Wu. Wu Wu had been training daily, and her body was already far superior to ordinary people. Now that she had become an evolved one, her physical quality was even stronger than that of ordinary evolved ones. The Taekwondo moves she had learned before didn't play much of a role in killing zombies, but with her desire and ferocity, these zombies were completely no match for her. Yi Yin and Wen Yuannan both noticed Wu Wu's rapid improvement. Wen Yuannan couldn't help but feel envious. Yi Yin, on the other hand, was delighted that his team had gained another powerful member. At that moment, a zombie lunged at Wen Yuannan from the side. Just as he was about to turn, Wu Wu swung an axe and struck it. The two girls continued to slash at the zombies before them, occasionally adjusting their positions or sharing some pressure with each other. When the three finally broke through the market, each of them was drenched in the filthy blood of the zombies, almost unrecognizable. They hurried back to school at top speed, finally breathing a sigh of relief. After checking their injuries, both Wu Wu and Wen Yuannan had some minor scratches, but they were completely fine and not afraid of being infected by the zombie virus. As for Yi Yin, he had not a single injury. With his astonishing speed, he could move freely even within a horde of zombies. However, he still had some old wounds. One was from Xiao Zongzi in the supermarket, and the other was from a second-tier zombie known for its speed that attacked him from behind last night. Thinking about that second-tier zombie, Yi Yin couldn't help but compare his current speed with that of the second-tier zombie. If he encountered that second-tier zombie again, would he still be at a speed disadvantage? Yi Yin recalled the dozens of cars parked under the administrative building, all belonging to the school teachers. Now he wanted to try using his beginner craftsman profession to create two weapons. After all, the firefighter's axe and baseball bat were not long-term solutions. Yi Yin had the purple hook jade. Although he used it once today to summon lightning, he still had plenty of spiritual power left, and with the addition of a new profession, his total spiritual power had greatly increased. Wu Wu and Wen Yuannan returned to school, finally relaxing their tightly strung nerves. There were simply too many zombies in the market, and they still had to guard against the unknown appearance of second-tier zombies. Now that they were back at school, seeing these wandering zombies, they immediately felt as if they were in paradise. Upon hearing that Yi Yin was going to experiment immediately with his newly acquired profession to make a weapon for each of them, the two girls excitedly followed behind him. Arriving at the administrative building, various cars were parked below, all belonging to the school teachers. Yi Yin walked up to a car, placed his hand on it, and activated the skill of his beginner craftsman profession, the purification technique. In the astonished gaze of the two girls, a perfectly normal car gradually melted into a puddle of molten iron. Yi Yan then activated the forging technique, and the iron water began to merge together, slowly forming the shape of a knife. Wu Wu and Wen Yuan then watched Yi Yan's hands, intently afraid of missing any details. In the end, a lot of iron water remained in place, turning into scrap. The most solid and useful materials were all forged into the gray battle knife that was now taking shape in Yi Yan's. Currently, Yi Yan had no weapon blueprints and could only forge weapons based on his own knowledge. Thus, he directly forged this gray-level battle knife based on the white battle knife he had exchanged from the trader. Wu Wu and Wen Yuan then stared in amazement at the weapon in Yi Yan's hand. They witnessed a perfectly fine car disappear before their eyes, turning into molten iron, which then gradually fused into shape, resulting in the gray battle knife radiating gray light now in Yi Yan's hand. It's incredible. This was his first time forging a weapon, and Yi Yan couldn't help but admire it repeatedly before handing it. What surprised Yi Yan even more was that he actually forged a gray-level weapon for the first time without blueprints. In the apocalypse, weapons produced by traders and those crafted by weapon manufacturers are categorized by color: gray, white, silver, green, blue, purple, gold, and black. From gray to black, they become increasingly rare and powerful. To forge a gray-level weapon without blueprints for the first time is simply a miracle. Moreover, this was his first use of the beginner craftsman profession skills with no proficiency whatsoever. Indeed, this beginner craftsman profession is incredibly powerful. Yi Yan walked to another vehicle and forged a gray-level battle knife using the same method as before. Wu Wu dropped her fire axe and eagerly took the battle knife, unable to put it down. Although she used to practice taekwondo and wasn't familiar with the hand movements, her daily training kept her in peak physical condition. After killing so many zombies, she felt quite adept, and wielding the knife posed no difficulty. After using her professional skills 4 times, Yi Yan clearly felt that her mental energy was rather depleted. It seems that the cultivation of mental energy needs to be continuously strengthened. Looking at the gray battle knife, its appearance was not much different from Yi Yan's white battle knife, but its sharpness and durability could not compare to the white knife, as the difference in levels was evident. However, these two gray battle knives were vastly superior to the ordinary weapons people had been using. Once Yi Yan became proficient in her skills and found better materials, she wouldn't fear making even higher-level weapons. For now, the priority was to clear the zombies, collect magic crystals, and exchange them for spatial crystals with the trader. Once the signal from the mountain reappeared, and Yi Yan obtained the treasures there, he could leave the town and search for the concentration camp from his previous life's memories. Thinking of the concentration camp, Yi Yan immediately felt invigorated, shaking off the fatigue caused by the depletion of mental energy, and took the 2 women to clear the zombies. At this moment, due to yesterday's small zombie tide, although the zombies were no longer concentrated, there were clearly more zombies around the teaching building than in other areas of the school. Now that Wu Wu had become an evolved being, her strength was already formidable and had made tremendous progress. Therefore, Yi Yan and his companions chose to clear the zombies near the teaching building, gradually making their way inside. At this time, on the top floor of a certain teaching building in the dance studio, Lu Wan and Ji Wenyu were being watched by dozens of disgusting eyes, making them feel cold all over. Ji Wenyu stood in front of the crouching Lu Wan, blocking her and angrily glaring at the other dozens of people. These suddenly appearing security guards actually demanded that Lu Wan sleep with them in exchange for food for the students. The security guards were armed and had food on them. From the beginning, the students and teachers stood on the side of the security guards. They didn't want to die and wanted to obtain food. And the price for all this was merely to hand over a woman who had nothing to do with them. The evil and selfishness of humanity erupted fully at this moment. Everyone urged Lu Wan to serve those filthy men, speaking as if it was righteous, as if Lu Wan would be a sinner. Some even reached out to grab Lu Wan, with only Ji Wenyu protecting her. His sister was beautiful and had a fiery person. Sometimes Ji Wenyu thought it would be better if his cousin were a green tea bitch or a scheming bitch. That way she might not provoke so many troubles due to her fiery temper. Thus, from childhood to adulthood, Ji Wenyu had always pursued Lu Wan, who was a year younger than him, following her to school. Each time she got into a school, Lu Wan and Ji Wenyu would end up in different schools for a year. This year was already enough for Lu Wan to attract countless suitors. Many men pursued her, but she turned them all down, rejecting them with a firm attitude and wouldn't even give face to those who persisted. As a result, those men gave up and started to slander Lu Wan behind her back. The girls didn't need to be mentioned. Because Lu Wan was attractive and had men chasing her, they secretly excluded her and openly made things difficult for her. But Lu Wan was not the type to be submissive. She wouldn't group up, flatter others, or endure. She only knew how to confront people hidden. Thus, she offended countless individuals on both the feminine and masculine sides. At this moment, those who usually couldn't stand Lu Wan saw her in trouble and thought it would benefit them, so they hurriedly kicked her when she was. Just now, Ji Wenyu protected Lu Wan from being dragged away by those students, but he was pushed around by several students and even took a few hits. A boy stood up, believing he represented justice. Lu Wan, what's wrong with sleeping with this big brother? We haven't eaten for a full 24 hours. When lives are at stake, does your body still matter? Is it still valuable? The persuasive voices rose and fell, showing no sense of how disgusting and selfish their words were exactly. There's enough food among the 5 of us for everyone to eat for many days. At worst, when we divide the food later, you can take a— This is a special time. Having food is already good enough. Don't be so picky about your little things. The security guards were not in a hurry. Seeing the current situation, besides Lu Wan's cousin, no one was planning to protect her. So she was destined to be under their control sooner or later. At this moment, witnessing the ugliness of human nature was amusing. The security guards had encountered the aloof Lu Wan in school, and she always looked down on them. They had fantasized about this beauty more than once, and now that the opportunity was right in front of them, how could they let it slip away? After all, this was the apocalypse. Doing such things was not illegal. Even if they got eaten by zombies later, just thinking about today made it all worth it. Zhou Qingyang was overjoyed at this moment. Now they would not only have something to eat soon, but could also witness the usually proud campus flower being handled by these rude men. How could that not be satisfying? Zhou Qingyang said maliciously. You usually have plenty of men around you. Who knows how many times you've been with them? Don't pretend to be high and mighty now. If sacrificing just you means we all get to eat, then why not? Others couldn't help but snicker. Lu Wan, who had originally turned pale with anger and couldn't utter a word, suddenly exploded upon hearing Zhou Qingyang. I'll knock you out. Say that again. Lu Wan stood up abruptly, pointing at Zhou Qingyang, wildly startling everyone. Zhou Qingyang was momentarily taken aback, then steadied his face. I'm saying you've been with men before. Is there really a need to act like this? Before Zhou Qingyang could finish his sentence, Lu Wan charged forward and kicked her hard on the head, then grabbed her hair and slapped her several times. The sound of the slap was not a crisp one, it was a dull thud. This showed how furious Lu Wan was and how hard Zhou Qingyang did not expect Lu Wan to come charging in out of nowhere to hit her, leaving her stunned. In an instant, she was at a disadvantage and had no way to fight back, receiving several hard slaps. Her ears started ringing. Her face felt hot. The others looked on in shock at the scene before them. They knew Lu Wan had a fiery temper and had fought with a few girls before, but today they were truly witnessing it. Zhou Qingyang felt utterly humiliated. She was actually beaten up by Lu Wan in front of so many people. She leapt up furiously, starting to wrestle with Lu Wan. When you rushed over about to grab Zhou Qingyang, when the fifth security guard swiftly walked over, kicked Zhou Qingyang and scolded her harshly. Damn bitch. What do you want us to do once you've beaten her? Zhou Qingyang crouched on the ground, not daring to resist, glaring at Lu Wan with a vicious look as if she wanted to eat her alive. Lu Wan gasped heavily, having given up on everything. She couldn't comprehend what kind of beasts these people were to speak such words and desire such things. Even if she died today, she would never submit. The fifth security guard disdainfully glanced at Zhou Qingyang, then turned his lewd gaze to Lu Wan, pulling her closer. What's with all this fuss? Our leader can't wait any longer. The leader looked at Lu Wan, who had an attractive figure and beautiful face, smiling with satisfaction as he greedily looked at her body. This body would belong to him soon. As long as Lu Wan obeyed, he would consider taking her with him in the future and sharing food with. As for the price, it was only natural that he would want to enjoy himself. Lu Wan struggled, desperately cursing. You are all beasts. You will have a terrible end. Although she was scared and humiliated inside at this moment, she was filled with more anger. When you rushed forward forcefully, pushing the fifth security guard away, and began to wrestle with him. Lu Wan also rushed in to kick the fifth security guard. The other four security guards finally lost their patience and didn't want to watch this farce any longer. The four raised electric batons, first pushing Lu Wan aside, while not forgetting to look at her with lewd, greedy eyes, then struck the down When you with their batons. The leader hit the hardest, scolding as he struck. You little brat know how to play. I'll beat you to death. Damn. Protecting her. You can't even protect yourself. He sneered. Soon you will be lying on the ground, watching how we torture her. When you curled up on the ground, trying hard to protect his head. Let them hit him, and let them keep hitting him. As long as he didn't die, Lu Wan wouldn't have to face such things. The dull sounds echoed throughout the dance studio. When you occasionally let out muffled groans, not wanting to show weakness in front of these disgusting security guards. The security guards had no intention of holding back. After all, this was the apocalypse. Couldn't they kill whoever they wanted? Lu Wan frantically tried to intervene, but was pushed back repeatedly. One security guard even slapped her hard across the face, in irritation swelling half of her face. And the others turned a blind eye to what was happening. They even thought to themselves that it would be better to kill when you sooner. That way, without his interference, they could eat sooner. Only Lu Wan kept rushing in, but it was futile, and she occasionally took a few. At this moment, she no longer resembled the proud campus flower. All she knew was that if this continued, when you would die. At this moment, a horrifying pool of blood had formed where when you lay. His muffled groans had unknown. The third guard was getting a bit tired, gasping for breath as he stopped, then said to the other four who were still hitting him, Hey, he seems to have stopped breathing. Only then did they finally stop and kick when you on the ground. He showed no reaction, his body limp and powerless, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. Lu Wan looked at the blood slowly spreading on the wooden floor, feeling like she was going insane. She wanted to kill these The fifth brother touched When you's nose and said, The boss is really impressive if this kid is still alive. At least he can hold on until we finish our business. The boss chuckled with pride, then turned around to look at Lu Wan, whose expression was twisted with rage. Do you see this? This is the consequence of provoking me. If it weren't for the fact that you are a pretty girl and somewhat useful in that regard, your fate would be the same as his. So while I still have a bit of patience for you, just obey, and you won't go hungry in the future. And don't make that twisted face, it's frightening and not pretty at all. Come on, smile. Lu Wan's eyes were red, unable to bear looking at When you on the ground. But the dance studio was filled with mirrors, and no matter which direction she looked, When you's tragic state appeared in her sight. Tears had already filled her entire face without her noticing. She pointed at the security chief and yelled, "I curse you. He'll kill you all." Luwan nearly lost her mind and charged forward recklessly. Just as she reached the security chief, he slapped her hard, and she couldn't withstand the man's strength falling to the ground. The security chief, losing his patience, said in a deep voice to the others, "Damn it, hold this crazy woman down, I'll deal with." Hearing this, the others' faces lit up with excitement, and all four rushed to Luwan's side, pinning down her limbs. Luwan exerted all her strength, yet her body couldn't move at all. She could only cry in despair, shaking her head. At this moment, she realized how weak she was, completely unable to resist the strength of these men. At this moment, she understood the power disparity between men and women. She hated it. Ji Wenyu was beaten to a pulp, and now she was to be defiled by these disgusting men. She also hated those 20-some people who were watching. Previously, she thought she was mature, having encountered various situations, but today she truly realized what kind of creatures some people were. Such individuals were even worse than beasts. Disgusting to the extreme. Zhou Qingyang watched the scene with delight, wishing to help them strip Luwan of her clothes. Haha, let Luwan usually act so high and mighty. Let her be arrogant usually. Now she's getting what she deserves. Ji Wenyu, lying on the ground, heard Luwan's loud crying and tried hard to open his eyes, striving to get up to protect her. But he was in excruciating pain. Those people had beaten him without holding back, hitting him as if he were not even human. Listening to Luwan's voice, he felt his mind was incredibly clear, but his body felt as heavy as lead, as if it were going to fall somewhere. He wanted to kill these beasts. He hated his own incompetence. If only he were strong enough, he could protect Luwan. When he exerted all his strength, but could only open his heavy eyes, the first thing he saw was the faces of his classmates staring. Their faces showed no sympathy, no reluctance, and no shame. Instead, they stared at Luwan with glee and greed. This scene would be etched in his memory forever. Only a few girls lowered their heads, unable to bear witnessing this scene. Through the mirrors behind them, Ji Wenyu saw four men, holding Luwan's limbs, preventing her from moving, their faces displaying lewd and greedy expressions, while another man was on top of her, eagerly tearing at her clothes, his mouth licking her face. Ji Wenyu's angry tears immediately flowed out, mixing with the blood on his face. Just as Luwan's modesty was about to be revealed, suddenly, there was a loud crash from outside the door. The movements of the 5 security guards came to an abrupt halt, and the students watching were also startled, not daring to make a sound. For a moment, only Luwan's desperate cries filled the ears of everyone present. The security chief slapped Luwan hard, saying, "Damn it, shut up. It's your noise that attracted the zombies." At this moment, Luwan was almost insane, as she didn't care about the zombies at all. Even if she knew it was likely the zombies that had come, she would only cry out more desperately. She wanted all those in this room to accompany her and Ji Wenyu in death. She remembered everyone who stood by and did nothing while they were harmed, as well as those who inflicted harm. She remembered them all. If she could live to see another day, she would definitely kill every beast in this room, leaving none alive. Another loud noise erupted. It sounded as if something was crashing against the door. The people in the room became increasingly tense. The security chief adjusted his pants, nervously looking at Luwan. They were so close to success. The other 4 also stood up, moving to the door, holding their breath as they listened to the sounds. Luwan was freed and immediately struggled to sit up, trying to stop crying while tidying her clothes and glaring at everyone in the room with hatred. And those students being stared at actually looked back defiantly, wearing expressions of ridicule and disdain, as if to say, "You're already tainted." Luwan wished she could rush up and fight these shameless people right now. But at that moment, she was more worried about Ji Wenyu. She went to Ji Wenyu's side, initially thinking he was unconscious, but to her surprise, the first thing she saw was the madness in his eyes. Thus, Luwan understood that Ji Wenyu had not lost consciousness, but had witnessed everything. Luwan tightly grasped Ji Wenyu's hand, leaning beside his face, unable to stop crying. "Wenyu, are you okay?" Ji Wenyu couldn't utter a single word, only he knew how furious and how much he wanted to kill at this moment. But the more he felt this way, the more he hated his own powerlessness. If only he had power, if only he were strong enough, how could such a thing happen today? At that moment, the 5 security guards, cautiously listening to the sounds outside the door, heard no strange noises and were about to let out a sigh of relief when the sound came again, and it was clearly banging against the door. The few men immediately became tense. "Boss, could it be zombies?" "But there aren't any noisy sounds outside. Could it be just 1 or 2? If it's just 1 or 2, we can throw a couple of students out and kill them while the zombies are busy eating." "Damn it, I don't believe you dare to kill zombies." The students listening to their conversation trembled in fear, thinking about how selfish these people were. So soon they had forgotten what they had done earlier. Another noise erupted, and the door shook noticeably. The people inside became even more tense. Could it really be zombies? But from their observations, zombies wouldn't act like this. What was going on? At the same time, at the corner of the corridor, only a dozen meters away from the dance studio, Yin and the others were watching the prey. These 2 mutated cockroaches were something they had discovered from downstairs in the teaching building and had chased here. Originally, they were only the size of a thumb, but after mutation, they had grown to half a meter long. Their mandibles had evolved into very sturdy and sharp tools, as fierce as an axe, able to easily shred prey and break through obstacles. Their shells had also become extremely hard. Yi Yin was interested in the mutated parts of these cockroaches. If he could get his hands on them, they would be perfect materials for weapon enchanting. If he enchanted a pair of cockroach mandibles onto his sword, it would make the sword sharper and more powerful. If he enchanted the hard shell onto the weapon, it would increase its durability, making it more resilient. He originally just wanted to kill zombies and collect magic crystals, but unexpectedly stumbled upon a windfall. Just as Yi Yin was about to attack the two cockroaches, they suddenly seemed to sense something and ran away. Yi Yin immediately called the two girls to chase after them into the teaching building. Upon reaching the 5th floor, they realized that the cockroaches were not running away from Yi Yan's attack, but rather they had heard some noise and found their way here. As they neared the 5th floor, the three heard a huge scream coming from somewhere. Their hearts tightened at the sound, filled with despair and madness. Wu Wu found it strange. The sound seemed so familiar. The two girls naturally wanted to see what was happening, and Yi Yin also wanted to know what was going on. If it was something he disapproved of, he wouldn't mind intervening. After all, it was just a matter of raising his hand for him. Following the cockroaches, they found the source of the sound in the dance studio and could hear the commotion inside more clearly. However, throughout, they only heard a girl's voice screaming with no other sounds, which puzzled them greatly. Upon finding the destination, the cockroaches began to slam their sharp, hard mandibles against the door. The dance studio also fell silent. In the astonished gazes of the two girls, the sturdy door of the dance studio began to shake after just a few impacts. These evolved creatures should not be underestimated. Seeing how sharp and hard the cockroaches' mandibles were, Yi Yin was overjoyed. The better the material, the better the enchanting effect on the weapon. At that time, the power of the weapons in their hands would greatly increase. However, when Yuan Nan and Wu Wu were still not accustomed to staring at the two cockroaches, their half-meter-long bodies and various exaggerated features were extremely disgusting. Yi Yin said, "The cockroaches must want to eat the people inside. The moment they break through the door, we charge in and catch them all. At that time, we can also see what the situation in the dance studio really is." These mutated cockroaches are not simple creatures like level 1 zombies. While the two girls have little experience in survival in the apocalypse, it's best to be cautious and also pay attention to training them. The two girls nodded seriously. Even though they were reluctant to look at the disgusting bodies of the cockroaches, they had to keep an eye on the commotion over there. At this moment, the air that had fallen silent due to the cockroaches was suddenly broken. A sharp, frantic female voice shouted, "Get out! Get out! Don't touch him!" Wu Wu's eyes widened in shock. This wasn't someone else's voice, that was her friend Lu Wan's voice. Seeing Wu Wu's shocked expression when Yuan Nan hurriedly asked what's wrong, Yin was also looking at her. Wu Wu's expression instantly turned to one of immense anger, her entire being becoming agitated as she stood up, forgetting about the two cockroaches that might notice her. If it weren't for her current allegiance to Yi Yin and working for him, she would have rushed in the moment she learned of it. Wu Wu gasped, "The girl inside is my friend, Lu Wan." The reason she mentioned Lu Wan's name was that almost everyone at the university knew her. After all, Lu Wan was universally recognized as the school beauty, incredibly beautiful, and during her time at school, she had been approached by various live streaming platforms and talent agencies, all of which she had declined. Upon hearing this, Yi Yin and Wen Yuan Nan were somewhat surprised. They were not surprised that the person inside was Lu Wan, but that Lu Wan was actually still alive. Yesterday, when the two of them triggered a small zombie tide here, Lu Wan was still on the 2nd floor of the teaching building with those students, and they had no idea how she escaped. Perhaps Lu Wan was the only one who managed to escape. What exactly happened inside? If that scream was indeed emitted by Lu Wan, it indicated that something dreadful was occurring. Although it had only been 2 days since the apocalypse began, the two girls had already personally experienced that in such times it was best not to meddle in matters unrelated to oneself unless it involved touching their bottom line or something they found extremely displeasing. Thus, when the three of them heard the sound earlier, although they felt anxious, they merely decided to wait until they killed the cockroaches to see if they had known it was Lu Wan. Or rather, if they had known the person inside was Wu Wu's friend, Yi Yin would have taken them in to help. Seeing Wu Wu so agitated and angry, holding herself back from acting, simply waiting for his instructions, what else could? Of course they should go in and save her. Yi Yin said, no more rushing to the dance studio door at the quickest speed, not even thinking about training the two girls anymore, directly unleashing 2 lightning strikes, and before the 2 mutated cockroaches could react, they were instantly charred. If he had not used his professional skills and just relied on his combat knife, the cockroaches with their evolved physical advantages could have held their own against Yi Yin for some time. But the situation was different now, since Wu Wu had made that expression upon realizing that the person inside was Lu Wan. It indicated that Lu Wan was very important to her. Although Yi Yin had experienced 2 years of the apocalypse and had become quite selfish and indifferent, he valued his companions highly and did not want to see someone important to them meet with misfortune, because he had seen enough of that in his past life. Since he had the ability in this life, why let such things happen again? At this moment, Wu Wu angrily followed behind Yi Yin, while Wen Yuan Nan also appeared equally furious and serious. After Yi Yin swiftly dealt with the 2 mutated cockroaches, he kicked open the door to the dance studio, causing all movements inside to suddenly halt, with everyone's gaze focusing on the newcomers. When those students recognized Yi Yin, their expressions were quite extraordinary. They had all witnessed how Yi Yin and Wen Yuan Nan slaughtered zombies yesterday, how they jumped from the 2nd floor without a scratch. It was also Yi Yin and his companions who triggered the small zombie tide and left them there, nearly leading them all to their doom. At this moment, in Yi Yan's eyes, there was no sign of those students. In the dance studio, everyone's movements had eerily halted, allowing Yi Yin and his companions to clearly see what they were doing before, and guess what had just happened. 5 familiar-looking men in security uniforms were holding onto Lu Wan, who was in disheveled clothing and had bruises on her face, lying pitifully on the ground. Lu Wan was lying on the ground, desperately clinging to a blood-soaked man, refusing to let another man drag him away. The last man was pulling Lu Wan's hair tightly while stepping on the hand she used to hold on to the bloody man. Just now, if it weren't for Lu Wan's desperate resistance, these 5 security guards would have thrown the nearly dead Ji Wenyu out as bait to attract zombies. Wu Wu stared in shock at everything before her, fixating on Lu Wan's face, unable to believe that it was her. Anger ignited within her, because she saw that although Lu Wan's clothes were mostly on, they were clearly torn and completely deformed. And the man who was stepping on her hand and pulling her hair had his pants pulled up, but his belt was not fastened. Not even his zipper was done up. Yi Yan, being so experienced, guessed what had happened the moment he saw this scene. The disheveled school beauty covered in blood, the boy whose life was uncertain, and the students who remained indifferent or even watched as if it were a show, all heard the commotion from the cockroaches outside and wanted to escape. Lu Wan heard the sound of the door opening and even felt like laughing. Had the zombies finally come? Were the zombies finally here? Devour all these bastards down to the last bone. She didn't want Ji Wenyu to be thrown out as bait so that these bastards could escape. What she wanted were the zombies. What she wanted was for everyone present to accompany her and Ji Wenyu to the grave. But when she looked towards the door, she saw Wu Wu and the boy who had left a deep impression on her. How could it be them? Was it an illusion before death? Yes, how could that unbelievably powerful person appear at the same time as Wu Wu to save her? It must be a fleeting moment of clarity before death. Just now in despair, she had been thinking that if only she had half the power of that person from yesterday, she wouldn't have to encounter these things. She could have killed all these people with just a few strokes. So at the brink of death, she saw not only her only friend at the university, but also the boy she had met for the first time yesterday. She heard that his name was Yi Yan. He seemed to be somewhat famous in school. But in the next second, the boy from her hallucination appeared before her with a speed that dazzled her, and then she felt the force that had been pulling her hair vanish, while her vision was filled with blood red as something warm flowed down her face. That disgusting voice that she would never forget began to scream loudly. Accompanied by a puff, the weight on her hand also disappeared, and something else splattered on her hand, intensifying the horrifying screams. Lu Wan suddenly awoke. This was not an illusion. He came to save her. She rubbed her face with both hands, finally clearing her eyes of blood and seeing the scene before her. The beast that had previously pressed down on her, making her wish to die, was now rolling on the ground, pale, with blood spilling everywhere, more than what Ji Wenyu had bled before. Because one of his hands and one of his feet had now vanished from sight. His severed limbs were beside her, yet she felt an empty space suddenly appeared around her and Ji Wenyu, as the remaining 4 security guards looked like they had seen a ghost, terrified and hiding behind the students. And those students who had previously ignored their plight now saw this bloody scene, and a number of them screamed in fright. Huh, is this scary? When Ji Wenyu was beaten to this state, why didn't they find it frightening? Now they think blood is terrible. Wasn't there a lot of blood when Ji Wenyu was bleeding? After witnessing Yi Yan's actions, these people felt a deep sense of that was the aura that could only be emitted by someone who had experienced countless slaughters. Cold-blooded, decisive. Many students, upon seeing Yi Yan again, had not yet reacted when Yi Yan surged like fire and lightning to Lu Wan's side, chopping off the hands and feet of the man who had assaulted her. That speed was definitely not that of an ordinary person. Such a decisive attack on hands and feet was something that only extraordinary individuals could accomplish. The head of security knew nothing and suddenly lost his hands and feet. He had only seen the newcomer clearly, and then felt a blur in front of his eyes, and the next moment intense pain came. His hands and feet disappeared at a speed he couldn't comprehend. The other 4 security guards, even if they were foolish, could see that these newcomers were here to save Lu Wan. And among them, this man was terrifyingly powerful. Not just powerful, but entirely inhumanly strong. If they had known Lu Wan had such a background, how dare they have done what they just did? At this moment, Ji Wenyu, who had no security guards propping him up, collapsed on the ground. Although he was barely clinging to life, he had seen clearly how Yi Yan had entered and how he had chopped off that scoundrel's hands, and during all this he hadn't even blinked. The man who had severed the security guard's hands and feet descended like a god, instantly turning the tide. Although Wu Wu wanted to go and check on Lu Wan, Ji Wenyu's condition was currently the worst. She rushed forward to carefully support Ji Wenyu, but no matter how gentle her actions were, Ji Wenyu frowned, gasping. Wen Yuan hurriedly took out the remaining half bottle of healing potion, squatting down looking at Ji Wenyu's severely injured body, unsure of where to start. Ji Wenyu, half supported on the ground, did not look at Lu Wan, whom he had been worried about, nor did he glance at Wen Yuan or Wu Wu caring for him. His eyes were fixed on Yi Yan, revealing far too many complicated emotions. He felt gratitude, relief, longing, and he only hated that he was about to die and couldn't repay Yi Yan's kindness. What he still wanted to say was he begged Yi Yan to take Lu Wan away, but he couldn't utter a single word. His injuries were too severe for him to speak. Just now, when the few security guards heard the commotion outside and Lu Wan took the opportunity to come looking for him, he knew he was done for and couldn't say a word to Lu Wan. Lu Wan looked at the pained Ji Wenyu, then pleadingly at Yi Yan, who held the combat knife beside her. I beg you, save him. I will do whatever you ask me to. If it were Yi Yan, she would do anything. Yi Yan squatted down looking at the barely alive Ji Wenyu. Ji Wenyu desperately tried to speak. He wanted to beg Yi Yan to take Lu Wan away. He was straining to form the words, wanting to say even a single syllable. He wanted to thank Yi Yan for saving him, who was not really salvageable, giving him a chance to know that those beasts would not have a good ending, and that Lu Wan had not fallen into their hands. Yi Yan looked at the two miserable individuals, his heart surging with emotions. Perhaps he thought of himself as cold-blooded with only revenge in his mind. But sometimes he had to admit that the original him, the one before the apocalypse, was still lurking in his heart, bringing him the feelings of an ordinary person. Lu Wan heard those 4 words and nearly fainted. Yi Yin disregarded the astonishment of the crowd and directly stated, the only thing that can save him now is the evolution agent. Thus Wu Wu recalled her own condition when she was completely exhausted. After injecting a bottle of the evolution agent, all her internal and external injuries had healed. Although Ji Wenyu's injuries were very severe now, if it was the miraculous evolution agent, it would definitely save him, because she had experienced the miraculous power of the evolution agent herself. Earlier they had been clearing zombies under the teaching building, and the 3 of them worked very efficiently, having already killed over 100 zombies in a short time, while the density of zombies around them visibly decreased. Yi Yin immediately stood up. I will find a traitor right now, you all wait for me here. Lu Wan had never heard of a traitor or an evolution agent before. But in Lu Wan's eyes, Yi Yin was like a god. Whatever he said was true, and she had no doubt at all. She looked at Yi Yin with eager anticipation. Please save him. I will do anything. Yi Yin smiled comfortingly at Lu Wan, then suddenly remembered something, and his expression changed drastically. No. Quickly leave this place. I just used lightning strike. The zombies will be attracted here. Wu Wu and Wen Yuannan's faces changed simultaneously, and they immediately pulled Lu Wan and Ji Wenyu to escape. The students became restless upon hearing this. Lightning strike. Wasn't that the move they saw Yi Yin use that night? That move with the loud sound. It was because of that move that Yi Yin triggered a small zombie tide, nearly costing them their lives. Hearing Yi Yin say this, although they were tense, they also found it strange. Wait, they had all seen and heard Yi Yan's lightning strike before. If he had used it nearby, they would have heard it very clearly. Yet they hadn't heard any noise before Yi Yin barged in. Yi Yin immediately stepped out into the corridor to take a look. Something strange happened. The large number of zombies that should have been attracted by his lightning strike were not coming at all. The area under the teaching building still had many zombies wandering around, showing no signs of gathering towards them. Wu Wu and Wen Yuannan also noticed and felt it was odd. At that moment, the little rice dumpling that had been hiding in Yi Yan's hat called out, and Yi Yan's mind flashed, and he understood. This was the little rice dumpling's extraordinary ability. Previously, when Yi Yin signed a contract with it, he had only vaguely known about its illusionary powers, but now he realized it also had spatial abilities. When Yi Yin used lightning strike earlier, the little rice dumpling used its ability to instantaneously isolate that space from the outside world, preventing the enormous sound from reaching beyond that space. Yi Yin looked at the little rice dumpling in shock, which was now meowing proudly, seeking praise. Earlier, the little rice dumpling's consciousness was linked with his, allowing him to roughly know what had happened. It is said that illusionary powers and spatial abilities complement each other. Illusions can directly invade a person's mind, and can also combine with spatial abilities to change the surrounding environment, forming a real illusion. When Yuannan asked in confusion, why aren't the zombies reacting? Yi Yin patted the little rice dumpling and smiled. It's the little rice dumpling's ability. Enough talk. Since it's safe here, you all wait for me while watching those people. When I return, we will settle the scores slowly. The 2 girls nodded. As evolutionaries, they were no longer afraid of these ordinary people. Lu Wan looked at Yi Yan's back and silently vowed that regardless of whether Ji Wenyu survived after today, she would follow him faithfully from now on. Her body, her life were all saved by Yi Yin. The few of them walked back into the dance studio. Lu Wan glared hatefully at those people, wishing she could kill them right now. Ji Wenyu quietly closed his eyes. He was very tired, but he had to wait for Yi Yin to return. He must survive. Because this apocalypse was too dangerous and evil, he could not leave Lu Wan alone. Because he could not bear to leave this room with dozens of beasts alive. Moreover, Yi Yan's kindness was too great. He had to repay it. They were clearly strangers to Yi Yin, only familiar with Wu Wu, yet Yi Yin helped them like this. Now someone was even going outside to find an evolution agent to save his life. If he could survive today, he would dedicate the rest of his life to repaying Yi Yin. Yi Yin left with the little rice dumpling. In fact, going outside the school alone was much easier than bringing the 2 of them along. His speed now was greatly enhanced because he had signed a contract with a magical beast, gaining part of its abilities. If he were with the 2 girls, he would have to match their speed and look after them. Now with only the little magical beast in his hoodie, Yi Yin felt incredibly free. Yi Yin had roughly 100 magic crystals on him. Since he decided to save Ji Wenyu and turn him into an evolutionary, Ji Wenyu would definitely become his companion along with Lu Wan. So having already made this trip, he might as well kill a dozen zombies to exchange for Lu Wan's evolution agent. This way his team would have 5 1-star evolutionaries. The speed of killing zombies was multiplied. Thinking about how his team was growing stronger with more evolutionaries, Yi Yin felt a surge of warmth in his heart. 5 1-star evolutionaries. On the second day of the apocalypse, he already had a small team, all of whom were about to become evolutionaries, while most people had never even seen a traitor. Such a starting point was already very high in the apocalypse. Yi Yin used his full speed, rapidly killing zombies under the teaching building, gathering 120 magic crystals, and then headed outside the school. This time he did not linger in battle, killing no extra zombies unless they charged right in front of him, because he knew Ji Wenyu was running out of time. He could imagine the kind of hatred Ji Wenyu would feel after being brutally beaten by several ordinary people. Perhaps if Ji Wenyu survived this time, this hatred and experience would become his powerful weapon in the future. Yi Yin only delayed a bit of time when rushing into the supermarket because there were simply too many zombies in this market. But it was still shorter than the time spent earlier, because this time he was alone and his speed was greatly enhanced. Finding the traitor, Yi Yan quickly exchanged for 2 bottles of 1-star evolution agents and rushed back to the school without stopping. At this moment in the dance studio after Yi Yan left, the security chief who had 1 hand and 1 leg cut off by Yi Yan had bled to death. His corpse lay in the middle of the dance studio, his blood covering Ji Wenyu's previous blood. During his agonizing struggle, Lu Wan and Ji Wenyu had been watching him with smiles, saying nothing. Originally, Lu Wan wanted to borrow Wu Wu's knife to slice his flesh and torture him thoroughly. However, now that Ji Wenyu was on the brink of death with only his eyes still open, she dared not leave his side. If Ji Wenyu really died, and she wasn't there with him, she would suffer for a lifetime. Seeing their leader's tragic death, the other 4 terrified security guards were about to explode. They didn't understand who Yi Yan was, and why he was so powerful. Why were his methods so bizarre? However, at this moment Yi Yan was already outside, and although the 2 girls he brought with him looked strong, they were at least easier to deal with than Yi Yan. Second brother, let's go. They can't stop us. We'll really die when that guy returns. The few of them lost their composure and got up to rush towards the door. Wu Wu's eyes flashed with cold light, and with the speed of an evolutionary she blocked the door. Where do you think you're going? She looked coldly at the 4 of them. Earlier Lu Wan had roughly told her what happened, but she only had a general idea and didn't know all the details, nor had she seen it with her own eyes, yet she felt her anger surge. Once Ji Wenyu was better, she would make sure he and Lu Wan took their revenge. The 4 were instantly frightened. This girl was also fast to the point of being bizarre. Although she wasn't as fast as that boy compared to ordinary people, she was simply a freak. The second brother pointed at Wu Wu and pretended to be tough. You nasty woman. Get out of my way. Before he could finish his sentence, he clutched his face and rolled to the ground, screaming in agony. Wu Wu directly swung a knife, cutting into the second brother's face. However, she held back, otherwise she would have instantly taken his life, just like she did with the zombies. Is your mouth foul? Can you still speak now? The wound on the second brother's face slashed diagonally from his chin, cutting open both his upper and lower lips, exposing the structure of his mouth, scraping against his nose, and blinding one of his eyes. The guards and students all gasped in horror, feeling pain in their own faces. The second brother's hands clutched his face, yet blood oozed from the gaps between his fingers, staining his clothes and dripping onto the floor. He couldn't even let out a clear scream, only managing to produce some muffled syllables that sent chills down everyone in the room. Wu Wu proudly stood at the door, a cold smile on her lips, looking at the remaining 3 people. Are you still leaving? The few of them were immediately frightened to the point of crawling back in fear. Terrifying. Not only was that man extremely fierce, but even the woman beside him was a lunatic. Lu Wan watched this scene without blinking, yet felt no sense of bloodiness. The blood of Ji Wenyu just now. At this moment, seeing the fate of these beasts, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. She also noticed that Wu Wu had become different from ordinary people, just like Yi Yan. Could this be the effect of the evolution agent that Yi Yan spoke of? Watching Wu Wu effortlessly slaughter those who had just assaulted her, she couldn't help but think how wonderful it would be if she also had such overwhelming power. Then in the future, no one would dare to bully her or harm Ji Wenyu again. At this moment, the students in the dance studio could see that Wu Wu and Lu Wan had a very close relationship, and today, she was here to help her take revenge. Thinking about their earlier actions, they felt immense fear and regret. A boy mustered up his courage and stood up trembling as he said, I want to go out. I didn't hit Ji Wenyu, nor did I do anything to Lu Wan. The others also stood up one after another. Right, it has nothing to... Lu Wan looked at them incredulously, then began to laugh out loud. Ha! You shameless things. In a way, you are even more despicable than those 5 people. Zhou Qingyang immediately retorted, did we touch you? Why are you blaming us? Lu Wan was about to respond when a cold voice came from outside the door. Who wants to leave? A collective tremor ran through the crowd. The students instantly shrank back, crouching down, in awkward silence, too intimidated to reply to Yi Yan. Lu Wan gazed at Yi Yan with eager anticipation, while Ji Wenyu, who had held on steadfastly until now, felt a surge of exhilaration well up within him. All eyes were fixed upon Yi Yan, awaiting his words. Yi Yan looked down at Lu Wan and Ji Wenyu lying on the floor, then withdrew 2 grade 1 evolution serums from his pouch. For you both. Lu Wan's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Yi Yan as if he had spoken the impossible. She had just heard from Wu Wu a rough account of evolution serums and evolved beings, and had been stunned. Seeing Wu Wu's power so vastly surpassing her former self, she now fully grasped the terrifying might of the evolved. They were simply no longer of the same order as ordinary humans. Faced with Yi Yan's awe-inspiring strength and Wu Wu's transformed prowess, how could she possibly doubt? And now Yi Yan not only intended to save Ji Wenyu with a grade 1 evolution serum, but was handing one to her. Ji Wenyu lay motionless, every limb paralyzed except his eyes, which alone still shimmered with the faint, fragile spark of life. Anyone who saw his current state, the grievous wounds marring his body, would have deemed him beyond saving. Yet those very eyes now gleamed with radiant intensity, hope, yearning, unquenchable fervor. He was alive. Not only would he survive, he would rise as an evolved being mighty as Yi Yan himself. Wu Wu and Wen Yuan exchanged knowing smiles. They had always known their leader possessed a soft heart, and this meant Lu Wan and her brother were now irrevocably bound to Yi Yan. Even if Yi Yan failed to save Ji Wenyu, or if neither sibling could become evolved, Lu Wan would still choose to follow them of her own volition. Seeing Lu Wan frozen in stunned silence, Wu Wu stepped forward and gently took the serum from Yi Yan's hand. Snap out of it. If Ji Wenyu collapses before you act, it'll be your fault. Lu Wan steadied her breath, then swiftly administered the Grade 1 evolution serum into Ji Wenyu's bloodstream. The other students murmured amongst themselves. What is an evolution serum? They've been mentioning it since earlier. Is it what made Yi Yan so formidable? Well, it is called an evolution serum, isn't it? They claim it can save Ji Wenyu. But that's impossible. We'll know soon. But if Ji Wenyu truly revives, and if both he and Lu Wan receive the serum, could they become as powerful as these people? Holy hell, we're doomed. Let's pray that never happens. Lu Wan watched Ji Wenyu's expression intently. Ji Wenyu felt a warm current flood into his body, a current brimming with boundless vitality rapidly nourishing and repairing his shattered frame. The searing agony receded at astonishing speed. As the warmth completed its healing work, a surplus of energy remained, transforming his body, unlocking latent potential buried deep within his flesh and bone. Lu Wan stared breathless as Ji Wenyu's complexion and open wounds visibly regenerated before her very eyes. His ashen pallor vanished, bleeding ceased, and movement returned. Sister, I nearly died from the pain just now. After all that time, he finally spoke. Overwhelmed, Lu Wan burst into tears, gripping his hand with desperate trembling. Ji Wenyu rose to his feet. Sister, I'm sorry. Never again will I let you endure such suffering. Anyone who dares harm you will die. He then strode, still drenched in blood, toward Yi Yan, dropping to one knee. But Yi Yan moved swiftly, catching him. Ji Wenyu's gaze locked onto Yi Yan, filled with profound gratitude, unwavering loyalty. Brother Yi Yan, you saved both Lu Wan and me. We cannot fathom how to repay you. You may think we follow you for protection, but no, we follow to repay you. Henceforth your affairs are ours. Our lives were reclaimed by your hand, oh our fates now rest entirely in yours. And thank you, truly. His eyes glistened red. Moments earlier he had sworn, never to weep again, never to be weak. Yi Yan stood speechless. He saw clearly these two siblings possessed noble hearts, unlike the cruel, twisted souls who thrived in this apocalyptic world. Yi Yan gave a quiet nod. Their squad had officially gained 2 new members. Meanwhile, Lu Wan remained seated on the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. So Wu Wu administered a Grade 1 evolution serum to her as well. Instantly, Lu Wan's tears ceased, not from composure, but from sheer astonishment at the profound changes surging through her body. At last she understood this was why Ji Wenyu moments from death had risen anew. The others recoiled, as if confronting specters, staring at Ji Wenyu in utter disbelief. How could he possibly live? He had been beaten to the verge of annihilation. Even if death had not claimed him outright, standing upright should have been unthinkable. Hadn't the guards shattered his legs? In truth, not a single bone in his body remained unbroken. Could he really be saved like this? Preposterous. Only Yi Yan knew the truth. An evolution serum conferred this miracle only once, and only upon those who had never undergone evolution. Moreover, it worked exclusively on individuals untouched by prior evolution. During one's first evolution, the serum ignites dormant energy throughout the body. Life force surges in resonance, unleashing unprecedented vitality, shattering human limits, and awakening latent potential. Such a phenomenon cannot occur if the recipient is already an evolved being, no matter how gravely injured. Thus, this method of salvation applies solely to ordinary, unevolved humans. After expressing his deepest gratitude and fealty to Yi Yan, repeatedly and solemnly, Ji Wenyu turned, a faint, unsettling smile playing upon his lips as he surveyed the assembled crowd. Wu Wu stood silently beside him, deeply unsettled by this new, unfamiliar aura surrounding him. Wu Wu and Lu Wan shared a close bond, and thus she knew Ji Wenyu well, a sunlit youth, generous-spirited and conflict-averse, never once embroiled in quarrel or resentment. The expression now etched upon Ji Wenyu's face was utterly alien to her, something she had never witnessed in him before. She did not disapprove of his transformation, nor deem it undesirable. Rather, through that chilling gaze she perceived the depth of trauma inflicted upon him, the sheer magnitude of horror that had warped his very soul. Wu Wu watched them both with quiet sorrow, unaware that she too was undergoing her own subtle metamorphosis. The crowd, unnerved by Ji Wenyu's stare, dared not meet his eyes. Those eyes radiated pure hatred, bitter resentment, and incandescent fury, enough to freeze the blood in their veins. By then Lu Wan had completed her evolution and stood shoulder to shoulder with Ji Wenyu, her gaze equally frigid as she surveyed them all. The dance studio fell into a surreal hush. A cluster of students sat or crouched on the floor, heads bowed low, refusing to lift their eyes toward the two figures before them. Among them sat one man, hands clamped over his face, drenched in blood and writhing in silent agony, too terrified even to whimper. Lu Wan and Ji Wenyu stood a mere meter away, their expressions inscrutable, as if weighing precisely how best to make these tormentors taste the same helplessness and despair they had once endured. Yi Yan and the two women positioned themselves near the doorway, choosing deliberately to remain impartial observers, leaving justice wholly in the siblings' hands. The students trembled inwardly. Lu Wan and Ji Wenyu had received the evolution serum spoken of by Yi Yan and his allies, and Ji Wenyu, impossibly resurrected, now stood before them. It was certain they too now wielded superhuman abilities. Now how dare they provoke them? Bored, Yi Yan retrieved his combat blade and stepped to the studio entrance, where he carefully harvested useful parts from two cockroaches. Xiao Zongzi, the small creature who usually lazed idly inside his hat, leapt forth eagerly and began using its tiny claws to strip flesh from the insects' bodies. Yi Yan had already removed their hardest chitinous plates and mandibles, enabling Xiao Zongzi to feast upon the tender meat without resistance. Finally, under Yi Yan's curious gaze, Xiao Zongzi excavated 2 delicate slivers of tender flesh from the mutated cockroaches. Then, fearing Yi Yan might snatch them, popped both into its mouth and chewed with evident relish. Since forging his pact with Xiao Zongzi, Yi Yan had sensed an uncanny extension of himself, an empathic tether binding their beings. He could perceive Xiao Zongzi's physical state, sense its emotions, and sometimes experience fleeting telepathic impressions, revealing its thoughts with startling clarity. Once before, to conceal the thunderous crash of falling lightning, Xiao Zongzi had activated its spatial ability, sealing the surrounding space off from the outside world, muffling sound and preventing zombie attraction. Afterward, Yi Yan distinctly sensed Xiao Zongzi's exhaustion, so depleted it could no longer even muster a playful meow to announce its presence. Now, having consumed those 2 uniquely potent morsels, Xiao Zongzi's vitality surged back, restored to nearly full strength. In his previous life, Yi Yan had learned that aberrant beasts far surpassed ordinary mutants, save for those mutants who had ascended to exceedingly high evolutionary tiers. Yet some aberrant beasts possessed extraordinary abilities, rendering them even more fearsome than elite-tier mutants. Those that had breached into this world fed first upon mutants, and only secondarily upon humans. At last, Yi Yan understood why Xiao Zongzi had turned up its nose at the ham sausages he'd offered in the supermarket. Now he held 2 pairs of mandibles and 2 chitinous plates. 3 weapons were poised for imminent enhancement. Yi Yan returned to the classroom, indifferent to the tense, eerie atmosphere, and instructed Wu Wu and Wen Yuannan to hand over their weapons, then proceeded to enchant the 2 gray-tier blades on the spot. His white combat blade had been purchased from a trader, and he couldn't risk further modification. Upon seeing the materials in Yi Yan's hands, the 2 women instantly grasped his intent, and gathered around, brimming with curiosity and excitement. Yi Yan first selected a mandible, activated his enchantment skill, and a soft luminescence shimmered across its surface before vanishing, seamlessly merging with the gray blade. Simultaneously, the blade flared with an ethereal radiance, exuding an aura profoundly distinct from before. Its power markedly intensified, its gray hue purer, sharper, more absolute. Yi Yan gazed at the newly enchanted blade, heart pounding, feeling its enhanced sharpness and destructive force pulsing unmistakably beneath his grip. Wu Wu and Wen Yuannan snatched it up at once, brandishing it, eagerly testing its palpably heightened capability. Yi Yan then took a chitinous plate and enchanted the second gray blade. Instantly, it transformed, though differently. Its gray deepened into somber, resilient obsidian, not sharpened, but forged anew in unyielding durability and structural integrity. Thus, enchanting with different materials yielded distinct enhancements. Undeniably, each enchanted weapon surpassed its former self, its augmented attributes intrinsically linked to the innate properties of the material used. Yi Yan glanced at his white combat blade, and at the remaining materials, his pulse quickening with temptation. After discussing with Wen Yuannan, the gray battle knife, which had high durability, was designated for Wu, while the sharper one was assigned to Wen Yuannan. Although Wen Yuannan became an evolver a day earlier than Wu, his agility and skills could not match Wu's daily training, so the sharp knife was given to Wen Yuannan. The 2 girls excitedly wielded their brand new battle knives, constantly brandishing them in their hands. At that moment, the students in the dance studio, who were buried in their own thoughts, were filled with fear and regret. If they had known Yi Yan would intervene, they would have never treated Lu Wan and her brother like this. Lu Wan glanced at the bag that Wu Wu had placed on the ground, suddenly smiled enigmatically, then walked over, opened the bag, and dumped its contents onto the floor. Food and water spilled everywhere, and the packaging was instantly stained with blood from the ground, drawing the gaze of those present, even making them temporarily forget the current crisis. They stared intently at the pile of food on the ground, swallowing hard, wishing they could pounce on it immediately. They hadn't eaten since the apocalypse began. Seeing the food before them nearly drove them insane. If it weren't for Yi Yan's pressure still looming over them, they would have rushed forward without hesitation. Lu Wan laughed at the greedy, desperate looks in their eyes. Just now they wanted her to offer her body, so those beasts could do. Lu Wan said to them, "Do you want to eat?" Some people nodded dazedly, while others felt it was strange, but still wanted to know what. Lu Wan glanced at Ji Wenyu beside her, and said, "As long as you choose one person to beat half to death, just like how my brother was just now, the others can have the food. If you can't choose, then whoever strips naked can eat. You must be completely undressed and no clothes allowed. When eating, you can eat." Everyone was stunned, their eyes filled with anger. Why was she treating them like this? What do you mean? On what grounds? Are you out of your mind? Lu Wan looked at them with a half smile, and said in a voice louder than any other, "Whoever curses me again, I will kill him right now." The students were horrified. It seemed Lu Wan had truly gained power. But some students clearly disagreed, their eyes only on the food that could fill their stomachs, and Lu Wan was the biggest obstacle in their way. Zhou Qingyang immediately expressed dissatisfaction. "Are you crazy? On what grounds do you threaten us?" Zhou Qingyang hated Lu Wan the most in their class. Lu Wan was always the center of attention for the boys. In the dormitory, she conspired with other girls to ostracize Lu Wan, but Lu Wan completely disregarded them, not taking them seriously at all. When she deliberately provoked Lu Wan, she thought Lu Wan would be like a soft bun, too scared to say anything, as all the girls were on her side, and all the girls hated Lu Wan. However, when she accidentally knocked Lu Wan's shoes off the windowsill and apologized without any intention of retrieving them, Lu Wan directly threw her clothes and blanket out of the window. Since then, she hated Lu Wan even more, but no longer dared to pull such tricks. Today, when those men specifically called for Lu Wan, she felt it was the most exciting moment of her life. She even thought that the apocalypse wasn't so bad. At least she could punish someone as arrogant and proud as Lu Wan. Watching Lu Wan pinned down by these people, her clothes being gradually stripped away, Zhou Qingyang couldn't contain her happiness. Seeing Ji Wenyu beaten half to death, she felt no sympathy at all, thinking he deserved it. Who told him to protect Lu Wan? If he had sent Lu Wan out earlier, she would have been eating by now. What was there to pity about a woman like her? But all of this was shattered by that man. That despicable man, named Yi Yin. Lu Wan's clothes were not stripped off, and Ji Wenyu was not dead. She was about to go mad. Seeing her enemy about to be punished, yet someone blocked it live, she felt like she was going insane. It was like looking at the food right in front of her, but being unable to eat it. Now this foul woman was so arrogant, demanding was she traumatized by what happened earlier? How could she be so twisted? When Zhou Qingyang's words left her mouth, she caught a glimpse of Lu Wan's cold, vicious gaze. In that moment, she realized that Lu Wan was no longer on the same level as her, no longer from the same world. It was too late for regret. Lu Wan, with a speed unimaginable for an ordinary person, quickly reached Zhou Qingyang's side and struck her face with a fierce slap. This slap was completely different from the one Lu Wan had given her before. She felt like a hammer had smashed into her face. Zhou Qingyang's world turned upside down, her mind unable to think clearly, her eyes blurred, and her ears began to ring. She felt as if Lu Wan's slap had nearly knocked her head off. Her neck ached as if it would snap at any moment. How could a woman possess such immense strength? Everyone stared in shock at this. Just moments ago, Lu Wan, who was lying on the ground and about to become everyone's scapegoat, had completely transformed into someone who could determine their lives and deaths. And all of this was because of Yi Yin. It was Yi Yin who saved the two of them and turned them into evolvers, completely reversing the situation here. Zhou Qingyang lay on the ground, blood oozing from her mouth, her face swollen, blood smeared across her face, making it hard to believe the one who had struck was a girl. Zhou Qingyang finally realized that she was no longer a match for Lu Wan. If she could still talk back before now, she couldn't even bear to look at Lu Wan. Because she had personally experienced fear and strength, Lu Wan could effortlessly take her life now. Lu Wan looked down at Zhou Qingyang, who no longer dared to speak, feeling disgusted and a deep sense of vindictive pleasure. She turned to Wu Wu, who was watching her closely, and said, "What are you looking at? Lend me your knife for a moment." Without a word, Wu Wu walked over and handed the knife to Lu Wan. Zhou Qingyang curled up on the ground, not daring to say a word, lacking even the strength to beg for mercy. That slap was already enough for her. Now she only hated herself for being so venomous and for always clashing with Lu. Wu Wu would not stop Lu Wan, nor would she feel the slightest sympathy for these people. She even wanted to kill them herself. If it weren't for Yi Yin and the others encountering mutated cockroaches downstairs and rushing up, she couldn't imagine what would have happened, what Lu Wan would have gone through, and what would have become of Ji Wenyu. And these people had just watched with their eyes wide open, even urging Lu Wan to give in to the security guards from the start. They were unforgivable. One by one, they were utterly disgusting. Lu Wan raised the gray battle knife momentarily, not having the time to marvel at its uniqueness. She looked at Zhou Qingyang on the ground and coldly said, "In the past, I knew you were displeased with me, always targeting me and slandering me behind my back. I did nothing to you, at most just warned you in return. But today you really angered me, not just you but everyone here. If Yi Yin and the others hadn't come earlier, I would probably be standing here completely naked, being humiliated in front of you, right? Ji Wenyu would probably not survive either. Haha, in the end we survived, but I will never forget what you did just now. I have the deepest impression of you, Zhou Qingyang. I saw the joy in your eyes. You were so pleased to see me fall to such a state. You are truly venomous. How much do you hate me? Did I dig up your ancestral grave? I don't know what I did to offend you so much that you would treat me like this, but I know that now I truly hate you, wishing I could dig up your ancestral grave and desecrate your ancestors. You should also experience the taste of despair and death." With that, Lu Wan raised her knife without a hint of hesitation or fear and cleaved Zhou Qingyang in half, leaving her no time to scream. Yi Yin and the others watched the scene unfold with cold eyes, feeling no discomfort and not a shred of sympathy. Zhou Qingyang was not incapable of such acts. Now in the apocalypse, human morality had become more nakedly evil under such stimuli. Rather, she was just unfortunate that things did not go her way. Lu Wan not only escaped disaster, but also gained power. Her punishment was well-deserved. Ji Wenyu looked at Lu Wan, lost in thought. In fact, wasn't it a good thing that Lu Wan had become like this? They had both experienced the brutality and bloodshed of the apocalypse, nearly losing precious things because of it. Ji Wenyu would rather Lu Wan be this ruthless, as they now had strength, and Yi Yin backing them right. And all of these people, the others looked in horror at the scene before them, 1,000 times more gruesome than when Ji Wenyu was beaten. Zhou Qingyang, who was still alive moments ago, had turned into two piles of flesh pitifully sprawled across the floor of the dance studio. Her intestines spilled out blood, and unknown fluids flowed everywhere. Many people vomited in disgust, unable to bear another glance. At this moment in the dance studio, there were already two gruesomely dead bodies. One was the head of security, and the other was Zhou Qingyang's. Adding in the blood Ji Wenyu had lost earlier, it could be said that it was a river of blood, a sight too horrific to endure. Lu Wan killed Zhou Qingyang and then walked over to Ji Wenyu. For her first kill, she felt no fear. Her heart was filled with hatred for these people. It was they who had helped her quickly understand this apocalypse and adapt to it. Ji Wenyu looked at the pale-faced individuals and then turned her gaze to the last few security guards who were nearly scared to the point of urination. They were filled with immense regret at this moment. One security guard approached them kneeling on the ground, desperately clutching Ji Wenyu's leg. I was wrong, I was wrong. Please. The other three also seemed to act on instinct, following suit, and kneeling down crying, we truly know we were wrong. Please, please don't kill us. Ji Wenyu coldly looked at them and kicked one away. When I was lying there, I imagined how to tear you apart. I thought I wouldn't get the chance, but I never expected to survive. The others turned pale, no longer pleading. The security guard, whose eyes were destroyed by Wu, could not speak, clearly only whimpering in fear and regret. One of them in madness pointed at Lu Wan venomously. He, this filthy whore, not knowing. His words were cut off as Ji Wenyu severed his head. Ji Wenyu stood there holding the gray battle knife that Lu Wan had just used, making these people experience the absolute disparity in power, understanding the vast chasm between evolvers and ordinary people. They could only hate why they had not become evolvers. The head of the security guard rolled to the feet of a few students who screamed and fled in terror. Now they finally understood how desperate it was when the target of abuse was themselves. But it was already too late. In the hearts of Ji Wenyu and Lu Wan, they were already dead. Under the pleas of the remaining 3 security guards and the frantic screams of other students, Ji Wenyu mercilessly killed the 3 men and then looked at the students. At that moment, Yin, who was at the door contemplating whether to enchant his battle knife, suddenly felt an extremely dangerous aura, while the purple hook jade alerted him that something was rapidly approaching. The little Zongzi in Yi Yan's hat emitted a warning sound, at the same time its fur bristling, nerves tense. Due to the many deaths in this dance studio, the thick smell of blood had attracted a level 2 zombie. Yi Yan didn't have time to inform the other unresponsive companions. He was about to rush out to block the level 2 zombie. But before he could move, he caught a glimpse of a shadow darting through the door, rapidly rushing towards Lu Wan and Ji Wenyu. At the moment the level 2 zombie entered the door, the 4 members of Wu as Fustar evolvers finally reacted and suddenly went on high alert. Ji Wenyu quickly pulled Lu Wan closer, her heart racing. This terrifying creature was actually heading in their direction. However, after Ji Wenyu pulled Lu Wan, she was shocked to find that the shadow actually bypassed them and charged straight at those students who were not evolvers. Ji Wenyu disregarded everything else and directly pulled Lu Wan back to Yi Yan's side. After becoming a Fustar evolver, his senses were no longer the same as ordinary people. He knew that these students posed no threat to him. He could easily overpower them, just as he understood the true danger of that shadow. After becoming a Fustar evolver, he actually felt that he had no chance against that shadow. It seemed that the path of evolution was still long, with many dangers more perilous than zombies. After all, this was an unknown apocalypse. Those students had no idea what was happening. They could hardly see the shadow. They only saw the expressions of Yi Yan and his group suddenly turn grave, as if facing a great enemy. One student wondered why Ji Wenyu, who had intended to attack them, suddenly pulled Lu Wan back. In the next second, he felt the world spinning as his head was sliced off by the zombie's sharp claws. At that moment, everyone present finally saw the true face of this shadow. Even Yi Yan was stunned, unable to react for a long time. This zombie indeed emitted the aura of a level 2 zombie, and it had a dark yellow crystal on its head. However, if one did not look at the crystal on its head, it could easily be mistaken for a human. This was also why Yi Yan instinctively thought of this zombie as a person rather than it. The others were also unable to react for a long time. Was this a zombie? Aren't zombies supposed to be decayed flesh? Even if a level 2 zombie had developed muscular tissue, it shouldn't look like this. When Yuan had seen level 2 zombies before. Although they had evolved far beyond level 1 zombies, they were definitely not in the form of the zombie before them. The zombie before them was fully dressed in human clothing, its skin slightly grayish compared to normal humans, with pupils larger than usual, sharp fingers, and pointed teeth. However, its skin showed no signs of decay or festering, and its gaze lacked the ferocity and emptiness typical of zombies, revealing more of a human light. Yet the yellow crystal on its head clearly indicated to everyone that it was a zombie. If one overlooked the details of its appearance, no one would identify it as a zombie at first glance. Among these peculiarities, what shocked Yi Yan even more was that this level 2 zombie did not attack the 5 Fustar evolvers present, but chose to target the ordinary people who were defenseless. It should be noted that ordinary level 2 zombies already recognized the difference between evolvers and ordinary people, able to discern whether a person was an evolver. Between ordinary people and evolvers, level 2 zombies would prioritize attacking evolvers, because consuming an evolver could expedite their evolution, equating to devouring 100 ordinary people. However, this level 2 zombie was different. It chose to attack ordinary people it could kill in an instant, because it knew it was no match for Yi Yan. This level of intelligence had far surpassed that of a level 2 zombie. Only higher level zombies above level 5 could perceive human strength and decide whether to strike. Only higher level zombies would possess such complex thinking. Yet this zombie, which resembled a human, had intelligence far beyond its classification as a level 2 zombie. In Yi Yan's past life during the apocalypse, he had never heard of such a thing. He had never heard of a level 2 zombie possessing such high intelligence. Since his rebirth, Yi Yan was feeling the strangeness of the apocalypse for the first time, realizing just how little he knew. He saw the level 2 zombie rapidly kill a student, then quickly devour the person's brain. At this moment, the dazed students finally reacted and let out earth-shattering screams. They saw someone suddenly appear before them, looking a bit strange. Before they could take a closer look, this person decapitated a student with his hands and dug out the brain to eat. All this happened in less than 10 seconds. At this moment, the shocked students finally noticed that this person had a crystal on his head, just like a zombie. This was not a human, it was a zombie. As the students began to scream and crawl away in a panic, this zombie instantly killed 5 more people and devoured their brains. Yi Yan and his group watched in shock. This zombie was preying on the weak. It had no intention of dealing with them. Amidst the astonished group, there was also a cat. The little Zongzi was only mildly shocked, but its surprise wasn't about why this level 2 zombie was so intelligent and acted somewhat like a human. It was shocked that they had arrived in this world so quickly. At that moment, the special level 2 zombie noticed that these ordinary people who were easy to bully were about to rush out the door. Just as it was about to chase them, it suddenly trembled and then fixed its gaze on Yi Yan for the first time. It focused on this man whom it was not completely sure it could defeat. It felt the aura from their world emanating from Yi Yan. Exotic beast. As the remaining dozen students screamed and fled in droves, while the level 2 zombie stood there, they didn't care whether there were zombies outside. At this moment, only Yi Yan and his companions remained in the room along with this special zombie and the little Zongzi. The little Zongzi jumped out of Yi Yan's hat, stood on the ground facing the zombie, arched its back high, and emitted a warning sound. Upon seeing the little Zongzi, the zombie's shocked expression became even more apparent as it took a step back. Through the connection with the little Zongzi, Yi Yan vaguely sensed the message it wanted to convey, which was that this human-like zombie was not a zombie, but rather a being from the same other world as the little Zongzi. Yi Yan's heart surged with waves. Another world. From the same world as the exotic beasts. After the apocalypse, if beings from another world invaded, then the apocalypse was likely related to that world. What Yi Yan did not understand was that he could clearly sense the little Zongzi's hostility towards this otherworldly creature. This was an innate enmity between species, as if something in their very genes could not be changed. Although Yi Yan knew from the little Zongzi's message that what stood before him was not a zombie in the strictest sense by the standards of Yi Yan's world, it was indeed a level 2 zombie. Whether it's the yellow crystal on its forehead representing a level 2 zombie, the aura it exuded as a level 2 zombie, or its cannibalistic traits, it was undoubtedly a level 2 zombie. Perhaps in that unknown world such a creature was not referred to as a zombie and possessed extremely high intelligence. Yi Yan also learned from the fragmented and unclear messages sent by the little Zongzi that it actually wanted to eat this level. Seeing the little Zongzi appear, the level 2 zombie was first taken aback, then it instantly erupted with hostility. But in the next second it unexpectedly turned and decisively jumped out of the window. Before the level 2 zombie arrived, it had sensed that there was a very powerful person in the dance studio, and it had very little chance of. However, it desperately needed to evolve, and the heavy smell of blood in the dance studio finally drove it to rush in and kill those ordinary people, completely avoiding the other 4 evolvers because its intelligence was high. It was not a zombie, not a creature of this world. It knew that those 4 evolvers were companions of that powerful individual. If it attacked them, it would give that powerful individual every reason to kill it. Thus, it was very clever and from the very beginning showed no signs of hostility towards any of the present evolvers, clearly designating those ordinary people as its targets. It had been enduring not far away. Its intelligence was comparable to that of humans. It knew that a conflict was unfolding and would soon evolve into a massacre, recognizing that the 5 evolvers were one side, while the other weak ordinary people were another. Due to Yi Yan's intimidation, it did not dare to act recklessly, but the smell of blood continued to attract it. It yearned for fresh human brains. It couldn't wait. If it waited until the evolvers inside killed all those ordinary people, the brains would no longer be fresh. These evolvers were already intent on killing those ordinary people. If it went in to kill them, it would not provoke any hostile thoughts from Yi Yan. So it struck and chose to do so in a way that pleased Yi Yan. That is, by showing clear respect for the stronger being. It did not emit any killing intent, nor did it show a hint of hostility towards those evolvers. It charged straight at those ordinary people, not even glancing at Yi Yan and the others. In its world, this was a form of acknowledgement and submission. However, it had miscalculated. It never expected that there would be an exotic beast among them. Now Yi Yan could only refer to this creature from another world as a level 2 zombie. From the moment this level 2 zombie appeared to the moment it vanished from the window, only a minute had passed. Yi Yan hadn't planned on pursuing it, but the little Zongzi sent him a powerful signal. It wanted to eat him. After consuming him, the little Zongzi's abilities would be enhanced. Yi Yan hesitated no longer and hurriedly instructed the others, "Don't worry about those people. They will be eaten by the zombies outside. The smell of blood here is too strong. You all go to the big supermarket in the school and wait for me. Before I return, clear out the zombies around the supermarket." The others did not know what Yi Yan was planning, but they would listen to whatever he said. They also understood that Yi Yan asking them to clear out the zombies was to train their abilities, especially for Lu Wan and Ji Wenyu, who had just become evolved. However, when Yuan An was somewhat worried since she started following Yi Yan, she had hardly ever acted alone. She had come to rely heavily on him. Although she was dependent, it didn't mean that when Yuan An lacked ability. In the past 2 days, she had killed far more zombies than Wu Wu. The others nodded and followed Yi Yan down. But Yi Yan's speed was even faster. He quickly disappeared from sight. Following the little Zongzi's guidance, Yi Yan chased in a certain direction and soon saw a shadow ahead. The level 2 zombie felt frustrated. It clearly did not want to be enemies with Yi Yan, yet it did not realize that there was a strange beast by Yi Yan's side. Originally intending to eat humans, it inadvertently became the food for that beast. Having experienced 2 years of the apocalypse, Yi Yan knew how powerful strange beasts could be. In the future, the little Zongzi would grow to become a formidable force. At this moment, the opportunity for the little Zongzi's rapid growth was right in front of it. How could it let such a chance slip away? As a 1-star evolved, Yian's speed was already quite fast, but the level 2 zombie was not slow either. If Yian had not obtained the little Zongzi's abilities relying solely on his previous 1-star evolved speed, he would not be able to catch up to that zombie. Moreover, generally speaking, a 1-star evolved could not defeat a level 2 zombie, whether in terms of physical evolution or the special evolution that level 2 zombies possess over humans. Although humans could have occupations, weapons, and so on at the beginning of the apocalypse, being able to become an evolved was already a stroke of luck. Having an occupation was something for the future. However, Yian was different. He possessed the experience of his previous life, filled with hatred and ambition that continuously urged him to grow stronger. He dared not pause for even a moment. As a result, he not only became a 1-star evolved in 2 days, but also acquired 2 occupations and even obtained a strange beast. The level 2 zombie was no longer his match. Yian had become far stronger than an ordinary 1-star evolved. At this moment, Yian was almost about to reach the male dormitory, getting closer to that level 2 zombie. Seeing that the distance was close enough, the little Zongzi leapt out from Yian's hat and quickly pounced onto the level 2 zombies. The little Zongzi's claws tore into its neck, turning flesh into a bloody mess. The level 2 zombie let out an angry roar and turned to swat at the little Zongzi. One of the little Zongzi's abilities was incredible speed. It easily jumped away from its neck and landed by the roadside. The level 2 zombie knew it could not escape today and could only fight desperately. Although it knew the odds were slim, the little Zongzi only stayed on the ground for a second before leaping up again, moving swiftly to pounce on the zombie's face. The zombie was about to counterattack when it suddenly felt the approach of death. Yian seized the moment. As the little Zongzi landed on the level 2 zombie's face, his white battle knife swung down with a sharp wind towards its neck. In an instant, the level 2 zombie focused all its defenses on its neck. The skin around its neck immediately became incredibly hard and dark, and Yian's white battle knife surprisingly did not harm it in the slightest. At the same time, the zombie tried to shake the little Zongzi off and create distance. Yet Yian gave it no breathing space. He twisted the knife's angle and struck fiercely at its arm. Though the defense was concentrated around the neck, which became impervious to blades and bullets, other areas were left very vulnerable. The battle knife sliced through the zombie's arm like cutting through mud, severing it cleanly, causing black blood to spray out. The zombie shouted in agony and retreated, but Yian pressed the attack, this time aiming directly for its head. In a flash, it focused its defenses back on its neck. The skin color around its neck deepened again while Yian wore a strange smile, and his battle knife changed direction, striking directly at the zombie's body. This time, the zombie clearly had learned its lesson, or it did not concentrate all its defenses on its neck, but instead distributed some of it across its body. As a result, Yian's knife left a long bloody scar on the zombie's body, but did not cleave it in two. If this zombie had remained defenseless like before, Yian's previous strike would have been enough to end it. The zombie roared, looking angrily at Yian. It could no longer stand. It had lost an arm, and a horrific scar crossed its upper body, continuously bleeding. The loss of blood and pain rapidly depleted its combat strength. This level 2 zombie, or more accurately this creature from another world, possessed an astonishing defense capability and could flexibly distribute that powerful defense to various parts of its body, even measuring the defense it allocated in numerical terms. Its attack power was also not weak, but this terrifying defense had always been its trump card. In past battles, it rarely used its ability to shift defense. It could effortlessly defeat opponents simply by evenly distributing its defense across its body. This was the first time it fully concentrated its defenses at a single point. Because this person's strength was indeed too terrifying, it felt the sensation of death and quickly concentrated its defenses on its neck, even though it lost an arm in the process. If it were to evolve freely in the future, its abilities would grow stronger and normal attacks would hardly harm it at all. Yet today, it was completely suppressed by this human. The moment Yian attacked, it realized that this person was even more powerful than it had imagined. For the first strike earlier, it had no choice but to muster all its defenses. However, this also established its passive position. Today, it was going to fall at the hands of this human and that strange beast. The little Zongzi, seeing that the situation was set, continued to harass the zombie, with its incredible speed depleting its stamina. Yian also kept attacking with the knife. The zombie had no strength to resist and could only defend. Finally, Yian struck with his knife at the neck of the severely wounded zombie. This time it gathered all its almost exhausted defenses, but it was futile. Its head was severed, and the little Zongzi immediately went over to eat its brain. Yian picked up the level 2 magic crystal. A level 2 zombie with strong defense and intelligence was nothing more than this in front of Yian. After the little Zongzi finished eating the zombie's brain, Yian distinctly felt that the little Zongzi had become significantly stronger and gained a new ability. That was the ability the zombie had just used. But that wasn't the main point. The key was that even Yian had acquired this. Yian's defensive power had clearly increased significantly. Now the claws and teeth of a level 1 zombie could no longer leave any marks on his body. Although he was not yet able to freely shift his defensive power across various parts of his body to avoid fatal injuries like the earlier zombie, he could at least concentrate his defenses on a single point to some extent. This was simply an unexpected joy. Yian had thought that after killing the zombie, only the little Zongzi would gain some benefits, but unexpectedly, he himself also acquired an ability. At this moment, the little Zongzi was much stronger than before. It should also be able to use its abilities several more times, and its defensive power had increased even more than Yi Yan's as it had directly acquired the zombie's abilities and could use that terrifying defense just like the zombie. Yi Yan believed that once his strength improved, the abilities he gained from the little Zongzi, whether in speed or defense, would continue. Meanwhile, in the school's gymnasium, after Wang Yuan finished enjoying himself, he looked at the several women before him who were sending him flirtatious glances and obeying him completely, and he couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Then he turned to the eager crowd. Did you see that? Look how they treat me. Only they qualify to eat. You all better perform well. Only when I'm satisfied can you come to me for food. Wang Yuan threw a few bags of cookies on the ground, and those women who had just been showing off their charms immediately changed their demeanor and scrambled like dogs to grab them. The others watched hungrily as the women devoured the food, swallowing saliva. Although they felt discontent, they could do nothing because Wang Yuan was an evolved being. Although this title was self-proclaimed by Wang Yuan, they had witnessed his terrifying strength and knew he was no longer an ordinary person. They had also thought about resisting and snatching food, but Wang Yuan had immediately killed a man effortlessly, which left them too afraid to entertain such thoughts. Wang Yuan looked at this group of lower life forms and began to laugh maniacally. The people trembled, unsure of what madness Wang Yuan was about to unleash. Wang Yuan could no longer suppress the ecstasy in his heart. He was an evolved being. He was not afraid of the foolish zombies outside. He could even decide the life and death of these people in front of him. He could have any woman he wanted. Whatever he commanded, they had. Everything was based on his whim. Is this the apocalypse? This is simply paradise. To do as he wished, to be superior to all, possessing immense power, becoming a different kind of existence. When the apocalypse erupted, Wang Yuan was training in the gym. Most of the people around him had turned into zombies. He could only hide, having seen too many people touched by zombies, but managing to escape only to be infected and mutated into zombies. In the end, he realized that the number of zombies was increasing as some people were eaten by zombies, some were infected and turned into zombies, and the number of humans was dwindling. He felt terrified and confused. What happened to this world? Why did it suddenly change like this? Has the apocalypse? Seeing a few zombies about to wander close to him, he could no longer hold back. After all, being eaten meant death. He could only fight desperately. He struck a zombie with an iron rod, and to his astonishment, the zombie fell to the ground instantly. The decaying flesh of the zombie fell to the ground, revealing its fragile bones. He was momentarily stunned. Another zombie charged at him, and this time he struck even harder with the iron rod. Although that zombie didn't die, it fell to the ground and couldn't get up. He smashed the downed zombie's head with one blow, and its head exploded, killing it instantly. Wang Yuan could hardly believe that a zombie could be so easily killed by him. Those people looked at Wang Yuan, unable to believe that a human could kill zombies. Most of the people in the gymnasium at this moment were students from the physical education department. Even if they weren't, they were athletic and in good shape. Wang Yuan looked at the numerous zombies and realized he couldn't handle them alone. He said to the people around him, killing zombies is not difficult at all. Really? As he spoke, another zombie charged at him, but Wang Yuan wasn't scared or nervous at all this time. He directly swung a metal rod at the zombie's head, instantly killing it. The others exchanged glances, wondering if zombies were truly that easy to deal with. Many people felt intrigued. As the number of zombies increased, and the gymnasium, being a confined space, witnessed too many people turning into zombie food, they now realized that zombies were not as powerful as they had imagined. Why not give it a shot? However, most people still clung to their previous mindset. Zombies were terrifying and not something humans could confront. Even if they knew that zombies were not that strong and could be killed, they were still afraid of being bitten or caught by a zombie, which would lead to their own transformation. What difference would that make to being dead? Many people were itching to act, but hesitated, while many still chose to hide. At this moment, many zombies, drawn by the commotion around Wang Yuan, surrounded him. He immediately realized that things were getting serious. Although zombies weren't that strong, how could he handle so many at once? Thus, he quickly made a decision and ran towards the crowd. Those people, seeing Wang Yuan bringing the zombies over, widened their eyes and shouted, "Are you insane? What are you running this way for? If you want to die, go aside. Don't come over." Yet Wang Yuan remained unfazed, yelling as he, "I told you zombies are not scary." Many boys had already found weapons nearby when they saw the zombies, attracted by Wang Yuan, and quietly gripped them tightly. At this moment, a portion of the zombies in the gymnasium followed Wang Yuan, charging towards the group. They had no way to escape. After all, Wang Yuan had just proven that zombies were not that terrifying and could be killed. Thus, everyone could only pick up their weapons and strike at the zombies for the first time. At that time, Wang Yuan was not their leader. Many of them even cursed him afterward, blaming him for attracting the zombies. However, when people had no other choice and rose to resist together, they discovered that these zombies were indeed very weak. As long as they weren't infected by the zombies' virus, they were nothing to fear. Their bodies were far weaker than humans. Although they lost some students, they considered their first struggle against zombies a victory. After clearing the previous group of zombies, the students grew braver and actively began to eliminate the zombies. Last night, they finally cleared all the zombies in the gymnasium and closed the doors to prevent zombies from entering. At that time, more than 50 students remained in the gymnasium. Although during the cleanup, quite a few students were caught by zombies and infected with the virus, eventually turning into zombies themselves. Without exception, these students were ruthlessly killed by their own companions. When the first night of the apocalypse arrived, although the gymnasium was safe, the ground was littered with zombies and black blood, showing the struggles that had taken place here. The nights of the apocalypse were dark, and the first night was an insomnia night for most. However, for these students in the gymnasium, having killed many zombies today, most were hungry and exhausted. With the zombies cleared out, they felt temporarily safe, and many drifted off to sleep in a half-dream state. As for Wang Yuan, he feared what might happen again at night, and forced himself to stay awake. Just when he felt he couldn't hold on any longer, he suddenly caught sight of a dark figure standing ahead. Suddenly, all drowsiness vanished. His heart raced, and his breathing became rapid. Soon after Wang Yuan became an evolver, he discovered the secret of the traitor. Initially, he thought the mysterious person looked strange, but in an apocalypse, anything peculiar seemed normal. In the apocalypse, besides zombies and the mysterious person before him, what else was there? Oh right, the crystals on the zombies' heads. The students had discussed the crystals on the zombies' heads more than once, wondering what use they had. Wang Yuan thought, at this moment the gymnasium was littered with zombie corpses, and of course the magic crystals were everywhere. When Wang Yuan picked up a dozen crystals and returned to the trader, a prompt appeared in his mind. Would you like to enter trading time? He was shocked and excited. He immediately entered trading time and discovered the secrets of this world and the trader's secrets. The cheapest items inside were some food requiring only a dozen magic crystals. Wang Yuan learned about the evolution agent and evolvers. To become an evolver, only 100 magic crystals were needed. Outside there were definitely more than 100 magic crystals. Wang Yuan suppressed the excitement in his heart, exchanged a dozen magic crystals for food to fill his stomach, and then exited trading time. His movements became lighter. He was afraid of waking someone up and letting others know about this treasure. That night, Wang Yuan quietly became an evolver. At the moment he became an evolver, he knew his life had changed. He was no longer an ordinary person. The continuous surge of power within him told him that the apocalypse brought not only zombies and despair, but also evolution and a new world. The next morning, he killed several people who had cursed him and those who had aggressively forced him to reveal the secrets of evolution, establishing his authority. He made everyone in the gymnasium see how powerful he was. To survive, they all had to rely on him. After witnessing Wang Yuan's terrifying and extraordinary strength, these students were all shocked. They had to believe in the evolution agent and evolvers. He told them about the traitor, the evolution agent, and evolvers, but he didn't disclose the specific details. However, many people seeing the crystals that had disappeared from the ground guessed that to obtain the evolution agent, they must need the crystals from the zombies' heads. Yesterday, they had killed over 100 zombies in the gymnasium, and all the magic crystals from last night had been collected by Wang Yuan in exchange for a low-grade evolution agent, with the remainder hidden on him for some food. The traitor still lingered in the gymnasium, warned by Wang Yuan not to approach. During this time, one person took advantage of Wang Yuan's inattention to rush to the traitor, but was instantly killed. Thus, everyone dispelled any thoughts of ill intentions and could only listen to Wang Yuan. In the gymnasium, everyone began to flatter Wang Yuan. Whatever he said was the truth, and this way they could also gain some food. Wang Yuan also mentioned that he would eventually choose a few he was most satisfied with to become evolvers. This undoubtedly made these people even more obedient to Wang Yuan. After becoming an evolver, Wang Yuan left the gymnasium, killed many zombies, and collected some magic crystals. Killing zombies was incredibly easy after becoming an evolver. Wang Yuan felt that he could even dominate this apocalypse. He ordered his subordinates to go out and kill zombies, and they dared not refuse. One reason was to please him, and the other was to avoid being killed by him. Although everyone tacitly understood that he had them kill zombies to collect magic crystals to trade with the traitor. Fortunately, these ordinary people had already taken the first step in killing zombies on the first day of the apocalypse, having killed many zombies, gaining experience, and not being overly fearful. At this moment in the school supermarket, when Yuan Nan and the others, having found new clothes to change into, were packing supplies into their backpacks. The surrounding zombies had already been cleared by them, and so were the ones in the supermarket. Meanwhile, three men cautiously killing some zombies around the gymnasium glanced over. Hey, look over there by the supermarket. What's wrong? Don't you notice that the zombies around there have decreased? A lot less, right? What's going on? Shall we go check it out? Are you crazy? If Wang Yuan finds out we're doing something outside of our tasks, he'll definitely kill us. You're the foolish one. With so few zombies around, the three of us together wouldn't be threatened even if we encountered one or two. At that time, not only could we feast inside, but we could also take food back. Wang Yuan would only look favorably upon us. Perhaps we'd even earn a chance to become evolvers. Other two, their eyes suddenly lit up, and indeed there were fewer zombies around the supermarket. If they went there, as long as they didn't make a big noise to attract the zombies, there would be no problem. Thus, after much hesitation, the three finally set off. It was already dusk, but the sky was dark, and it felt like a storm. In the supermarket, Lu Wan excitedly exchanged ideas and experiences about killing zombies with Wu Wu, as previously zombies had seemed invincible to her. Now those first-level zombies were completely no match for her. As long as she was careful not to be hurt by the zombies, she would be. When you smiled and listened to the three women chattering away, feeling as though today's experience was like a distant memory. At that moment, a faint sound came from outside. The four, with their significantly enhanced hearing, immediately fell silent and became cautious. Soon the sound drew closer. It was the sound of three people whispering and their footsteps. They walked into the supermarket, saw rows of shelves filled with food, and almost shouted with excitement. Damn, finally we can fill our stomachs. Eat as much as you want. Eat more. Wen Yuan then stood up, but one person immediately screamed in fright, thinking it was a zombie. When they saw that it was just a girl, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Then Lu Wan and the others also stood up, looking at the three. The three men were surprised to find survivors in the supermarket. At this moment, due to the previous man's exclamation, 2 zombies that were relatively close to the supermarket were attracted over. The 3 men skillfully killed the 2 zombies, then turned back smugly, saying to the 4C, "This is our strength. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and leave. We've claimed the food here. Leave the food in your backpacks. You're not taking anything." The 4 of them silently looked at the 3 men. Did the trio truly think it was impressive to have killed 2 zombies together? Although they were ordinary people, it was already commendable to have the courage to slay zombies. Moreover, judging by their actions, it was clear that this was not their first encounter with zombies. One could even say they were somewhat familiar with the task of killing them. It seemed these individuals were not simple. There must be something peculiar about them. The 3 were somewhat irritated to see Ji Wenyu and her companions standing there expressionlessly examining them without any reaction. The 3 men strode over angrily, expressing their dissatisfaction. "Hey, did you hear me? Didn't I tell you to put that stuff?" Wu Wu furrowed her brows and Lu Wan was ready to explode. This was her first time experiencing such immense strength, and she felt an abundance of power flowing through her. How could these people be so blind as to come and try to bully them? Could she still be easily bullied now? However, before Lu Wan could unleash her fury, the 3 men froze in place, one of them exclaiming in shock, Lu Wan. It was not surprising for Lu Wan to be recognized. After all, she was the school beauty, and very few did not know her. Lu Wan looked at the 3 men with impatience when another one stared at Wu Wu in disbelief. Wu Wu. Their expressions shifted dramatically upon seeing the 2 women. A stunning beauty. This was the kind of beauty that could only be admired from afar, even in peacetime. Looking at the other unknown girl beside them, although she was not as famous as Lu Wan and Wu Wu, she was still a clean and charming little beauty, and would undoubtedly have many suitors under normal circumstances. When Yuan observed the lewd gazes of the 3 men and couldn't help but sigh inwardly, sometimes being average-looking had its advantages. At least one wouldn't be subjected to such disgusting stares. Wu Wu was displeased and was about to make a move when one man hurriedly spoke up. "Beautiful ladies, please don't be angry. I had no idea it was the school beauties Lu Wan and Wu Wu. What are these foods worth? If you want to eat, just take them." Upon seeing the 2 beauties, the 3 men suddenly had a common idea. That is to take this group back and present Lu Wan and Wu Wu to Wang Yuan, who would surely be very pleased, bringing them one step closer to the evolution agent. At that time, who knows, they might even get a taste of the other little beauty. Another one quickly added, "By the way, it's unsafe for you to stay. Why not come back with us to the gym? It's very safe there without a single zombie." The 4 exchanged glances subtly. No zombies in the gym. Seeing that Lu Wan and Wu Wu remained silent, the man hurriedly continued, "Not only are there no zombies, but there's also a boss to protect us. Let me tell you, our boss is an evolutionary. You don't know what an evolutionary is, right? That's a being beyond ordinary people. These zombies are completely no match for our boss. If you go, you won't have to worry about being eaten by zombies anymore." The man smugly thought to himself, how about that? Are you tempted? In this perilous world overrun by zombies, who wouldn't be delighted to be free from such a threat from now on? When Yuan and the others had not been untouched by the evil and ugly aspects of this apocalypse, looking at the 3 men's expressions, they already knew what was on their minds. What shocked the 4 of them was that there were actually other evolutionaries appearing in the school aside from them. The man, seeing that the 4 still remained silent, became somewhat impatient. In their eyes, they were individuals who had killed zombies, who, although they were not evolutionaries, they were different from ordinary people. Among the 4, 3 were women. If a conflict arose, would they still be afraid? At that time, they could just abduct the— "Hey, I've said so much, can you at least give a response? What does it mean to not say a word? To be clear, we want to take you back to meet our boss is not an ordinary person. He is an evolutionary. Killing you would only take a second. I advise you to be sensible and not force us to resort to violence." When Yuan scoffed, just as he was about to speak, a voice came from the doorway. "Evolutionary. What is that?" Upon hearing the familiar voice of Yi Yan, when Yuan and the others looked over in surprise. Although they had only been apart from Yi Yan for less than an hour without him by their side, they felt as if they had lost their anchor. They had followed Yi Yan's instructions, but were unsure of what to do next. Yi Yan walked in still wearing the same clothes from before, stained with the black blood of zombies, a rather shocking sight. The 3 men's eyes immediately narrowed. The state of Yi Yan's clothes indicated he had killed a significant number of zombies. Absolutely not simple. When Yi Yan first appeared, his aura felt extremely cold and filled with slaughter. However, that sensation vanished almost as quickly as a mirage. The 3 looked at Yi Yan with a hint of fear, feeling that this man was unfathomable. Just by looking at his clothes and the amount of zombie blood on him, it was clear. It seemed that Lu Wan and the others were on the same side as this man. That made things complicated. This person dared to kill so many zombies and remained unscathed after such actions. He must be a formidable character. However, Lu Wan and Wu Wu before them had to be taken back to Wang Yuan. If Wang Yuan was pleased, they might even be allowed to evolve. By then, no matter how many zombies this man had killed or how brave and strong he was, they would not take him seriously. Because the gap between ordinary people and evolutionaries is not something that can be measured simply. Yi Yan approached at a leisurely pace. When Yuan handed over the new clothes he had chosen for Yi Yan in the supermarket, quickly changed. It must be uncomfortable to dress like this. Yi Yan took them, and then turned to the 3 somewhat bewildered men. "What exactly is this evolutionary you mentioned?" When Yuan silently mocked in his heart, pretending he's really good at it. One man quickly reacted and put on a boastful demeanor. "Humph, you wouldn't know this. Our boss Wang Yuan is an evolutionary. An evolutionary is a being that surpasses ordinary people able to kill without fear of these zombies. Following our boss, you will definitely receive protection. Yi Yan smiled. Is being an evolutionary really that impressive? The three thought to themselves, they just felt this person was very powerful and terrifying. It must have been a mere illusion. They immediately relaxed since he was just a foolish weakling. What was there to fear? Don't believe it. I bet you've killed zombies. Let me tell you, everyone in our group has killed zombies. So don't think you are that impressive. Our boss is in urgent need of subordinates, particularly those willing to kill zombies. If you go back with us and help the boss kill zombies, if the boss takes a liking to you, who knows, you might become an evolutionary. Yi Yan acted excitedly. Really? Can we come back with you? The three rejoiced greatly. Not because they had recruited a brave zombie killer, but because they could take these three women back to present to Wang Yuan. This way they would have a chance to become evolutionaries. How could they let this fool take the spot? Wang Yuan and the others behind Yi Yan were wryly smiling, truly not knowing what their boss was thinking. Only Yi Yan himself knew that on his way back he had been trying to sense the intense commotion he had felt on the opposite mountain today, but found nothing, yet he faintly sensed there was something here at the gym. Moreover, the gym was just a short distance from where Yi Yan and the others had agreed to meet. Thus, after hearing the words of the three, Yi Yan decided to play along and check it out. Perhaps it was a trader, or perhaps something else. In any case, Yi Yan needed to seize every resource available to enhance his power and strengthen his team. The three men did not forget to instruct Yi Yan and the others. The food in your 5 backpacks will be offered to the boss later. You are under the boss's command, so these things naturally belong to the boss's distribution. Yi Yan and the others did not respond. Before leaving, Yi Yan said to the three men, I'm going to change clothes before we leave. The three were actually quite displeased at how could he still want to change into clean clothes at a time like this. However, oddly enough, all three acquiesced. Perhaps it was because the impression Yi Yan had given them upon appearing at the doorway was too strong. Even if they now felt that was an illusion, they did not dare to provoke him. Thus the three men were more than happy to carry nothing, and after filling their stomachs, they led the 5, who were holding food. They did not realize that in the eyes of Yi Yan and the others this was their own food. How could it be given to others? They also did not know that the 5 people behind them were in fact rare evolutionaries, each one appearing superhuman in their own. Upon nearing the gym, the 5 indeed noticed that the density of zombies in the vicinity was quite low. As they approached the gym, they saw small teams of 3 to 6 people carefully clearing out scattered zombies. Upon seeing the 3 men returning with 5 strangers, these people immediately expressed their dissatisfaction. Hey, we told you 3 to clear out zombies, yet you slacked off and spent half a day finding no one, and now you bring back 5 useless people. What do you want to do? The boss already knows about your laziness. Oh, let's see how you explain yourselves later. Are you sick? Do you think we have too much food? Why bring these freeloaders? Do they dare to kill zombies? In the eyes of these people, Yi Yan and the others were neatly dressed without a scratch on them, and bore no signs of having fought zombies. They were certainly incapable of doing anything, and were just there to eat for free. The more people there were, the less food each worker would receive, and it added more competition among them for the chance to become evolutionary. Thus everyone looked at Yi Yan and his group with unfriendly expressions. One of the 3 men smugly said, You don't understand. Did you see the backpacks on each of them? They contained food. The others were stunned, their eyes fixated on the bags behind the few. One man glanced at Lu Wan and Wu Wu excitedly, and said, I won't waste any more words with you. We're going into. The sky had nearly darkened completely, and a torrential rain was imminent. This was the unpredictable weather of the apocalypse. Ordinarily, it would only be around 7 o'clock, and the sky would not be this dark. 3 men led Yi Yan and his companions into the gymnasium, which was shrouded in complete darkness with no light source whatsoever. However, Yi Yan and the others were evolvers, and could barely make out their surroundings in such darkness. As soon as they entered, the 5 of them saw a dark shadow rushing toward them at incredible speed. The man at the front of the 3 let out a muffled groan and fell heavily to the ground. It seemed that this man was the leader referred to by the others. Judging by his speed, there was no doubt he was an evolver. Moreover, Yi Yan's strength was formidable. Ordinary evolvers could not detect each other's power unless they were significantly stronger or at a higher level. Yet Yi Yan could sense from the aura that this person was a 1-star evolver. Upon hearing their companion's voice, the other 2 immediately realized that the leader had come to teach someone a lesson. They quickly called out, Boss. If I told you to kill zombies, yet you chose to slack off. I thought you had some backbone and wouldn't come back. One man hurriedly replied, Boss. How could that be? We went to the big supermarket across the street to get food. We brought back 5 whole bags of food. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuan's expression improved slightly as he glanced at Yi Yan and the others behind the man. Could they really kill zombies with these outsiders? Surely they were just 5 useless individuals. Perhaps these 5 were only useful for this one food delivery. If they failed to kill zombies later, they could be eliminated. It would be easier than raising useless people, and it would serve as a warning to others about the consequences of laziness. Another man approached Wang Yuan and whispered, Boss, I brought back 3 women for you. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Upon closer inspection, Wang Yuan noticed that indeed 3 of the 5 were women. These 3 might survive a bit longer. Once he grew tired of them, he could just kill them to save on food. At that moment, due to Wang Yuan's incredible speed and the complete lack of light in the gymnasium, those who remained inside, without going out to kill zombies, finally made their way to the entrance. One of the men who had brought Yi Yan and his group in hurriedly shoved Ji when you sang hurry. Find the candles and light them so the boss can see the food I brought back. Ji when you reluctantly fumbled in the bag, moving extremely slowly. Those who had just arrived were anxious to hear about. When they vaguely saw several unfamiliar faces, they felt displeased. With so little food, the addition of a few more people, consequently many began to complain loudly, "Hey, can you move any faster? If I see you just arrived and don't know the rules. If you keep moving this slowly, you're going to get a beating." Wen Yuan silently prayed that these people wouldn't act right away, as that would expose their own weaknesses if they fought back. Wang Yuan, losing patience, watched Ji Wen's slow movements. He had already sentenced this slowpoke to death in his mind, and once he found the opportunity, he would make him taste fear. At that moment, Ji Wen finally found the candle, and with a leisurely motion managed to light it, as if he hadn't heard the increasing number of scolding voices. Wang Yuan was about to erupt, when as the light flickered on, he was left speechless. Lu Wan, Wu Wu, had his eyes deceived him? To his astonishment, he saw two renowned beauties from the school. He completely forgot the anger that Ji Wen had stirred up in him, and didn't even care about the large bags of food, his full attention fixed on the two women. At that moment, as the lights came on, Wen Yuan and his companions realized that the man who had just been struck by Wang Yuan was already lying on the ground lifeless. The others also witnessed this scene, but showed no reaction, accustomed to such occurrences. Wu Wu and the others felt relieved, fortunate that their leader was Yi Yin and not someone as brutal and selfish as Wang Yuan. Upon seeing the food, the others hadn't even had a chance to feel excited before they noticed Lu Wan and Wu Wu. A sense of crisis surged within them. At a time like this, if Lu Wan and Wu Wu joined them, Wang Yuan would surely take a liking to them. This would further diminish the chances of the others becoming evolvers. Meanwhile, the previous few women who had received Wang Yuan's favor, having shared a bed with him many times, sat on the ground with ashen faces. They were too afraid to go out and kill zombies. To Wang Yuan, their only use was as amusement in bed. This way they could eat and stay safe here, giving them a chance to become evolvers later. But with the sudden appearance of Lu Wan and Wu Wu, their hopes were dashed. Wang Yuan no longer needed them. The two remaining men, seeing Wang Yuan's expression, were overjoyed, knowing they had achieved. Ji Wen frowned from the sidelines. This Wang Yuan actually dared to eye his sister so blatantly. If it weren't for Yi Yin having some plan, he would have already gouged out this man's eyes. Wang Yuan stared at the two women, wanting to burst out laughing. This was the apocalypse, a paradise-like apocalypse. He had become a standout among humanity, an evolver. All ordinary people were beneath him, bound to obey his commands, their lives and deaths dependent on his whims. He could take any woman he desired. No one dared to disobey him. Killing was not a crime, no one could stop him. Now the two goddess-level figures whom he would have found dazzling even to glance at during peacetime stood before him, brought to his bed by his subordinates. Haha, isn't this life beautiful? This world cannot be called an apocalypse, it can only be paradise. Wang Yuan looked at the two women, his intentions very clear. However, seeing no reaction from the two, he suddenly realized, you don't need to be afraid. Here no zombies or humans can harm you in the slightest. Hearing Wang Yuan's words, the women felt even more despair, sitting on the ground, uncertain about what they would become in the future. The other men, although feeling gloomy about their chances of becoming evolvers dwindling, also felt a sense of happiness looking at the two beauties. Ji Wen restrained himself from gouging out these people's eyes. Seeing that the two women remained expressionless as if they hadn't heard his words, Wang Yuan began to doubt. Had they encountered something terrifying outside? Thinking of this, Wang Yuan quickly reassured the two, don't be afraid. I'm an evolver, those little zombies outside are simply too weak for me. As long as you stick with me, I promise those zombies will never harm you again. You won't have to be afraid anymore. Wang Yuan felt somewhat depressed at their lack of response. However, goddess-level figures were ultimately different from ordinary women. If it had been any other woman reacting so coldly, he would have exploded by now. Speaking of which, this group was quite impressive. Among the five, there were actually 3 women, 2 of whom were stunning beauties. The third woman, though not as striking as Lu Wan or Wu Wu, was still beautiful and had a unique charm. Once he grew tired of the two, switching to a different flavor wouldn't be bad. Wang Yuan understood that these people must have been fleeing from zombies, living in constant fear, which is why they acted this way. So he continued, I don't blame you for not knowing what an evolver is. An evolver possesses incredible power, far surpassing ordinary people. Ordinary individuals cannot fathom how powerful an evolver truly is. See that body on the ground? He's already dead. I merely punched him lightly without using my full strength, and he died. This is the gap between evolvers and ordinary people. Now you know. So staying by my side, you won't have to fear anything. There will be plenty of food and drink. You will never go hungry again. As Ian entered the gymnasium, he noticed a traitor standing on one side. Moreover, he had suddenly paused, for in that instant he sensed an energy fluctuation from the mountain across from them. But the fluctuation lasted only 2 seconds before disappearing. However, with this, Yi Yin could roughly pinpoint where the fluctuation had originated. Wang Yuan eagerly watched the 2 women, hoping for some reaction or at least a word from them. Yet the 2 women remained as indifferent as before, not even glancing at him. Wang Yuan's face darkened immediately. He was only giving these 2 women face. It was also because he didn't want to see them crying in fear when forced that he wasted so. But now they had lost his patience. Seeing Wang Yuan's grim expression, the others knew something was wrong, and all flinched, the men no longer daring to stare at Lu Wan and Wu Wu. Wen Yuanin had been watching Yi Yin from the very beginning, then turned to the direction Yi Yin was looking, at the traitor. Wang Yuan curled his lips into a cold smile. You shouldn't toast to me, and instead drink the punishment wine. Right now, while I'm having a good conversation with you, you should be grateful. Don't. Before Wang Yuan could finish his sentence, the others erupted in alarm. He looked over and saw one inconspicuous man among the five walking unhurriedly toward the trader as if all the people here were non-existent. Wang Yuan, filled with rage, also felt puzzled. Even if he focused all his attention on these women, he couldn't possibly not notice someone moving nearby. Everyone looked at Yi Yan as if he were a fool. This trader was explicitly off limits, and Wang Yuan had made it clear that no one could approach. Yet this person was now heading there without saying a word. One person laughed and said, "Hey kid, do you know where that is? How dare you walk over there? If you get into trouble, don't blame me for not warning you. Newcomer, you can't go there. That's our boss's territory, and going there means death." Hey, does he not understand human language? Wang Yuan looked at Yi Yan with a fierce gaze. Was this kid seeking death? How dared he be so disrespectful on his... Wang Yuan's two subordinates immediately rushed to stand in front of Yi Yan, eager to show off in front of Wang Yuan, hoping for a chance to evolve. A man disdainfully glanced at Yi Yan and said, "Hey, didn't you hear everyone talking? You can't go there. Are you seeking death?" Another man chuckled and said, "I don't think he's seeking death, he's just a fool. Let me tell you, this is all Wang Yuan's territory, and everything requires his consent. Not to mention he's new here. He's just going to walk away without even greeting anyone. He wants to go to the forbidden area. Is he here to tell jokes? Fool. Idiot, do you know what an evolved person is? How dare you look down on Wang Yuan? You're truly seeking death." Yi Yan had to stop and look at these two. At that moment, Ji Wen walked over and stood beside Yi Yan. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the expressionless Ji Wen. Is this person also a fool? Did he not understand what they were saying? How could he follow Yi Yan? Wen Yuan then shrugged and slowly walked over to Yi Yan under everyone's gaze. Wang Yuan's eyes turned icy as he looked towards Yi Yan. These three still didn't know the might of an evolved person, but that didn't mean he would let them off. Wang Yuan was about to walk over to kill someone when he saw the two people beside him moving too. They were also heading towards Yi. Seeing Lu Wan and Wu Wu doing the same, the crowd immediately exploded with discussions and insults. What kind of people did you two bring back? Are all five of them fools? Are they idiots? They truly can't understand human language. They're doomed. How could they provoke Wang Yuan? They're too blind. They must not know the power of an evolved person to dare provoke Wang Yuan. They'll soon realize what an evolved person, by then they will regret it. The five stood together, seemingly ignoring the crowd's words. The two boys who first stepped forward. Hey, do you five know how powerful Wang Yuan is? Do you know what an evolved person is? How could you each seek death? You don't look up to Wang Yuan. At this moment, Wang Yuan was filled with rage. Wu Wu and Lu Wan showed no reaction to his goodwill in front of so many people. Now this man was leading the way towards the traders, with the others following suit, completely disregarding him and showing no respect. Interesting. Wang Yuan stood there looking down at Yi Yan. Hey, I advise you to come over and bow your head to apologize. If I'm pleased, maybe I'll spare your life. Otherwise, you won't know how I will torture you mercilessly, making your life worse than death. By then, begging for mercy will be useless. After all, he was an evolved person. Killing these few was but a thought for him. Others looked at the five with glee. Because of the sudden appearance of the five, their share of food would be reduced, and the opportunity to become evolved would also decrease. Now seeing them provoke Wang Yuan about to suffer, how could they not be happy? 5 large bags of food, how long could they last? Yet Yi Yan seemed to ignore it, staring directly at the two blocking his path. The two men, enraged, laughed mockingly, almost believing Yi Yan to be a fool. Can't you understand human speech? Our Wang Yuan is talking to you, and you dare to ignore him. After saying that, the man swung a punch at Yi Yan. To the crowd, Yi Yan appeared ordinary, somewhat frail, and cleanly dressed, clearly someone who hadn't fought zombies, and anyone could easily take him down. Just when the crowd was eager to see Yi Yan being knocked down, Yi Yan surprisingly moved in an uncanny way and easily dodged the man's punch. He appeared beside him. The man exerted too much force and missed, crashing heavily to the ground. Everyone stared at Yi. Shouldn't he have fallen to the ground? What just happened? How did he evade the man's punch? No one could believe that Yi Yan had effortlessly dodged the previous attack, yet no one knew how he managed to do it. The two men who had brought Yi Yan and his group were filled with dread. Just now they had felt the same fear they felt when they first... Could it be that Yi Yan was truly extraordinary? Only Wang Yuan with narrowed eyes looked at Yi Yan in disbelief. As a fellow evolved person, he could roughly see Yi Yan's movements. At that moment, Wang Yuan was overwhelmed with shock. How could this person's speed be so fast? It had completely exceeded the limits of ordinary people. If that's the case, there's only one possibility: the other party is also an evolved person. Wang Yuan was first astonished, then immense hostility surged up in his heart. He thought that there were only a few people in this world who knew the secrets of the traders and evolved people, and that the number of evolved people must be extremely limited. But he didn't expect that on the very first day he became an evolved person, he would encounter other evolved people. In his heart, the fewer people who knew the secrets of the traders and evolved people, the better. This way he would have countless resources to enhance his abilities. Yet now a second evolved person appeared right here in this school. This was absolutely unacceptable to him. He must be the strongest, and anyone who knows the secrets of the traders must die. After his initial shock, Wang Yuan calmed down. He must kill this person. All evolved people are his enemies. He wouldn't allow anyone to be stronger than him. He wouldn't allow others to spread the secrets of the traders. Others, seeing Yi Yan easily dodge the attack, began to whisper among themselves. What is up with this guy? He actually so strange. I couldn't see clearly what just happened. What's going on? Is he not simple? Even if he is extraordinary, he can't beat Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan is an evolved person. How could an ordinary person compare? Exactly, even if he has some skills, he could never be Wang Yuan's match. An ordinary person daring to jump in front of an evolved person. Wang Yuan's expression was serious and ruthless as he stared hard at Yin. Hee, I didn't expect that in this small school there would be another evolved person. Everyone was stunned. Evolved person? What's going on? This man is also an evolved person. Many stood frozen, unable to speak. The seemingly ordinary man before them was actually also an evolved person. The two men in front of Yi Yin jumped back in fright upon hearing Wang Yuan's words. Damn, an evolved person. Why didn't you say so earlier? If they had known Yi Yin was an evolved person, not even 200 lives would have made them dare to step forward. Yi Yin looked at the gloomy Wang Yuan with a smile that was not a smile. There are many things you didn't expect. Wang Yuan narrowed his eyes dangerously. Stop talking nonsense. Since you know the secret of the traitors, don't blame me for being rude. Die. With that, Wang Yuan suddenly unleashed the speed of a one-star evolved person launching towards Yi Yin. Those who had been accustomed to being intimidated by Wang Yuan trembled upon seeing him unleash his power. Yes, what if Yi Yin is an evolved person? Wang Yuan is a member of the sports department. He has a sturdy and strong physique. Looking at Yi Yin, although he is a one-star evolved person, he doesn't look impressive at all. His body is very frail. How could he possibly be Wang Yuan's opponent? Moreover, Wang Yuan is usually ruthless, having killed many people in just a day. This person clearly does not seem to be Wang Yuan's match. As Wang Yuan was about to reach Yi Yin, his body suddenly stopped eerily 2 meters away from Yi Yin, disbelief written across his face as he slowly tilted his head to look at Ji Wenyu beside him. Ji Wenyu smiled at him with a warm smile, who said only our Yi Yin is an evolved person. In the next second, Wang Yuan crashed to the ground, blood gradually spreading out. The crowd fell silent. The entire gym was so quiet that a needle dropping could be heard. Everyone's movements froze, and the atmosphere became bizarrely tense. Evolved person, another evolved person, and he's Yi Yan's subordinate. Just a subordinate of Yi Yin, yet in an instant he effortlessly killed the feared Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan didn't even get close to Yi Yin before being taken down by his subordinate. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. They knew evolved people were rare, but they never expected that among Yi Yan's 5 companions there were actually 2 evolved people. What terrifying power. The 2 men who had brought Yi Yin and his group were unsteady after witnessing this. Yi Yin and Ji Wenyu were actually they had previously spoken disrespectfully to them. They had proudly declared how powerful evolved people were. Yet the truth was they themselves were evolved people. They felt like fools. Evolved people, 2 evolved people. Among the 5 people there are actually 2 evolved people. How terrifying. Listening to these people's words, Wen Yuanin immediately became displeased. What do you mean 2 evolved people among 5? We're all evolved people, okay? Stop underestimating the girls. Yi Yin smiled helplessly and continued walking towards the traitors. Upon hearing Wen Yuanin's words, and then looking at Yi Yan's expression, everyone felt as if they could not breathe. What? All 5 of them are evolved people. Damn, aren't evolved people supposed to be rare? Could it be that they have all been fooled by Wang Yuan? Is everyone outside an evolved person now? They had previously spoken to Yi Yan's group like that. They must have been asking for death. The 2 men who brought Yi Yan's group simply collapsed to the ground. 5 people are all evolved people. Their previous actions were simply seeking death. Thankfully, the others didn't have the time to settle the score with them. Everyone watched as the 5 swaggered towards the forbidden area where the traitors were located, feeling a deep sense of help. This is the gap between evolved people and ordinary people. When Yuanin and the others had cleared the zombies around the supermarket and collected at least over 100 magic crystals, then they entered the trading time together. Gazing at a simple necklace at the top of the light curtain, Yi Yin was captivated. That Wang Yuan, lacking discernment, did not understand the concept of spiritual power nor the value of this treasure, only knowing to complain about its high price. This plain yet exceptionally rare and mysterious necklace is called the Source of Spirit. Once worn, this necklace accelerates the recovery of the wearer's consumed spiritual power, continuously restoring it, and greatly enhances the efficiency of cultivating spiritual power. For Yi Yin, this Source of Spirit could be said to have resolved his urgent needs. Having acquired 2 professions in a short time, although his overall spiritual power had significantly increased compared to ordinary people, and those with only 1 profession, the multitude of professional skills he had would still deplete a large amount of spiritual power when he forged weapons or performed enchantments. Today he forged 2 gray-level battle knives, enchanted both of them, and even used lightning several times. While he wanted to enchant his white battle knife immediately, the tasks he undertook today had nearly drained his spiritual power. Using any more professional skills would lead to a deficit of spiritual power, causing him to faint and placing a heavy burden on his body. Although Yi Yan's purple hook jade also hastened the recovery of spiritual power, its effects were more pronounced during the cultivation of spiritual power. The function of this Source of Spirit, however, lies in its ability to accelerate the natural recovery speed of spiritual power when it is not at full capacity. Yi Yan looked fervently at the Source of Spirit above him, which was originally priced at 600, but here he only needed 300 magic crystals to obtain it. Though they currently had only over 100 magic crystals on them, looking at the number of magic crystals below, Yi Yan still felt quite pleased. Today, in order to help Lu Wan and Ji Wenyu become evolved beings, Yi Yin had already exhausted all his magic crystals. In just a little over an hour while Yi Yin was away, the 4 of them had killed over 100 zombies. It seems that Yi Yan's investment was indeed correct. 5 people could kill zombies much faster than 3. At this moment, Lu Wan and Ji Wenyu entered the trading time for the first time, their mouths agape in astonishment. They looked at the magic crystals, weapons, evolution agents, and food on the light curtain, seeing for the first time a different world. A world different from the orderly one during peacetime, and starkly contrasting with the bloody, cruel world of the apocalypse. When Yuan An and Wu Wu, already experienced, understood that expensive items are definitely good items. And this thing called the Source of Spirit, which looked like an ordinary necklace, was actually worth 600 magic crystals. Looking at Yi Yan's eyes, it was clear he wanted it. At that moment, a heavy rain began to fall outside, turning the initially quiet apocalyptic night into a cacophony of terror. Just then Yi Yan felt a tightness in his heart, as the fluctuations from the mountain clearly transmitted to his mind, unlike the previous vague sensations that disappeared in an instant. Yi Yan immediately exited trading time with the others. When Yuan An, seeing Yi Yan looking at the mountain again, excitedly asked Yi Yan, "Did you sense something again?" Yi Yan nodded seriously, then turned to the four and said, "The weather outside is complicated. You should not follow me to the mountain. Stay here in the school and clear out the zombies. Tonight we must at least gather 400 magic crystals to exchange for the items from this trader. At least 2 of you should stay near the gym, keeping an eye on this trader so that no one else can take the items inside. I will definitely return here before dawn." The others nodded solemnly, completely trusting Yi Yan's words, and seeing his urgency, they refrained from asking further. Meanwhile, the crowd watching from a distance was astonished at the sight of the 5. They had just seen the 5 disappear when they approached the trader, only to suddenly reappear moments later at the spot they had vanished from. This is the trader that Wang Yuan spoke of, the one that can turn people into evolved beings. Indeed, it is so miraculous. Suddenly ambition filled the hearts of these people. Now that Wang Yuan was dead, they no longer had to fear him or suffer his exploitation. They could also take their magic crystals to see what was going on there. Yi Yan approached the crowd, looking at these somewhat excited individuals, knowing what they were thinking. "I have secured the trader. Before I exchange for what I want, if anyone dares to make a move on the trader, do not blame me for being unmerciful." Everyone felt as if they had been doused with cold water, chilled to the bone. Yes, although Wang Yuan was dead, there was now an even more formidable Yi Yan. One of Yi Yan's subordinates could easily kill Wang Yuan. How terrifying must Yi Yan's own strength be? He said before he exchanges for what he wants. A man mustered the courage to ask, "So, if you get what you want, can we approach the trader?" Yi Yan replied, "Yes, but until I give the word, if anyone dares to approach there, I will treat it as provocation, and the outcome will be the same as your evolved leader." The expressions of the crowd finally became less grim, with some even feeling invigorated. They needed to hurry and collect magic crystals. From Yi Yan's words, they understood that the items within the trader were certainly not as simple or singular as Wang Yuan described, and that there were distinctions between rare and precious items. Once exchanged, there might not be any left. This is why Yi Yan did not allow them to exchange for items first. He wanted to secure what he desired before allowing them to. And although Yi Yan had not demonstrated his strength, just the presence of one person beside him could easily eliminate Wang Yuan. What reason did they have to harbor any dissent? In these past 2 days, Wang Yuan's rule had made them fully aware of the absolute gap between the strong and the weak, and the vast difference between evolved beings and ordinary people. Thus, they would absolutely not rebel against Yi Yan. One person noticed that Yi Yan was not like Wang Yuan, a tyrant instilling fear. In the excitement of possibly obtaining evolution agents, he asked Yi Yan, "So after you get what you want, will there still be evolution agents inside?" Yi Yan smiled and replied, "Although I didn't pay attention to how many Fustar evolution agents are left, there must be some, and since I don't need Fustar evolution agents right now, I will definitely leave some behind." Some people immediately cheered, but underlying that was a sense of tension. Yi Yan's previous words further confirmed their suspicion that the items within the trader were limited in quantity. And aside from Yi Yan and his group, who were certain to obtain what they wanted, there were nearly 50 other individuals competing for those uncertain quantities of Fustar evolution agents. At that moment, despite the raging storm outside, visibility being extremely low and potential dangers lurking in the dark, the people in the gym were determined to go out and kill zombies. Whether it was the women who had hardly ever killed zombies before, or the men who already had some experience. Because they had worked under evolved beings, had been oppressed by them, and had witnessed the battles between evolved beings, they clearly understood the differences between evolved beings and ordinary people. That's why they were so resolute in going out to hunt zombies, competing for those possibly very scarce Fustar evolution agents. They had come to realize that in this unreasonable, cold, and cruel apocalypse, the only way to survive was to become an evolved being. If they missed today's opportunity, they might not wait for the next trader and could perish in the apocalypse. In no time, the people in the gym swarmed out, completely disregarding the dangers outside. The few inside chuckled. Lu Wan anxiously said, "These people are impressive. As ordinary people, they actually have the courage to kill zombies. Let's get moving too. Otherwise, if they kill all the zombies, we won't be able to complete our tasks today." Lu Wan's anxious demeanor was quite adorable, making Wen Yuan An and Wu Wu smile broadly. Yi Yan was the first to charge into the torrential rain, declaring, "Midnight, see you at the gym." Wen Yuan An watched Yi Yan's back, and after his hurried figure disappeared, she hurried to catch up with Lu Wan and the others. Yi Yan raced through the rain, fully aware that the nights in the apocalypse are extremely dangerous. Many mutated beasts prefer to roam at night. The rapid growth period of mutated plants also occurs at night. Many mutated plants, which pose no significant threat during the day, reveal a completely different side at night. The place Yi Yan was heading to was the mountain filled with plants. At the moment the apocalypse erupted, both plants and animals mutated simultaneously. However, it was still only the second day of the apocalypse and many plants and animals had not yet mutated to a terrifying extent. The sensations in Yian's mind were not as vague as during the day, but rather very intense. After understanding the ability of the purple hook jade, he had never encountered this situation. The sensations would only be affected by the distance between the trader and Yian as well as whether the trader moved. This was the first time experiencing a sensation that was both present and absent while remaining in the same place. Moreover, the biggest difference this time was that Yian vaguely felt that what he sensed might not be the trader. Yian killed a dozen zombies along the way as he hurried toward that location, the rain pouring down on him without concern. However, the sticky feeling was still uncomfortable, and on the way he could not help but think how nice it would be to be a water mage in such weather they would remain completely dry, thriving in their natural battlefield. Once he stepped onto the mountain treading on various plants, Yian felt the vitality of these plants beneath his feet was different from before. These plants were undergoing mutation. Not only was it night, but it was also pouring rain, the best time for mutated plants to absorb energy. However, they were not yet a threat and posed almost no harm to Yian. Getting closer to the point in his mind, Yian gradually slowed his pace. It was just ahead. He hid behind a large tree, cautiously peering in that direction. He saw a mutated beast engaged in a fierce struggle with a snake the size of a bowl. The strange beast was the size of a person, its entire body covered in a hard shell. Meanwhile, the gray mutated snake, which was about the size of a bowl, had numerous wounds all over its body, oozing blood from within. However, the mutated snake had gained the upper hand, ensnaring the strange beast in its coils, rendering it nearly immobile. Yian gazed at the scene before him and finally understood what he had sensed. In his past life, he had heard of a type of strange beast known as the treasure guardian beast. They guarded treasures of unknown origin, and this type of beast possessed only one unique ability, the power to hide its own aura, and that of the treasure, making it difficult for ordinary people to detect. Their entire body was covered in hard armor, which was not merely impressive in terms of defense. Their unique ability was also derived from that armor, allowing them to obscure their own aura and that of the treasure. The treasures guarded by these treasure guardian beasts were typically rarer than the items found with traders. What Yian had sensed during the day was indeed the very thing guarded by the treasure guardian beast, and it was precisely because of the beast's ability that he could not accurately sense it. At that moment, had it not been for the mutated snake accidentally encountering the treasure guardian beast, while hunting leading to a fight that distracted the beast from concealing its aura and that of the treasure, Yian would not have been able to find this place so accurately. Although the mutated snake was battered and bruised from its efforts to ensnare the strange beast, it had succeeded in tightening its grip, and it could be said that the outcome of this struggle had already been determined. Yian watched as the armor of the treasure guardian beast cracked with a sharp sound. The mutated snake visibly exerted more force, and the treasure guardian beast let out an enraged roar. At that moment, Yian unleashed his full speed, dashing forward. Both the treasure guardian beast and the mutated snake were taken aback to discover that a human was hiding in the shadows. The mutated snake let out a hiss. It could not loosen its grip on the strange beast, for if the beast escaped, given its current injuries, it would surely fail. Yet the human, charging at high speed, though merely a one-star evolver, instilled in it an overwhelming sense of dread. This was the pressure from a powerful being. Yian drew his white battle knife and struck down decisively upon the hesitant mutated snake. The scales of the mutated snake had evolved into extremely sturdy armor, but it had already sustained serious injuries during its battle with the treasure guardian beast. At this moment, many of its scales were damaged, significantly lowering its defensive power, leaving its flesh in tatters. Yian's strike landed directly on the most severely injured part of the mutated snake. With a single blow, he cleaved the already weakened creature in two. The bindings of the treasure guardian beast instantly vanished as it fell to the ground, letting out a furious roar. Yian, having sliced the mutated snake in half, did not hesitate and swiftly turned to strike at its head. The mutated snake was dead. Yet Yian did not halt his actions. He charged forward a couple of steps, and with a flash of his white battle knife, he hacked mercilessly at the head of the treasure guardian beast. The treasure guardian beast had already been worn down by the mutated snake, and its armor had developed cracks. Yian's strike aimed directly at its most vulnerable head, catching it off guard and forcing it to retreat. Yian did not let up. Although his mental energy was low, using his professional skills would greatly affect his body, yet he could still draw upon the power of thunder. After becoming a thunder mage, Yian's body was infused with a domineering and terrifying thunder energy that required no mental energy to wield, nor did it get consumed. This was akin to Yian's own unique ability. Using it would only expend physical strength. Moreover, with the thunderstorm weather, it further amplified Yian's capabilities. Yian channeled the thunder energy within him, and immediately dangerous, white lightning danced along his white battle knife. He struck fiercely at the head of the treasure guardian beast. The thinnest layer of armor on its head was cleaved open. The treasure guardian beast was instantly bloodied and wounded. Yian delivered another blow to its head, finally slaying it. He felt an immense sense of relief in his heart. Had it not been for the prolonged battle between the two mutated beasts and the strange beast before his arrival, leaving both sides completely exhausted, he would not have been able to take advantage of the situation so easily. The armor of the treasure guardian beast was notoriously hard. Had Yian relied solely on himself today, without using professional skills, he would not have been able to take down this beast. Excited, Yian approached the lair of the treasure guardian beast. With the beast dead, the sensing grew even stronger. He cleared away the rapidly growing grass that had sprouted in the past 2 days, revealing a damp scroll inside. Yi Yan held it in his hands, utterly astonished. This was actually a professional prefix. And coincidentally, it was the prefix for the Thunder Mage profession. The prefix for the Thunder Mage profession, Violent. After acquiring this prefix, all Thunder-related skills would be significantly enhanced, surpassing those of ordinary Thunder Mages. From now on, every time he acquired a skill, whether it was a fixed skill that a Thunder Mage should have after leveling up, or a special skill obtained through trade, it would come with the Violent prefix, exponentially increasing the skill's power. With this prefix, Thunder Mages of the same level would be entirely crushed by Yi Yan. In his previous life, he had heard of professional prefixes, but those prefixes were incredibly precious, with no two being the same. Different prefixes within the same profession also resulted in different skill variations. However, there was no doubt that professional prefixes were incredibly rare, even more so than special professional skills. At this moment, Yi Yan felt immensely grateful for the ability of the Purple Hook Jade. Without it, he would never have made it up this mountain to find this professional prefix. After acquiring the prefix, Yi Yan began processing the corpses of the Treasure Guardian Beast and the Mutated Snake. These beasts were treasure troves, especially for someone like Yi Yan, who possessed the craftsman profession. Yi Yan carefully extracted the first-level magic crystal from the head of the mutated snake and meticulously peeled off the intact scales from its body with his battle knife. Little Zhongzi was also busy starting to consume the essence of both the mutated snake and the Treasure Guardian Beast. After eating the essence of the Treasure Guardian Beast, it acquired a unique ability. This was the ability to conceal one's aura, an ability so powerful that it could simultaneously help a few nearby individuals to hide as well. And by forming a contract with Little Zhongzi, Yi Yan indirectly gained this ability. This unique ability was extremely powerful. When you were stronger than your opponent, if you intentionally concealed your aura, the enemy would not detect your presence. However, when facing an enemy of equal strength, the crushing advantage at that level would be absent. Yet with this unique ability, Yi Yan could also hide his aura when facing enemies of similar strength. This harvest was incredibly bountiful. Not only did he obtain a rare professional prefix, but he also acquired a However, Yi Yan could sense that Little Zhongzi, after consuming the strange beast, did not completely gain the unique ability. For example, the special second-level zombie he had killed today allowed Little Zhongzi to obtain terrifying defensive power, a defense that Yi Yan also indirectly acquired. Compared to the current ability to conceal aura, the defensive ability was much stronger. It seemed that the completeness of the acquired abilities varied. Yi Yan then removed the hard shell of the Treasure Guardian Beast before beginning his return to school. Upon returning quickly, he saw that the school tonight was bustling and lively, completely unlike what one would expect on an apocalyptic night. The rain continued to pour down. The campus was very dark and zombies roamed in small groups, while the zombies surrounding the gym had almost been completely wiped out. The students who had been clearing zombies around the gym now mustered their courage, following Wang Yuan Nan and his group, boldly venturing to kill zombies in other areas. These individuals had seen Wang Yuan kill zombies, but Wang Yuan, being fearful of death, was more than happy to have this group of subordinates helping him to collect magic crystals, so his methods of killing zombies were vastly different from the clear and purposeful approach of Wang Yuan Nan's team. Witnessing the combat of Wang Yuan Nan and his team, these students truly realized the power of evolvers. They could not help but marvel at how formidable the four subordinates of Yi Yan were, prompting them to wonder just how terrifying Yi Yan himself must be to make these individuals willingly serve under him. Seeing the prowess of Wang Yuan Nan and his trio only intensified their desire for the Evolver Serum. As long as Yi Yan obtained what he desired, the competition among this group would commence. At that time, it would not only depend on who had more magic crystals, but also on their strength. Currently, killing zombies was the best way to enhance one's power. Lu Wan and Ji Wen Yu continuously killed zombies, while Wang Yuan Nan and Wu Wu warned them several times to be cautious, as neither had yet injected the immunity serum. The two siblings Lu Wan diligently honed their combat skills, rapidly improving in the fray, while Wang Yuan Nan and his companion, without a care, wielded the gray-level weapons crafted by Yi Yan, quickly dispatching zombies. At this point, Yi Yan returned after spending less than 2 hours. Yi Yan saw the four of them fervently killing zombies, and those in the gym were also rapidly evolving, with most having grasped the trick, almost leading to a sense of exterminating all the zombies. They were almost competing with Wang Yuan Nan's team for zombie resources. With nearly 50 people, had it not been for Wang Yuan Nan's team being evolvers, they would not be able to defeat them. Yi Yan could not help but reflect that regardless of the situation, people always adapt to their environment. Without greeting Wang Yuan Nan and the others, Yi Yan joined the battlefield, engaging in the fierce competition for zombies. The students soon noticed a monster had entered the battlefield. They saw Yi Yan moving at a terrifying speed, darting through the zombies, causing them to fall instantly wherever he went. The ground, already soaked in black blood and rainwater, became even more chaotic and horrifying. That's Yi Yan. He's back. How terrifying he is. What speed. Indeed, there's a reason why these four are his subordinates. He's just too strong. Now the crowd not only recognized the terror of evolvers, but also acknowledged that there could be a terrifying gap even among. The noise from Yi Yan killing zombies quickly attracted the attention of Wang Yuan Nan and his three companions. Seeing Yi Yan return, they finally felt relieved. Whenever Yi Yan was not around, they always felt that something was missing. It wasn't that they were worried about Yi Yan's safety, but without him, they lacked a backbone. Lu Wan looked at Yi Yan with a hint of fervor in her eyes. This man was incredibly powerful. In the current apocalypse, very few knew about traders and evolvers, yet Yi Yin had turned them all into evolvers. Moreover, Yi Yin himself was an exceptionally rare profession. The rain was relentless, yet it did nothing to diminish the enthusiasm of the group for killing zombies. After Yi Yin joined the battle, the speed at which the surrounding zombies fell was terrifying. At this moment, the battlefield had already spread from the vicinity of the gymnasium to the entire school. Though these students were not evolvers, they had seen and experienced the terrifying strength of evolvers. Now, having killed many zombies, they were far stronger than ordinary people. It was precisely because they witnessed the terrifying power of Yi Yin and his group that their desire for strength intensified. If they became evolvers, they would become as strong as Yi Yin. These students were now bloodthirsty, no matter what. They all wanted to be the one to obtain the evolution agent later. However, just as these students were invigorated, they failed to notice a figure moving at an incredible speed, darting in. Nearby the school gate, 5 or 6 students saw nothing and sensed nothing before their heads fell to the ground in an instant. In their final moments, they were still excitedly thinking about obtaining the evolution agent later. The entity that appeared was indeed the terrifying second-level zombie that Yi Yin encountered the first time he left the school. As soon as the second-level zombie appeared in the school, Yi Yin sensed it and solemnly said to the 4 who had unknowingly gathered around him, "Second-level zombie." The group shook at his words. Wen Yuan Nan's expression was complex. Could it be the one from before? Yi Yin replied seriously, "Yes, it's that second-level zombie with exceptionally terrifying speed. Don't get close to that zombie later. Its speed is incredibly frightening, and you are not its match." If it were a zombie with super-evolved abilities in other aspects, Yi Yin might have considered letting them work together to kill the second-level zombie to train their abilities. But this second-level zombie was different. Yi Yin had personally experienced its terrifying speed. If the 4 faced it, they would not even be able to touch it before being toyed with and killed. However, Yi Yin was different now. He had indirectly gained the special ability from the little Zongzi, and his speed had skyrocketed. Ordinary first-level evolvers could no longer keep up with his speed. Moreover, Yi Yin was now a lightning mage. Once he activated the lightning power within him, his speed would increase to because he had witnessed the terrifying speed of that second-level zombie, he was confident that it was no longer his opponent. After the second-level zombie instantly killed a few students at the entrance, it swiftly rushed towards Yi Yin. It could sense that there were several evolvers here. Eating them would be more beneficial than devouring hundreds of ordinary people. Although this second-level zombie had gained some intelligence, it was still far inferior to the special second-level zombie Yi Yin encountered from another world. This terrifyingly fast second-level zombie could sense that there were a few powerful humans here that would allow it to evolve rapidly, but it did not know that one of them was exceptionally strong. Even if it knew one of them was exceptionally strong, it would charge towards Yi Yin without hesitation. In its mind, whether it could win was not the key. The key was that eating these few humans would allow it to evolve rapidly. Yi Yin sensed the second-level zombie charging towards him and smiled disdainfully as he rushed towards the second-level zombie. Wen Yuan Nan and the others continued to kill zombies, unconcerned about Yi Yin. The second-level zombie clearly sensed Yi Yin. It was shocked and extremely displeased. This human, who had previously fled rapidly when it saw it, now dared to actively seek it out. In just a few seconds, a human and a zombie collided violently. In an instant, the second-level zombie, which had previously overwhelmed Yi Yin, was injured. It could hardly believe that in just one day this human, who had almost been killed by it yesterday, now dared to confront it heat and even injured it in an instant. A long gash was cut on its shoulder by a white battle blade, and black blood gushed out. The zombie roared and retreated. What shocked it even more was that this human could actually keep up with its speed and clearly see its movements. After all, a second-level zombie was a second-level zombie with a massive difference compared to a first-level zombie. This second-level zombie realized that Yi Yin was no longer the same as before, and it began to take him seriously instead of being overconfident like before. The students who had been clearing zombies saw Yi Yin fighting against something completely different from these zombies and couldn't help but stop momentarily astonished at the scene. They saw that the shadow, which looked no different from a human in the darkness, was moving at a terrifying speed. If not for the fact that Yi Yin occasionally paused, they would not have been able to tell who was fighting. What is that thing? Its speed is on par with Yi Yin. So terrifying. Could it be an evolver? Are there so many? At that moment, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, instantly brightening the surroundings. Only then did these students see that it was not a person over there, but a zombie. The magic crystal on its head was different from the zombies they had been killing all along. The zombies they usually killed, which were full of rotten flesh and easy to deal with, had green magic crystals on their heads, while this zombie, which was already very close to human form and appeared difficult to handle, had a yellow magic crystal. Combining with the fact that humans could evolve, many had already guessed that zombies could also evolve. This zombie in front of them was likely an evolved zombie, and the color of the magic crystal on its head probably represented its level of evolution. They had heard Wang Yuan mention that evolvers were also classified by levels. Yi Yin and the others were one-star evolvers, easily able to kill these first-level zombies, but what about second-level zombies? The levels were already different. Moreover, this second-level zombie was incredibly fast, on par with Yi Yin. If evolvers are classified by levels, then zombies can probably evolve into different levels too. Look at this zombie. The color of the magic crystal on its head is different from these zombies. Yeah, it also looks different. There's no rotten flesh on it. It appears much sturdier than first-level zombies. More importantly, the speed of this zombie is terrifying. Ordinary zombies can't even run. They are very slow. Could Yi Yin possibly lose to this zombie? This zombie is a second-level zombie, while Yin is just a one-star evolver. I don't think he can win. Yes, the speed of this zombie is too terrifying. It's clearly different from these zombies. It's definitely a second-level zombie. These students stopped curiously watching Yi Yin fight the second-level zombie. Meanwhile, when Yuan Nan and the others were unperturbed, continuing to kill zombies, they knew that Yi Yin needed a large amount of magic crystals to obtain the spiritual source from the traders inside. Even if this second-level zombie was only super-evolved in terms of speed, it was still a second-level zombie, and its physical attributes were much stronger than those of first-level zombies. When it realized that Yi Yan's speed was on par with its own, it stopped underestimating Yi Yin. A human and a zombie collided at high speed in the ring. Although Yi Yin possessed a profession, his remaining mental power was minimal, making it impractical to use lightning strikes. Thus, he and the zombie exchanged blows, and for a moment neither managed to injure the other. However, Yi Yin was ultimately just a one-star evolver, and in terms of strength, he could not match the second-level zombie. The students were shocked to see Yi Yin starting to struggle, because Yi Yin had previously given them the impression of being invincible. Look, he's just a one-star evolver, but this zombie is a second-level zombie. The gap between first level and second level is indeed not something that can be easily bridged. The second-level zombie, seeing Yi Yin gradually struggling, lost its patience and suddenly roared, launching a final intense attack on Yi Yin. It almost abandoned defense, believing that Yi Yin was now too weak to launch a lethal attack against it. It concentrated all its strength, maximizing its speed, and suddenly charged towards Yi Yin. Just as the second-level zombie approached Yi Yin, its sharp claws almost touching Yi Yan's chest, its eyes suddenly shrank as it saw the strange smile at the corner of Yi Yan's mouth. It couldn't think too much, nor could it consider anything else, because victory was right before its eyes. In the next second, its hand would pierce through Yi Yan's chest, devouring this powerful human entirely, and making the path to level 3 much smoother. However, the anticipated softness did not occur. Its hand touched Yi Yan's chest, but it felt as if it had struck a hard iron block, unable to penetrate at all, making a metallic clanging sound. The second-level zombie suddenly looked up, and an unprecedented sense of crisis descended upon its heart. As the white light flashed, the previously seemingly settled situation was suddenly reversed, and the second-level zombie's head fell. It did not understand until its death what was wrong with this human's body. Yi Yin had only acquired that special ability from the second-level zombie, due to the little Zongzi today, and it finally came into play. As a one-star evolver, Yi Yin could not use his professional skills at this moment, and would still be at a disadvantage in a heating clash with the second-level zombie. So he had been waiting for the right moment, waiting for the second-level zombie to lose its patience and unleash its final attack. At the same time, Yi Yin concentrated that terrifying defensive power on the target of the zombie, its chest, and unleashed a lightning strike at the second-level zombie, which had momentarily been taken aback. The students stared blankly at everything, unable to believe that in just an instant Yi Yin, who was about to lose, he killed a second-level zombie. A one-star evolver actually killed a second-level zombie. Terrifying. Yi Yin is truly terrifying. Yuan Nan and the others did not even turn their heads. It was expected that Yi Yin would defeat this second-level zombie, as they were well aware of their leader's strength and hidden cards. This was Yi Yan's first time using this ability. Although his defense was still far inferior to that of the special second-level zombie, it was already quite powerful. In the future, as Yi Yin grew stronger, his defensive capabilities would also improve. However, since it was Yi Yan's first time converting the defensive power of different parts of his body, he was not very skilled, yet resulting in his chest defense not reaching its maximum, leaving a slight abrasion and a minor injury. Yi Yin dug out the second-level magic crystal, ignoring the shocked gazes of those students, as if nothing had happened, and continued to slay first-level zombies. By midnight, the 5 of them had killed well over 400 zombies. At Yi Yan's signal, Yuan Nan and the others returned to the gymnasium. The 5 entered the trading phase together, and upon checking the magic crystal count below, there were over 700 magic crystals. Yi Yin was overjoyed. Thus, after exchanging for a spiritual source and 2 bottles of immunity potions, they still had over 300 magic crystals left. The space crystal only required 500 magic crystals. It seemed that by tomorrow at the latest, they would be able to leave the school, depart the town, and head to the concentration camp. Yi Yin quickly exchanged 3 items, and then gave the immunity potions to Lu Wan and Ji Wenyu. The 2 were shocked to see Yi Yin exchanging items for the first time, unable to comprehend how the number of magic crystals didn't match. After the 5 exited the trading phase, the outside was already congested. These students saw that Yi Yin and his group had stopped fighting and entered the gymnasium, so they followed suit. Now there were only about 30 students left, and surprisingly 2 of them were girls. Yuan Nan and the 3 girls looked at the 2 exhausted girls with eyes full of admiration. Among the dead, a few had been killed by the earlier second-level zombie, while over a dozen had been infected or surrounded by zombies. The remaining 30 or so students, having fought their way out of the zombie horde, now exuded a different aura, their eyes reflecting a change. Although they weren't evolved beings, they had already adapted to the survival rules of the apocalypse, vastly different from ordinary people. At that moment, upon seeing Yi Yin and the others emerge from the trader, everyone's already tense expressions grew even. Yi Yan's emergence indicated that he had obtained what he wanted, and next would be the struggle among these ordinary people. Yi Yin looked at these people and couldn't help but sigh. Humanity had been forced to change step by the apocalypse. But what choice did they have? They could only survive this way. Yi Yan said expressionlessly, there are still 5 bottles of Fuss-Star evolution potions inside, each priced at 100. Let me remind you, if someone accidentally touches the traitor during the scuffle, they will be instantly killed by the traitor. They all knew this last statement, as they had witnessed someone being killed by a traitor with their own eyes. However, 100 magic crystals for 1 evolution potion was too expensive for them. None of the 30 people had 100 magic crystals on them. The most any of them had was only 40 magic crystals. The student with the most crystals had only managed to gather this amount after witnessing a companion being devoured by a zombie and taking the crystals from that person after the zombies dispersed. They were just ordinary people, far from being as powerful as Yi Yan and the others, and had to be extremely careful not to be injured by the zombies, or all their efforts would be in vain. Now these people, having fought zombies throughout the night, were already exhausted, and upon hearing Yi Yan's words they grew tense again. With none having 100 magic crystals, they could only turn on each other. The atmosphere instantly became even more tense, with everyone on guard against each other. After Yi Yan finished speaking, he took Ji Wenyu and the others to grab food and exited the gymnasium. He had no time to manage the conflicts among these students and was not interested in who became an evolved being. Now that he had obtained the spiritual source, he only wanted to find a quiet place to meditate and restore his mental strength. The 5 returned to the large supermarket they had previously cleared. Lu Wan and Ji Wenyu injected the immunity potions, allowing them to be more unrestrained when killing zombies in the future. After killing zombies until half the night, it was now early morning. Evolved beings needed more food than ordinary people, and after a night of activity their stomachs were already growling. Hastily eating something, Yi Yan said, get some rest early, we will continue to kill zombies tomorrow. Once we exchange for the space ring from the trader in the market, we can leave here. Make sure to rest up. Lu Wan and Ji Wenyu were surprised to hear about the space ring for the first time. However, they didn't ask too much, listening to Yi Yan's words and falling asleep with a hint of vigilance. Yi Yan chose a spot a bit further away from the others and sat cross-legged. Now Yi Yan possessed a purple hook jade that allowed him to quickly cultivate his mental strength, as well as a spiritual source that accelerated the recovery of his mental power. He immediately entered a state of mental cultivation. The next day, the heavy rain had stopped, and the sky gradually. At this moment, Yi Yan had already recovered half of his mental strength. While in a state of mental cultivation, the recovery speed of his mental power would naturally accelerate, not to mention, he now possessed the purple hook jade and spiritual source. Yi Yan, feeling refreshed, exited his cultivation and took out his white battle knife. This time he chose to use the armor of a guardian beast and the scales of a mutated snake as enchanting materials. Yi Yan dared not use too much mental strength, as he did not know when danger might strike, and he needed to reserve some lightning strikes, just in case. The guardian beast's armor consisted of 2 large pieces which would be cumbersome to carry on the road, so Yi Yan enchanted. The resilience of the white battle knife instantly surged, exuding a faint sense of oppression. It seems that even weapons produced by the trader could be upgraded and modified with the craftsman profession. Yi Yan then selected 2 scales from the mutated snake and enchanted them onto the battle knife. At that moment, the battle knife underwent an astonishing transformation. The white of the knife flashed, and as the light dimmed, a hint of silver could be seen. Yi Yan looked in surprise at the changes in the battle knife. After being enchanted with the scales of the mutated snake, not only did the knife become sharper and its power greatly increase, but it also gained special attributes. Poison. It seemed that the mutated snake was a highly venomous creature. However, at that time it had already been injured and couldn't loosen its grip on the guardian beast, which was why Yi Yan easily defeated it. This white battle knife, enchanted with snake scales, underwent such a significant change, gaining not only poison, but also stepping closer to the silver-level knives. Yi Yan tried swinging the battle knife, and indeed it was much stronger than before. At that moment, Lu Wan heard the movement. She saw the battle knife in Yi Yan's hand, and was surprised to find it had been replaced. She walked over to Yi Yan, her eyes glued to the battle knife that had a hint of silver. Yi Yan, when did you change your battle knife? Yi Yan, in a very good mood, responded cheerfully, this is the same one from yesterday. Oh, I just made a small modification using. Lu Wan suddenly realized, oh, I understand now. Wu Wu mentioned to me yesterday that both her and Yuanen's battle knives were made by you. You have some craftsman profession. Yi Yan smiled and nodded, still inspecting the brand new battle knife. Lu Wan looked at Yi Yan somewhat entranced. She couldn't imagine how she would be without Yi Yan now. Everything felt like a dream, being rescued by Yi Yan, becoming an evolved being, and seeking revenge. Lu Wan came back to her senses, feeling a bit embarrassed in the silence, and blushed as she said, so, when will you make one for me too? Yi Yan looked at the blushing Lu Wan and couldn't help but sigh. The school beauty was indeed the school beauty, even covered in blood, she was still stunning. He chuckled, don't worry, once my mental strength recovers a bit more tonight, I'll make one for you, and Ji Wenyu tomorrow. Lu Wan, hearing the unfamiliar term mental strength, was puzzled. What is mental strength? Yi Yan noticed that the others were still asleep, so he patiently explained to Lu Wan about professions and mental strength. In the apocalypse, special professions are quite rare. Even now in the early apocalypse, the 3 major professions are extremely scarce. Lu Wan said excitedly, so will I have a profession in the future? Yi Yan looked into the distance, his eyes revealing ambitions that wouldn't typically show. Of course. My team, Yi Yan's team, will undoubtedly be the most elite and powerful team in the apocalypse. Lu Wan looked at Yi Yan and felt as if she had overlooked something important. When the others finally woke up, the group quickly used the mineral water from the supermarket to clean themselves. After all, there was so much that they couldn't take it all with them. After eating something, they finally exited the supermarket. Now they had over 300 magic crystals, just 200 crystals short of obtaining the space ring. For the 5 of them, those 200 magic crystals were incredibly easy to acquire. Once they stepped outside, they began to slaughter zombies with abandon. They discovered that the people from the gymnasium had already begun clearing out zombies at some point. Wu glanced around and found that there were actually over 20 people. Having grown accustomed to the ugliness of the apocalypse in recent days, she initially thought that only the last 5 who became evolved beings would remain. While it seemed that a few had indeed been lost, the situation was not as brutal as she had imagined. Among those people, there were indeed 5 Full-Star evolved beings. After becoming Full-Star evolved beings, they realized that Yi Yin was truly powerful. After their evolution, none of them could reach Yi Yan's level. They respected Yi Yin in their hearts as his power was enough to crush them, yet he did not monopolize their Full-Star evolution. Upon seeing Yi Yin and his group emerge, these individuals smiled and nodded at them. When Yuan Nin jokingly remarked, "Yi Yin, there are several beauties over there throwing you flirtatious glances." Yi Yin slightly nodded at those individuals, and then began leading the others to clear out zombies, gradually moving toward them. Yi Yin and his companions possess over 300 magic crystals, only 200 short of acquiring the spatial wrist. Each person carries a considerable amount of supplies on their backs. Once they exchange for the spatial wristband, they can store everything inside, greatly easing their burden and reducing the troubles of being seen by others. The group found it exceedingly easy to slay the zombies. The newly joined Lu Wan and Ji Wenyu also received immunity injections, allowing them to hunt zombies without any concerns, which also accelerated their strength growth. Before they knew it, the group arrived at the entrance of the marketplace. What shocked Yi Yin, when Yuanan and Wu Wu, was that when they last visited, there were a plethora of zombies, but now the density was nearly the same as outside on the streets. Compared to before, it was simply too few. The marketplace with few zombies revealed the ground. The ground was charred black and the adjacent shops were burned down. There had once been a great fire here that left not a single zombie, not even a bone, and not a single magic crystal. The group finally understood what the strange scent along the way had been. As for the fire here, they hadn't noticed it before, likely because it had happened while they were asleep at night, and Yi Yin was deeply focused on cultivating his mental strength. Although he was highly sensitive to his surroundings while cultivating mental strength, he was rather oblivious to distant situations. In the school, other evolved beings had appeared aside from them. Now, on the 3rd day of the apocalypse, it was not impossible for other evolved beings to appear in such a large town. The group turned serious in an instant, and without a word, Yi Yin dashed into the supermarket. The other 3 followed closely behind. With so many zombies in the marketplace having been burned to death, how many magic crystals must those people have obtained? They might be trading with the merchants upstairs right now. At this moment, inside the supermarket, a dozen people were surrounding the merchant, their expressions filled with excitement. Taking advantage of the heavy rain last night, they infiltrated the supermarket, and once the rain stopped, poured down several large barrels of gasoline from the upper floor, nearly annihilating all the frightening number of zombies in the marketplace. These people had been planning for a long time to exploit the numerous zombies in the marketplace, but they hadn't expected that the location they chose for their operation, this supermarket, would actually have a merchant. This was simply heaven's blessing. Not only did it allow them to obtain a vast amount of magic crystals, but it also delivered the merchant right to their doorstep. This time they harvested over 800 magic crystals. Combined with the zombies they had intermittently killed in the town, they had already reached 1,000. Almost everyone present could become an evolved being. Among the 15 people, 3 were already evolved beings. Most of the zombies were also killed by them, as they were Wang Zhi's trusted subordinates. Wang Zhi was undoubtedly the leader of this group, and was an evolved being. There were also 3 evolved beings: Wang Zhi's sister Wang Hui, his father Wang Yuanqing, and Wang Zhi's best friend Wu Tao. Their leader Wang Zhi had already gone inside to exchange their magic crystals for evolution agents. Even if 2 people couldn't become evolved beings this time, after Wang Zhi came out, their team would have at least 14 evolved beings. At that point, 14 evolved beings slaying 200 zombies would be an easy task, wouldn't it? While this logic stood, everyone yearned to become an evolved being immediately, as it represented a departure from the ordinary. In these past 2 days, although these people were not evolved beings, they had fought against zombies. Originally a team of over 60, only a handful remained. They were acutely aware of the strength of evolved beings and the helplessness of ordinary people. As long as they became evolved beings, they could survive in this apocalypse. Thus, they were all nervously and excitedly waiting outside, hoping that they too would become evolved beings. Later, the sky began to rain again, extinguishing the fire in the marketplace. Otherwise they would have had no idea how to put out the blaze. What surprised them this time was that an uninvited guest had arrived. A 2nd-level zombie. 4 evolved beings worked together, and after much effort and sustaining injuries, managed to kill this entirely different beast from 1st-level zombies at the cost of 5 ordinary lives. Otherwise, they would have already collected the magic crystals downstairs and exchanged the evolution agents to leave this place. In this eerie silence, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Wu Tao and the others were startled and quickly grabbed their weapons, rising abruptly. Yi Yin and his companions appeared at the staircase, thoughtfully observing everyone as they walked over slowly. Everyone was astonished. They didn't expect to see living people outside. Since there were evolved beings in their group, they could naturally move outside and hunt zombies. As far as they knew, the small portion of people still alive in the town were either hiding somewhere and starving or seeking to join their. These individuals appeared to be from the university. They had thought that all the university students had perished. Wang Yuanxing and the others, seeing a few university students and not the unforgettable second-level zombies, breathed a sigh of relief and resignedly sat back down. An ordinary person stood up and spoke in a harsh tone. "Hey kids, I advise you to turn around and leave now. This is our territory." Yi Yan smiled, a strange emotion suddenly rising within him. This emotion, which should have appeared when he recalled the tragedies of his past life, was rarely felt. However, the emotion surfacing now felt somewhat unfamiliar. It was markedly different from the previous brutality. Yet now he didn't think of those matters. The people before him hadn't done anything heinous enough to provoke his ire. They merely occupied the merchant he had discovered first. Occupying. Yi Yan finally understood that the emotion he couldn't suppress at that moment was greed. He desperately wanted to obtain the spatial wristband within this merchant, but these people before him had killed all the zombies in the marketplace and likely gathered 1,000 magic crystals to trade for it. Thinking about this matter, he nearly lost control when he reached the entrance of the marketplace. At this moment, the feelings of greed and anger hadn't diminished. Instead, they gradually filled Yi Yan's entire mind. What is happening? This uncontrollable emotion. Yi Yan looked at the speaking man, his eyes gleaming oddly. Your territory. Yet these individuals remained oblivious to Yi Yan's oddity, treating him and his companions as ordinary people. Wang Hui looked at Yi Yan with disdain and snapped, "Can't you see that this place has already been occupied by us?" "Oh, I see. You want the food in here." Her expression was vicious as she mocked, "Sorry, although there is plenty of food here, it won't be casually shared with the likes of you. If we hadn't cleared out the zombies in the marketplace, do you think you could have entered the marketplace, let alone this supermarket? Hurry up and scram." Yi Yan stood there without saying a word. Seeing Yi Yan act as if she didn't exist, as if she hadn't heard her words at all, Wang Hui's anger flared up. Ever since she became an evolved being, which ordinary person hadn't been bowing and scraping to her, taking her orders, she could easily kill ordinary people, holding herself above them. And these 5 individuals clearly had no idea what an evolved being was. She didn't mind letting them understand the terror of evolved beings, making them aware that she was untouchable. Before Wang Hui could express her fury, the others who had been observing the situation finally spoke. After all, by pleasing Wang Hui, their chances of becoming evolved beings would greatly increase. "Hey, can't you understand what Wang Jia is saying? She told you to scram, and you still dare to linger here. Are you beggars?" Alas, these ordinary people are simply ignorant and don't realize who Wang Jia is. "Huh? Do you know what an evolved—" "What do you mean?" "Just by looking at their stupid faces you can tell they don't know. An evolved being is someone whose body has been developed to the limit. This is not something people like you can provoke. An evolved being can kill you all with just one finger. Our Wang Jia, as well as brother Wu Tao and Uncle Wang, are all evolved beings." "Huh? Are you scared? We have 4 evolved beings here. Our strongest leader is currently exchanging for evolution agents for us. Wait a moment, our evolved beings will increase to 14. While we're in a good mood, you better scram. Do you think you can withstand the wrath of evolved beings? 14 evolved beings. Do you know what that concept means? Do you realize how insignificant and powerless you are before evolved beings?" Regardless of what they said, Yi Yan remained silent. When he heard them mention someone exchanging evolution agents with the merchant and that 10 people would become evolved beings, his expression finally changed. Ordinary people need 1,000 magic crystals to exchange for 10 bottles of evolution agents at the merchant. So does this mean they have 1,000 magic crystals on hand? You said someone is currently trading with the merchant. Yi Yan said in a deep voice, his tone devoid of fluctuation. We've cleaned out all the zombies in the marketplace. 1,000 magic crystals. 10 bottles of first-level evolution agents. Alas, even if I told people like you wouldn't understand. As soon as he finished speaking, the person froze in place. Wang Hui, along with Wang Yuanxing and Wu Tao, who had been observing coldly from the side, stood up in shock and horror, staring intently at Yi Yan. The merchant. This person actually mentioned the merchant's name. The others, slow to react, only now realized something was. This person actually knew about the merchant. When Yu and Nan, seeing the exaggerated reactions of these individuals, smiled wryly and said to Yi Yan, "Let's wait for him to come out here. If he exchanges for the spatial wristband, we'll just snatch it." Yi Yan nodded. Even if Wen Yuan hadn't suggested it, he would definitely do the same. Because this was a cruel and selfish apocalypse, everyone was vying for the merchant's resources, and it was completely normal to snatch them. Killing over a snatch was also expected. Not to mention that Yi Yan, who had experienced 2 years of the apocalypse, was well aware of its realities. At this moment, the unusual feeling of greed within him had not faded. Moreover, this greed did not appear without reason. It was as if the most genuine desires of Yi Yan's heart, along with the suppressed memories of his past life, had erupted entirely under these circumstances. His companion is right here. He will undoubtedly exit the trading time because he wouldn't expect someone to be waiting for him outside. Wu Wu laughed. This time Wu Tao and the others were directly shocked. They actually knew about the option to exit the trading. Everyone was shocked, standing frozen in place, staring at Yi Yan. They knew the trader and were aware of the trading time. This meant they had also engaged in transactions with the trader. So among these 5 people, how many were evolved beings? Wang Ji's team had nearly 60 members at the beginning. These 60 people fought desperately against the zombies, ultimately allowing the already burly and fierce Wang Ji to become the first evolved being. After becoming an evolved being, Wang Ji became even more formidable, overwhelming the ordinary people. They dared not disobey Wang Ji's orders, for they had witnessed how powerful he had become as an evolved being. Thus, they killed zombies. A failure to do so would result in being killed by Wang Ji. The number of ordinary people gradually decreased during the fight against the zombies, while the magic crystals they obtained were concentrated among Wang Zhi's family. Wang Hui, Wang Yuanqing, and Wu Tao each became evolved beings. Now only a dozen people remained in their team. However, after much hardship, they managed to kill over 1,000 zombies in one. Almost everyone present could become an evolved being. The results of 60 people and the lives of dozens only earned them 4 bottles of 1-star evolution serum. If it weren't for the many zombies they burned to death last night, they wouldn't know how many more would have died to earn the next 100 magic crystals for another evolved being. And the 5 people before them, merely 5 individuals, even if 1 or 2 were evolved beings, how could they possibly kill hundreds of zombies? They had only managed to gather 400 magic crystals with dozens of people. These 5 people could have at most 1 1-star evolved being. Meanwhile, they had 4 1-star evolved beings on their side, and there would be more soon. So after a moment of surprise, they began to calm down. Wu Tao stepped forward to Yi Yan and said, "Kid, it seems you know quite a bit." Wang Hui glared at Yi Yan unwillingly, saying such a person is actually an evolved being. What a waste of magic crystals. It would be better to give them to us. Any one of our subordinates who became an evolved being would be more useful than you. Wang Yuanqing sneered from the side, finally taking a serious look at Yi Yan. Yi Yan simply smiled and said, "We are fortunate. Not only can we acquire what we desire, but we also get it for free." What? Free? These 5 people actually have their eyes set on them. They were truly overestimating themselves. Huh? Did you hear that? He said he wants to rob our leader's possessions. Hey, do you not understand the situation? I overestimated you. Even if you have 2 evolved beings, you are still not qualified to boast to us. Do you have any idea how many evolved beings we have on our side? We have 4 evolved beings. Didn't we just tell you that? You are truly foolish and overconfident. Meanwhile, Wu Tao and his companions focused on another one of Yi Yan's statements. Magic crystals. They still had magic crystals on them. Looking at the 5 each carrying a large bag, it was possible they had not only food, but also magic crystals. The 3 exchanged glances, then smiled deviously as they stood before Yi Yan. Their greed erupted within them. Little did they know they were provoking a formidable foe. The dozen or so ordinary people witnessing the 3 evolved beings stood up, reveling in schadenfreude. You're finished. You actually angered our 3 evolved beings all at once. Just now we told you to scram, and now you want to escape. It's too late. These ordinary people had experienced the terror of evolved beings. 4 ordinary people, it took 2 or 3 of them to safely surround and kill 1 zombie, while an evolved being could single-handedly take down a zombie moving at speeds countless times faster than theirs. In the time it took 2 of them to kill 1 zombie, an evolved being could slay 5 zombies. This highlights the gap between ordinary people and evolved beings, not to mention that now 3 evolved beings were attacking together. The people on the other side were doomed. Wu Tao looked at Yi Yan as if he were a fool, saying, "Hey, do you know what you must learn first in the apocalypse? It's killing zombies, being afraid of death while not fearing it. And then what?" Yi Yan didn't even glance at Wu Tao, instead focusing intently on the direction of the traitor. He didn't regard the person before him at all. The lackey nearby became furious. "You little brat. Wu Tao is talking to you, didn't you hear?" Wu Tao smiled and waved his. He was in a very pleasant mood. These people had delivered magic crystals to them. Coupled with the 1,000 magic crystals they had just obtained, it would be enough to exchange for the profession at the trader they encountered at the station. 1,000 magic crystals. Haha, they had never thought of letting these ordinary people become evolved beings so quickly. If everyone became an evolved being, the strength of the 4 of them might not be able to suppress them anymore. To keep a firm grip on these slaves, they needed to wait until all 4 of them became 2-star evolved beings before they could safely allow these people to become 1-star evolved beings. Now Wang Zhi was merely looking to see if this newly discovered trader had anything worth purchasing. However, Wu Tao speculated that currently there was almost nothing more enticing than the profession of the trader at the station. That was a special profession, a saint. A healing-type special profession. The price was 700 magic crystals. Even if Wang Zhi wanted to buy something here, it would be sufficient. Not to mention these 5 people were so foolish as to claim they had magic crystals. The more Wu Tao thought about it, the more excited he became, almost laughing as he said, "In the apocalypse, you also need to learn to hide yourself." Huh? Are you an idiot? You actually revealed that you have magic crystals. Are you not begging me to kill you and take your... He glanced at the 3 women behind, his eyes filled with greed. He had noticed that the women in this 5-person team were all stunning. Rest assured, he'll take good care of these 3 girls. I will look after them well. In bed. Huh? Yi Yan remained expressionless while Wen Yuan and the 3 women looked at him with disdain and annoyance, and Ji Wenyu's previously calm expression turned somewhat somber. The women of Wen Yuan thought, with someone like you could kill Yi Yan. You probably can't even touch him. After Wu Tao finished speaking, Ji Wenyu with a darkened face turned to Yi Yan and said, "Boss Yi Yan, I really can't stand this lewd man. Can I kill him?" Ji Wenyu's voice was not small, and everyone present could clearly hear her. They were stunned for a second before burst. Huh? This group of people is insane. Diagnosis complete. This is just hilarious. Are they idiots? Wu Tao and his companions laughed as if they had heard the greatest joke. They just felt this group was so juvenile, acting cool as soon as they entered, but who cared about them? They thought they were fools. If you want to act cool, you need to have the capital to do so. Yi Yan nodded slightly. Ji Wenyu took the gray battle knife from Wu Wu's hand and swung it at Wu Tao, who had completely disregarded him and was still laughing. Everyone at the scene thought Ji Wenyu looked like a clown, as an ordinary person dared to attack an evolved being. However, when Ji Wenyu struck Wu Tao's three companions' eyes widened in horror. This person is an evolved being. Ji Wenyu's speed was extraordinarily fast. Only after he struck did these people suddenly realize this young man was actually an evolved being. And Wu Tao had previously never regarded Ji Wenyu as a threat. Watching him draw his knife and the coldness in his eye, Wu Tao had never intended to dodge. He wanted these people to understand what an evolved being truly was. However, when Ji Wenyu made his move, they finally realized Ji Wenyu was indeed an evolved being. It was already too late. The speed of a one-star evolved being was evenly matched, unless there was a significant difference in physical fitness or some profession granted them a particular advantage. When Ji Wenyu struck and Wu Tao didn't plan to evade, he was destined to be killed by Ji Wenyu in an instant. The next second, Wu Tao fell into a pool of blood, staring at him with terrified eyes. This group was completely stunned, unable to speak for a moment. Yi Yan appeared to be their leader and was likely an evolved, but how did this mere 5-member team manage to kill 200 zombies and obtain 2 bottles of 1-star evolution serum on the 3rd day of the apocalypse? Moreover, this team included 3 women who hardly counted as combatants. It was too unbelievable, too outrageous. How did they kill so many zombies in just 3 days with only 5 people? Ji Wenyu looked at the people in the room and said clearly, "I'll remind you once more, do not speak lewdly to our 3 girls or harbor any lewd thoughts, or this will be your fate." The battle knife dripped with bright red blood, pointing at Wu Tao's corpse. Beside him, Wang Hui and Wang Yuansheng were so shocked they couldn't react for a long time. Wu Tao was dead. A 1-star evolved being was dead. They wasted 100 magic crystals for nothing. What a devastating loss. The two glared angrily at Yi Yan and his group. In the early days of the apocalypse, 1-star evolved beings were incredibly rare. It usually took an entire team to exhaust their resources and fight desperately to gather 100 magic crystals for one evolved being. All the resources of a team were used to cultivate a 1-star evolved being. Yet now one 1-star evolved being from their team had just died like that. These people were utterly despicable. Although Ji Wenyu killed Wu Tao in an instant, Wang Hui and Wang Yuansheng just now they hadn't anticipated that there were actually 2 1-star evolved beings in the 5-member team, which led them to underestimate Ji Wenyu, allowing him to kill Wu Tao instantly. Now they were fully prepared. The opposing side absolutely could not kill them. The ordinary people stared at Yi Yan and Ji Wenyu in shock. Damn, there are actually 2 1-star evolved beings in this 5-member team. This is too terrifying. Are they fighting zombies so desperately? Now we only have 2 1-star evolved beings on our side. Fools, what are you afraid of? Our leader is still with the traitor. Yeah, once the leader comes out, we'll have 3 1-star evolved beings on our side. Nonsense. It's 13 1-star evolved beings. These fools. Do they think having 2 1-star evolved beings is impressive? Once our leader emerges, even if all 5 of them are evolved beings, they won't be our match. When Yuan couldn't help but laugh out loud, almost revealing, "You are right, all 5 of us are evolved beings." But before she could say it, a figure suddenly appeared beside the traitor. Wang Ji had emerged. Yi Yan fixed his gaze on the object on Wang Ji's wrist, the spatial ring. The moment the people across from him saw Wang Ji appear, their faces immediately lit up with excitement. Firstly, they are absolutely confident in killing Yi Yan and his group. Secondly, Wang Ji has brought a first-tier evolution agent. Soon 10 people will become first-tier evolvers. Wang Ji was still locked in a prison behind the mountains of the small town during the apocalypse. In his 20s, he had committed murder and was sentenced to life imprisonment. However, he had barely spent 3 years in prison when the apocalypse broke out, throwing everything into chaos. Not only did he escape from prison, but his ruthless nature and fearlessness allowed him to bravely fight against zombies from the very beginning, acquiring a significant amount of magic crystals and fortuitously discovering the secrets of traitors, thus becoming an evolver. He returned to the town accompanied by a dozen desperate souls who had survived from prison and fought zombies alongside him. First, he rescued his sister and father from home, then began recruiting others in town to hunt zombies. Wang Ji, a notorious criminal during peacetime, thrived in the apocalypse. The end of the world seemed tailor-made for someone. Among those who had also escaped from prison, none were as ruthless, reckless, or ambitious as Wang Ji. So it was natural that he became the first evolver and the leader of this group. When he wanted his family and brothers to be prioritized as evolvers, no one dared to utter a word of dissent. They could only. A person who dared to kill during peacetime and was infamous in the apocalypse was the most terrifying kind. Wang Ji's emergence undoubtedly gave those who harbored a hint of fear towards Yi Yan boundless confidence. As soon as Wang Ji appeared, he noticed a few extra people and the corpse of Wu Tao on the ground. A furious expression appeared on his scarred face as he glared fiercely at the leader Yi Yan. However, Yi Yan did not even glance at him. He was fixated on the precious treasure newly acquired on his wrist. Wang Hui immediately ran to Wang Ji's side, triumphantly looking at Yi Yan. "Brother, when you went to trade, those people came and killed brother Wu Tao. The 2 men are evolvers, and they have magic crystals on." Wang Ji looked at Yi Yan with a sinister glare. He was a large man with dark skin, and to him Yi Yan was merely a frail college student. He, how dare someone touch my people? The ordinary people had been scanning Wang Ji since he appeared, but they did not see the evolution agent. They had been anxiously in. One person asked anxiously, "Boss, what about our evolution agents?" Wang Ji, upon hearing this, subtly displayed a hint of impatience and cruelty in his eyes, but still patiently said, "Don't rush for the first-tier evolution agent. I've obtained a better treasure." Upon hearing this, the crowd felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment, while anger began to brew, yet they dared not show it. Wang Yuancheng's eyes lit up when he heard of a better treasure and asked, what is this better treasure? Wang Ji did not regard Yi Yan and the others at all. What if there were 2 evolvers? They had 3 evolvers on their side. Moreover, he was extremely confident that with his ruthlessness and experience in fighting zombies, even a combination of 2 evolvers would not be his match. Thus, he temporarily treated Yi Yan and the others as air to let them know that he did not take them seriously even if they were evil. However, he was quite interested in the 3 women. All beautiful. Wang Ji raised his hand to let everyone see the spatial ring on his wrist. See this. This is called a spatial ring. It has a space as large as a big warehouse which can be used to store lifeless objects. The crowd's eyes widened in amazement. They had never expected something like this to exist. The apocalypse truly was magical. Wang Ji looked at the spatial ring with satisfaction and continued, with this spatial ring, we can store a large amount of food in it. No longer will we have to worry about food every once in a while. We can also share food with those who are too afraid to come out of their houses in exchange for them, helping us kill zombies. And we can exchange 10 magic crystals for a little food. So are you still afraid of not having magic crystals in the future? The crowd grew increasingly excited as they listened. Not only will we never have to worry about food again, but after this meal, we can let others help us kill zombies. Earning back these magic crystals will be quick. This spatial ring is so convenient. The dissatisfaction in the crowd quickly vanished, and they greedily gazed at the food in this makeshift supermarket. We can take away more than half of it. So convenient. However, the appearance of Yi Yan and his group made Wang Ji feel a sense of crisis. It wasn't that he feared Yi Yan or saw him as a threat, but Yi Yan and the others proved that there were other evolvers in this small town besides his team. These people knew the secret of the traitors, and Yi Yan's group had clearly come to find this traitor today. Fortunately, Wang Ji had come early and first obtained the treasure of the spatial ring. This made him worry about the traitor. The traitor there has a very rare special profession. If that traitor is found by evolvers like Yi Yan, it would be over. That Saint Envoy is definitely a highly sought after and rare profession. He wanted to quickly pack a large amount of food into the spatial ring and then go to the town to find those nearly starving people, using them as laborers to help him kill zombies. This profession must not fall into the hands of others. The ordinary people excitedly said, "Boss, let's quickly deal with these people, then go recruit more." Wang Ji glared fiercely at Yi Yan and the others. They actually killed Wu Tao, wasting his first-tier evolution agent, wasting 100 magic crystals. Without saying much, Wang Ji unleashed the speed of a first-tier evolver and charged towards Yi Yan. Yi Yan was slightly surprised by Wang Ji's move. This man was stronger than ordinary evolvers, his speed significantly faster. It seemed his innate talent was quite high. However, this level was still far from enough. Wang Ji charged forward fiercely, his eyes filled with confidence, disdain, and cruelty. He could easily take down 2 such worthless evolvers. However, in an instant his movement suddenly halted, cold sweat soaking his back. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of death approaching him. Clearly, he was the one to strike first. Just as he was about to reach Yi Yan and end his life, the person before him seemed to teleport, disappearing from sight. Then Wang Ji felt an extremely dangerous aura emanating from behind him. This person had somehow moved to his back in an instant, yet he completely failed to see the other's actions. It was terrifying. This seemingly ordinary young man possessed such terrifying strength. Yi Yan held a white battle knife shimmering with silver light against Wang Ji's neck, his expression emotionless. Everyone present was utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? Wang Ji was the first to charge, yet he was subdued instead. How could this be possible? They had a deep understanding of Wang Ji's agility and strength. Yet this young man managed to press a knife against Wang Ji's neck. If he made a move, Wang Ji's head would fall. This reversal came too quickly for everyone to react, and they couldn't believe it. This person was actually stronger than the Wang Ji they had always feared. And he was not just a little stronger. He had flipped the situation in an instant, making Wang Ji completely unwilling to move rashly. Wang Ji's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. He never expected that such a terrifying individual would emerge from this small town. He did not want to die. He hadn't had enough fun in the apocalypse, and he was not yet powerful enough. The apocalypse had completely erupted for him. It not only freed him from a lifetime in that prison, but also granted him, it allowed him to rise above these ordinary people. His ruthless nature could finally be unleashed. In the apocalypse, killing was entirely legal, and no one could stop him. He could do as he pleased, driven solely by his own whims. Yet he never expected that today he would fall at the hands of an obscure young man. He did not want to die. The apocalypse was his paradise, existing solely for someone like him. Wang Ji swallowed hard, his voice trembling, completely devoid of the arrogance he had moments ago. "Brother, let's talk this out. I was wrong. I shouldn't have treated you that way." Yi Yan remained silent. Wang Ji suddenly had a bright idea and hurriedly said, "How about this? Brother, I know a piece of information that is definitely worth my life." Yi Yan was preparing to snatch his spatial ring, which was also the reason he hadn't killed him immediately. Upon hearing Wang Ji's words, a glimmer of excitement appeared in Yi Yan's eyes. He sensed that this was something good. "Speak. We previously discovered a traitor at the station. I went in during trading hours, and there is a special profession inside. By the way, you don't know what a profession is, right? A profession is." Hearing the words special profession, not only Yi Yan, but the other 4 also became excited. After all, Yi Yan's special profession, the junior craftsman profession, was extremely useful. Yi Yan suppressed his excitement and extraordinary greed. "Just tell me what the profession is." Wang Ji was startled, but could not care less his life was at stake. Saint Envoy. A healing type special profession. It can heal people. It must be very rare. Worth 700 magic crystals. Yi Yan was overjoyed. A healing type special profession. This type of profession was not inferior to craftsman professions in the apocalypse. It was a highly sought-after super profession that could not be easily obtained. Upon hearing this, Wen Yuanan and the others were also incredibly excited. A healing profession. It could heal wounds. Although they had been killing zombies easily these past few days, there were still many zombies, and they inevitably sustained minor injuries. In the future, if they encountered even stronger enemies and were severely injured, it wouldn't be as simple as just enduring it. Yi Yan suppressed his desire to laugh and solemnly said to Wang Ji, "I understand now. Now you can dissolve the contract with your spatial ring, right?" Wang Ji felt that the young man behind him was unfathomable, as he even knew that the spatial ring needed a contract to be. He only learned that he needed to drop his own blood to be recognized by the spatial ring after he bought it. To remove it, he also needed to use his blood to dissolve the contract. This person not only knew about special professions, but also understood the spatial ring and its contract. Who exactly? Wang Hui, who had always been arrogant, was now staring blankly at the scene before her, unable to react. Wang Ji actually, this man managed to restrain him so easily. This was impossible. Her brother was absolutely invincible. Who on earth was this person? Such terrifying strength. Her brother, in order to save his life, even revealed the thing he wanted the most. Yet this person was still not satisfied and wanted the spatial ring. How utterly shameless. Just when Wang Hui was still in a daze, she suddenly noticed Wang Ji's hand behind his back, making gestures to her. She finally awakened from her stupor and glanced at her father beside her. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Although Yi Yan was very strong, there were only 2 evolved beings opposite them along with 3 defenseless girls. They could do nothing to Yi Yan, but could always target the others. Those girls were not living targets. They were completely defenseless, just standing there. Wang Ji awkwardly laughed. This brother knowing about this, I Wang Ji am convinced. Dissolving the contract requires my blood, so please let me go. Yi Yan withdrew his blade, and Wang Ji finally. At that moment, Wang Yuanqing and Wang Hui, who had been waiting for an opportunity at the side, suddenly charged towards Lu Wan's trio. Wang Ji also chuckled and quickly left Yi Yan's side, heading towards the 3 girls. Yi Yan showed no signs of shock. Wang Ji followed behind Wang Hui, watching as they were about to capture the 3 girls. Just as he felt pleased, he noticed the 2 in front scream and suddenly collapse. Looking again, the 3 girls in front were not ordinary people. They wielded weapons, and the aura they emitted was undoubtedly that of evolved beings. Wang Ji had no time to doubt his life before he felt a chill down his back. This feeling was very familiar. It was the sensation of death. This time, Yi Yan's blade pierced Wang Ji's shoulder, rendering him unable to move. Meanwhile, Wang Hui and Wang Yuanqing had already perished. It was only in their last moments that they realized this group of people were all evolved beings. When Yuanan looked at the 2 lying in a pool of blood, then speechlessly gazed at those ordinary people. At this moment, they all looked at the 3 of them with expressions as if they had seen a ghost, as if the 3 of them could not possibly be evolved beings. The hearts of the crowd were filled with shock. These 5 individuals were actually all evolved beings. And this was only the 3rd day of the apocalypse. The apocalypse erupted at noon on the 1st day, and now it was only the morning of the 3rd day, less than 48 hours since the apocalypse began. How could the 5 of them have killed so many zombies? Their small group of dozens had barely managed to muster 4 evolved beings. This was simply unbelievable. 5. Actually, all 5 are evolved beings. I can hardly imagine it. I would never have guessed. How is this possible? How many zombies did they kill? This is terrifying. Uncle Wang and Sister Wang are both dead. The boss has also been captured. Where did this? Just as Wang Ji was cut by Yi Yan's blade, he felt a sudden dizziness. This blade was actually poisonous. As an evolved being, he was surprisingly unable to resist this toxin, or it seemed that the blade in this person's hand was not simple at all. Wang Ji felt an immense regret in his heart. Wang Hui had just told him that these 2 men were evolved beings, but he never considered that the 3 girls were also evolved beings, leading to a stereotype. He thought he still had a chance to seize this man's weakness and use the 3 girls as hostages. After all, the role of a saint was incredibly rare, and he was determined not to give it up. However, if he had known that everyone in this perverse team were evolved beings, he would have handed over everything without hesitation. But now Wang Hui was dead, Wang Yuanqing was also dead, and he probably wouldn't survive either. His previous actions had given Yi Yan a reason to kill him. At this moment, Wang Ji felt dizzy and could barely stand. If it weren't for Yi Yan's intimidation preventing him from making any rash moves, he would have collapsed to the ground. The poison on the blade made him feel unbearable. It was only now that Yi Yan realized how potent the poison on the blade. Previously, when he was killing zombies, it didn't matter, as zombies died when struck in the head. Yi Yan had no idea how powerful the poison would be after the blade was enchanted with snake scales. It seems that this poison is extremely potent. A Fuss-star evolved being's mere cut made him feel so miserable. Lu Wan looked disdainfully at the corpses on the ground, and the now unremarkable Wang Ji saying coldly, "If you had obediently complied, we might have let you live, but you insisted on seeking death." In fact, Ji Wenyu and the others also had no idea what Wang Ji was experiencing right now. It appeared he was poisoned. Yi Yan must have modified his blade again, enhancing it to have this effect. Indeed, special professions are exhilarating. The saint that Wang Ji mentioned made several of them even more expectant. Yi Yan coldly stated, "Now, can we dissolve the contract?" At this moment Wang Ji could finally no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. Yi Yan glanced at the fallen Wang Ji, then raised his wrist and made a cut on it, letting the blood flow into the spatial ring. As expected, the ordinary ring suddenly glowed blood red, and then it fell off and dropped to the ground. Yi Yan immediately picked up the ring, excitedly slipped it onto his wrist, and then took the knife from Ji Wenyu's hand, dripping his blood into the spatial ring. Spatial ring binding successful. Yi Yan stood up and with some excitement said to the four, binding successful. The others immediately showed joy and looked at the food around them. This was a large supermarket. The space inside was as big as a warehouse, which meant they could empty this entire supermarket. Those who were once under Wang Ji stood there dumbfounded, shocked, and unable to react. The impact brought by Yi Yan and his group was simply too overwhelming. In less than 48 hours since the apocalypse began, how many zombies had this 5-person team killed to all become? It was terrifying. Before meeting Yi Yan, they had always thought Wang Ji was invincible. But Yi Yan effortlessly subdued Wang Ji, who had no chance to resist at all. Wang Hui and Wang Yuanqing charged towards the three girls, but didn't expect that all three were also evolved beings, and were instantly killed. This dramatic scene unfolded right before their eyes. Now looking at Wang Ji, he was already dead. The leader they relied on had died, just like that, merely from a graze by Yi Yan. Now they finally understood that the apocalypse was far more complex than they had thought, and there were many powerful individuals. Yi Yan ignored these people and directly began selecting items in the supermarket with Ji Wenyu and the others. They chose a lot of food, drinks, and some change of clothes. After all, they were rolling around in zombie piles every day, and their clothes would get stained with black blood in no time. After emptying more than half of the supermarket, Yi Yan and the others finally stopped. Now what Yi Yan needed to do was to head to the station in the town immediately. The station was far from where Yi Yan and the others were, which is why he hadn't sensed the movements of the traders there. As Yi Yan walked over, the trembling, ordinary people shuddered, fearing that Yi Yan would cause them trouble. He looked at the person in front and calmly asked, "When did you discover the traders at the station?" That person trembled and quickly adjusted his mindset. Now that Wang Ji was dead, their greatest support was gone, but there was still the stronger Yi Yan in front of them. The person hurriedly said, "Yesterday. We discovered them at the station just before dark yesterday. But Wang Ji didn't tell us what was inside, only asking us to hurry up and gather magic crystals. Now I understand why Wang Ji and the others risked everything to eliminate the zombies in the market. Because they discovered that there were traders at the station with special professions who needed magic crystals. It must be known that igniting a fire in this market filled with flammable materials would make extinguishing it very difficult. Perhaps they would all perish in the inferno." Fortunately, it had rained just in time yesterday. During the heavy rain, a group of people sneaked into the supermarket. After the rain subsided, they ignited the fire. Afterwards, they were lucky as the rain poured again, extinguishing the fire. The rush was all for the special profession of the trader, yet ultimately all these benefits fell into Yi Yan's hands. It wasn't that Wang Ji had bad luck, but that Yi Yan had extraordinary luck. Now Yi Yan had not only obtained the spatial ring for free without spending a single magic crystal, but he also learned that the traders at the station had special professions. Currently, they still had 500 magic crystals on them, which were originally intended to trade for the spatial ring, but now they had obtained it for free and could use it to trade for the saint. Only someone who had experienced 2 years of apocalypse like Yi Yan could understand just how rare and precious the special profession of a saint was. Yi Yan was about to leave with the others when the ordinary people could no longer sit still. "Hey, big brother, can you take us with you? We can kill zombies." "Yes, please. We've killed a lot of zombies, were absolutely useful." Previously, when they were with Wang Ji, their group had 4 evolved beings, which was already a very powerful team, and they killed. However, the 5 in front of them were clearly much stronger than Wang Ji and the others. Just 5 people had killed so many zombies and become evolved beings. Wang Ji's 4 were completely no match for them. Following such a leader provided a better chance for rising to prominence. This is the survival rule of the apocalypse. If you are not strong or not the strongest, you can only rely on others working for them, and perhaps you can die a little slower. As they stared blankly at Yi Yan's back, they faintly heard, "No, this time it was a loss. If we had come before they went into trade, we could have saved 500 magic crystals." At the station, Zhang Diyu and Wang Lei watched as ordinary people cried out in despair, feeling a sense of satisfaction. After spending so long in prison, they thought they would never have the chance to get out, but unexpectedly the apocalypse happened. Both of them were ruthless individuals unafraid of killing zombies. When they discovered the traders and learned about the magic crystals, they became even more eager to kill zombies and collect them. They had over 20 subordinates, all brought from the prison. They could have brought more people, but there was an even more ruthless person who came out of the prison, Wang Ji. Most people chose to follow Wang Ji, while only a few stayed with them. In recent days, they had been on the receiving end of Wang Ji and his group's bullying. The small town was so small, filled with zombie extermination, that the 2 groups easily encountered each other. However, each time it was only they who retreated because Wang Ji had 4 evolved ones on his side. Moreover, the number of people on that side was more than double theirs. On several occasions, Wang Ji arrogantly demanded that they hand over all their magic crystals. They had no choice but to comply. After all, how could 2 evolved ones possibly take on 4? Later, several of Zhang Diyu and Wang Lei's subordinates saw Wang Ji and his group hurriedly exiting from the station while looking for food. Thus, they uncovered the secret of the trader. This trader was not like the ordinary ones. The magic crystals were not the only exchange condition. Here, a human life could be exchanged for 10 magic crystals. After learning this, Zhang Deyu and Wang Lei immediately brought their people to capture those hiding in every corner of the town. These ordinary people had hardly eaten anything since the apocalypse began and had not even taken a sip of water. They lived in constant fear, terrified that zombies would discover them at any moment. Among Zhang Dai's group, although only he and Wang Lei were evolved ones, the others were all prison inmates, naturally ruthless and fierce, making them vastly superior in combat to those ordinary people. They were not starving, they dared to kill zombies, so taking food from the supermarket was a piece of cake. Thus these ordinary people had no strength to resist against Wang Lei and the others. They were close to fainting from hunger. Even walking drained much of their strength, let alone resisting these strong individuals. When Zhang Deyu and Wang Lei entered to meet the profession of the saint, they were both excited. Upon seeing this profession, they learned that there was something called professions with the traders. There were 3 main professions and several special ones. The special professions were undoubtedly very rare and precious, and their first encounter with a profession was a special healing profession. How could the two not be excited? They only had over 200 magic crystals, while the saint required 700. However, this trader was a special one. A single life could be exchanged for 10 magic crystals. What a bargain. Their subordinates were all useful individuals who could continuously create magic crystal wealth for them, making it a loss to kill one subordinate for 10 magic crystals. One person could kill far more than 10 zombies. Thus, they set their sights on the ordinary people in the town. The process proved to be incredibly simple. These individuals, having gone days without food and not a drop of water, could not fight back against Zhang Deyu and his subordinates, and they didn't even need to lift a finger. This was the insurmountable chasm between the strong and the weak. At this moment, there were already over 10 corpses lying on the ground outside with Zhang Deyu standing nearby. These people had to be killed by Zhang Deyu himself for the number of magic crystals to be recorded under his name. Killing over 10 individuals would yield more than 100 magic crystals. He wished that future traders would all be like this. Killing people was far less risky than killing zombies. No, it should be said that killing people posed no risk at all. These people are nothing in front of evolved ones. So weak. With a single axe, Zhang Deyu decapitated a person beside him, then provocatively looked at someone who had fallen not far away. Officer, did you see? This is the difference between evolved ones and ordinary people. If I want to kill them, it's that simple. Just like I want to kill you. But in light of your righteousness, I'll let you watch how I kill these people. So you won't die with your eyes closed, still thinking about these people who have nothing to do with you. Su Gan lay in a pool of blood with several broken ribs and unable to stand, feeling immense pain without the strength to fight. He looked unwillingly at the rows of corpses ahead, hating his own weakness. Among the dead, 3 were wearing police uniforms, his colleagues. And Zhang Deyu and Wang Lei were the ones he personally arrested and imprisoned 3 years ago. After the apocalypse began, Su Gan and several colleagues thought they had force weapons and guns. Although everything had changed in this apocalyptic world, their sense of justice as special police remained. They took their weapons to fight zombies in supermarkets for food. During this time, several police officers had already died. They distributed food to those they encountered in the town, and this continued for 2 days. Today, they went to the places where ordinary people were hiding to distribute food, but found those places nearly empty. Moreover, there were signs of a struggle. Everything was in disarray. Finally, they found a few who had narrowly escaped and learned that it was Zhang Deyu and Wang Lei's doing, so they headed to the station. At that moment, these special police filled with justice realized that this apocalypse had truly transformed. Evolved ones had actually appeared. They thought that with their guns they could definitely rescue those people. However, there were 2 evolved ones on the other side, one of whom was also holding a gun. As a police officer and a gun enthusiast, Su Gan was shocked to see that the handgun in Wang Lei's hand was one he had never seen or heard of before. Yet the gray handgun emitted an aura of danger. They were special police armed with guns, but they were utterly outmatched by the evolved ones. Before 3 of his colleagues could even pull the trigger, Wang Lei instantly shot them in the head. In the same moment, Zhang Deyu knocked Su Gan to the ground. Everything happened in an instant. At that moment, Su Gan, who had narrowly survived, clearly recognized the vast gap between him and the evolved ones. Zhang Deyu brutally tortured Su Gan, beating him mercilessly, but deliberately not killing him. Officers, if I hadn't recognized that you were the one who arrested me years ago, you would have already died alongside your 3 little friends. Zhang Deyu looked at Su Gan's painful and unwilling expression with satisfaction, continuing to torment him. When Su Gan could no longer let out a single scream, he finally stopped. Officer Su Gan, just watch how these people die one by one, and then meet your own end. Zhang Deyu and Wang Lei's subordinates stared hungrily at Su Gan. They were all inmates from the prison, naturally harboring a deep hatred for the police. Once their boss finished his business, they would slowly torture this police officer who was barely hanging on to life. Wang Lei leisurely sat on the side, munching on seeds. Indeed, the trader was impressive. Not only did it make him a powerful and superior evolved one, but it also provided him with this gray-grade handgun. These police officers were all quite skilled marksmen, yet they were still instantly shot in the head. Firstly, Wang Lei was already an evolved one, his reflexes, speed, and agility far surpassing those of ordinary special police. Secondly, the gray-grade handgun was many times stronger than the ordinary guns the police officers carried. Watching Su Gan, who once arrested him, lying weakly on the ground, Wang Lei felt that this apocalypse was a wonderful paradise. He had once lost all hope in life, and now he was starting anew. Moreover, from the very beginning, he was an evolved one superior to ordinary people. He could kill whoever he wanted, and the police could do nothing but be mocked by him. Huh. Aside from the over 10 corpses that had already turned into zombies, over 50 ordinary people awaited their fate. Some had blank expressions, having accepted their fate. In this apocalypse, there were not only terrifying and dangerous zombies, but also crazed individuals. Even more terrifying was that these crazed individuals had surpassed ordinary people and become evolved ones. Rather than being enslaved and tortured, it would be better to die early and find relief. However, some were unwilling. They feared death. No matter what happened, their survival instinct always took precedence. They were unwilling to die for these people. They now knew about the evolved ones and the traitors, and they could possibly become evolved ones in the future. But the premise was that they had to survive today. Those who wanted to live cried out loudly. Some even crawled over to plead with Zhang Dayu, begging him to let them join us. Others cursed incessantly, trying to escape. At that moment, Yi Yin and his group gradually approached the station entrance, hearing the commotion from afar. Although the group did not know what had happened, they were not afraid at all. Ji Wenyu and the others understood their leader's strength very well and were eager to hone their own abilities. Whatever was coming, they were not scared. As they reached the station entrance, they saw that there were already over 10 corpses beside the traitor, with blood flowing like a river. One of Zhang Dai's subordinates looked at the ordinary people and said, "Boss, these people should be enough." Wang Lei scoffed, "Enough for what? We don't just want that profession. We also want to take all the one-star evolution agents inside, so you can become evolved one. Then when we encounter Wang Ji again, we won't be afraid at all." The man immediately replied, "Then boss, these people aren't enough. They can only barely exchange for a profession." At that moment, someone spotted Yi Yin and his 5 companions appearing at the entrance and excitedly pointed at them, saying, "Boss, 5 fools have come. They've brought magic crystals. 50 magic crystals." Huh. With just a glance, Yi Yin knew that the traitors at the station were special traitors, and they dealt in matters of life and death. In his previous life, he had heard of many such special traitors. Some required 2 people to engage in a deadly duel, with the survivor gaining entry to the trading time and receiving something for free. In his previous life, he had heard of many such special traitors. Some required 2 people to engage in a deadly duel, with the survivor gaining entry to the trading time. Indeed, people in the apocalypse were utterly untrustworthy. Even Wang Ji, in the critical moment of life and death, failed to reveal the complete truth, not informing Yi Yin of the traitor's peculiarities. Even those who later prepared to ally with Yi Yin, Wang Ji's subordinates, did not inform him of this matter. At this moment, everyone in the station had stopped moving. As soon as the man finished speaking, all eyes in the station suddenly focused on Yi Yin and his group of 5. Wang Lei and Zhang Dayu looked at them with disdain, as if they were mere lambs. In their eyes, Yi Yin and his companions were merely people seeking death, posing no threat to them whatsoever. How could ordinary people possibly resist evolved beings? These people were indeed here to seek death. The ordinary people glanced at Yi Yan's group, merely casting a fleeting look before turning their gazes away. They were struggling to protect themselves. How could they have the energy to look at others? In their hearts, it was impossible for Yi Yin and his companions to be there to save them. Having personally experienced the absolute power of evolved beings, they knew that ordinary people could not resist them. These few were simply foolish, unable to understand what was happening, yet daring to approach. Wang Lei gestured to his subordinates, and a dozen of them began to walk toward Yi Yan. As they approached, they noticed the 3 beautiful women among Yi Yan's group, all momentarily stunned, before their eyes glimmered with lewd fascination. These 3 women were all stunning. Each had her own unique charm. Compared to the women they had captured in town, these 3 were well-dressed and breathtakingly beautiful. The others could not be compared. Upon seeing the gaze of these men, Ji Wenyu's expression darkened, her heart filled with displeasure. One person stepped forward, standing in front of Yi Yan. Following Wang Lei and Zhang Dayu, they were ordinary people, 1 rank lower than the 2 men. However, as subordinates of 2 evolved beings, they felt superior when facing other ordinary people. At this moment, their attitude toward Yi Yan displayed that mindset, completely disregarding the 5 of them. "How did you find your way here? Did you hear the noise and think food was being distributed?" Huh. Everyone burst into laughter. These 5 can't be that foolish, right? Even if they heard the noise and came seeing the scene before them, they still don't run away, just standing there. Isn't that seeking death? Huh. They must be scared silly. No. When they heard the sound, they must have thought there was some army or organization distributing supplies, which is why they came. Huh. How naive. Look at that man. One pointed at Su Gan, who lay nearby covered in blood, and said he was the police officer distributing food to those useless ordinary people in town. There were originally 3, and now they're all dead. Huh. Such a fool, caring about others in the apocalypse. You 5 are really unlucky. Since you're here, don't think of leaving. One looked lewdly at Lu Wan, and the others initially thought there would be 50 magic crystals, but it turns out there are only 20. We'll certainly treat these 3 beauties well. As he spoke, the group erupted in lecherous laughter. One Yuanan and the other 2 women, upon hearing Wang Lei and the others' words, cast sympathetic and admiring glances at the motionless Su Gan. Indeed, in this apocalypse, those who can still think of others are extremely rare. For everyone, managing to take care of themselves is already a difficult task. For themselves, even a shred of kindness they possessed after the apocalypse had been worn away by the terrifying evils they faced. These police officers truly lived up to their role. Even in the apocalypse, they were still serving the people. Yi Yan's gaze was firmly fixed on the fallen Su Gan. He didn't think as much as the other 4, but his heart was the most stirred. For the person before him was someone he was not unfamiliar with. He even knew his name. The person lying in the pool of blood, still holding onto a shred of consciousness, was named Su Gan. In Yi Yan's previous life during the 2 years of the apocalypse, he was a prominent figure. Yi Yan had once had the fortune of seeing Su Gan in the concentration camp. At that time, Su Gan was a 5-star evolved being, and he was a terrifying sharpshooter. At that time, Yi Yan was just a lowly person in the concentration camp oppressed by others, and could only glance at such a high-star evolved powerhouse from a distance. But just that one glance was unforgettable for Yi Yan. Su Gan at that time radiated an aura of coldness and slaughter, but the most overwhelming presence was that of a strong individual. The concentration camp was under siege by mutated beasts at the time, and they had paid a high price to invite Su Gan. At the same time, they also hoped to recruit Su Gan. However, Su Gan did not agree. After helping the concentration camp through the crisis and killing countless mutated beasts, he vanished at a speed no one could react to. At that time, Su Gan was a 5-star evolved being. One must know that in 2 years of the apocalypse, those who could become 5-star evolved beings were few and far between. All of them were core mainstays of various factions. It was said that Su Gan acted alone, and with his extraordinary marksmanship, he could kill both humans and zombies invisibly. The mutated beasts would be shot down before they could even approach him. Such a former powerhouse was unexpectedly encountered. Yi Yan suppressed the shock in his heart, and had already decided to make use of this powerhouse in this life. The other 4 were curiously watching Su Gan, wondering if Yi Yan knew him. Did Yi Yan know this person? Zhang Dayu looked at Yi Yan and the others displeased, then yelled at his subordinates by the entrance, "What are you? Quickly bring them over. Can't you see I'm waiting here?" The ordinary people hearing Zhang Dayu's shout trembled and looked ahead. The subordinates hurriedly concealed their smug expressions and were about to drag Yi Yan and the others over. Yet Yi Yan subtly dodged the hands reaching for him and walked towards Su Gan. Everyone was momentarily taken aback except for Wen Yuanan and a few others who followed behind Yi Yan. The subordinates were left standing there uncertain of what to do as they watched Yi Yan. Could this person actually be a fool? Could he not see that people were being killed here? Did he not realize they were about to die as well? How could he calmly walk toward that filthy police officer? Those ordinary people who had been captured by Wang Lei and others waiting for death looked at Yi Yan with astonishment. What was wrong with this person? Could he not see the current situation? This was a slaughterhouse. What was he doing? Hey, where do you think you're going? What an idiot. The ordinary people whispered among themselves. He's done for. Offending these people will lead to a terrible end. They might give us a quick death, but these few. What is their situation? Shouldn't they have run when they saw this scene at the entrance? Why are they still waiting for these people to discover? Although Wang Lei and Zhang Dayu were somewhat surprised, they did not speak up, instead watching Yi Yan with curiosity to see. In their hearts, they considered these 5 to be merely ordinary people whom they could kill in an instant. They were merely curious about what this young man intended to do. Yi Yan walked to Su Gan's side under the gaze of everyone. Su Gan was barely conscious, but his mind was clear. When Yi Yan and the others appeared, he saw them. What puzzled him was that Yi Yan's group, upon witnessing the scene of slaughter, did not flee, instead approaching and walking to his side. Why not escape? He could not protect these people. Their entry could only lead to death. Yi Yan knelt down, looking at this future powerhouse, disregarding the gazes of others, and said in a deep voice, "You don't want to die, do you? You're unwilling, right?" Su Gan stared in shock at the person before him, but soon he used all his strength to nod. Since this person had the courage to come in, it meant he had some confidence. Although Su Gan did not understand why he approached him to say such words, he could not think too much about it now. Yi Yan nodded in satisfaction, a sly smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He stood up and looked at Zhang Dayu not far away, and for the first time addressed these people. "You. Our special police comrade is very dissatisfied with your indiscriminate killing. If you kill another person, don't blame me for being rude." Everyone was stunned in place, thinking their ears had malfunctioned. This man must be joking, right? He actually said he would be rude to Zhang Dayu. Please, he's an evolved being. They were a bunch of noobs who didn't even know what evolved beings were, yet dared to speak such bold words. Su Gan, lying on the ground, also felt a hint of worry. "Huh, you've really cracked me up. Do you know who our boss is? To say you'll be rude to him. You're really cracking me up. Huh, this person really doesn't know his place. He doesn't even know what an evolved being is, yet dares to say he'll be rude to our boss." Wang Lei laughed for a while, then looked at Zhang Dayu. "Zhang Gu, someone is provoking you." Zhang Dayu also stopped laughing, then glared at Yi Yan with malice, saying nothing as he picked up an ordinary person next to him and held a knife to the person's throat, challenging Yi Yan. The person whose throat was under the knife only wanted to curse Yi Yan. Since Yi Yan had spoken those words, he had just stood there, making no moves, quietly watching Zhang Dayu with a blank expression. "Now you're dumbfounded, huh? Why don't you do something? Huh? I knew you were just boasting. Our boss's knife is already at his throat. What can you do?" Yi Yan remained silent, watching Zhang Dayu. Zhang Dayu's eyes were filled with disdain as he provocatively looked at Yi Yan, tilting the knife in his hand, ready to decapitate the person. In that instant, a thunderous sound erupted. Boom. Everyone was startled, their bodies trembling. Fear filled their eyes as they gazed in disbelief at the scene before them. They saw a purple lightning bolt strike down, and before Zhang Dayu could chop off the person's head, he was struck, blackened, and collapsed to the ground. Violent thunder. Everyone was stunned as they looked towards Zhang Dai's direction. What was happening? How could a bolt of lightning strike down so suddenly? All eyes turned fearfully towards Yi Yan. This was not the weather causing trouble. It was this man's doing. Meanwhile, Wang Lei, who was aware of the professional details, looked at Yi Yan with a mixture of surprise and fear. This person is actually a lightning mage. He could not believe that within just 3 days of the apocalypse, a true professional evolver had appeared in this small town. At first he thought Yi Yan was just an ordinary person, not realizing that he was not only an evolver, but also a professional. Furthermore, he had killed Zhang Deyu in an instant, his power far surpassing theirs. It was such a mockery. The person who had just been held by Zhang Deyu crawled away in terror. He thought he was doomed, but suddenly he heard a loud crash, and the Zhang Deyu beside him was struck blackened by lightning, dying on the spot. He had previously looked down on Yi Yan, not expecting this person to be so powerful and even save him. The expressions on the faces of Zhang Dai's subordinates were even more comical. They had always believed that these few were merely ordinary people. Little did they know that the young man in the lead was not only an evolver, but also possessed terrifying abilities that left them in shock. He actually killed the formidable Zhang Deyu in an instant. This was an incredible contrast. They had previously acted like fools, boasting without restraint. On the ground, Su Gan watched this scene and finally felt at ease. Zhang Deyu was dead. His colleague's revenge had been fulfilled. Those ordinary people who died could now rest in peace. Su Gan did not expect that this seemingly ordinary young man was also an evolver like Zhang Deyu and Wang Lei, and his methods were so strange, his strength far exceeding theirs. He saw lightning flickering around Yi Yan's body, then not far away Zhang Deyu was struck by a tremendous purple lightning bolt that appeared from thin air. Yi Yan's abilities were surely a characteristic of the apocalypse, just like the evolvers. Seeing Yi Yan's immense power, Su Gan's eyes were filled with longing. The young man who saved him, who fulfilled his wish, was not only an evolver, but also stronger than ordinary evolvers like Wang Lei and Zhang Deyu. Su Gan struggled to rise, and when Yuan immediately went to help him. Those ordinary people who had thought they were doomed were now shocked and excited as they looked at Yi Yan. They would not have to die. This person had killed Zhang Deyu, and Wang Lei was no match for him at all. With great difficulty, Su Gan, with Yuan's help, walked up to Yi Yan. "My name is Su Gan, what is yours?" Yi Yan replied. Yi Yan. Su Gan's eyes were filled with gratitude and respect, as well as hatred towards Wang Lei and his group. "Brother Yi Yan, may I ask you for another favor?" Yi Yan interrupted him, speaking calmly. "These people will all die. They must pay for the innocent lives they have taken." Su Gan looked at Yi Yan with gratitude, then silently made up his mind. Upon hearing this, Wang Lei's face turned pale. Yi Yan looked at the corpses on the ground, a total of 14. This is the apocalypse. No one can control anyone. Today, if you want to kill these ordinary people, go ahead. But you were just unlucky to encounter me, who killed Su Gan's colleague, and still wanted to kill Su Gan. If you were stronger than me, then today, even if you killed someone, you would be right. Unfortunately for you, I am much stronger than you. Today, all of you will die. Those people trembled as they listened, unable to believe that the person they had looked down upon just moments ago was actually someone of such formidable strength. Wang Lei realized that disaster was imminent and forced himself to remain calm. Although I can't win against you, don't get too killing me will also take some effort. Wang Lei's subordinates finally saw a glimmer of hope. After all, Wang Lei was an evolver, and just now Zhang Deyu was caught off guard and killed in an instant. Now if Wang Lei wanted to delay time or escape, it wouldn't be certain that Yi Yan could kill him. Moreover, there were more than 20 of them. Even if he was powerful, it was impossible to kill them all at once. As long as they waited for Yi Yan to kill the others, they could seize the chance to escape. There was still a glimmer of hope. After all, he couldn't possibly kill 20 people in an instant. Yi Yan looked at Wang Lei with disdain, his eyes full of blatant contempt. Then you can give it a try. Wang Lei felt his entire body bristle under Yi Yan's gaze, a pressure that was absolute and overwhelming. But he did not want to die. He had just become an evolver. He had not yet enjoyed enough in this apocalypse. No matter what, he had to escape from here today. Wang Lei tensed all over, preparing to dash out of the station in an instant. With the speed of a one-star evolver, he could escape unexpectedly. Even Yi Yan would not be able to react in time. Moreover, weren't there still over 20 people that Yi Yan wanted to kill in this station? At that time, once he ran, those people would also take the chance to escape amidst the chaos. Yi Yan was a smart person. He knew it would be difficult to catch an evolver who was hard to pursue rather than capturing these slow, ordinary people all at once. Suddenly, without warning, Wang Lei dashed forward, sprinting 10 meters towards the station entrance. His former subordinates, upon seeing that Wang Lei had no intention of fighting Yi Yan and was directly trying to abandon everyone to escape, were caught off guard and seized the chance to flee. As the station's entrance loomed before him, Wang Lei felt an overwhelming excitement. Yi Yan, remember today. We will settle the score one day. But in the next second, Wang Lei's heart froze in an instant. A deathly voice sounded from behind him. Settle the score. Why not do it right now? Pay for those who were killed by you just now. Then Wang Lei's head fell to the ground. The ordinary people stared in terror at the scene at the station entrance. They thought Wang Lei's speed was already incredibly fast, but Yi Yan's speed was beyond comprehension. They did not notice when Yi Yan had instantly reached Wang Lei's side. In the next second, the impressive Wang Lei in their eyes was killed effortlessly by Yi Yan. Yi Yan picked up Wang Lei's gray pistol and examined it. Not bad, just right for Su Gan to use. Those ordinary people who had just begun to flee, upon seeing Yi Yan blocking the road ahead and the gruesome sight of Wang Lei, felt a wave of despair wash over them. This was the power of evolvers. They could only look up at such immense strength forever. What they did not expect was that several figures suddenly appeared in front of them. To their surprise, it was the one man and 3 women who were with Yi Yan. Their speed just now was enough to tell these people that they too were evolvers. These people instantly gave up on fleeing, standing in place in despair. They had initially thought these 5 people were weaklings, but it turned out they were all evolvers. This was such a mockery. They had boasted earlier, claiming that these 5 people did not know what an evolver was. Yet each of them was an evolver mocking these people in their hearts. Ridiculous. Weak. Yi Yan walked over to the trader and indeed received the trader's information prompt. 1 life could be exchanged for 10 magic crystals. Earlier when Zhang Deyu was killing near the trader, he had accumulated a number of magic crystals. However, since he was killed by Yi Yan, that number was reset to 0. Yi Yan nodded at the few people not far away, and they brought over the 20 or so people. Those who had previously been under Wang Lei and Zhang Deyu now clearly understood what Yi Yan intended to do. Since Yi Yan wanted to kill them, why not let them serve their maximum purpose? Although the apocalypse had only occurred for a few days, they had already grasped the survival rules of this world. That's how the apocalypse was. Perhaps just a second ago, you could still control the lives and deaths of others, but the next second someone even stronger could appear, taking everything you had worked hard to obtain and then killing you. They no longer wished to resist. Following Wang Lei and Zhang Deyu, they were acutely aware of the might of evolvers, and even clearer on how terrifying Yi Yan was, who could eliminate both Wang Lei and Zhang Deyu in an instant. With their strength, it was impossible for them to resist Yi Yan. Su Gan watched Yi Yan and his companion's actions, yet felt no aversion. In fact, he felt a sense of relief. In the early days of the apocalypse, he had adhered to the beliefs of the peaceful times, hunting zombies with his colleagues in supermarkets, hurriedly gathering food to distribute to people. He knew the world had changed, the rules had altered, but he had not expected this world to become so illogical, with evolvers appearing above ordinary people capable of easily killing them. He did not expect the changes in humanity to be so great, so rapid. Earlier, he and his colleagues had wanted to protect these people, but what they received was senseless oppression and merciless mockery. His colleagues and friends were dead, and yet, because he had captured Wang Lei and Zhang Deyu years ago, he had been tormented by them, forced to watch them kill. That was when he changed. Because he knew that the world had drastically transformed. Humanity had changed. Zombies appeared, evolvers emerged, and there were even more unfathomable events he had yet to discover. If he did not adapt to this world, it was only a matter of time before he encountered today's situation. He vowed to repay Yi Yan with his life, and must force himself to change. He did not want to remain so weak any longer. Once he had prided himself on his marksmanship, but today it had failed under Wang Lei's hands. Just because Wang Lei was an evolver and he had a special gun, Su Gan vowed to become strong and repay Yi Yan. And those people now deserved to die. They had helped Wang Lei and Zhang Deyu capture ordinary people and cruelly murder them. They had also killed Su Gan's colleague of many years. Looking at his colleague and friend's corpse, Su Gan became even more clear-headed. Being a nice guy was no longer viable in this apocalypse. Only strength is the unyielding truth. At this moment, the 20-odd people had already been killed, and Yi Yan had recorded 220 magic crystals with the trader. He also looted the 200 magic crystals from Zhang Deyu, and along with the crystals and a few others, entered the trading time, where Su Gan joined him. Yi Yan and the others originally had 500 magic crystals prepared for exchanging space rings. Coupled with the more than 200 magic crystals obtained through human sacrifice, as well as the over 200 magic crystals found on Zhang Deyu, they had nearly 1,000 magic crystals in total. Without a second thought, Yi Yan first exchanged for a bottle of 1-star evolution potion and a bottle of immunity potion. Su Gan, entering the trading phase for the first time, realized that Yi Yan was genuinely interested in having him join the team. However, when Yi Yan handed him the evolution and immunity potions, without saying anything, he was still surprised. He himself was curious about what made him so special that this powerful evolver valued him so much. When Yuanan and the others knew from Su Gan's uniform that he was from the special police and his skills were exceptional. Today, he had only been defeated as an ordinary person by an evolver. If Su Gan were to become an evolver, his combat power would surely be formidable. Yet they were unaware that this was not. The real reason was that Yi Yan knew Su Gan was destined to become a significant figure in the future. Even if Yi Yan had not recognized him as Su Gan today, or had never heard of him in his past life, he would still have taken him into his team. Because a special police officer with excellent skills and a sense of justice would be a tremendous asset to Yi Yan's team. Su Gan, filled with gratitude, injected the evolution and immunity potions, and his body, which had suffered from abuse and beatings, began to recover rapidly. As a special police officer, physical training was essential for him. He often engaged in battles of wits against criminals and executed high-intensity missions, so his physical fitness was exceptional, and he was acutely aware of his own physical condition. He carefully experienced the changes in his body, suppressing the excitement within him, and finally gained a new understanding of the apocalypse. The potential and strength of a person could actually be developed to this extent, which was simply incredible. Since the sudden occurrence of the apocalypse was so astonishing, then the evolvers and their professions were also quite acceptable. At this moment, Yi Yan had already rapidly changed his profession from Holy Envoy, feeling exhilarated. After obtaining the profession, information about the Holy Envoy flooded into Yi Yan's mind. The Holy Envoy was a healing-type profession, and all skills were related to healing injuries. Moreover, this Holy Envoy profession had a unique characteristic. Once learned, one could no longer learn the 3 main professions unless it was a special profession. However, this restriction was virtually non-existent for Yi Yan. Because at the beginning of the apocalypse, or even 2 years later, special professions would be rare, and perhaps even most people would not be able to possess the 3 main professions. However, in this life, Yi Yan understood the function of the purple hook jade. It could sense various treasures and traders, allowing him to exchange items at prices significantly lower than those of ordinary people. Now, merely 3 days into the apocalypse, Yi Yan already possessed a main profession and a special profession. Even if someone in his team learned the Holy Envoy profession, which would prevent them from learning the three main professions in the future, Yi Yin could still find an even more powerful special profession to compensate for them. Yi Yin had the profession of Lightning Mage, which prevented him from learning the Holy Envoy. Even if he could learn the Holy Envoy profession, he likely would not. Because in this life, he aimed to strengthen his combat power, always ready to charge to the front. The Holy Envoy was a profession meant for support from the rear, maximizing the profession's utility. With excitement, Yi Yin shared the profession scroll with the remaining 5 people. All 5 were astonished. Although Wu Wu and Wen Yuanan had seen Yi Yin obtain a profession before, they were still unaware of how professions truly function. Now each person who received the profession scroll understood what a Holy Envoy was, finding it marvelous along with a deeper understanding of the profession. Yi Yin looked at the 5 and said, I am already a Lightning Mage and cannot learn this profession. Does anyone among you, when you wanted to protect Lu Wan wanted to protect everyone? Sometimes this feeling was almost twisted. Yet as a man, the best way to protect everyone was to charge to the front and slay the enemies. So after some contemplation, Wenyu decided to forego it. Sugan, having just touched the Holy Envoy profession scroll and learned about professions, already had his heart set on the profession he wanted most. That was the gunner. Although gunners supported from the back, when shooting they must concentrate and focus, making it impossible to simultaneously use 2 professions. Thus, Sugan never considered learning the Holy Envoy. Although the 3 girls had some thoughts about it, each person's character was ultimately different. Wu Wu had trained her body since childhood and accepted training, showcasing extraordinary talent. It was impossible for her to squander such talent and the day-to-day persistence just to become a support healer on the battlefield. As for Lu Wan, her fiery personality meant she was always the one who couldn't hold back in any situation. If there was a fight without her, she would feel utterly uncomfortable. Although Wenyu hoped Lu Wan would be safer at the back, Lu Wan could not tolerate it. Wen Yuanan was moved when she heard this profession was a healing type able to heal her teammates. Ever since Yi Yin was injured in front of her for not allowing her to be harmed by that level 2 zombie, she had felt guilty towards Yi. She did not want to see Yi Yin injured again. Even if he were to be hurt in the future, she must be able to do something for him. The Holy Envoy profession was undoubtedly the best choice. Thus, while Wenyu was sulking over Lu Wan, Wen Yuanan successfully obtained the Holy Envoy profession. The moment she learned the Holy Envoy profession, her spiritual power was also awakened. Blushing, she excitedly said, this profession currently only has 2 skills. However, as my spiritual power increases, more skills will appear. Yi Yin, upon hearing this, curiously asked, this profession cannot be upgraded. Wen Yuanan replied, it cannot be upgraded. As long as the total spiritual power reaches a certain amount, new skills will awaken. Lu Wan, anxious and curious, asked, so what are the 2 skills you have now? Wen Yuanan smiled proudly, hee, I have plant manipulation and green spring. Everyone eagerly looked at Wen Yuanan. Plant manipulation is a skill that can quickly stop bleeding, detoxify, and heal external injuries, requiring relatively little spiritual power. With my current spiritual power, I can probably use it about 20 times. Yi Yin was very satisfied. Given Yi Yan's current strength, almost no one could inflict severe injuries on him, nor could they seriously injure his companions in front of him. Although plant manipulation is for healing external injuries, its effect is incredibly powerful, capable of stopping bleeding and detoxifying quickly, playing a decisive role in a battle. Moreover, at Wen Yuanan's current level, she could use it about 20 times. Wen Yuanan continued, the other skill, green spring, requires more spiritual power. This skill can only be used twice at most right now. It is used to treat severe internal injuries, capable of healing and restoring a person's physical strength and life force from the root. Compared to plant manipulation, this skill is incredibly powerful. It can heal from the root and restore both physical strength and life force. Such a skill requires a lot of spiritual power, yet Wen Yuanan can use it twice. It seems the rumors from in his previous life, although Yi Yin was just an ordinary person in the concentration camp with many people around, he was able to learn a lot of news and rumors which required discerning truth from falsehood. Yi Yin had heard that healing-type special professions were extremely scarce. Those who possessed such a profession would be courted by any faction regardless of their affiliations, hoping to have healing-type professionals join their ranks. Factions with healing-type professionals would treat them like deities. Healing-type professionals possessed a powerful trait: their spiritual power was exceptionally strong. This must be an inherent attribute of the profession. Today, upon seeing the Holy Envoy, Yi Yin speculated that most healing professions had significant limitations. For instance, the Holy Envoy, once learned, could not learn the 3 main professions unless it was another special profession. This condition was not a constraint for Yi Yin, but for others it was a considerable limitation. Many people, upon encountering the 3 main professions, would fight fiercely, let alone the rare special professions. If today someone else obtained this profession and learned it, they would likely have to rely on this profession for a long time during the apocalypse. In the later stages of the apocalypse, as various factions developed, it would not be uncommon for factions to recruit healing-type professionals based on special professions. Today's condition of not being able to learn the 3 main professions was merely a limitation of the Holy Envoy. Other healing-type professions would have various different limitations. Such significant limitations also conferred a benefit to healing-type professions. Their spiritual power was exceedingly strong. At this moment, Wen Yuanan was the best proof. Yi Yin smiled in satisfaction, not revealing his speculations, as the 5 still had very little understanding of spiritual power, with 4 of them completely lacking it. Yi Yin looked at the excited Wen Yuanan and said, don't worry, I won't let you have only this one profession. Wen Yuan then shyly looked at Yi Yan. Of course I believe you. However, even if I have only this one profession in my life, I would be content. I don't want to see you injured while I can do nothing. As soon as Wen Yuan Nan finished speaking, the four around her began to tease. Wu Wu stifled a laugh. Yuan Nan, you're too much. If I had known, I wouldn't have let you learn this profession. Lu Wan also joked with Wen Yuan Nanya. Are you only going to treat Yi Yan? If we get hurt in the future, you probably won't even look at us. So biased. Ji Wenyu seizing the chance to hit back at Lu Wan. Then, why didn't you learn earlier? Lu Wan immediately grabbed Ji Wenyu's ear. You punk, now that you're an evolver you think you're so great. Watch how I deal with you. Wen Yuan Nan felt embarrassed by everyone's comments and hurriedly hid behind Yi Yan. Sugan, witnessing this scene, could hardly believe it was the apocalypse. It felt as if he had returned to the days before it all began just a few days ago. Yi Yan looked at the group and a smile unknowingly appeared on his face. He saw Sugan, who was silent across from him, and walked over, pulling out the gray pistol he had obtained from Wang Lei. You are a police officer, you should be very skilled with a gun, right? Yi Yan certainly knew he was stating the obvious. This person would become a renowned sharpshooter in the future, feared by all in the apocalypse. Yi Yan experienced in his past life, making people tremble in just 2 years. Sugan looked at the gray pistol in Yi Yan's hand. This gun was the weapon Wang Lei had used to instantly kill 3 of the police. Gun in his hand felt like a toy, completely outmatched. But now he was also an evolver. Everything was different. Let him hold this gun, not forgetting the humiliation and hatred of today, and bravely survive in the apocalypse. Sugan took the gray pistol, and the confusion in his eyes had vanished. Yi Yan and his group emerged from the trading session, and the dozen ordinary people who had regained their lives because of him looked at him with gratitude. At the same time, there was also expectation in their eyes. After today, they learned about evolutionist traders and the other side of the apocalypse that might be filled with hope. They too could become powerful and could kill zombies. And Yi Yan, as a strong individual, was their best support at this moment. Yi Yan looked at these people, and before they could speak said expressionlessly, give up, I won't take you with me. The faces of the crowd turned pale. They didn't understand that both Wang Lei and Zhang Deyu as evolutionists would continue to absorb ordinary people, even if those ordinary people knew that these evolutionists intended to use them as cannon fodder, sending them to the front lines to kill zombies. However, surviving like this might lead them to become evolutionists. At least they would have food every day. But Yi Yan and his group only numbered 6 and were no longer absorbing followers. They didn't understand, wasn't it better to have more people? That way they could kill many zombies. Sugan looked at these people with some pity, which was the most emotion he could offer at this moment. His character had greatly changed after the trampling just now. Sugan realized the cruelty of the apocalypse and understood that in this world strength was paramount. More importantly, from now on his life would be dedicated to becoming stronger and repaying Yi Yan. Therefore, he would have no excess feelings to give to others. From now on, whether it was his loyalty or his pain, it would only be shared with the members of this team. This was the apocalypse. Being part of such a team was already a great fortune. Yi Yan was not a saint. Although he had been reborn, he was ruthless and only wished to become stronger. However, every time he saw these helpless and weak individuals, he would recall his past self. At this moment, his heart would be filled with sadness, unwillingness, frustration, pity, and a range of complex emotions. Thus, he fell silent, waved his hand, and took out a substantial amount of food. Here, take this food and divide it among yourselves. You already know about the traders. From now on, it's up to you. These people had not been full for a long time, relying on the limited food from Sugan and the others to survive until now. Now seeing so much food, they were so excited that they almost cried. However, their respect for Yi Yan kept them from rushing forward. Yi Yan was undoubtedly a strong man, and taking them along would indeed be a burden. However, Yi Yan had saved them before, otherwise they would already be corpses by now. Now Yi Yan had also resolved their pressing needs by sharing food with them. Their gratitude towards Yi Yan could not be easily expressed in just a few words. Although they were very surprised by Yi Yan's method of producing food, clearly all 6 of them were empty-handed, yet with a wave of Yi Yan's hand such a large pile of food appeared. They tactfully did not ask, but continuously expressed their thanks to Yi Yan. Yi Yan waved his hand, saying no more, and prepared to leave the station with the 5, only to see the bodies of 3 police officers on the ground. Seeing their bodies still dressed in police uniforms, Yi Yan couldn't help but admire them in his heart. Even at such a time, they still thought of others. That was truly admirable. Yi Yan walked over and under the puzzled gazes of the crowd retrieved 3 police pistols from the bodies of the 3. He walked to Sugan's side, take out the gun. Sugan, although unsure of Yi Yan's intentions, trusted him greatly and took out the gray pistol that Yi Yan had given him earlier. Yi Yan activated his primary craftsman's skill, the homogeneous reinforcement technique. The 3 pistols disappeared one by one, and the gray pistol shimmered with brilliance. The crowd was stunned. Yi Yan looked at the pistol with satisfaction. As a craftsman, he was naturally sensitive to weapons. Just a glance was enough for him to determine the weapon's properties and power. Although the gray pistol had merely been reinforced by 3 ordinary pistols, its power had increased considerably. The ordinary people were even more dumbfounded, finally realizing that the apocalypse was not merely about evolutionists. The techniques Yi Yan had used to kill Zhang Deyu, as well as the method of making 3 pistols disappear into thin air, were making these people aware that there were many unknowns in this apocalypse. Under the astonished, awed, and grateful gazes of the crowd, Yi Yan led the group out of the station. At this moment, his goal was to head towards the concentration camp of his past life. He could not find his parents elsewhere, so according to the trajectory of his previous life, his parents would eventually reach the concentration. Yi Yan originally felt that he had gained a lot during this time, all his companions had become evolutionists, and they still had over 500 level 1 magic crystals, which was quite remarkable. However, when he thought of the colossal entity from his past life, he felt that he was still very small and far from enough. He had to continuously strengthen himself and his team before reaching the concentration camp. In this life, he had to seek revenge. The other 5 noticed that Yi Yan's expression had changed oddly, as if he had recalled something righteous and indignant, and they dared not interrupt. After Yi Yan calmed his emotions, he said, "We need to leave this small town now, as staying in a small place and trying to be the king is not a long-term solution. We need to go out and compete for resources to become stronger." The 5 understood this principle as well. In these past few days, they had personally experienced the cruelty and mysteries of the apocalypse. To survive, they had to become stronger and surpass everyone. Sugan said, "Boss, where are we going?" Yi Yan's eyes burned with intensity. "To a place I must annihilate." The others stared wide-eyed. During these past few days with Yi Yan, they had hardly seen him lose control or display such anger. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Yan suddenly switched the topic without warning. "If today I encounter a situation like..." Yi Yan did not continue. The other 5 looked at him seriously, and Lu Wan asked what. Yi Yan closed his eyes, the corner of his mouth curling into a helpless, yet somewhat tragic smile. "If today I encountered something I must obtain from this special trader, but lacked enough magic crystals, I would do the same as them." Wen Yuan's clear voice had no hesitation. "So what? They'll help you." Yi Yan suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the 5. Their eyes were resolute. The moment Yi Yan saved them, they had already decided to follow him in this apocalypse, no matter what. Even if he were a murderer, so what? They would accompany him in killing. What more reason did they need? Wasn't their determination echoed in their hearts 1,000 times? Although Yi Yan did not want to admit it, he felt a wave of emotion rising in his heart, which was gratitude. Not wanting to dwell on this, he turned to Sugan and asked, "Do you still have police cars at your station?" Sugan immediately replied, "Yes. We also have SWAT armored transport vehicles." Yi Yan's eyes lit up, and he said, "Great. Let's go get the cars now, and then leave this place." The 6 of them walked along the road, showing no intention of hiding. They were quite audacious. If ordinary people who still didn't know what evolutionists were saw this, they would surely be terrified. After a few conversations, Sugan understood about magic crystals and traders, realizing that to survive in the apocalypse, the first priority was to kill zombies and gather magic crystals. As a special police officer, Sugan was quite skilled. Even though his specialty was shooting, his physical abilities as a special police officer were certainly formidable. It was precisely because of this that these selfless special police officers could fight their way through hordes of zombies in supermarkets to deliver food to those in need, even without experience. With a few reminders, Sugan quickly mastered the techniques for killing zombies, and his advantages as a special police officer were clearly revealed. Only Yi Yan's speed in killing zombies surpassed him. The other 4 were astonished. Special police officers were indeed different from ordinary people. In an instant, he outpaced the other 4. Thus, although the group's pace was not slow, they were delayed somewhat by killing zombies and collecting magic crystals along the way. Upon returning to the police station, it was empty with no zombies inside, and there was still some food on the floor. Sugan sighed, saying, "When the apocalypse struck, most of my colleagues instantly turned into flesh-eating zombies. We had no choice but to painfully kill them. Later we guessed that the town's residents were living in dire straits without food, so we did our best to go out, kill zombies, raid supermarkets for food, and find people to share it with. Along the way, a few of our companions were infected by zombies, leaving only 4 of us. 3 were killed by Zhang Deyu, and now I am the only one left." Everyone fell silent listening to Sugan's words. Sugan led them to the garage, where the special police vehicle finally appeared before their eyes. It was an armored transport vehicle somewhat larger than an ordinary van, capable of holding a dozen people. The armored car was significantly taller than regular vehicles. The body was made entirely of bulletproof materials capable of withstanding powerful bullet fire. Only the front row for the driver had a glass window, which was also made of bulletproof material with a sturdy grid covering it. At the back of the vehicle, there were several very small windows high up. The vehicle was already high, making it impossible for an ordinary person to see inside from the outside. Entering from the back of the vehicle, the seats were arranged in 2 rows along the length of the vehicle rather than the ordinary sideways arrangement. This way there was ample space in the middle, even allowing a person to lie down and sleep there. The driving capabilities of the armored vehicle were even more impressive. This armored transport vehicle was equipped for the scenic area of the town. Because this scenic area had a high flow of people, emergencies were inevitable. Thus there was this well-equipped armored vehicle. Yi Yan was very satisfied with this vehicle, and the others also praised it. Sugan found the key to the armored vehicle, and along with Yi Yan and the others searched the police station for all the guns and ammunition they could find, resulting in a fruitful haul. Yi Yan looked at these rifles and pistols along with a large amount of ammunition and said to Sugan, "Don't worry, once my spirit energy is replenished, I will definitely strengthen your gun. We need rifles, and sniper rifles are also essential." Wen Yuan nudged the excited Sugan. "How about it? Isn't it great to follow Yi Yan? The evolutionists we encountered these days are all oppressing their subordinates. No one cares for everyone's well-being like Yi Yan, ensuring that everyone becomes stronger." Sugan sincerely replied, "That's just my good fortune. I happened to meet Boss Yi Yan in a life-and-death situation." The group packed up their things, and with Sugan driving, they finally left the town, winding along the mountain roads. At this moment, in a village not far from the town, several men had captured 3 women and pushed them to the ground in a room for the man sitting above to inspect. "Boss, these women were captured from the road. Except for being a bit dirty and smelly, they're not bad. What do you think?" The high-ranking man took a drag from his leaf cigarette and disdainfully appraised the three women. You dare bring such goods here. If I want to protect you, those adults won't agree. The men quickly pleaded for mercy while nearby people took the women away, and their fate was evidently bleak. Yi Yan shared the method of cultivating spiritual power with Wen Yuan, and while the others in the car fell silent, not wanting to disturb the two. Seeing Yi Yan and the others cultivating spiritual power while they had nothing to do, a sense of urgency crept into their hearts. This is a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. During their time in the car, they could do nothing. They couldn't kill zombies or improve their abilities. While Yi Yan and Wen Yuan could at least cultivate spiritual power, they could only close their eyes and rest, feeling as if they were being left behind. They too wanted to quickly become professionals. Following Yi Yan, they personally witnessed how he as a professional slaughtered his peers, and how he could kill second-level zombies with ease. At this moment, the little dumpling was not in Yi Yan's hat, but had jumped onto Lu Wan's lap, being scolded repeatedly by Ji Wenyu for being a naughty cat. When they left the small town, it was already afternoon. After 2 hours of driving, the sky was darkening, and if they continued, they would reach the nearest city to the town. At this moment, Yi Yan, who had been in a state of cultivating spiritual power, suddenly opened his eyes wide. He sensed something, and it was two things. One of them had a very familiar aura. It should be the traitor. The other was quite unfamiliar, an energy fluctuation that Yi Yan had never encountered before, very distinctive and clear. Yi Yan immediately told Su Gan, who was driving in front, "Stop. We need to turn." The others were puzzled. "Aren't we supposed to go to City S first?" Only Wen Yuan, upon seeing Yi Yan's expression, immediately guessed that he had sensed something again. Yi Yan, a bit excited, said, "Let's go to a place with good stuff first." Su Gan immediately obeyed and turned the car in another direction. Although finding his parents was urgent, Yi Yan knew that they wouldn't arrive at the concentration camp so quickly. If he arrived too early, it might trigger a butterfly effect, and he might never find his parents again. Therefore, he absolutely couldn't miss the opportunity to enhance his strength. He was aware of how powerful the concentration camp was, how ruthless the people inside were, and what his enemies were like. Thus, he couldn't afford to be careless. He had to continuously enhance his strength before arriving at the concentration camp. After driving for more than 10 minutes, Yi Yan called for a stop. The group got out of the car empty-handed, and Yi Yan stored the car into his spatial wristband. Previously, when he was storing food, he only occupied a little more than half of the space, leaving a lot of room for the car. Originally, he thought it would be a large vehicle, but it turned out to be the size of a van, so it was very easy to store it. Yi Yan led the way. If his senses were correct, the 2 light points should be halfway up this mountain. At this moment, the sky was about to darken. Yi Yan reminded the others, "Be careful. When night falls, these mutated plants and animals will become even more dangerous." In fact, they were already very alert without Yi Yan's warning. Ever since they took the mountain road and saw the situation on the mountain, they understood. Some plants that were once normal began to grow wildly. In just a few days, some plants had grown 10 times larger than before. It looked extraordinarily eerie, as if they had entered a magical world. Furthermore, these plants were moving in strange ways. At this moment, they finally understood Yi Yan's words. Both animals and plants had mutated. The group hurried forward, and soon they heard voices ahead. "Where can we find women?" "Really?" "Exactly. There are only a few places nearby where people live. The surviving ones have already gathered here. Where would... It's just luck if we catch a fleeing woman on the road. The boss won't be satisfied." "Hey, keep your voices down. Are you trying to get yourselves killed? If the boss finds out, it doesn't matter if he questions you or not. If the higher-ups find out you're..." The group was clearly frightened and whispered a few words before falling silent. When they walked a few more meters and saw Yi Yan and his group, they were all shocked. This is unbelievable. While walking through this vegetation, they hadn't heard a single footstep. However, upon reflection, it was normal since they had over 10 people all walking and talking, so not hearing the commotion in front was reasonable. But when they clearly saw the 3 women among the 6 in front of them, they were all speechless in surprise, thinking they were dreaming. They actually encountered women. Moreover, these 3 women were not only clean, but also exceptionally beautiful. Bringing these 3 women back, they would definitely have nothing to say this time. However, looking at the 3 men, aside from one who seemed a bit strong, the other 2 looked like they wouldn't even dare to kill a zombie. Bringing them back would just get them scolded. When Yi Yan saw this group of people, he was slightly shocked. Among these more than 10 people, there was actually an evolver. Logically, since this was a village, the population was originally small, and having one evolver was already remarkable. However, from their previous conversation, it was clear that their boss was someone else. This person was merely a subordinate. The leading evolver, Lu Longfei, was the first to regain his senses, but his gaze remained fixed on the women you escaped from. "We have a survivor base here. Do you want to join us?" The others remained silent, looking at Yi Yan. Yi Yan nodded slightly. Although Lu Longfei felt a bit displeased, he didn't show it. Over the past few days, he had deeply realized that in this apocalypse, without absolute certainty, it was best not to offend anyone. Though these few people appeared ordinary and posed no concern for him, it was still wise to be cautious. However, Lu Longfei's little brother was not happy about this. Deng Peng saw that these people showed no signs of gratitude, and he immediately felt angry. In recent days, which survivor had found their way here out of desperation and not begged to join them? Yet these people, while taking the initiative to join them, acted as if it were a matter of course, showing not a hint of appreciation. "Hey, you guys are really out of line. Do you think joining our survivor base is as simple as just wanting to join?" Deng Peng looked arrogantly at the 3 men, not being harsh toward the 3 women. Wen Yuan chuckled to himself. Although Ding Peng was just an ordinary person, he had killed quite a few zombies in recent days and was no longer the same as before. In the base, he had to bow and submit to those evolvers, but when facing other ordinary people, he didn't need to act like a subordinate. Just today, he had caught a few women for the boss, but after disappointing him, he had been taught a lesson and was feeling quite displeased. These people had come right into his gun sights. The others were watching the show, showing no signs of wanting to intervene. Yi Yan looked at him, and when Yuan Nan and the others thought he was about to kill, but unexpectedly Yi Yan smiled really. Then thank you very much. Ding Peng felt a bit of face returned, and didn't forget to flatter Lu Longfei, quickly pointing at him, and saying just saying thank you to me is enough. You must also thank our brother Longfei. Yi Yan smiled without any hesitation. Brother Longfei, thank you very much for allowing us to join you. Lu Longfei smiled with satisfaction. Joining us doesn't mean you get to eat for free. You still have to kill zombies. Can you handle that? As soon as Lu Longfei said this, everyone began to laugh recklessly. Ha! With their weak appearance. Killing zombies. Ha! That's hilarious. Deng Peng, why are you talking about evolvers to them? Do they even know what an evolver is? It's truly funny. I bet that just walking among these mutated plants would scare the When Yuan Nan and the 5 others were trying to suppress their laughter. They had never seen their boss endure like this before and truly didn't know what he was planning. And Ji Wenyu and Su Gan had not taken pride for long, when Deng Peng, feeling happy and having laughed enough, pointed at the two of them and said, hey, you two are wooden heads. You don't need to say thank you. The smiles on their faces froze, and they could only force a smile and say thank you, brother Longfei. Seeing the two of them with flushed faces, these people thought they were scared and started to laugh continuously. Deng Peng looked at the 3 beauties with satisfaction and said in a gentle voice, as for these 3 ladies, there's no need to. Later when we go in, we'll treat you to a big feast. No need to hold back. The 3 women exchanged glances and smiled as they nodded. The others were even happier seeing the 3 women not showing any resistance and smiling at them. As for these beauties, forcing them doesn't yield good results. It's better when they are understanding like this. They had no idea that Lu Wan and the others were not laughing at them, or because of their promises of a great feast. The 3 of them were laughing at Yi Yan and the others. Thus a group of them led the way, feeling relaxed and chatting happily as they walked toward the mountainside. Not only did they accomplish the urgent task of bringing back 3 women, but they also gained 3 laborers. With new arrivals, they could bully and tease them. Along the way, these people continued to tease Yi Yan and the others, making disgusting jokes to amuse the 3 women. They didn't know that the 3 women were laughing heartily, not because of their vulgar jokes or belittling the 3 men, but simply because it was too amusing to see Yi Yan and the others not fight back. Deng Peng walked in front, feigning a compassionate look. Sigh. You must have gone hungry following these 3 useless ones before. Don't worry. After you join us, we will ensure you are well fed every day. A series of bell-like laughter came from behind, and Deng Peng became even prouder. As the saying goes, if you choose a man, choose one with ability. What use is a man who can't even feed you? You 3 are truly useless. Once you join us, we will definitely train you well. You can't be as soft as you are now. Hearing this, Ji Wenyu could no longer hold back, her face contorted with anger. Soft. All right. They'll show you what a man is right now. But when Ji Wenyu glanced at Yi Yan, he had a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, completely ignoring the man's words as if they were just a joke. Ji Wenyu, calm down. The 3 women in front burst into laughter upon hearing this. At this moment, not far ahead, a loud shout suddenly rang out. Damn it. Stop laughing. Shut up. The group had already arrived at the base entrance, and the one cursing was the man on duty at the entrance. Deng Peng wore a displeased expression and immediately walked over to the man, saying, You idiot. Who are you cursing at? Can't you see who's here? The man, seeing Deng Peng, instantly changed to a fawning demeanor. Brother Deng. Of course I know it's you. The newcomers don't understand the rules and must be scolded. Deng Peng slapped the man on the head. Don't you see what kind of newcomer it is? Only then did the man notice the group slowly walking up from behind, and his eyes were immediately captivated by the 3 women unable to move. This is the apocalypse after all. How could there still be such clean and beautiful women? The women serving them were mostly captured and forced into servitude. Moreover, there were no conditions for bathing, and they smelled terrible, some parts even emanating a sour odor. Having grown accustomed to those types of women, seeing these goddesses made them feel as if they had encountered fairies. Deng Peng slapped the man on the head again. What are you staring at? Is it your turn? The man awkwardly smiled and said to the 3 women, Ladies, I sincerely apologize. If I had known they were girls, how could I possibly scold them? Don't mind me. Then the man noticed Yi Yan and the others behind, and his expression changed rapidly. You guys, what are you making noise about in the middle of the night? The women couldn't help but chuckle at this scene. Deng Peng then remembered that there were still Yi Yan and the others behind, and reluctantly walked over to Yi Yan. He told the man, You call 2 people to take them to the back room and assign them work. You must train these 3 pretty boys hard. We don't feed idle people here. The man immediately agreed, and when Deng Peng ignored Yi Yan and the others. In his eyes, Yi Yan and the 3 would be the lowest ranking people in the base from now on, who wouldn't even dare to kill zombies, and could only do the most humiliating and exhausting tasks. If they still couldn't kill zombies after a while, they would have to be taken out to feed the zombies. After all, food is very scarce. Those who can't kill zombies are useless, and nobody wants to feed them. He finally looked at Yi Yan with disdain, and then cheerfully said to Wu Wu and the others, Your treatment will be different. I'll take you to meet our boss now. The 3 women exchanged a glance with Yi Yan, and seeing he had no indication, Yi Yan and the 3 were led by 2 people to the other side of the base. This used to be a village with a reasonable area, and However, after the apocalypse, the crops here mutated and no longer belonged to humanity, so the area of the base is relatively small now. Several exits of the village were guarded and many people were wandering around patrolling. The appearance of Wen Yuanan and the others caused quite a stir. After all, they were beautiful women who attracted attention even in peaceful times and were even rarer in the apocalypse. As they admired the beauty of the three, they whispered among themselves, "What a pity. If only I could have them. You must be dreaming. Even our boss doesn't dare touch them. When would it be your turn? Alas, so pitiful. Clearly so beautiful, I can't imagine how wrinkled they will become instantly, looking like they are in their 50s. Oh, I really can't imagine. If only we could enjoy them before that." Yi Yin and the three followed the two, observing the situation in the base. Using this place as a base is not a long-term solution. Once the mutated crops and plants near the base reach a certain stage, they will know the terror. However, this was just Yi Yan's random thought. He couldn't worry too much. In the short half-minute it took him to walk, he sensed nearly 10 auras of evolved beings. This shocked him greatly. In a base with less than 100 people, there were actually 10 evolved beings. You must remember, it's only the third day of the apocalypse. A small power actually has 10 evolved beings. Yi Yin couldn't imagine how these people had obtained so many magic crystals in such a short time, unless there are others like him who have had fortuitous encounters. Moreover, the fluctuations he had sensed earlier were indeed. After entering, Yi Yan's feelings grew even stronger. Could it be that the treasure he sensed is what made the people in this base evolve so quickly? The two leading Yi Yin and the others kept explaining the rules of the place, telling them to behave with words that dripped with disdain. However, Yi Yin and the others remained silent. The two thought Yi Yin and the others were quite obedient, at least not abrasive. After all, in the apocalypse, if you have no power but a bad temper, it's just seeking death. In such circumstances, even the worst-tempered people become patient and able to play along. Upon reaching a secluded house, one opened the door and a pungent smell assaulted them. One said, "You will stay here tonight. Don't wander around. If those evolved beings kill you, don't say, 'I didn't warn you.'" Another saw they had not moved for a long time and kicked towards Sugan. "Damn, what are you dawdling for?" Before he could finish speaking, he froze in place. Sugan had grabbed his leg in midair with an irresistible force. He looked at Sugan in shock. Could such power really belong to an ordinary person? Sugan coldly stared at him. "Next time your leg will be broken." The man went limp and fell to the ground. In that instant he understood. The person before him was an evolved being. This sense of oppression and helplessness could only be felt from the evolved beings high above in the base. The other person was also shocked upon witnessing this. He opened his mouth ready to call for help to notify the others in the base, but Ji Wenyu was quick to deliver a palm strike to his neck, and he fell unconscious instantly. Sugan smiled at Ji Wenyu. "Not bad. Just from hearing me, once you mastered this method." Ji Wenyu smiled shyly. Yi Yin sensed two energy fluctuations at the center of the base and said, "Let's go. Lu Wan and the others should be there. There are more than 10 evolved beings in this base. I was previously at ease letting them follow, but now it seems if they encounter any danger and expose their identities, it will be dire for them." Upon hearing this, the two immediately grew anxious and followed Yi Yin at high speed. Although Sugan had only just joined the team today, he already regarded this as his home for the future. Yi Yin and the others were his companions, and aside from Yi Yin being the leader, the others held the same status in his heart. Sugan, who was previously very loyal and dedicated in the police system, now considered himself one of Yi Yan's group, naturally worrying greatly about Lu Wan and the others. If anything happened to them, his anger would not be less than that of Yi Yin and Ji Wenyu. At this moment, in a two-story small villa in the base, Zhang Yang's eyes sparkled upon seeing Lu Wan and the others. At the same time, he sighed, lamenting that he had no chance to enjoy any of them. A hint of lewdness flashed in his eyes, but he tried to cover it up, not wanting them to feel disgusted. He needed to convince these three women to willingly serve the adults who would arrive soon. Those adults favored obedient and compliant women. If a woman resisted, they would be displeased and vent their anger on him. Although these women were indeed beautiful and very clean, even if they resisted, those people wouldn't get angry, or instead they might find it amusing. However, if they willingly complied and pleased those adults, they might just make him earn more 1-star evolution agents, and perhaps even a 2-star evolution agent. So he must convince these three women. At the critical moment, revealing those adults' identities might make them agree. After all, in this apocalypse, strength and power are the best temptations. Although he would conceal from them what would happen after serving those adults. Deng Peng, seeing Zhang Yang was very satisfied, immediately took credit. "Boss, how about it? Are you satisfied this time? The three beauties Lu Wan are very willing to join us." Zhang Yang, thinking of his 2-star evolution agent, happily said, "Good. Your quota is advanced. The next 1-star evolution agent is yours." Deng Peng's eyes widened, almost falling to the ground. Then he immediately thanked profusely, almost kneeling down. "Thank you, boss, thank you. I will work even harder in the future." After bringing the women in, Long Fei went out. He had more urgent matters to attend to and more important people to please. Zhang Yang let Deng Peng go out while he stayed with the three women in the room. His previous generous agreement to Deng Peng's evolution agent was also for them to see, letting them know that their resources were very powerful. 1-star evolution agents are not as rare as in other places. In the room, there were two other evolved beings, Zhang Yang's confidants, whose strength was also among the top in the base. Zhang Yang showed his happiest smile and said to the three women, "Ladies, I still don't know your names." Lu Wan directly said, "I'm Lu Wan, she's Wu Wu, and she's Wen Yuan." There was no expression on their faces. The other two also appeared disinterested, as if they had no interest in what was happening now. Zhang Yang was stunned for a moment. This was different from what Deng Peng had said. Why did they seem not very eager to join them? He thought to himself, beautiful women naturally have a bit of pride. As long as he satisfied their vanity and desires, it would be. After all, he wanted them to willingly serve those adults so he could earn more resources and might even become a 2-star evolver. Zhang Yang smiled and said, ladies, our base is very safe. There is no shortage of food. The 3 women, Zhang Yang continued. Also, we have many evolved beings in our base. It's been 3 days since the apocalypse broke out. I'm sure you all know what evolved beings are, right? Yes, we know. Lu Wan impatiently replied. Zhang Yang's face stiffened for a moment. Then he suppressed his anger and said, well, to not hide it from you, our base has 23 1-star evolved beings. At this moment, when Yuan Nan and the others could no longer maintain their calm and disdain. Within this base, there were actually 23 evolvers. The number far exceeded any team they had encountered before and far surpassed their own. Seeing that the 3 women finally reacted, Zhang Yang became smug and gently said, don't worry, as long as you join us and become evolvers, it won't be difficult at all. You heard it too, as long as my subordinates make me happy, I can let them become evolvers. The 3 women exchanged uneasy glances, their eyes filled with vigilance and worry. Zhang Yang stepped down from his high seat and walked to Wu Wu's side, attempting to take her hand, but she pushed him away. Let me tell you the truth, since you are here, you must know what we are planning. Yes, in the apocalypse, a woman's only role is to please men. Since you have come here, you must have implicitly accepted this fact. What I want you to do is serve those adults, make them happy, and whatever they want to do with your bodies, just let them do it. Do not let them be dissatisfied, otherwise I will have no way to save you. Lu Wan and the others displayed expressions of disgust, but upon hearing Zhang Yang refer to those adults, their hearts became even more alert. He actually didn't want to do such disgusting things, not for any other reason, but because he had someone above him. He even referred to those people as adults. What was going on? 23 evolvers in this remote village was already very strange, so who were those adults? Zhang Yang noticed that the expressions on the women's faces were not good, and he thought that his words had completely won them over. Don't worry, as long as you make those adults happy, you won't need me to help you. Those adults will naturally let you live a completely different life. The other 2 evolvers nearby were sneering. This Zhang Yang was truly wicked. What use would women who serve those adults have? Just look at these 3. Even if they were as beautiful as celestial beings, after serving once, they would quickly age, their bodies withering, and they wouldn't live for more than a few months. Zhang Yang actually claimed they could have a better life. By then, not to mention those adults, even if these 3 women were thrown back, the ordinary people in the base would no longer look at them. However, preparations still needed to be made. Without them serving willingly, and with hope, how could they please those adults and gain better resources? Alas, what a pity. Because these 3 women were just too beautiful. Such goods are not only highly sought after in the apocalypse, but even in peaceful times they would drive men crazy. Just then, hurried footsteps were heard outside, and the expressions of Zhang Yang and the others suddenly changed. Bang! The door was violently thrown open. The newcomers were not the subordinates they had expected, but 3 completely unfamiliar men. And the aura emitted by these 3 men was undoubtedly that of evolvers. Before Zhang Yang could react, he felt a chill at his neck, and his heart sank in shock as he instinctively dodged to the side. But he was still a moment too late. His shoulder was slashed with a bloody gash. As an evolver, he hadn't been injured in a long time, and had forgotten the sensation of pain. Zhang Yang and the 2 subordinates in the room stared in shock at the coldly standing Wu Wu, who held a bloodied battle knife. This woman was actually also an evolver, and quite powerful. Meanwhile, Lu Wan and Yuan Nan beside her no longer concealed their auras, and suddenly unleashed the aura of 1-star evolvers. Zhang Yang looked at the sudden turn of events with some fear, not expecting that 6 evolvers had silently infiltrated his. Were the other evolvers in the base completely oblivious? How could they not feel that these people were evolvers? This was actually the special ability that Yi Yan had obtained while guarding the extraordinary beast. This ability to conceal one's aura could be shared with companions for a limited time, allowing them to also hide their prey. Thus, even if the base were full of enemy evolvers, and they were stronger than Yuan Nan and the 3 women, they still hadn't discovered that the 3 of them were evolvers. Zhang Yang's mind was a mess. He couldn't understand why so many of them couldn't detect that the others were evolvers. While he could feel that the opponents were strong, the 3 women were not strong enough to hide their evolver auras in front of him. How had he not noticed at all just now? Zhang Yang glared viciously at Wu Wu and the others, sneering, so you knew you were evolvers all along. Impressive. Lu Wan rolled her eyes at him dismissively. What does it have to do with you? Zhang Yang was enraged. The moment the door was smashed open, he had smelled the pungent scent of blood. The 3 of them had entered here, indicating that they had defeated. No, probably killed the guards outside. However, although most of the evolvers in the base had gone out to greet those adults, there were still at least a dozen evolvers remaining. Yi Yan looked at Zhang Yang and coldly said, worried about your evolver subordinates. Zhang Yang's face turned even paler. Could it be? This man gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. When that woman called Wu Wu made her move, he had already sensed that she was very strong. But this man in front of him, who was clearly the leader of this group, felt not only strong, but also incredibly unfathomable. Yet Zhang Yang could distinctly sense that he was indeed an 1-star evolver. Yi Yan continued, as for your subordinates, the ones who were perceptive have already been defeated by me. Those who charged in recklessly and provoked me I killed. I've encountered 5 or 6 evolvers, all fearless, but they are probably out of breath by now. Zhang Yang was furious. 5 or 6 evolvers. How many women and precious items would he need to offer to obtain so many evolution agents? Previously, when those adults found him, they had directly given him 10 bottles of 1-star evolution agents, asking him to work for them, helping them search for women and treasures. With the support of those adults, he had become the boss of this base. But now as the number of evolvers in the base increased, he also began to worry about the future. If he made a serious mistake, the position of the boss could easily change hands. Now that several evolvers had died so suddenly, he could already imagine what would happen next. At that moment, several people rushed in from outside, surrounding Yi Yan and the others. They were the evolvers who had not appeared before. The 7 of them were smarter than those evolvers who had previously died. Upon seeing that they were not Yi Yan's match, they did not reveal themselves. Now knowing that those people were returning, they all came in to control Yi Yan. One evolver looked at Zhang Yang, his eyes devoid of the previous fear. Zhang Yang, what's wrong with you? How did you get injured? You weren't beaten by these women, were you? He chuckled when those adults arrived. Zhang Yang, with so many core members dead in the base, you better think of a good excuse. As Zhang Yang's face turned ashen, he knew his situation was dire and chose not to offend anyone easily. Because this was the apocalypse. A reality harsher than ever. Zhang Yang's shoulder injury was neither light nor heavy, yet he did not dare to strike at Yi Yan easily. He clearly understood that he was no match for this young man. But those adults were different. No matter how powerful Yi Yan was, he was certainly not a match for those people. Those people were monsters. Not something that could simply be summed up with the term evolver. As long as they could trap them until those adults arrived and hand over the treasures, these people would die, right? By then, if they could obtain the treasures, the anger of those adults might be alleviated a bit, and they wouldn't kill him. With some luck, he might even keep his position. The 7 evolvers who surrounded Yi Yan and the others were all on high alert. Although they were mocking Zhang Yang, they did not dare to act recklessly. Because they had clearly seen Yi Yan's strength outside. Now that they dared to come in, it was merely because they calculated that the other evolvers in the base were about to return and those adults would come together. If those adults returned and found them cowardly hiding outside, they would definitely die a miserable death. Now Zhang Yang, as the boss, had allowed such a situation to arise in the base and had even been injured by a woman. This was their best opportunity to rise up. Thus they dared to enter and surround Yi Yan and the others, but no one dared to make a move. Not only Yi Yan, even the 2 men beside him, any one of them was stronger than they were. After they rushed in, they were even more astonished to find that these 3 women were also evolvers. Moreover, the woman who had injured Zhang Yang was actually on par with the 2 men beside Yi Yan, capable of injuring Zhang Yang. How terrifying was this? With so many evolvers, they couldn't handle even one woman. This 6-person team was truly extraordinary. The 2 evolvers who had always been with Zhang Yang and guarded him from the beginning had now recognized the situation and joined the 7-person team. The 9 surrounded Yi Yan and his 6 companions, yet maintained a certain distance, clearly very wary. When Yuan Nan knew that these people were wary of Yi Yan's strength and would absolutely not dare to attack them, they could only wait for whatever adults they were talking about. So he said to Yi Yan, how many evolvers did you kill just now? Yi Yan frowned. He only had a rough idea, not an exact count. Beside him, when you said 5. When Yuan Nan said heavily 5 plus the 10 in the room, now there are still 8 evolvers. At this moment, even Yi Yan was puzzled. He clearly sensed about a dozen evolvers. How could there still be 8? When Yuan Nan said, Zhang Yang said there are 23 evolvers here, some must have gone out to meet those adults. One person immediately said, are you scared? We have 23 evolvers, do you 6 think you can win? When those adults arrive, you will know how insignificant you are. You will definitely pay for what you did just now. You will regret killing so many of us. Yi Yan's confusion grew. How could a small remote village base produce 23 evolvers in just 3 days? It was simply too strange. At this moment, the white light that had been in Yi Yan's mind flickered in the corner of the room. Yi Yan smiled. No matter how many evolvers they have or what adults they have, we will take what we need and leave. The people around Zhang Yang were utterly confused. What was going on? What did they want to take? Yi Yan ignored these people and walked directly towards the back of Zhang Yang's seat. Those who surrounded Yi Yan did not dare to act recklessly. Although they felt unwilling inside, they obediently stepped aside, not daring to approach Yi Yan with no intention of trapping him. Yi Yan swaggered towards that direction, and only then did those people react, their faces turning pale. How did he know that the thing had been carefully kept there after they found it, and no one was allowed to touch it easily? Even Zhang Yang had only glimpsed. Now they were just waiting for the adults to come and take it away. How did this person know? Zhang Yang could no longer care about anything else, and could only stand in front of Yi Yan, his eyes filled with horror as he looked at Yi Yan, stammering, you. How do you know? Yi Yan smiled. Are you going to stop me? Although Yi Yan had a smile on his face, Zhang Yang could see clearly that there was no emotion in his eyes. Even if there were other emotions, they were all greed. That greed was something Zhang Yang was all too familiar with. It was an emotion everyone possessed in the apocalypse. However, the greed in Yi Yan's eyes gave him an extremely dangerous feeling, as if that greed would bestow Yi Yan with. In an instant, sweat soaked his entire body. In front of Yi Yan, he had no thought of contending with him. This was absolute strength suppression. Although Zhang Yang felt unwilling in his heart and thought of the terrifying adults, his body involuntarily moved aside. Dying now was surely better than dying a moment later, right? After all, the adults would arrive soon. Even if Yi Yan took something, he couldn't run far. Because no matter how formidable Yi Yan was, he was definitely no match for those adults. Thinking of those people filled Zhang Yang's heart with fear deeper than his fear of Yi Yan. As Yi Yan walked that way, when Yuan Nan and the others were about to follow, But those people were the type to bully the weak. Just now, when Yi Yan went out, they could obediently step aside, but they didn't need to for these few people. Could it be that they really wanted to lose all face today? A cold smile crossed Su Gan's face as he drew out a gray pistol, raised it instantly, and fired a shot with a speed that left everyone stunned. Bang! The man blocking the front of the few was shot in the forehead, his eyes widening as he fell down. The people beside him immediately backed away, looking at Su Gan and his group. They saw that the man was already lifeless, his forehead gradually turning black, which was quite eerie. This bullet earlier in the car, Yi Yan had enchanted the gray pistol with snake scales, making all the bullets fired carry toxicity. However, the toxicity of the pistol goes through the gun to the bullets, so this toxicity is weaker compared to Yi Yan's battle blade, but it is still very useful. The other people besides Su Gan did not seem easy to provoke either. The woman who had injured Zhang Yang was also. Everyone dared not stop them any longer and could only let the few pass. In a corner of the room, a curtain that was originally hanging there was pulled over, forming a triangle in that corner. Yi Yan was excited in his heart and quickly pulled down the curtain. Inside stood a traitor with a green hook jade, emitting a faint glow, utterly lifeless. Next to the traitor, there was another item. It was a purple crystal. This was the other energy fluctuation that Yi Yan sent. Yi Yan picked up the crystal, and all about it flooded into his mind. This was a dual-class crystal. It allowed the user to learn 2 main professions. This item would definitely be an invaluable treasure to others, because in the apocalypse the 3 main professions are always easier to obtain than special professions. If he obtained this crystal, he could learn 2 main professions. However, for Yi Yan, who could sense the traitor and the treasure, special professions were nothing remarkable. Yet this item in front of him could also be considered a treasure delivered right to his door. How could he not learn it? Moreover, Yi Yan was originally fond of another main profession, and he felt somewhat regretful after learning the lightning mage profession. Thinking of that other profession, Yi Yan couldn't help but recall a certain acquaintance from his previous life. He wondered if he had made it to the concentration camp. At this moment, seeing Yi Yan unceremoniously take the dual-class crystal, those people felt their hearts chill. That was something meant to be offered to those adults. It had already been agreed that if this Yi Yan used it even when they arrived, they couldn't let him spit it out. Killing him would be futile. They would definitely suffer retribution for it. Those capricious adults might kill them all if they were displeased. Some people were itching to make a move, but the 5 from Wu Wu directly blocked their view, glaring at them with threatening eyes. One person stepped forward, his voice trembling. There was fear of Yi Yan, but more was the fear of the adults in their mouths. Yi Yan, I warn you, that thing is not something you can touch. Those people are about to arrive. If they find out you used that thing, you will definitely be dead today. In their hearts, Yi Yan's strength was indeed terrifying. His team was also very elite. However, compared to those adults, it seemed like a small witch facing a great witch. Even if Yi Yan's strength was 10 times stronger, he was still no match for those people. Once those people arrived, Yi Yan and his group would definitely be doomed. The only difference was whether Yi Yan would use this crystal. If he used it, those adults would surely be enraged. They would also suffer the consequences. Yi Yan scoffed, with such a good thing right in front of me, how could I not use it? After saying that, amidst the astonished and terrified gazes of everyone, Yi Yan crushed the dual-class crystal. These people were filled with terror, almost cursing out loud. Zhang Yang looked at Yi Yan frantically, his eyes bloodshot. Yi Yan, you're finished. This is the adult's thing. How dare you touch it? You will die. You can't escape their grasp. This lunatic. He's done for. He actually used the adult stuff. Hee. Just wait, he'll soon realize that with his little strength this is completely not the case. There are people beyond people. Don't be too arrogant. We'll see how you get slaughtered to death later. Watching these people's crazy expressions when Yuan Nan and the others actually showed rare worry on their faces. From the beginning, these people's mouths had been talking about those adults, showing great reverence towards them. Now seeing Yi Yan snatch the adult's item, they were so agitated, as if they too would be finished. Could it be that the adults they spoke of were truly that formidable? At that moment, a group of people arrived outside the base. Leading them was the previous Lu Longfei, followed by other evolvers. Behind these people were 3 individuals dressed in black robes covering their entire bodies. Before they even reached the base, the strong smell of blood reached them, hastening their pace back. At this moment, upon seeing the scene in the base, they were momentarily stunned. Blood flowed like rivers. However, the opposing side did not go for total annihilation, as if they had some important matter pressing them. Lu Longfei could not believe it. The base had left behind a large number of evolvers. What kind of invaders could cause such heavy losses? One of the individuals in black robes, upon seeing this scene, disdainfully let out a strange cry and said, after giving you so many resources, is this the strength you show us? Do you all want to die or something? The 8 evolvers trembled in their hearts, filled with immense terror, not knowing how to respond. Another person in black robes sneered, his voice icy. Hee. It's just a small base. If it's destroyed, then it's destroyed. I hope those items don't get snatched away. The 8 people sensed a strong warning and smell of death from this, breaking out in a cold sweat. The last person spoke, his voice clearly not as cold as the other 2, finally showing some humanity, yet his words seemed heartless. I am quite curious what kind of person can reduce this 100-person base with so many evolvers to such a state. I really want to fight him. One person said, stop the nonsense. Hurry and take us there. If the items are lost, you all will accompany them to the grave. Lu Longfei immediately led the 3 towards the center of the base. At this moment, Yi Yan and the others. Yi Yan was still a certain distance away from Yuan Nan and the others. He wanted to bring everyone over to check on the traitor. Desperate, the crowd went mad at the sight, completely disregarding their inner concerns, and surrounded Yuan Nan and the others. Mad. What else do you want to do? If you get the items from the trader, what are we supposed to do? If you want to die, don't take us with you. These people had bloodshot eyes as if disaster was imminent, and they were ready to fight to the death. Seeing this scene, a trace of vigilance finally appeared in Yi Yan's heart. Could it be that the person they spoke of was truly that strong? Although Yi Yan believed that within 3 days of the apocalypse his strength had grown to this level, there were hardly any who could reach his level. However, the appearance of these people was genuinely fearful. Yi Yan felt an ominous premonition. Even though all the magic crystals were on him, he could fully enter trading time. But when Yuan Nan and the 5 were being held back and couldn't enter with him. At that time, if a formidable enemy appeared that even Yi Yan couldn't defeat, they could choose the random teleportation of the trader. Wu Wu drew out the gray battle blade, and those who surrounded them immediately felt a jolt in their hearts. However, they did not step aside as easily as before. Their fear of the adults suppressed their fear of Yi Yan's group. In their hearts, those adults were far stronger than Yi Yan. But even so, they were not Yi Yan's match at all, nor were they a match for Wu Wu's eyes turned cold, and he charged forward. When Yuan Nan and the others also drew their weapons and rushed towards the surrounding people. Sugan did not draw his gun, but instead took out a cold weapon. In an instant, fighting broke out everywhere. Among them, Wu Wu and Sugan had the most powerful strengths, instantly killing anyone they encountered. The other 3 were not that strong, and those people immediately targeted them. Yi Yan exploded with speed in an instant, wanting to rush over to help. But at that moment, a flash of white light appeared, and Yi Yan was startled, forced to halt. Someone could actually push him back under his speed. Yi Yan was pushed back a few steps by the strong force, and alarms rang out in his. A man in a black robe held a long white crescent blade exuding a dangerous aura, and looked up at Yi Yan with a smile, revealing a handsome face. Hello. Yi Yan's eyes narrowed. A 2-star evolver. At the same time, 2 other dark figures flashed into the room, followed by a group of evolvers who filed in. The previously desperate individuals revealed expressions of awe upon seeing the 3 men in black, and surprisingly, they all fell to their knees. The fear that Wu Wu and Sugan had instilled in them was cast aside, though they still couldn't comprehend why there was such a vast disparity despite all being 1-star evolvers. In just a brief exchange of blows, Wu Wu and Sugan had killed 5 of their fellow evolvers. Everyone knelt down, and the atmosphere in the room became exceedingly strange. The moment the men in black appeared, Sugan and the others felt an overwhelming sense of crisis. These 3 were exceptionally powerful. The one who intercepted Yi Yan had an unfathomable aura about him. Could it be? This was their first time witnessing Yi Yan being blocked in such a situation. The situation was dire. The instant the men in black appeared, Yi Yan was intercepted and forced to retreat. Meanwhile, everyone in the room ceased their actions. In the next moment, when Yuan Nan and the others flashed back to Yi Yan's side, Lu Jingxi scanned Yi Yan and his companions for a second, instantly recognizing that they were 6 1-star evolvers, then disdainfully looked away. Confusion also lingered in his mind. 6 1-star evolvers were nothing he deemed noteworthy. Yet these 6 had managed to turn this base of 100 upside down. Although he could see that the strength of these 6 far exceeded that of ordinary 1-star evolvers, especially 3 among them, one in particular facing Mutong, was the strongest. But what of it? These 3 were not ordinary evolvers. He and Gao Wei were 1-star evolvers, while Mutong was already a 2-star evolver. They need not regard these 6 individuals with any seriousness. As long as they wished, these 6 could be killed instantly. Lu Jingxi merely glanced at Yi Yan and shifted his gaze to the kneeling individuals. His expression cold, he spoke, "Where are the goods?" The others immediately buried their heads lower, despair and madness surging, their scalps tingling. No one dared to speak. When the later arriving Lu Longfei discovered the root cause of all this chaos was someone they had brought back, he was utterly shocked. These 6 were all evolvers, and yet he had been completely oblivious. It was truly terrifying and bizarre. And then he looked at Yi Yan, who had previously been polite to him. His power was surprisingly formidable, making him feel alarmed just by glancing at him. But what of it? Now that the 3 lords had arrived, no matter how strong Yi Yan was, he would die here today. Thinking this, Lu Longfei finally suppressed his surprise, looking at Zhang Yang, who was kneeling on the ground, bleeding profusely from his shoulder, a cold smile forming in his heart. Seeing Zhang Yang kneeling aside, Lu Zhenqi's eyes narrowed, and he stepped forward, brutally kicking his wound. Zhang Yang's injury was already serious, and with no blood clotting, the flesh wound was brutally kicked, causing him to. He rolled to the side from the force, but gritted his teeth, refusing to utter a sound. Lu Jingxi squinted, looking at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, where are the goods? Meanwhile, Mutong, leisurely observing the scene, noticed the curtain drawn aside in the corner, and the solitary trader casually remarked, "They should have already taken them, right?" Zhang Yang desperately bowed his head. "I was wrong. I was wrong. It was Yi Yan. It was them. We simply couldn't The sound of his head striking the ground echoed clearly. Gao Wei, though silent, frowned at what he heard, and before anyone could react, he charged forward and swiftly severed Zhang Yang's head. Everyone present gasped in shock. Yet they were not surprised by this scene. These individuals were unreasonable, and it was not only because of their own formidable strength, but also due to the enormous forces backing them. No one made a sound. Only then did Lu Jingxi look directly at Yi Yan. "Did you take the goods?" His eyes were filled with a dangerous glint and an impending emotional explosion. Upon seeing the 3 men in black, Yi Yan already knew that a fierce battle awaited. These 3 were all exceptionally strong, far beyond the comparison of ordinary evolvers. Moreover, the handsome man who had intercepted Yi Yan was actually a 2-star evolver. His strength was unfathomable and far superior to any opponents Yi Yin had encountered before. However, Yi Yin might not necessarily be unable to contend with him. He was not an ordinary one-star evolver. Yi Yin calmly replied to Lu Jingqi, "Are you referring to that pair of professional crystals? They have already been used by me." Lu Zhenqi's anger surged at once, and he erupted into a furious charge toward Yi Yin. Yi Yin scoffed lightly, drawing his silver battle knife, moving faster than Lu Jingqi. He was wary of the two-star evolver, but did a mere one-star evolver think he could do anything to him? Arrogance. Lu Zhenqi's eyes narrowed, and he realized he had underestimated Yi Yan's strength. Just as he intended to retreat, Yi Yin surprisingly showed no intention of letting him go, charging forward with his blade. At that moment, Lu Zhenqi's expression turned utterly terrified. No, Yi Yin was not merely strong, he was far beyond Lu Zhenqi's level. Just as he was about to confront Yi Yin Heiden and prepare to unleash his trump card for survival, Mutong's curved blade suddenly intercepted, casually blocking Yi Yan's battle knife. Everyone held their breath watching this scene, believing it was finally reaching a conclusion. Suddenly a thunderous roar echoed. Violent lightning strike. The once arrogant Lu Jingqi was engulfed in darkness, crashing to the ground. Everyone witnessed purple lightning descend from the void. Lu Jingqi was instantly killed. In the hearts of the onlookers, the powerful Lu Jingqi was unexpectedly slain by Yi Yin in this fleeting moment. They only then realized that the strength Yi Yin had displayed before them was merely superficial. The true terror lay in Yi Yan's power. Just now, Yi Yin had actually been able to instantaneously kill one of the lords. Gao Wei, who had remained calm and said little, was now also staring at Yi Yin in shock. He was certain that if he had been on the receiving end of Yi Yan's attack, his fate would have been identical to Lu Zhenqi's. He finally understood why these six could cause such turmoil in this base of 100. It was not without reason. Not to mention the 20 or so one-star evolvers in the base. Even if 20 more came, the outcome would remain unchanged. Gao Wei looked at Yi Yin with fear in his eyes. He had thought that only their organization members possessed such formidable strength as one-star evolvers. He and Lu Jingqi had already been recognized as invincible among one-star evolvers. However, compared to Yi Yin before him, they were simply on entirely different levels. Who exactly was this Yi Yin that his strength could be so terrifying? And from the start, Mutong, who had remained calm and playful, finally began to take things seriously. He had initially thought Yi Yin was merely a powerful one-star evolver, but now he realized he was mistaken. The strength Yi Yin had displayed when killing Lu Jingqi and his instantaneous judgment were already enough to rival a two-star. And similarly, as a lightning mage, why was Yi Yan's lightning purple while his was white? Indeed, Mutong was not only a two-star evolver in this post-apocalyptic world, but also a lightning mage. He was very familiar with lightning strikes, yet Yi Yin had just used a lightning strike he called Violent Lightning Strike. Moreover, his lightning was of a distinctive purple color. What could this possibly mean? The usually composed Mutong was now also filled with doubt. It seemed that this apocalypse was indeed miraculous, with far too many matters and individuals beyond their control. And the formidable strength of Yi Yin before them, if allowed to develop further, would surely make him a powerful figure in the future. If he could not be brought under their banner, he could only be swiftly eliminated. Mutong's handsome face displayed a ruthless expression as he looked at Yi Yin. "Seriously, not bad. You actually managed to kill someone right under my nose." After using the lightning strike, Yi Yin quickly retreated back to his companions. Swiftly eliminating enemies was a timeless principle in the apocalypse. Did he really think he had to drag things out for so long before fighting? No. It was about seizing the opportunity, eliminate one uncertain factor at a time. Although Lu Jingqi and Gao Wei were not his match, they were still opponents for the other five. Yi Yan's actions were meant to relieve pressure on Su Gan and the others. Yi Yan's previous move made the five wish to cheer for him. Su Gan looked at Yi Yin in admiration, unable to believe that someone who had only started killing after the apocalypse could develop such reflexes and thought processes. It was simply as if he had not lived in peaceful times. As a former special police officer, Su Gan's insights were naturally sharp, yet he would never have expected Yi Yin to be a person reborn. Yi Yin coolly regarded Mutong, knowing the immense gap between the levels of evolvers, and thus did not dare to let his guard down. "It's nothing, just that he was too weak." Mutong laughed heartily. "Why do I feel like you're speaking indirectly?" Yi Yin chuckled lightly, locking eyes with Mutong, no longer suppressing the battle intent within. "Had two-star evolver, I wouldn't dare." He understood that his current life was different, but he was even more curious about how strong he truly was, and whether he could challenge those of a higher level. Mutong was astonished. Yi Yin, as a one-star evolver, actually expected to fight a two-star, and showed no signs of fear in his eyes. While shocked, his competitive spirit was also ignited. "Since you're so bold, I'll grant your wish. Let you clearly understand that the difference between one-star and two-star is not as simple as the gap between one-star." With that, Mutong ceased the chatter and unleashed his speed, the white curved blade emitting a sharp light as it slashed toward Yi Yin. The murderous intent made the entire room tremble. Yi Yin did not retreat, but advanced, instead wielding a white battle knife with a hint of silver light, fearlessly countering. In an instant, the two powerful beings clashed. But just that one clash. The disparity between one-star and two-star became glaringly obvious. Yi Yin was violently pushed back, his arm numbed from the impact. The gap in power was astonishingly vast. Mutong showed no reaction to Yi Yan's previous attack, seizing the opportunity to charge again, white lightning coursing along the white long curved blade. "I forgot to mention I am also a lightning mage. At the same time, the area around Gao Wei grew increasingly hot, the temperature sharply rising, capturing the attention of everyone present. He looked at Su Gan and the others, a ball of flame appearing in his hand, and slowly said, "Your opponent is me." Yi Yan sensed the commotion from that direction, but had no time to pay attention. Mu Tong was already charging towards him, his speed on par with Yi Yan. The white battle knife suddenly stood before him, barely blocking the sweeping curved blade. The two blades clashed, producing a piercing metallic sound. Mu Tong's face was right in front of him. The two exchanged glances across the blade, their gazes sharp as swords. "You should tell me why your lightning is purple, right?" Yi Yan was doing his utmost to resist Mu Tong's power, while Mu Tong seemed to have more than enough strength. Amidst the clash of blades, the thunderous power from both of their bodies swirled around them. It must be said that Mu Tong was quite furious about this. He was clearly a two-star evolver, possessing the profession of a lightning mage and wielding a white-grade curved blade produced by a traitor. However, it seemed that Yi Yan was extremely compatible with him as well, also a lightning mage and wielding a white-grade battle. He surpassed Yi Yan in the level of evolution, yet now looking at the two white battle knives locked in a fiery clash, Yi Yan's blade surprisingly shimmered with silver light, evidently far superior to his curved blade. Everyone knew how vast the gap was between evolvers of different levels. The disparity between weapons was of the same concept as that between evolvers. The white battle knife in Yi Yan's hand was just a step away from entering the silver tier, and this was merely a difference in opinion. Mu Tong, who was fighting Yi Yan, could clearly feel the immense gap between his battle knife and Yi Yan's, which was just one step away from leveling up. In terms of power, sharpness, and durability, Yi Yan's battle knife far surpassed his own. This was also the reason why, despite the evident disparity in strength and rank between them, Yi Yan could still hold his ground for so long against him. The battle knife in Yi Yan's hand was truly extraordinary. Another reason was that they were both lightning mages, yet possessed entirely different thunderous powers within them. The curved blade was imbued with white lightning power, while the power swirling around Yi Yan's battle knife was a more dignified and powerful purple. Mu Tong was feeling quite irritable at this moment, annoyed that Yi Yan had not been instantly defeated by him. He was unsettled by Yi Yan's battle knife and fearful of Yi Yan's distinctly different thunderous power. Moreover, Yi Yan's speed was exceedingly strange. Mu Tong knew that when a lightning mage utilized the thunderous power within, their speed would increase significantly. However, both of them were lightning mages and Mu Tong was still a two-star evolver, yet his speed was comparable to Yi Yan's. This was a complete humiliation for him. He was a two-star evolver, and this punk before him was clearly just a one-star evolver, yet he was matching him blow for blow. Yi Yan knew just how immense the power he was facing was. If he relaxed even for a moment, he would be cleaved in two by this curved blade. The remaining 11 evolvers in the base were all stunned, watching everything unfold before them, still trying to process Yi Yan's previous display. Yi Yan had actually killed Lu Jingqi in an instant right under the nose of Mu Tong, a two-star evolver. And Yi Yan was not the simple one-star evolver he had appeared to be before, but a lightning mage. He had not revealed this strength before simply because they were too weak. Yi Yan did not need to employ his profession to hand. Before them, Yi Yan, as a one-star evolver, was actually fighting against a two-star evolver with a profession. Though he appeared somewhat strained, the battle was not going as they had anticipated overwhelmingly in Mu Tong's favor. They could hardly believe that a one-star evolver could battle against a powerful two-star evolver, a scenario beyond their imagination. Yi Yan was truly a freak. Mu Tong coldly gazed at Yi Yan, saying, "I am quite curious about you. How did you acquire such strength on the third day of the apocalypse?" Yi Yan forced a smile, and Mu Tong, while speaking, did not lessen his grip. Aren't you stronger than me?" Mu Tong's eyes ignited with fury, and he suddenly pushed bullshit. Yi Yan was slammed against the wall behind him, instantly embedding into it, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. He possessed astonishing defensive power. Just a moment ago, he concentrated his defense on his wrist and back, resulting in only a minor injury. However, just from these two exchanges, Yi Yan clearly understood that there was still a significant gap between him and two-star evolvers, but this gap was not insurmountable. Mu Tong looked down on Yi Yan, his eyes filled with resentment and disdain, a mixture of emotions. "The weapon in your hand is quite formidable. It is even mightier than my white curved blade, just a step away from silver. However, once I kill you, your knife will belong to me." He glanced at the three women fighting with Gao Wei not far away. "They naturally belong to me as well." Yi Yan stood up, stones rolling at his feet. "Sorry, they only recognize me as their leader." With that, Yi Yan no longer held back, unleashing his maximum speed, instantly charging towards Mu Tong. Mu Tong's eyes suddenly narrowed, and all the nerves in his body tensed up. Yi Yan's speed had actually increased yet again. Yi Yan possessed an ability that enhanced his speed, which was already faster than the average person. Now unleashing all his strength, even Mu Tong might not keep up with him. Yi Yan dashed behind Mu Tong, raising his white battle knife high, his expression somewhat grim, ready to cleave the unmoving Mu Tong's head. At that moment, Yi Yan's vision blurred. What was supposed to be an easy kill, yet Mu Tong mysteriously vanished from his spot, only to instantly reappear behind Yi Yan. Yi Yan's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. The feeling of death was chillingly clear. From the front view of the two, Yi Yan's hands were still raised high, seemingly frozen in midair, but his expression had shifted from grim to one of terror. Behind him, Mu Tong, taller than him, also raised his curved blade high, his face filled with indifference and disdain. A cold, mocking voice echoed in Yi Yan's ear. "You seem very confident in your speed, but it appears you've forgotten you didn't use your full strength, nor did I. When Yu and Nan with red eyes witnessed this scene and shouted Yi Yan. Blood was pouring. All the other battles in the room came to a halt, turning to look this way. Yi Yan had already retreated from around Mu Tong. His head was still attached, and his hands were intact. However, a horrifying wound deep enough to see bone had appeared on his shoulder. The stark white bone was exposed to the air, blood flowing profusely. Gao Wei gazed in shock at Yi Yan. He was the first person he had seen survive a blade from Mu Tong. At that moment, Su Gan seized the opportunity, launching a sneak attack on Gao Wei, firing a shot at his head. Gao Wei had not expected Su Gan to be armed. In such a moment, he had unexpectedly drawn a pistol. Yet he was not slow to react, narrowly dodging the bullet aimed at his forehead, but it still left a bloody mark on his face. At the same time, Wu Wu charged forward, her offensive rapid and fierce. Gao Wei's sense of crisis heightened as he waved his hand. Sparks. A few small fireballs flew towards Wu Wu, forcing her to dodge the fireballs and leap to the side. Meanwhile, Lu Wan had already been injured previously by Gao Wei's initial stage fire-based skill. Sparks. Gao Wei stood firm, looking disdainfully at the group. Is this your little sneak attack trick? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt dizzy, nearly losing his balance. He fearfully touched the small wound on his face, muttering, "How is this possible?" Wu Wu smirked coldly and charged forward, swinging her blade to take Gao Wei's head. At this moment, Gao Wei poisoned by Su Gan's bullet. Though the poison was not lethal, it had rendered him incapable of fighting properly. If not now, then when? Just then, Mu Tong suddenly appeared beside Gao Wei, standing next to him with a smile, watching Wu Wu's terrified expression as he raised his curved blade high, ready to deliver. "Don't worry, I'll make sure you're intact. After all, you'll need to serve me in bed." Su Gan and the others' eyes widened, but they had no time to rush over. Mu Tong's speed was even quicker than Yi Yan's. How could they possibly catch up to save her? Wu Wu was already in motion, unable to stop. Mu Tong's speed was incredibly fast, and by the time he appeared, Wu Wu had no way to retreat. Mu Tong stood with his blade raised, a posture mocking everyone, rendering them powerless to save Wu Wu. At that moment, a voice rang out, violent falling thunder. The previously confident Mu Tong suddenly trembled, wanting to flee, but then seemed to remember something, remaining still, as if stuck in place. A bolt of purple lightning surged forth, striking Mu Tong fiercely. Wu Wu had just stopped and directly chopped off Gao Wei's head just as she was about to take the opportunity to escape from Mu Tong's side. The Mu Tong, who had taken a bolt of lightning from Yi Yan, suddenly reached out and grabbed Wu Wu. Everyone watching this scene gasped in shock. Each one was risking their lives. Yi Yan had taken such a heavy blow, yet still had the strength to unleash his profession skill. Wu Wu could have escaped, but instead chose to take a massive risk to kill Gao Wei. Madman. This group of people was completely reckless. At that moment, a figure charged forward, showing no sign of retreating in speed. The two blades clashed once more, white lightning and purple lightning alternating, producing a deafening sound. Mu Tong shouted, suddenly releasing Wu Wu with one hand, throwing her far away. Then, with both hands gripping his knife, he clashed with Yi Yan in a battle of strength. At this point, everyone finally saw the situation of the two. Yi Yan's shoulder was a mess, horrifyingly exposing the bone inside, yet that hand could still grip the knife and fight. Mu Tong had several terrifying gashes across his body, his entire form, slightly charred blood flowing incessantly, staining his clothes. Yi Yan's face was not one of exhaustion or a final desperate struggle before death, but filled with intense excitement and fighting spirit. Meanwhile, Mu Tong, filled with anger, roared upon seeing Yi Yan's expression. Good. Good. You are something, Yi Yan. Good. Good indeed, Yi Yan. Mu Tong was extremely furious at this moment. His anger had already reached its peak when he injured Yi Yan. This was because Yi Yan was the first person to survive after receiving such a wound from him, and Yi Yan was merely a one-star evolver. This fact itself was a tremendous humiliation for Mu Tong. However, he could not kill Yi Yan. Seeing Yi Yan half dead and unable to stand, Mu Tong thought he had already dealt with him and intended to keep him alive to extract information. His intuition told him that this person was not simple. Bringing along this few individuals, he could achieve such strength within 3 days of the apocalypse. He must have some kind of secret. Even after sustaining such a terrifying injury, an evolver would lose their combat strength. He could not understand how Yi Yan's movements and strength were unaffected by his injuries, and his eyes were filled with such powerful battle intent. This was still a blatant insult to Mu Tong. Not to mention that Yi Yan was still able to move. He could even unleash a strike that showed no sign of weakening. At that moment, Mu Tong heard Yi Yan shout, and he was momentarily stunned, instinctively wanting to flee. However, as a lightning mage himself, he was very clear that the reason a lightning strike was called a lightning strike was that it possessed the speed of thunder. If your speed does not exceed that of thunder, and you cannot predict your opponent's actions in advance, then do not expect to evade. Under normal circumstances, Mu Tong might have sensed the signs of the impending lightning strike due to the surrounding changes and managed to avoid it. However, Yi Yan's sudden shout made him panic, losing the best opportunity to dodge. Furthermore, after personally experiencing Yi Yan's lightning strike, Mu Tong truly felt the immense difference between Yi Yan's purple thunder power and his own white thunder power. As a 2-star evolver, the fact that Yi Yan, a 1-star evolver with only basic first-level professional skills, could inflict such significant damage on him was simply unreasonable. No, it was not unreasonable, it was impossible. One must understand that the gap between 2-star and 1-star is not something easily described. A 1-star evolver facing a 2-star evolver is almost a certain death. Yet Yi Yan not only managed to fight Mu Tong, but also inflicted serious injuries on him. This was the special nature of Yi Yan's purple thunder power, which could actually injure a powerful 2-star evolver. Mutong's heart burned with rage. Now to tell him that Yi Yan's strength was not a fluke would be unbelievable. If he captured Yi Yan and tortured him in various cruel ways, he might uncover his secret. In the apocalypse, the most crucial thing is to enhance one's strength. Methods of strengthening include trading various treasure encounters and robbing others. No one would consider stealing from others as despicable, because this is the apocalypse. And Mutong just happened to have a treasure that could allow him to seize a certain ability from Yi Yan after capturing him. Originally, Mutong planned to use it to steal the dual profession crystal that Yi Yan had used, but now the purple thunder on Yi Yan filled him with fear and desire. Unbeknownst to Yi Yan, Mutong had his own schemes. At this moment, all he could think about was defeating Mutong. Had he not instantly transferred all his defensive power to his shoulder, he would have lost his life from the earlier injury. However, it was precisely because he recklessly launched an attack and was mercilessly countered by his opponent that Yi Yan fully awakened. His strength was not as formidable as Mutong's. That feeling of death being so close was something he had experienced many times in his past life. That sensation brought despair and pain, as if he had returned to the helpless state of his previous life, making it hard for him to breathe. If today he could not overcome this oppression and defeat Mutong, then, when facing the countless enemies from his past life in the future, including Zhang Tianshu, he would equally be unable to triumph. As their blades clashed, the previously lingering thunder power surged violently with the emotions of both individuals. It produced terrifying crackling sounds. Lightning flickered. The others present could only retreat quietly, avoiding the danger. However, it was absolutely impossible for them to leave this place. Initially, they thought this battle would be straightforward, yet it unexpectedly evolved into this. A 1-star evolver could actually fight a 2-star evolver to such an extent. Among those retreating, only one figure stood not far from Yi Yan. That person was none other than Wen Yuannan. At this moment, a green light emanated from her hand, full of vitality, covering Yi Yan's terrifying wounds, and to everyone's surprise, the wounds stopped bleeding. All the people present widened their eyes at this scene, filled with disbelief, even more astonished than when they saw Yi Yan able to continue fighting. This woman actually possessed healing abilities, which was exceedingly rare and made others envious. The moment Mutong saw this scene, his eyes turned red. She actually had healing abilities. Now the organization specifically needed individuals with healing professions. Originally, they wanted to specify that even a healer would suffice, but the organization believed that no one would become a healer in the short span of days during the apocalypse except for those in their organization. Because even if such a profession were encountered, the price would be extremely high and one would not obtain it without a certain amount. Moreover, the restrictions on healing professions are too many, as some people are unwilling to learn or lack the conditions to learn, preferring to exchange this profession for other things that are more useful at the moment. Mutong stared in shock at Yi Yan's shoulder and Wen Yuannan. He could not believe that he had encountered a healer here. His target for possession instantly changed from Yi Yan's mysterious purple thunder power to Wen Yuannan's profession, because with a chance for possession, there would be no restrictions whatsoever. He would completely seize the ability. Even if that ability had countless limitations, possession would not be affected. In other words, the restrictions imposed on Wen Yuannan's holy profession, which prevented her from learning the 3 main professions, would not exist at all for Mutong. As a lightning mage, he could completely possess such abilities. While Mutong was ecstatic, his conviction that Yi Yan's group was certainly not simple grew even stronger. Not only did they have Yi Yan, an unbelievably powerful 1-star evolver, but they also had a healer. Furthermore, there were a few others among them, 2 of whom had remarkable skills. Mutong could tell that their advantages were not due to evolution, but that these 2 individuals had already been exceptional in terms of body and skills during peacetime. This group of individuals was truly extraordinary. Just as Mutong's thoughts were swirling, a bolt of lightning struck down, and to the shock of those around, almost simultaneously a lightning bolt also struck down on Yi Yan. The reaction of the 2-star evolver was indeed terrifying. The moment he realized he could not evade, he also launched an attack. Both of them took a lightning strike at the same time, and once the lightning light faded, both of them were bloodied and unrecognizable, completely resembling 2 figures drenched in blood. And it was this simultaneous lightning strike that astonished everyone. Not for any other reason, but because of the disparity between these 2 bolts. Hey, did I just see that wrong? I feel like I might have seen something incredible. The lightning strike on Lord Mutong's head is purple. But since it's the lightning strike on his head, that must mean it was unleashed by Yi Yan, right? That's right, but the lightning strike on Yi Yan's head is white. Moreover, that purple lightning is clearly stronger than and it's not just a slight difference, but it's vastly stronger. What is going on? Did we see it wrong? How could Lord Mutong's lightning strike be weaker than Yi Yan's? But when Yi Yan used lightning to save that woman earlier, it was also purple. This is the first time we've seen Lord Mutong use lightning. I thought all lightning mages' lightning strikes were the same and purple. Damn, I can hardly believe it. Why are Yi Yan's and Lord Mutong's lightning strikes different, and Yi Yan's is so much stronger than Lord Mutong's? At this moment, Mutong, after receiving another one of Yi Yan's profession skills, truly felt the exhilarating and he was bloodied and battered, and as a 2-star evolver, his defense had been completely shattered by Yi Yan's purple lightning. Mutong was somewhat deranged, laughing maniacally. Ha! Yi Yan, did you hear that? They are all saying your lightning is stronger than mine, and I'm weaker than you. Did you hear that? Did you? The crowd, who had just been chattering, suddenly fell silent upon hearing Mutong's frenzied roar, cold sweat breaking out. As a 2-star evolver, Mutong's identity instilled fear in them. In a moment of shock, they had spoken such words, and he heard them. It was simply reckless. At this moment, they could only pray that Mutong had not remembered them. Mutong felt the pain in his body and the overwhelming strength that Yi Yan possessed, now making his astonishment undeniable. Simultaneously, a trace of fear arose in his heart. A fear of the ungraspable strength of Yi Yan and those around him, as well as a fear of Yi Yan's astonishing growth in the midst of battle. Yi Yan was truly terrifying. Now that he had become an enemy, if he did not kill him today, he would surely become a great disaster in the future. Mutong, covered in blood, no longer had the dignity of a 2-star evolver. His expression was complex as he locked eyes with Yi Yan across the blade, his voice laced with infinite killing intent. Yi Yan, remarkable. You were the first person to survive after I wounded you. Since he had already decided to seize Wen Yuannan's abilities, there was no need to leave Yi Yan with any breath. Mutong's murderous intent was immediately laid bare, chilling the atmosphere around them. Yi Yan chuckled lightly, completely unaffected by Mutong's killing intent, looking back at him with a focus on winning. You're not bad, either, surviving after taking 2 of my lightning strikes. Those before you who barely grazed my strikes lost their lives. At this moment, Wen Yuannan stood undaunted, continuously casting plant manipulation on Yi Yan. Mutong laughed heartily. Not bad. The one who struggled against me before is now able to speak to me like this under these circumstances. Suddenly, he spoke to the other evolvers in the base. Whoever captures that healing woman for me will be rewarded with a bottle of 2-star evolution agent. After saying this, Mutong looked at Yi Yan triumphantly. What puzzled him was that Yi Yan showed no signs of worry whatsoever. As the evolutionaries heard this, the surrounding atmosphere of slaughter suddenly lost its effect on them. A 2-star evolution agent. Something that could elevate them beyond most others. The crowd immediately stirred, their minds consumed with thoughts of the 2-star evolution agent. Just as everyone rushed to capture Wen Yuannan, several figures moved even faster and more fiercely. In an instant, they surrounded Wen Yuannan. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the 4 from Wu Wu. Though Lu Wan was injured and had several burn marks on her body, upon hearing that these people were about to attack Wen Yuannan, she instantly forgot her pain, and without any eye contact charged over with the other 3 to protect Wen Yuannan. Their leader was in a fight, and they would not allow anyone to disturb him. More importantly, they would not let anyone harm Wen Yuannan even a bit. Wu Wu dared to kill Gao Wei at this moment. Besides Mutong, who was restrained by Yi Yan, there were only 11 evolutionaries in the base. Those people did not care about anything else. All they thought about was that extremely precious 2-star evolution agent. After all, in a time when 1-star evolutionaries were few and far between, 2-star evolutionaries were the rulers of all. Everyone's eyes were red, glaring at the 5. Lu Longfei looked at the 5 with a dark expression, his eyes filled with unstoppable ambition. Seeing Yi Yan, he realized how deadly their earlier actions had been in bringing them back. Remembering their previous mockery and bullying of Yi Yan on the way, he felt a chill in his heart. Yi Yan was actually a 1-star evolutionary and a terrifying 1-star who could contend with 2-star evolutionaries. Lu Longfei had witnessed the strength of Yi Yan and Mutong firsthand, and he had to match that. Otherwise, in this apocalypse, he would never have a say, always standing behind others, obeying their orders. Lu Longfei sneered and said to the others around him, "Let's go together. First kill these 4 people, and then we'll talk about who that woman belongs to." With that, the 11 1-star evolutionaries roared and charged at the 5. Mutong saw this scene, unable to hide his glee. Your companions are in grave danger. Yet Yi Yan showed no pain or worry at the thought of losing his companions. You are not a fool. You know those people on your side have little chance of defeating me, right? Mutong laughed maniacally, looking at Yi Yan. Yes. I'm sending them to be cannon fodder. Once I kill you, I'll take them all, gaining that woman's abilities, then thoroughly enjoying them. Huh. With that, Mutong unleashed his power, sending Yi Yan stumbling back. This time, unlike last time when he was directly embedded in the wall, Yi Yan only took a few steps back, steadying himself. Seeing this, Mutong also felt the gap between them. Sensing Yi Yan's rapid growth in this short struggle, his killing intent intensified. He left no opportunity for Yi Yan to catch his breath, charging straight at him, the white, curved blade emitting a chilling glow. He would not leave Yi Yan a chance to breathe like before, because the ability he sought had shifted from Yi Yan's purple lightning power to Wen Yuannan's healing abilities. The reality proved that his previous attack, which he thought merely left Yi Yan a breath, still allowed Yi Yan to remain alive. At this moment, Mutong unleashed his full power, striking quickly and fiercely at Yi Yan. The terrifying gap between 1-star and 2-star evolutionaries was fully revealed. Yi Yan struggled to fend off Mutong's attacks, showing no fear in his eyes. Mutong laughed heartily, watching Yi Yan, who could only defend and could not fight back. Huh? Fool. Do you understand now? This is the gap between us. Do you think you can easily bridge it? Yi Yan said nothing, using all his strength to resist Mutong's terrifying power as a 2-star evolutionary. Mutong arrogantly looked at Yi Yan, the curved blade in his hand continuously clashing with Yi Yan's battle knife, pressing in on him step by step. Your female companions are quite impressive. Not only are all 3 of them beautiful, but one even has healing abilities. But what a pity, I originally wanted to enjoy all 3 of those beautiful women in bed. Since I've decided to take that woman's abilities, she won't survive to serve me in bed. Huh. In Mutong's heart, Yi Yan was already a defeated foe, and he now simply wanted to torment him before he died. After all, the pleasure of tormenting someone before they die was exhilarating. He loved seeing others in pain. Moreover, since the apocalypse began, apart from the powerful figures above him, he had not encountered any opponents. Even if others were evolutionaries, they were merely one-star evolutionaries. He could easily kill them with a single finger. But Yi Yan was an exception among them. He was surprisingly strong. It truly piqued his interest. Hearing this, Yi Yan, initially disinterested, suddenly felt intrigued. When Mu Tong spoke of taking Wen Yuan's abilities, what do you mean? Mu Tong saw the previously calm Yi Yan finally reveal other expressions. His mood brightened, and he struck harder, causing Yi Yan to grunt in pain and retreat. Don't worry, the fate of the other two won't be much better. That woman with the profession will die after I take her abilities. The other two? They will be worse off than her. They'll age like 70 or 80-year-old women full of wrinkles and will die within a few months. Just thinking about it is delightful. Such beautiful women will turn into wrinkled hags under me. Just thinking about it was thrilling. At this moment, Yi Yan's eyes widened, filled with terror and astonishment, unable to maintain his composure any longer. His heart was in utter shock. He actually encountered a monstrous entity comparable to the concentration camp from his previous life on the third day of the... If that were the case, then the large number of evolutionaries in this base and Mu Tong's strength might make sense. Mu Tong noticed Yi Yan's change, puzzled. At this moment, Yi Yan's eyes held not only stubborn defiance and fighting spirit, but also a surge of hatred and a hint of strange fear. It was hard to imagine that these emotions could coexist in one person. Yi Yan looked at Mu Tong with a terrifyingly calm gaze. Anyone could see the surging tide hidden beneath. I wondered why you were so strong. It turns out you're just a worthless piece of trash who absorbs the energy of women. Upon hearing this, Mu Tong's face displayed the most shocked expression of the day. But this shock quickly turned into anger, and he struck fiercely, sending Yi Yan retreating again, disbelief filling his eyes. Yi Yan's palm was bleeding, and the handle of his knife was soaked in layers of blood, signaling the insurmountable gap between him and Mu Tong. Mu Tong charged over, fiercely growling. What did you say? Yi Yan laughed, dodging Mu Tong's blade. Does the force behind... If not, let me help you name it. I think Hall is quite fitting, because it's filled with a bunch of worthless people who gain power by sleeping with women and absorbing their energy. Mu Tong's pupils shook violently as he swung his blade once more at Yi Yan with all his might. He could no longer maintain his calm. Who on earth was this Yi Yan? How could he know their secret to becoming stronger, and how could he know the name of their newly formed organization? To think that their organization had very few formal members, and only the core members, fewer than 10, knew the name of this base was merely a small point they wanted to develop to collect magic crystals and treasures. The people in this base at most knew what would happen to the women they had slept with, but nothing more. Yet Yi Yan actually knew their greatest secret. He even knew the name of the organization that not more than 10 members were. This was simply too bizarre. It left Mu Tong unable to think straight. Yi Yan must not be allowed to live. Yi Yan looked at the shocked Mu Tong, finally having the opportunity to counterattack, his sharp blade slicing through the air. Are you? I know everything about you. The instant Yi Yan guessed that the other party was from the Hall, he also recalled the background of the Mu Tong, a core member of the Hall in his previous life, who had become a 6-star powerhouse within 2 years of the apocalypse. A 6-star powerhouse. In his previous life, Su Gan was merely a 5-star powerhouse. In the 2 years since the apocalypse, 5-star powerhouses were few and far between, while 6-star powerhouses were nearly at the peak. In his previous life before dying, Yi Yan had only heard that Mu Tong from the Hall was coming over. Coming over to do what? To take Wen Yuan away. Wen Yuan had become a bargaining chip between the two forces. The concentration camp sent the used Wen Yuan to the Hall to seek a cooperative relationship. At that time, Wen Yuan was pulled down due to Yi Yan's interference. Originally holding a considerable position in the concentration camp, Wen Yuan in one night became the lowest of women. After enduring all sorts of torment and humiliation, she was to be taken away by Mu Tong and others the very next day. That was also the day Yi Yan was thrown out by Zhang Tianshu to feed the zombies. Thinking about everything Wen Yuan would suffer made Yi Yan feel unbearable pain and rage. Mu Tong did not understand the deep hatred in Yi Yan's eyes. He only knew that Yi Yan must not be left alive. He must die today. Mu Tong easily dodged Yi Yan's attack, looking at him with a complex expression. If I get the chance, I'd really like to know who you are. But now you must die. With that, Mu Tong swung his blade, fiercely unleashing his power, no longer talking, no longer playing around. Yi Yan finally could not hold on any longer and was sent flying. He crashed heavily onto the ground. Mu Tong did not give Yi Yan a single opportunity to catch his breath, running towards him while roaring falling thunder. He wanted to kill him. This person was simply terrifying. A bolt of lightning struck Yi Yan, who was lying on the ground, while Mu Tong's curved blade simultaneously slashed at Yi Yan's neck. A black cat suddenly appeared at Yi Yan's feet, its tail held high, and before its paws were a pair of gleaming eyes. Mu Tong let out a horrifying scream, covering his eyes with his hands as blood dripped incessantly through his fingers. Everyone was bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. Where did this cat come from? Looking at Yi Yan, he was not faring much better. At the point where his neck met his head, there was a gruesome... Though the wound was not as deep as the one on his shoulder, it was still terrifying. Flesh was exposed. Just a bit more, and Yi Yan would never speak again. His head might even be severed. How did Yi Yan survive Mu Tong's blade? The evolved beings in the base knew they had seen it whenever Mu Tong struck death. Yet Yi Yan, after enduring 2 of Mu Tong's deadly strikes, astonishingly survived. And now a cat from who knows where was gouging out Mu Tong's eyes. Looking at Mu Tong, not only were his eyes gouged out, but from his chest to his lower abdomen, there was a horrifying blood-soaked. As Mutong approached, Yi Yan, brandishing his knife, the little Zongzi that had been waiting in Yi Yan's hat finally received the command and launched an attack on Mutong. Regardless of whether Mutong as a 2-star evolved being could sense the aura of the beast, even if he did, he could not, for the little Zongzi's innate ability was speed. Unlike Yi Yan, who indirectly enhanced his speed through the little Zongzi, Mutong, being a 2-star evolved being in the imminent moment where he could kill Yi Yan, could not escape the little Zongzi's long-planned attack. When Yi Yan acquired the little Zongzi, he was at his peak condition, unleashing his full speed combined with experiences from his past life and a stroke of luck to capture the little Zongzi. Now, having endured 2 strikes imbued with thunder from Yi Yan, Mutong's body sustained considerable injuries. Moreover, after hearing Yi Yan's words, his mental state had completely shifted. With only Yi Yan in his sights, everything else was selectively ignored. He simply wanted to kill Yi Yan. In the past 2 days, the little Zongzi had consumed the brain of a level 2 zombie from its other world, as well as the essence of a guardian beast and a mutated snake, becoming significantly stronger since then. Its speed ability had also increased considerably. So the little Zongzi, sensing Yi Yan's intent, leaped forth, swiftly gouging out Mutong's eyes. Even if Mutong realized the little Zongzi's murderous intent in an instant, he, in a frenzied state, could not halt. At the same time, his white, curved knife ruthlessly struck at Yi Yan's neck. Yi Yan grunted, concentrating all his defenses at that point, managing to protect his head. Mutong, now blind, felt a surge of terror as his full-force strike failed to sever Yi Yan's head. Instead, he was attacked by a shadow, losing his eyes. He stumbled back in panic, unable to think, feeling a chilling intent. Yi Yan struck fiercely at Mutong's chest. Mutong fell in disarray, clutching his eyes in agony, screaming, "What on earth just happened? How could he lose his eyes? How could Yi Yan possibly survive his strike? How could he lose?" Everyone was shocked at the scene before them, except for Yi Yan's 5 companions, who looked on with excitement at Yi Yan's victory, yet worriedly at his wounds. Wen Yuan-nan rushed over, her eyes red and ready to treat Yi Yan, but he waved her off and walked away from her. At that moment, Mutong was immobilized, barely able to make a sound. Because Yi Yan's battle knife was laced with deadly poison, his body stiffened as he listened to Yi Yan's approaching footsteps to flee from this unfathomable man. He wanted to ask how Yi Yan had defeated him, wanted to know what that shadow was, as he was even slower than it. He wanted to ask how Yi Yan knew of the existence of the Yin Hall. He wanted to know who Yi Yan truly was. There were so many questions he wished to ask. The mysteries surrounding Yi Yan were too numerous. Yet Mutong, due to the poison, could not utter a single sound. Yi Yan approached Mutong, crouched down, his voice hoarse and tinged with a light laugh. He posed the question that had lingered since their battle. "Your boss is a Jade user, right?" Originally, Mutong's face bore only an expression of pain, but he clearly froze, then opened his mouth wide, attempting to laugh, but could only produce a strange sound. At this moment, his heart was no longer filled with shock, nor killing intent, nor fear, but madness. Yi Yan knew about the Jade, knew that the boss of the Yin Hall was a Jade user. Haha, what more is there to say? What more is there to fight about? Yi Yan was not anyone's subordinate. The only reason he knew about the existence of Jade was that he himself was a Jade user. Mutong's mouth gaped wide, but could only emit strange sounds. Yi Yan, seeing his expression, understood the answer. Yi Yan's face was expressionless, his voice hoarse. "I understand now." With a clean and swift strike, he killed the now incapacitated 2-star evolved being. Yi Yan had grasped the answer. Within his heart, amidst the tumultuous waves, there was also a strand of calm. Indeed, upon seeing so many evolved beings in this base, and knowing that the other party was backed by the Yin Hall, he pondered. Without a fortuitous encounter, how could so many evolved beings be gathered in just 3 days? Moreover, there was a powerful 2-star evolved being among them. This was definitely not something someone who had only survived one apocalypse could do. The other side was either a reincarnated person like Yi Yan, or someone with a fortuitous encounter. However, the only fortuitous encounter Yi Yan could think of that could turn so many into evolved beings was Jade. Encountering some treasure would allow for rapid strengthening. Yet cultivating so many evolved beings could only be due to possessing Jade. Jade should be the reason why items became significantly cheaper for traders. If the mastermind first utilized Jade to cultivate many evolved beings, then sent these evolved beings to kill zombies, his harvest would multiply. Thus, Yi Yan boldly speculated that the boss of the Yin Hall was also a Jade user. To his surprise, he was indeed correct. Another point that filled Yi Yan with immense fear and confusion was that in his past life, the Yin Hall only became active in the apocalypse more than a year later. In his past life, rumors of men growing powerful by absorbing women's Yin energy only surfaced a year after the apocalypse began. It wasn't until more than a year later that the Yin Hall's influence began to emerge. Yet in this life, merely 3 days into the apocalypse, the Yin Hall had already set such a vast web of influence. Yi Yan couldn't help but speculate the most astonishing possibility. This speed, this understanding of the apocalypse, the appearance of the Yin Hall, had occurred so much earlier. Could the other party also be a reincarnated person? Impossible. When Yi Yan died, the Yin Hall was still intact, and their boss was also safe. How could he have reincarnated alongside Yi Yan? Could it be? This isn't reincarnation. Is it a reboot? A world reboot? An apocalypse reboot? Yi Yan's heart was filled with unparalleled shock. The boss of the Yin Hall after the apocalypse reboot possesses memories from the previous life. That's why he could develop his influence to this extent in just a few days. The commonality between him and the boss of the Yin Hall is the possession of Jade. The more Yi Yan thought, the more he felt himself lost in a fog. There were still too many mysteries he could not comprehend. Why would the apocalypse reboot? What powerful force enabled the apocalypse to restart? What is Jade? What about the other world from which the little Zhongzi came? While Yi Yan was lost and thought the others watching him were equally dazed. Lu Longfei, upon seeing Mu Tong's head being severed, fled like the wind. Meanwhile, Wen Yuannan and her companions merely regarded him as a lackey too lazy to pay him any mind. The remaining 6 evolved beings were stunned, witnessing everything unfold. Yi Yan, as a 1-star evolved being, had truly defeated the 2-star evolved Mu Tong. How could this be possible? They were well aware of the absolute disparity between 1-star and 2-star. They had experienced it firsthand. Before Mu Tong, they had no desire to resist. They could only submit. Yet Yi Yan had killed Mu Tong. As fellow 1-star evolved beings, why was Yi Yan so exceptional? Not to mention the freakish Yi Yan, but his few Their 11 evolved beings had surrounded these 5, yet within just a few minutes 4 of them were instantly killed. They were utterly helpless against these 5. They were not only not Yi Yan's match, but could not even contend with his subordinates. Before witnessing the battle between Yi Yan and Mu Tong, before seeing Yi Yan kill Mu Tong, they had always believed that these adults were invincible. 2-star evolved beings were invincible. Mu Tong was invincible. Yet Yi Yan left them even more astonished. Overcoming a level 2. Terrifying. It was truly terrifying. Su Gan and the other 5 looked at Yi Yan with excitement. Their leader, as a 1-star evolved being, had slain a 2-star evolved being. It was simply amazing. Truly their leader. Although they had seen Yi Yan struggle before, for some reason, they felt an inexplicable trust that Yi Yan would win. Their leader would not lose. Wen Yuannan wiped her tears, feeling heartache at the sight of Yi Yan's injuries. The wounds on his shoulder and neck were so close, both gruesome, making it hard to believe that a person could continue to move after sustaining such injuries. Wen Yuannan rushed to Yi Yan's side, ready to cast her plant technique, only to be unexpectedly pulled into his embrace and held tightly. She felt as if her heart was no longer her own, pounding fiercely. Finally, hearing Yi Yan's hoarse voice, made raspy from his neck injury, whispering in her ear, "Fortunately. Fortunately not. If it were not for rebirth, it would be the end of the world reboot." In his previous life, Wen Yuannan, after his death, would no longer endure the hellish experiences. Yi Yan tightly embraced Wen Yuannan, while the person in his arms was oblivious to the reasons behind his excitement and relief. Only after Yi Yan calmed down did Wen Yuannan hurriedly begin to heal his wounds. The other 4 gathered around. Yi Yan had a horrifying wound on his shoulder, deep enough to see the bone. There was also a terrifying injury on his neck. If it had been any deeper, it could have led to his death. As the joy of victory subsided, they all looked anxiously at Yi Yan's wounds. After using up most of his plant manipulation technique, and with only half of his spiritual energy remaining, Wen Yuannan finally employed the green spring. Energy slowly flowed from the wound into Yi Yan's body, and to everyone's astonishment, the bleeding wound showed signs of healing. The changes within Yi Yan were truly miraculous. Yi Yan felt his drained stamina gradually recovering. Even his nearly exhausted spiritual energy was being initially feeling fatigued and sore all over, he now felt much better. Everyone stared in shock at the scene before them. Once Wen Yuannan finished using the green spring, his spiritual energy was truly depleted, and he collapsed. Although Yi Yan's injuries were still severe with Wen Yuannan's treatment, he had effectively passed the critical period and would not face any major issues. The others helped Wen Yuannan lie down, and then Yi Yan took the spiritual source from around his neck and hung it around Wen Yuannan. He knew that exhausting one's spiritual energy was a painful experience, and within their team, Wen Yuannan was indispensable. Her recovery was of utmost importance. Without Wen Yuannan's healing, Yi Yan and the others would likely have to stay at this base for a few days, waiting for Yi Yan's injuries to become less severe before daring to continue their journey. At that moment, Lu Wan was bandaging Yi Yan's wounds, while the 6 fortunate survivors had long since disappeared. Once Yi Yan was finally settled, he refused to rest and insisted on going out to scavenge for loot. When you pressed him, saying, "Boss, just listen to us this once, let's do this tomorrow. Right now no one dares to rob us." Yi Yan smiled and replied in a hoarse voice, "I can't rest easy until I have it in hand." With that, the others reluctantly followed behind Yi Yan, leaving Lu Wan to watch over Wen Yuannan. Back at the previous location, Yi Yan first searched Mu Tong's corpse. The white-tire curved blade in his hand was an excellent weapon, actually better than the white battle knife Yi Yan had just acquired. Unfortunately, since Yi Yan was a novice craftsman, he could only upgrade the white battle knife to surpass it. This time, Yi Yan's victory over Mu Tong was not only due to that sudden ambush, but also because of his weapon and his After fighting against a genuine lightning mage, Yi Yan clearly understood just how rare the violent prefix he obtained was. The level difference between him and Mu Tong was evident, yet Yi Yan's lightning strike was more than double the strength of Mu Tong. It was truly terrifying. Yi Yan picked up the white curved blade, pondering how to handle it for the time being. He could give it to Su Gan or others, or use it to upgrade his own white battle knife. Yi Yan then searched Mu Tong's body and discovered a card. A possession card. The moment he held it, he instantly knew all the information about the card. This was the card Mu Tong mentioned that could unconditionally seize a person's ability. A great find. Yi Yan stored it in his spatial ring, knowing it would be of great use one day. Finally, Yi Yan found a cylindrical object. He wondered, could it be? Upon pulling it out, everyone's excitement surged. A 2-star evolution agent. At this moment, Wu Wu could no longer contain herself and furrowed her brows, asking Yi Yan, who exactly are they? Mu Tong was not only a 2-star evolver, but he also had a 2-star evolution agent on him. It was truly baffling. I thought we were already far ahead in this apocalypse. How did they acquire so many resources? Moreover, the level 2 zombies are not as widely distributed as the level 1 zombies, and they have never encountered any level 2 traders, yet Mutong had a bottle of 2-star evolution agent. Yian paused for a moment before saying, actually, there are things you don't ask about, but you know in your hearts. You know I don't spend as many magic crystals as ordinary people when buying things from traders. The others exchanged glances, and the questions they usually hesitated to ask were now being addressed by Yian himself. Yian continued, before Mutong died I asked him. The boss on their side, just like me, possesses such privileges. The others looked at Yian in shock. Just like Yian, he could purchase items from traders at cheaper prices. That explains their abundant resources. If the opposing forces have many more members, and with that one person's abilities it's possible to attain such a level. Yian gazed ahead, his eyes seeming to look through here to an unknown place. Originally, I thought we were fast enough. However, today's events made me realize that there are people in this apocalypse with abilities like mine, perhaps even more than one. Now that we have encountered them, their forces are already so vast, we are still far behind. Therefore, from now on we must be faster. The others had no doubts in their eyes, they were eager for this. Becoming stronger than anyone else was the way to survive in this apocalypse. Wen Yuan blamed herself for having too little spiritual energy. Previously, she thought being able to use the plant manipulation technique 20 times, or the green spring twice, was already remarkable. But today, facing such a situation, she realized her spiritual energy was far from enough. Yi Yan had not yet recovered, and she could no longer hold on. At this moment, under Lu Wan's strong persuasion, Wen Yuan insisted on sitting up, crossing her legs, to begin cultivating her spiritual energy. Lu Wan had heard Yi Yan mention this before, so she knew that cultivating spiritual energy was much faster than recovering through sleep, and she allowed Wen Yuan to proceed. Lu Wan also felt deep remorse. She had no special attributes except for a slightly fiery personality. However, this trait proved ineffective in today. It was also because of her impulsiveness that she charged in first and was severely injured by Gao Wei's spark. During the latter part of the battle, she hardly participated at all. She felt a strong sense of guilt at this moment. At a critical time, she had not fulfilled her role as an evolver. This was all due to her lack of combat experience and insufficient strength. She vowed that from now on she would be stricter with herself, continually strengthening her abilities and never again hold G. When you looked at Lu Wan's injuries with deep guilt. However, his strength was far from enough. He was even less skilled than Wu Wu. Unlike Wu Wu, who had undergone training since childhood without missing a day, he was also not like Su Gan, a special police officer who had undergone rigorous training and experienced many real battles. He could only remain tepid, causing no harm to others while needing care from his companions. He hated himself. He had promised to protect Lu Wan, yet she was hurt right in front of him, and he did not rush over to save her with the same speed as Yi Yan. He must become stronger. He wanted to play an important role in this team, rather than being dispensable. Wu Wu and Su Gan, although much stronger in combat than the other three, had their own areas of dissatisfaction. Their expectations were even higher. They were 1-star evolvers, but for evolvers they were just ordinary 1-star evolvers lacking professions and good weapons. Despite their rich combat experience and impressive skills, they still found themselves at a disadvantage when facing a Gao Wei had no other advantages, and possessing the profession of a fire mage was enough to put them in a tough spot, making it difficult to approach him. They wouldn't blame their lack of profession, they only believed it was due to their own weakness. They needed to become even stronger. They did not want to be sidelined during the next fierce battle, only able to watch anxiously, without the ability to intervene. Next time, they must be strong enough to fight alongside Yi Yan against formidable enemies rather than leaving him to bear the weight of everything alone. At this moment, Yi Yan was completely unaware of the intense inner struggles of his 5 companions. He only knew that he was about to become a 2-star evolver. The others had no complaints about Yi Yan becoming a 2-star evolver. After all, Yi Yan was their boss. The only bottle of 2-star evolution agent was certainly for their boss upgrade. Yi Yan injected the 2-star evolution agent, and in an instant his wounds healed significantly. He felt the energy within his body being triggered more intensely, and his potential and limits were once again raised. His body became dozens of times stronger than before. His strength was dozens of times greater than before. At that moment, he finally understood the gap in power between him and Mutong. A 2-star evolver was indeed vastly different from a 1-star evolver. The three looked at Yi Yan with excitement. Yi Yan opened his eyes, his voice still hoarse. I have evolved. Although the three knew the answer and understood it was a fact, upon hearing Yi Yan say it, they still felt thrilled and cheered out loud. Yi Yan then approached the trader who had been in the corner of the room all along. The furnishings in this room clearly did not belong to the head of the base and appeared somewhat crude, as if hastily set up as the boss room. It was because this trader appeared here and they had to guard it that the base's boss stayed here with the dual profession crystal placed here. They never expected a Yi Yan who could sense treasures would suddenly appear. They also did not anticipate the strength of Yi Yan and his companions, who not only overwhelmed them, but also annihilated the 3 formidable enemies who had come from that side. Together they entered the trading phase, and the first thing that caught their eye at the top of the light screen was a profession: the Wind Mage. Several people looked at the occupation above with excitement, their eyes filled with fervor. This Wind Mage profession cost the same as the Lightning Mage profession that Yi Yan had previously exchanged, 160 magic crystals. However, an ordinary person would require 300 magic crystals to make the exchange. Yi Yan already had a mage profession, although he possessed a dual profession crystal that allowed him to learn the wind mage profession. Having two mage professions ultimately wouldn't yield significant results, so he decided to give this profession to them. Yi Yan immediately exchanged for the profession. Among the items, there was also something that made both Yi Yan and Sugan envious. A white-tire sniper rifle. Although Yi Yan possessed a junior craftsman profession, and upon receiving the profession gained a certain understanding of various weapons, he could still create weapons without relying on specific blueprints. However, his general knowledge of weapons through the profession still couldn't bear significant responsibilities. Yi Yan didn't know much about guns, and even if he created a gun using his profession skills, it wouldn't be much better than an ordinary one. On the other hand, Yi Yan was very familiar with blades. Thus, he could directly forge a great-tier battle knife without relying on any blueprints. If Yi Yan relied solely on his understanding of guns, the gun he made wouldn't be outstanding, thus the sniper rifle at hand was especially precious. Even if he couldn't create a powerful gun directly once he had the gun in hand, Yi Yan could use his profession skills and various materials for modifications. This white-tire sniper rifle originally cost 150 magic crystals, but Yi Yan could buy it for only 100 magic crystals. He recalled that his white battle knife had originally cost 70. Weapons priced around 70 magic crystals are the lowest among white-tire weapons. However, the lowest white-tire weapon has now been upgraded by Yi Yan to almost reach the silver tier. The white sniper rifle before him was priced at 150 magic crystals, making it one of the best among white-tire weapons. Yi Yan had heard in his previous life that white-tire weapons range from 70 to 200 magic crystals. Yi Yan immediately exchanged for the white sniper rifle. After getting the sniper rifle, he was provided with 50 rounds of ammunition. As long as Yi Yan studied the ammunition while knowing the model, he could continuously create bullets using materials. The quality of the bullets would depend on the materials Yi Yan used. He could use ordinary materials to create basic bullets. He could also enchant the bullets or enhance their quality, which would increase their power. Although the sniper rifle's power was already substantial, and the white-tire sniper rifle was even more so. However, when facing tough and resilient mutated beast-specific bullets, could be used to save time and ammunition. Yi Yan handed the white sniper rifle to Sugan, who immediately became enamored with it and began to examine it eagerly. Previously, he had received a great-tier handgun from Yi Yan, which had astonished him and provided insight into the unique weapons of this apocalyptic world. That great-tier handgun was far more powerful than their standard police handguns. Now he unexpectedly possessed a white-tire sniper rifle. The power of this weapon needs no further explanation. Yi Yan looked at the excited Sugan and smiled, saying, "Once I study the ammunition, I'll be able to manufacture bullets. At that time, I can even create very powerful special bullets. You'll be thrilled to use them." Sugan hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, boss." "Thank you, boss." There were also some miscellaneous items at the trader's place that held no appeal for Yi Yan. All the one-star evolution agents were exchanged, leaving nothing he desired. After exchanging for the sniper rifle and profession, the group still had 300 magic crystals remaining. Yi Yan led the three members of the Wu dance back to Wen Yuan Nan and Lu Wan, and in front of everyone, he took out the wind mage profession, saying, "This is the wind mage profession. Currently, aside from Wen Yuan Nan, you all have the opportunity to learn it. If anyone wants it, just speak up." At this time, with the assistance of the spiritual source, Wen Yuan Nan had recovered quite a bit and had even used the plant manipulation technique on Lu Wan once. Sugan's gaze was glued to the white sniper rifle in his hand, not even looking at the others, directly stating, "I don't want the mage profession." The others chuckled, who didn't know that Sugan wanted to be a gunner. Lu Wan also spoke up at this moment. "Once I learned about the professions that day, I knew exactly which one I wanted most. That is the ice mage." "Huh, ice magic is so powerful. I only want ice magic. I don't want anything else." Ji Wen Yu glanced at Wu Wu. Although Wu Wu tried hard not to show her emotions and wanted to compete fairly with her companions, her expression still betrayed her. Since she saw the wind mage profession, she had longed to obtain it. She practiced taekwondo, which emphasized speed and leg strength like the wind. She felt that the wind mage profession suited her perfectly. It was simply her ideal profession. Ji Wen Yu smiled. "I don't want to be a mage, I'll let Wu Wu have it." Wu Wu glanced gratefully at Ji Wen Yu. Yi Yan naturally had no objections and immediately tossed the wind mage profession to Wu Wu. Wu Wu eagerly studied it right away. In an instant, a gentle breeze blew through the somewhat warm air, refreshing everyone. They all looked forward to Wu Wu, including Yi Yan. In his previous life, although he had heard about many professions and various rumors about traders, he still didn't know much about the detailed skills of each profession. Yi Yan looked at Wu Wu, who was filled with excitement, and asked, "What skills do you have?" Normally calm Wu Wu replied excitedly, "Wow." Wen Yuan Nan and Lu Wan exclaimed in envy. "This is a skill that can enhance your movement speed. It's incredible. Moreover, after acquiring this skill, it seems I can communicate with the wind around me. If I think about the wind blowing, it will respond to me. How amazing. I'm not jealous at all." Lu Wan said tearfully, "I don't regret it one bit." Yi Yan smiled and said, "The changes in you are not limited to just these, right?" Wu Wu continued excitedly, "Also, it seems my overall speed has improved, and there's a new strength within me. Anyway, this power is related to the wind. I can't describe it. Swift movement doesn't consume much mental energy. I can probably use it 7 or 8 times now. You are now a beginner level 1 wind mage. Once you master swift movement and your strength reaches a certain level, you will level up and gain an additional skill." Wu Wu nodded. She understood all of this the moment she became a wind mage. At that moment, a unique zombie roar echoed outside. The group was instantly jolted from their joyful atmosphere. It wasn't just one or two zombies, it was a horde of them. Yi Yan's expression turned serious. It's the thunderstorm caused by me and Mu Tong that attracted these zombies. So much time has passed, it's probably forming a small-scale zombie tide. Everyone was tense listening to Yi Yan's instructions. Even when Yuan Nan, who had just recovered a bit, struggled to stand. Yi Yan looked at them without a hint of fear in his eyes. I'm severely injured now. You all go out and deal with these zombies. The group showed no shock or discontent, obediently following Yi Yan's orders. Even without Yi Yan's words, they wouldn't let him go out to fight zombies. Not because Yi Yan was injured, but because they wanted to enhance their strengths and train themselves. Yi Yan's injuries were no longer serious. These level 1 zombies could not harm him. Yi Yan's goal was also to train them. After today's battle, they deeply realized that they were not the most powerful team in this apocalypse. The shadowy underworld today merely revealed the tip of the iceberg, yet it had forced Yi Yan into a bitter struggle. If they continued to rely on Yi Yan, how were they any different from the waste he spoke of? They also needed to grow stronger quickly and stand on the same line as Yi Yan to fight. Now they would not let any opportunity for battle slip by. When Yuan Nan's mental energy had recovered a bit, but her body was still fatigued, this was the consequence of mental exhaustion. However, as a 1-star evolver, she could still engage in close combat with these level 1 zombies. The more extreme the conditions, the more she needed to be tough on herself. Otherwise, if Yi Yan were injured again, would she allow herself to fall down so quickly? Although Lu Wan had suffered injuries from Gao Wei's profession skills after being treated by Wen Yuan Nan's plant manipulation, she was almost fine, though her clothes were somewhat tattered and her face was a bit dirty. But this did not at all hinder her desire to kill zombies and grow stronger. Ji Wenyu, even more so, was imperfect. His desire to protect Lu Wan and everyone else was incredibly strong. He didn't want to continue being so indifferent. He was determined to train himself relentlessly, enhancing his strength continuously. Su Gan had already secured the sniper rifle ready for action. He didn't want to waste the few sniper bullets he had on these level 1s. Wu Wu was even more enthusiastic. After becoming a wind mage, she was eager to use her skills. She wanted to know how different she was now as a profession, how strong she had become. When Yuan Nan hung the spiritual source back around Yi Yan's neck and then followed the others outside. Yi Yan smiled helplessly. Although he had changed Wen Yuan Nan's fate from the very beginning of the apocalypse, leading her down a completely different path than in his previous life. Nonetheless, Wen Yuan Nan was still Wen Yuan Nan. In some respects, she was exactly the same as in the previous life. For instance, her unyielding desire to protect and care for Yi Yan. Before the zombies had even reached the base's entrance, they heard several ghostly wails. A few figures were sprinting toward them, their speed evident of evolution. Wu Wu and the others recognized them immediately. They were the ones who had escaped while they were distracted. Upon seeing Wu Wu and the others approaching, they kept shouting while fleeing. Zombie tide. Zombie tide. Run. Seeing that the group remained unfazed and continued moving leisurely toward the zombies, these individuals looked at them as if they were fools. Hey, I know you're strong, but do you realize what a zombie tide is?